Minecraft, this story features two male protagonists and a female protagonist. It's a daily story, with no careers and only romance. Please don't get too hung up on the original setting. The protagonist is a dog-like template, traveling through time with skills. Please keep your mind here first. Note, you must be an adult to pass the review. When Xueming woke up, he found himself lying in the wild with a river beside him. He rubbed his head, sat up, looked around, and didn't know where he was. In his memory, he was dragged by his friend to attend a comic convention. His friend cosplayed Yuta Okotsu and asked him to cosplay Gomuki. But after the comic convention ended, he went to the bathroom immediately and wiped off the 2 curse marks on his face. So what's going on now? Xueming looked at the river surface, then stuck out his tongue and looked at it again. Not only do he still have the 2 bullseye-shaped curse marks on his lips, but there is also a curse mark belonging to Inumaki Satoru on his tongue. However, he clearly hasn't coased to this level, and it's difficult to put makeup on the tongue. How did this curse mark come about? Strange, he was just crossing the street on his way home when he accidentally fell and passed out for some reason. How did he find himself running out into the wilderness when he woke up? More importantly, why did he seem to have shrunk? Just like Conan after taking APTX 4869, he is now like a 3-headed dog, trapped in a technical high school uniform. Xueming raised his hand and took a look. The sleeves of his clothes were as long as water sleeves, but the size of the clothes was normal. It was he who was abnormal. He just glanced at the river's surface, but couldn't see clearly. He estimated that his current body looked like that of a child of 24 or 25 years old at most. Xueming took a deep breath, tried to calm down, closed his eyes and began to think. Is the current situation just like what is written in novels and anime? Time travel? His current appearance is likely related to his previous cosplay of Inyajuji. So, is this the world of Curse Return? Is he Inyajuji's childhood, or is he some other descendant of some curse-casting family? Anyway, let's give it a try first. Xueming opened his eyes and just saw a hare running past not far away. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Come here." The hare stiffened immediately, then turned a corner like a puppet and jumped toward Xueming. Yukina felt his throat dry, but he stared at the hare and continued to dance. The hare stood up on its hind legs and began to walk in circles. Xueming's throat became even drier, and he couldn't help but cough to clear his throat. It seems that he can indeed use spells, but he doesn't know whether it is due to his physical age or his ability, but he felt his throat was dry and began to hurt after just controlling a rabbit. No wonder Inyajutsu in the original work only said Inajiri's name. If he spoke carelessly without any scruples, the curse might come true accidentally, hurting others while also hurting himself. This ability is a double-edged sword. But you can't just say the names of rice balls, right? Saying nouns shouldn't be a problem, as long as you don't use verbs, imperatives, or commands. While Xueming was thinking, the hare had already broken free from the control of the spell and ran out in panic. But it had just turned too many circles and made itself dizzy, so it ran in a big arc and bumped into others. The person who came cheered, "Ha, this rabbit is so stupid, why did it bump into me? I can have an extra meal tonight." Xueming was startled and looked at the person who came. At the same time, the man also saw Xueming sitting by the river, wearing ill-fitting clothes. He hesitantly walked toward Xueming, holding the unconscious rabbit in one hand and scratching his head with the other. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you sitting here alone? Do you need help?" Snow name. A black spiky haircut, orange goggles, a short jacket with orange inside and navy blue outside, and those very distinctive open-toed ninja shoes. Isn't that right? Isn't this a cursed world? Why does this person look so much like you? Xueming pondered for a moment and asked, "Who is it?" "Me." The boy smiled brightly, "Just call me Obito." Xueming closed his eyes. As expected, this guy looks exactly like Uchiha Obito as a child. Is this the Naruto world? Isn't that even more dangerous than the cursed world? But wait, calm down, even if he said his name was Obito, that didn't necessarily mean he was the Uchiha. Obito walked around Yukina and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with your clothes? They're so big and don't fit you at all that you can't even walk in them, right?" He took off his coat and handed it to Xueming, saying enthusiastically, "You can wear my coat first." When Xueming saw the unique round fan logo on the back of the coat, he gave up struggling. He sighed and whispered, "Pants. What's the use of having clothes? Obito's coat is so short, he only wears half of it." Obito. Obito opened his eyes wide, covered his waistband, took 3 steps back in panic, and shouted, "No, I can't take off my pants for you." Snow name. Xueming changed the subject, pointed at himself, and introduced himself, Xueming. Obito made a cautious O sound and said, "Is your name Yukina? Why do I feel like the way you speak is a little strange. Can't you speak?" Xueming couldn't help but give Obito a fierce look. "You can't talk, I will scare you to death when I talk." Obito squatted in front of Yukina, pointed at himself, and taught clearly word by word, "Come and learn from me. My name is Uchiha Obito, and I am 25 years old." Snow name. Xueming repeated with emphasis, "Xueming." As for how old he is now, he doesn't know how to answer, but judging from his appearance, he is probably about the same age as Obito. Obito looked at Yukina with a look of regret, as if he were looking at a mentally retarded person. He raised his voice like a wolf grandmother and asked, "Can't you find your home? do you know where you live? Don't be afraid, dear, that I can take you home. The tone was like coaxing a fool. A cross appeared on Yukina's forehead, and he ordered Obito, sit down. Obito immediately cried out ah and fell on his butt. Xuan Ming coughed again. Only then did Obito realize that Yukina didn't speak, not because he couldn't speak, but because he couldn't speak carelessly. He rubbed his butt and stood up, saying aggrievedly, "You're so cute, why are you so fierce?" After saying that, he asked again with a sense of responsibility, "So where is your home? It's getting dark soon, you can't stay here forever, right? I'll take you home." "No." Xuan Ming paused for a few seconds before saying, "Home. If this is really the Naruto world, then he has no home here at all." He himself didn't know why he suddenly appeared here in this state. "You mean you don't have a home? Then where do you stay at night? You don't live in the forest all the time, do you? No wonder I haven't seen you in the village before." Obito suddenly realized inside, "You are so miserable, I just don't have any family, but I still have a place to live." After a pause, he asked, "Why don't you stay at my house tonight?" The young boy Obito was a kind and warm-hearted boy, but Yukina still didn't wear his short jacket. His whole body shrank. Not only were his clothes too big, but his pants and shoes were too big too. It was useless to just wear Obito's coat. In the end, he was wearing his technical high school uniform and barefoot as Obito barely carried him out of the forest. Obito's house is located in the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha village, but in a relatively marginal location. It was already dark now, and Obito and Yukina, two 25-year-old children, would not attract the attention of adults. Obito successfully brought Yukina back home and found some clothes for him that were a bit old but cleaned. "These are my clothes." Obito scratched his cheek. "I see that you and I have similar body shapes, and none of your clothes will fit you. If you don't mind, you can wear mine first." "Yeah." Xuan Ming nodded and added, "Thank you." Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief, walked out of the room and closed the door behind him, letting Yukina change her clothes by herself. After Obito left, Yukina unfolded the old clothes and took a look at them. A dark-colored top with a wide collar and black pants, completely in the Uchiha style. He took the clothes in his hands and looked around again. Obito's house is a very small two-story building. There is only one living room on the first floor, with a dining table in the middle and a cement sink in the corner, where both cooking and washing are done. The sink is L-shaped and there is a stove next to the window. There is a row of seasonings in front of it. It looks like it is used frequently, but it is kept very clean. On the other side of the room was the bathroom. He took a look when he entered the room. The bathroom was ridiculously small, so small that if Obito was a little taller, his knees would hit the wall in front of him when he sat on the toilet. He was currently on the second floor, in Obito's room. This place is similar to an attic, with slanted corners on the roof. The space is only about half the size of the downstairs, and there is not even enough space for a bed, so you can only sleep on the floor. But despite this, there is a desk of normal size, even a little too large, in the room, and next to it is a large bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. Xuan Ming walked to the bookshelf, picked out a book at random and browsed through it. These books are not just placed here for appearance. The corners of the book are a little curled up, and there are many notes on the pages inside. It is obvious that it has been read carefully more than once. Xuan Ming put the book back on the bookshelf, took out another one and flipped through it, and found the same situation. He took 2 steps back and looked up and down the bookshelf. From history to physics, from hand seal theory to ninjutsu types, it's a mix of everything, and it seems that Obito should have read them all carefully. So he should be a top student, right? Even if he's not a top student, why is he the last one in the class? Yukina changed into Obito's clothes, folded her own clothes, and took them downstairs. Obito was cooking dinner at the stove. A little boy of 25 years old brought a small stool and stood beside the stove. In front of him was a large pot, in which something was bubbling and smelling delicious. Obito scooped up a little soup with a spoon, brought it to his mouth, tasted it, smacked his lips, and hummed with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, he saw Yukina coming downstairs, and Obito greeted him warmly. "Yukina, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. You sit at the table and wait for me." "Yeah." Xuan Ming nodded and sat down at the table in the living room. Obito is an orphan, and although he is only 25 years old now, he can already take care of himself well. He keeps the house clean, is warm and kind, funny, lively and humorous, can cook and take care of others, and is also a love-brain person. If he can grow up safely and be together with his first love Nohara Rin, whether he can become Hokage in the future is not certain, but his personality will definitely make his partner feel very happy. Alas, the plot is really a twist of fate. Obito put on a pair of heat-insulating gloves and grunted as he brought the whole pot to the table. Yukina took an insulation pad from the corner of the table and placed it under the pot to prevent the pot from burning the table. Obito chuckled, turned around and scooped 2 bowls of rice over. He placed one in front of Yukina and held the other in his own hands. He looked extremely happy. "It's been a long time since anyone had dinner with me. Snow name. Alas, what Obito said was so sad. Obito put a few pieces of meat into Yukina's bowl and urged him, "Try what I made. Is it delicious?" Yukina took a bite, nodded, and gave Obito a thumbs up to indicate that it was delicious. Obito bit his chopsticks and thought for a while, then suddenly said, "Wait for me," and ran upstairs. Within 2 minutes, he came back down with a pen and a blank notebook. He handed Shuiming a notebook and pen and said, "You've been silent all this time, and it feels like I'm the only one talking. That you must have a lot to say to me, right? Here, when you can't talk, just write it down and show it to me." Shuiming took the notebook, uncapped the pen, thought for a moment, and wrote, "Dinner was delicious. Thank you for taking me in tonight." "It's okay." Obito waved his hand arrogantly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Where are you going tomorrow?" Shuiming shrugged and shook his head. He didn't know where he was going tomorrow, and he didn't even know how he got here. But just now he was upstairs thinking about the plot of Naruto. According to Obito's age, the Third Ninja World War should be in a few years. The ninja world is too cruel and too complicated, and he is not a ninja now, so he cannot feel things like chakra. Or see if you can make it to the Fire Nation or any other country? Find an ordinary place and be ordinary people should stay away from war, protect themselves, and live a miserable life. The plot of Naruto has nothing to do with him, but he can use spells now. This kind of ability might not be conspicuous in the ninja world, and he could still find ways to hide it. But if he were to go to the world of ordinary people, he would probably be caught and treated as an alien. Could he only pretend to be dumb for the rest of his life? Seeing Yukina was very conflicted, Obito blurted out his words without thinking, "If you have nowhere to go, then why don't you stay and live with me?" Yukina looked at Obito in surprise. The more Obito spoke, the smoother his words became. "This house is so big, and I live alone. There's no one else here. If you come, there's someone to eat with me. Look, I cook such a big pot of food that it takes me 3 days to eat it all by myself. I feel like vomiting by the end. If you were here, I could finish it in 1 day. I can eat fresh food every day." Snow name. This house is big, and if you think it's too slow to eat, you shouldn't have made so much in the first place. Obito stared at Yukina nervously and added, "I'm not saying that I'm no longer alone now that you're here. I can live well on my own anyway. But you can't talk, and you have nowhere to go. I just feel sorry for you. Yes, I want to take you in because I feel sorry for you." Shuiming. Obito suddenly got a little mad and turned his face away with a sneer. What I said is true. You suddenly appeared in the forest and you are a suspicious person. If you were found by the village, you would be arrested and interrogated, thanks to me." Shuiming interrupted him, "Tell the truth. Obito, I'm curious about you and I want to be friends with you." Yukina coughed and looked at Obito with a smile. Obito was speechless as if his tongue had been bitten, his face turned black and red. As expected, all Uchiha are tsundere, and even Obito is no exception. Shuiming wanted to laugh, but was afraid of hurting the pride of the arrogant boy, so he could only support his chin with his back hand, turn his face to the side, and try his best to hide the smile on his face. Obito's face was full of color, and he finally snorted and asked, "So what did you say?" "Yeah." Shuiming nodded. Obito's face gradually turned from cloudy to sunny. "Do you want to stay?" "Yeah." Shuiming smiled. Obito was immediately happy, but tried to hide it. He buried his head and took a mouthful of rice, using the bowl to cover the corner of his lips, but he was not wearing goggles at the moment, and his eyes were crooked, which could not be concealed at all. Shuiming felt that little Obito was like a big dog, like a golden retriever, cheerful and enthusiastic. He would circle around people when he was excited, but would only hum when he was angry. His emotions were so direct, so cute. After dinner, Yukina wanted to help wash the dishes, but Obito threw the dishes into the sink and took Yukina by the hand to introduce his home to him. "This is the kitchen. This bottle is sugar, this bottle is salt, this bottle is soy sauce, this bottle is vinegar. But can you cook?" Shuiming shook his head. Obito said, "It's okay, I can do it." He pulled Shuiming and turned in another direction. "This is the bathroom. If you turn the shower head this way, you get hot water. If you turn it the other way around, you get cold water. The toilet is quite old, so you have to press the tank for a while before it flushes. Yeah, but don't call me if you can't flush it. Find a way yourself." Snow name. Obito pulled him upstairs again. "The stairs are a bit steep, but that's no problem for ninjas like us." Are you a ninja?" Shuiming shook his head again. Obito became suspicious, "But your skill of speaking words that works." Yukina pulled out a small notebook and wrote, "That's not a ninjutsu. I was born like that." Obito was surprised. "Doesn't that mean you haven't been able to speak since you were a child?" Shuiming nodded without blushing or getting nervous. Obito had a pitiful expression on his face, raised his hand and touched Shuiming's head. "Don't be sad. If you want to say anything in the future, just write it down for brother Obito to see." "Obito and I, who is the older brother?" Yukina narrowed his eyes dangerously, preparing to speak. The hairs on the little animal's back stood up, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, looking left and right for the source of danger. Yukina asked, "Ninja?" Obito came back to his senses and explained, "Yeah, we were just talking about ninjas." Obito introduced to Yukina the Konoha village where they were currently located. Children with talent and strength would be enrolled in the ninja school, where they would receive a unified education. After passing the examination, they would be sent to various positions in the village as talents. Obito also proudly introduced that he himself is also an outstanding talent and will be enrolled in the ninja school with his friends this year. Yukina guessed that the little friend Obito was talking about should be Nohara Rin. As expected, as Obito spoke, 2 blushes appeared on his face. Xiao Lin is a very good girl, I will introduce her to you next time. Xuan Ming smiled in support of the couple. Okay. Speaking of Rin. Obito started to hesitate. I just happen to have an appointment with Rin tomorrow. We are going to participate in the village ninjutsu competition together. Will Yukina come too? You two are going on a date, why should I go? I still have some self-awareness of this. Xuan Ming shook his head. Obito thought about it and said, that's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities to introduce you two to each other in the future. You're not a ninja yet, and you don't know how to use ninjutsu. You probably won't understand if you go to a ninjutsu competition, right? He could understand it, but that ninjutsu competition wasn't a formal one, so Xuan Ming wasn't very interested. The next day, Xuan Ming woke up early. Obito's house is too small. There is a living room downstairs and only one bedroom upstairs. If Yukina wants to stay there, she can only sleep in the same room with Obito. Fortunately, they are both very small now. 25-year-old children do not take up much space. One quilt is spread on one end and the other on the other end, leaving an arm's length of space between them so that they do not interfere with each other. When Yukina folded his quilt and put it in the closet, Obito was still sleeping soundly. Yukina went downstairs to wash up, and when he came up, he saw that Obito had changed his direction and was still sleeping soundly. Didn't you say you had a date with Nohara Lin today? Why are you still sleeping? What if you're late again? Being late for a date with a girl you like is outrageous. Xuan Ming took out a small notebook and wrote on it, get up. Then he squatted next to Obito, pushed him, and handed him the notebook to read. Obito opened his eyes drowsily, and everything in front of him was still blurred. He didn't see the words on the small notebook at all. When he saw it was Yukina, he muttered, what are you doing? Then he turned over and continued to sleep. Snow name. Swana turned over a page and wrote in the small notebook, get up quickly. Then she put the notebook on Obito's face, stood up and pushed Obito on the back with her foot. Obito rolled over with the force of his step, head down, buried his face in the pillow, and continued to sleep. A cross popped up on Shue's name, and he opened his mouth and said, Obito, get up. Obito was immediately alerted, and his whole body changed straight from to without any bending. Before he could come back to his senses, his body stood straight on the pillow as if he was standing at attention. Obito immediately woke up and shouted, I'm up, don't be angry, I was wrong. Xuan Ming touched his throat, snorted, and turned around to leave. Obito regained his mobility, and muttered as he began to put on his t-shirt, then put on his slippers and went downstairs, then began to brush his teeth and wash his face by the sink. Xuan Ming was standing in front of the stove, hesitating. Last night's dinner was made by Obito, and the dishes were washed by Obito. He is now staying at someone else's house without paying any money, eating and living at someone else's house. It doesn't seem right to not give anything at all. Although he can't cook, frying an egg should not be a problem for him. He used to have no problem adding an egg to instant noodles at home. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Obito glanced at Yukina, who seemed to be frying eggs seriously, and then went to the bathroom with peace of mind. Xuan Ming successfully fried 2 eggs, shoveled them onto the plate, and then hesitated at the array of seasonings. Obito introduced them to him yesterday, but there were no labels on the bottles, so he wasn't paying attention. Now he can't tell which bottle is which. Yukina loudly asked Obito, soy sauce. What's soy sauce? Obito first answered in the bathroom, the bottle on the left is soy sauce. Why are you asking about soy sauce? Then he suddenly realized what was happening, pushed the bathroom door open with force, and yelled, you're not going to pour soy sauce on the fried eggs, I won't allow it. I don't want soy sauce eggs, I want fried eggs with sugar. Snow name. Xuan Ming slowly turned around. Obito was sitting on the toilet with his fists clenched and an excited look on his face. The image was very difficult to look at. Xuan Ming took a deep breath, strode to the bathroom door, held the door with one hand, and said angrily to Obito, you are constipated. Then he closed the door with a bang. Obito's screams were heard from inside the door. Yukina, how could you say that? You are too cruel. Yukina didn't know whether Obito's life problems were solved in the end, but looking at the sullen look on Obito's face, he was probably in danger. Not long after breakfast, a clear female voice came from the door of Obito's house. Obito, are you home? I'm here to see you. Here I come. Obito looked very happy when he heard the voice. He grabbed his coat, put it on casually and ran to the entrance. While changing his shoes, he asked Xuan Ming, are you really not going with us? Yukina shook his head and sent Obito to the entrance door. He met Nohara Rin, who was waiting there, and smiled at her. The little girl has big round eyes and a very clear gaze. She is wearing pink clothes and looks pink and cute. Then I'll be leaving. Obito put on his shoes and confirmed with Yukina again. Yeah. Yukina handed the goggles to Obito. Here. Oh, I forgot. Obito quickly took it and said that it seemed like something was missing. He was in such a hurry just now that he forgot about the goggles. Xiaolin asked curiously, Obito, who is this? The man was wearing what looked like Obito's clothes, and since he was in his house so early, he didn't look like a guest. Obito scratched the back of his head. What should I say? Should I just pick it up from the forest yesterday? Would Xueming be angry again? He couldn't say anything nonsense. What if he got constipated again? That would be terrible. Yukina pulled out a notebook and wrote, I'm Obito's friend, temporarily staying at his house. Xiaolin nodded and looked at Xueming. This person looked to be about the same age as them and about the same height as her. She had short white hair, purple eyes, and a blank expression on her face that she didn't seem easy to get along with, but the smile she gave her just now was super cute. And the two bullseye-shaped curse marks on this person's lips are so cool, she has never seen anyone else have them. Xiaolin smiled and invited Yukina, friends of Obito, then come and play with Obito. There's a junior ninjutsu tournament in the village today, and Obito is going to participate. Why don't you come and see it? Obito agreed. That's right, Yukina, come along too. I'll show you how good I am. I can definitely bring back first place. Xiaolin asked Obito, is your friend's name Yukina? What a nice name. Obito introduced with a smile, yes, his name is Yukina. He turned to Yukina and introduced him, this is Nohara Rin. She's also my friend. Yukina looked back and forth between Obito and Rin. Obito's classic line, I want to create a world with Rin, was so resonant that it left such a deep impression on Yukina that when he looked at Obito and Rin, who were only 25 years old, he felt as if these two childhood sweethearts were just friends. He wrote hello in the little notebook and handed it to Xiaolin. Xiaolin asked, does Xueming have a sore throat? Just now she heard Xueming could speak, so why is he communicating with a pen and writing now? Xiaolin said, I know a little bit of medical ninjutsu, if you feel uncomfortable. No, Xiaolin, Xueming, he is. Obito looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain, oh, don't ask, anyway, there is a reason why he doesn't speak. The considerate Xiaolin automatically made up a 500-word reason in her mind, and immediately said to Xueming with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Snow name. What don't you know? But what these two people said was not wrong. He had nothing to do at home and was worried that he would become a third wheel if he went. Now that both parties didn't mind and invited him to go with them, it would be good for him to go out and take a look. He was actually quite curious about Konoha village, and he remembered that Kakashi Hatake would also appear in this ninjutsu competition. The three of them came to the scene of the youth ninjutsu competition together. Obito went to register for the competition, and Xiaolin and Suena squeezed into the first row to watch the game. Along the way, Obito briefly introduced Yukina's current situation to Xiaolin, so Xiaolin knew that Yukina was not a ninja. Afraid that he wouldn't understand the competition, Xiaolin was explaining it to him attentively. The human body has two kinds of energy, spiritual energy and physical energy. When they are mixed evenly, they produce a substance called chakra. Ninjas can extract chakra as energy. After forming hand seals, they use chakra to perform ninjutsu. Today's competition is about the perfection of ninjutsu. Oh, Xueming actually knew everything, but he still gave her face by putting on an expression that said I see. He glanced at the big tree next to him, and sure enough, there was a small shadow sitting there in the treetop. Look, Xueming, it's Obito's turn. Xiaolin pulled Xueming's sleeve and pointed at the stage excitedly. Xueming looked in the direction Xiaolin pointed, and saw Obito with a smug look on his face. After the host asked him what ninjutsu he was going to perform, Obito generously said that he was going to show the fire releases fireball technique, and then he formed hand seals with great momentum, but only a small wisp of fire came out of his mouth. The audience was collectively speechless, only Xiaolin kept clapping out of courtesy. Xueming held back his laughter and also clapped twice. Obito looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly regained his energy. He walked off the stage to Yukina and Korin, pointing at himself and explaining to Yukina, at my age, being able to extract chakra and successfully perform ninjutsu is already amazing. Look, the host just said that I'm number one so far. Yeah. Xueming smiled, raised his hand, opened his 5 fingers and lightly pressed the top of Obito's head. In fact, in terms of height, Yukina is not as tall as Obito, and Yukina has a very cute face, so she looks even younger than Obito. But for some reason, Xueming's action of pressing his head just now, I feel like I'm older than him. Obito touched the hair that Yukina had pressed, and complained dissatisfiedly, you messed up my hairstyle. Yukina pointed at the stage, signaling Obito not to worry about the hairstyle and look quickly. Your lifelong enemy and best friend, Hatake Kakashi, has appeared. Standing on the stage was a silver-haired young man wearing shorts and a scarf. The lower half of his face was covered by a black mask. He had a calm expression. When the host asked him what he would perform, he casually replied, then I'll do the earth escape technique. Obito snorted disdainfully, Earth Wave requires a lot of chakra. At our age, how can we have so much chakra to use Earth Wave? As soon as Obito finished speaking, Kakashi made a seal and slapped the ground, and the ground began to ripple around him. The people around were all swaying up and down with the waves of earth. Obito stared at Kakashi on the stage, who was trying to destroy him, and gritted his teeth. Hatake Kakashi. Xueming was speechless. Obito, you idiot, who are you secretly in love with, Nohara Rin or Hatake Kakashi? Didn't you see that Rin was about to fall? Why is she only staring at Kakashi? Xiaolin's hands flapped up and down like a bird flapping its wings, trying to keep her balance, but the waves pushed her whole body forward. Just when she was about to fall, Xueming couldn't help but say to her, hold on. Xiaolin immediately stood firm and looked at Xueming with surprise. Obito, even more proud than Yukina himself, said to Rin, "See, this is why this guy can't just speak casually. Because everything he says becomes true." Xiaolin exclaimed, "Xuanming is so amazing." Being stared at with admiring eyes by a 25-year-old girl, Xuanming didn't know why he felt like a weird uncle. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put his finger on his lips and made a hush gesture to Xiaolin, indicating that this was a secret and not to tell anyone. Xiaolin covered her mouth and nodded. Xuanming turned around with satisfaction, only to find that Kakashi, who had just been standing on the stage, now appeared behind him. "Hey, take Kakashi." Obito's expression changed in an instant that he stood in front of Yukina and said to Kakashi fiercely, "Did you hear everything we just said?" Kakashi's face was blank. "I only heard what you said." After saying that, he turned to look at Xuanming, his expression became more serious, and asked, "Is what he just said true?" Snow name. This is a bit troublesome. I'm not afraid of Xiaolin telling others because she comes from an ordinary family. Even if she says something about words or something like that, her family probably doesn't know the difference between that and a ninja. But Kakashi is different. His father is Sakumo Heitake, the White Fang of Konoha. And although there is no official statement, many rumors say that White Fang is the head of the Umbu. If Kakashi revealed something to Heitake Sakumo, then why is he still hiding it? Being targeted by the Umbu is not fun. Obito pointed at Kakashi and shouted, "Don't you dare go out and talk nonsense." Xiaolin looked worried. Obito. Kakashi looked at the fierce Obito, then at the expressionless Yukina, and spread his hands to say, "Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense." Seeing that Obito still looked unconvinced, Kakashi said again, "If you don't believe me, I'll just play with you guys from now on." Snow name. Or maybe he was overthinking it, demonizing the ninja? After all, he's just a 25-year-old kid. How could he have so many complicated thoughts? Even Kakashi, at his age, is only thinking about who to play games with. Seeing the atmosphere had eased slightly, Xiaolin clapped her hands and stepped forward, saying to both sides, Okay, then we'll all play together from now on. Obito and I have arranged to play kick the can with some friends tomorrow afternoon on the playground. Kakashi, how about coming too? Kakashi, okay. Obito, no wait. The two looked at each other, snorted, and turned their heads to the sides at the same time. Xiaolin stood in the middle, looking at both ends of the spectrum. Obito pulled Xuanming and said dissatisfiedly, "In that case, Xuanming wants to play with us too." Xuanming pulled his hand away speechlessly, took out a small notebook and wrote, "I don't want to play." Kick the can is a traditional game with rules similar to hide and seek. One person acts as the ghost. After a can is kicked away, they must first pick it up and then count 10 times in the same spot. During this time, the others must hide themselves from the ghost and cannot change their chosen positions. After the ghost finishes counting, they can go out to find someone, saying XXX, "I found you," for each person they find. Since Xuanming couldn't speak, he had no chance of playing this game. Obito's expression became noticeably disappointed. He finally made a new friend, but it turned out that the new friend didn't want to play games with him. Obito's current look of pouting and aggrieved looks nothing like the world-destroying killing god in later generations. Xuanming wrote again, "I don't know how to play this game. You guys play while I watch first." Obito's emotions visibly recovered, and he immediately clenched his fist and said, "I will definitely win this time." Xuanming really has no interest in kicking the can or anything like that. He thinks it's just a game for children. But after watching the ninjutsu competition just now, he seems to be quite interested in ninjas. Although Obito's fireball failed, the fire he spit out of his mouth was no acrobatics. Kakashi's earthwave was even more magical. He was able to control the surrounding terrain through his personal ability, which was also very interesting. And the chakra that Xiaolin mentioned, he only had a rough idea of the theory, but he really had no idea how to actually operate it or how to refine it. But it doesn't matter, Obito can do it. He had originally planned to stay away from the ninja world, but now he feels that he is not far away. Moreover, Kakashi knows his situation, and it is only a matter of time before Heitake Sakumo finds out. Before that day comes, he still needs to prepare as early as possible, and it would be best if he can improve his strength as much as possible. After returning home, Xuanming began to ask Obito for advice in the small notebook. "How do you refine chakra? I want to know my chakra properties. Where can I learn ninjutsu? How do you determine your potential?" A bunch of questions. It was the first time for Obito to be a teacher. At the beginning, it was very new and he felt a sense of pride as if he was being admired. But after answering some simple questions, Xuanming's questions became more and more profound, many of which even Obito himself had not considered. He doesn't know how to determine his potential? After all, he's an Uchiha, so sooner or later he'll open his eyes, right? As long as he does, it means he has great potential. And the chakra attribute, doesn't he know about it? There was a scroll of fire style at home, and only a scroll of fire style, so he could only learn fire style. As he studied, he learned the great fireball. It was that simple that he himself didn't even know what his chakra attribute was. Where does Xuanming get so many questions? It's so annoying. Why doesn't he have anything? No. Seeing that Obito had messed up his beloved hairstyle like a bird's nest, Yukina showed mercy and let him go. Obito walked around the mosquito coil circle dejectedly to wash his face, fully realizing what it meant when pride made people fall behind. He made up his mind to write down all the questions asked by Yukina, and when he went to the ninja school, he would ask the teacher all the questions, and then come back to tell Yukina the answers. Wait, why is he asking questions on Yukina's behalf? Yukina is about the same age as him, so he should be able to attend ninja school this year, right? Obito suggested. Yukina, why don't you come to school with me? That way, you can ask the teacher these questions directly. The teachers at the ninja school will definitely know the answers. Xue Ming shook his head. It's not that he was afraid of going to school, but mainly because he suddenly appeared in Konoha and was now an illegal resident. His identity would be exposed once he went to school. He is still a child now and has no special abilities, so he won't attract other people's attention. He should try to keep a low profile, be a little more cautious, and improve his abilities as much as possible, so that when he grows up and is found to have done something wrong, he can protect himself. But he didn't expect that the day of exposure would come so soon. The next day, Obito was late for the Kick the Ken game as usual. However, this time, Yukina witnessed with his own eyes how Obito helped the old man of Konoha, and was convinced that it really couldn't be blamed entirely for Obito's lateness. After all, if you see an elderly person in need of help on the street, you can't just ignore them, right? And if you're helping an elderly woman cross the street, you can't rush her to walk faster just because you're about to be late, right? When Obito and Yukina arrived at the gathering place, the other children had been waiting for a long time and unanimously asked Obito, who was late, to be the ghost in the first round of the game. Obito smiled and patted his head in agreement. As a result, Kakashi was too powerful. In fact, in Yukina's opinion, using instant body movement to play this game was no different from cheating, so Obito was a ghost for the whole afternoon. Later, even Kakashi himself couldn't bear it anymore and suggested that he be the ghost, but Obito disagreed and insisted on being the ghost himself. That he didn't turn over until the parents of the other children came to pick them up. When only Kakashi and Obito were left, Kakashi said, "I win again this time." Obito shrank his neck and glanced at Yukina guiltily. He had boasted the day before that he would win in front of Xue Ming today, but he ended up losing the whole afternoon and didn't win once. Yukina was buying water for the two of them at a vending machine not far away using Obito's money. Kakashi added, "But there is one thing I still want to praise you for. So far, you are the only one who has never shown weakness to me." Obito snorted heavily at Kakashi. "Then you are so strong, why are you so proud?" It's a rare occasion for me to praise you." Kakashi looked away and saw a man with the same silver hair as him standing not far away in the setting sun, smiling at him. "My dad is here to pick me up. I'm leaving now," Kakashi said to Obito. Xue Ming just happened to walk over and handed the can of drink in his hand to Kakashi. Kakashi took the drink, waved to the two of them, and ran towards Heitake Sakumo. Yukina handed another can of drink to Obito, who took the drink and took the time to shout to Kakashi, "See you next time." "Yeah." Kakashi stood where he was and waved back. Obito then retracted his gaze, opened the can of drink, handed it to Yukina first, and asked, "Would you like some?" Yukina shook his head at Obito, raised his hand to push the drink can back, and Obito began to drink it up. Xue Ming's gaze turned to Kakashi and Heitake Sakumo, father and son, who were not far away. Kakashi happily jumped in front of Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo raised his hand and rubbed Kakashi's head. While Kakashi handed the drink can in his hand to Sakumo, he pointed in the direction of Obito and Yukina and said something. The Heitake father and son were facing the light, and Xue Ming couldn't see their expressions clearly, but he always had a feeling that Heitake Sakumo was staring at him. This feeling came true that night. Xue Ming was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shining blade pointing directly at his eyebrows. He looked closely and saw a man wearing a Konoha Umbu uniform standing in front of him. Even with the mask on, Xue Ming could recognize him at a glance. After all, the man's figure was exactly the same as Heitake Sakumo, whom he had just met during the day, not to mention that he also had a conspicuous silver hair. "Are you awake?" The man's tone sounded like he was chatting casually, which was completely inconsistent with his motionless and steady movement of holding the knife. Obito on the side hummed in a daze, and seemed to be about to be woken up. Yukina looked over and said, "Obito, go to sleep." Obito turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. What a smart kid. The visitor was very satisfied and took off the mask with his other hand. As Xue Ming expected, it was indeed Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo said, "From the moment you were brought into Konoha by Uchiha Obito, the Umbu received the corresponding information. In the past 2 days, the Umbu has been sending people to investigate your origins. And your strange ability." Xue Ming didn't say anything, but he felt a little creepy on his back. How could he forget that this is the Uchiha clan's territory? Even if the Uchiha clan didn't notice him, Konoha has been keeping a close eye on the Uchiha clan, so it's not surprising that Konoha's Umbu would discover his presence. That's interesting. Even the Umbu couldn't find out your origins. It's as if you suddenly appeared in Konoha out of nowhere. So, are you a spy sent by some country? Xue Ming swallowed and shook his head at Heitake Sakumo, indicating that he was not. His heart was beating very fast and his mind was in a mess, but he took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "Calm down. The best proof now is that he is not a ninja at all. He doesn't even know how to refine chakra, and there's not even a trace of chakra in his body. No country would send an ordinary 25-year-old child to be a spy, right? As for other things, he could just make excuses and say he didn't remember anything, that he had only been in Konoha for 3 days and had only gone out twice, both times to play with a group of children. He hadn't done anything else. I hope that since he is just a child, Konoha will not use any torture on him. Heitake Sakumo brought Yukina back to the Konoha Ambu and first handed him to the medical ninja for a full body check to confirm that he was not carrying any dangerous items and that there was indeed no chakra in his body, that he could not be called a ninja at all, that he was indeed just an ordinary weak child, not a product of a clone or transformation. An ordinary child could not withstand Konoha's torture. Heitake Sakumo shouts someone from the Yamanaka clan came and read Yukina's mind, and he read it twice, then called another member of the same clan to read it again. Finally, he confirmed that Yukina really only had memories after meeting Obito, and everything before that was blank. This was consistent with what Yukina said about amnesia. As for Xueming's magical ability of speaking, no one knows the reason, including Xueming himself. But that's not a problem. In times of war, talented people emerge in large numbers. No matter what Xueming's previous identity was, now after going through layers of tests by Konoha, his background can be said to be pure white. He is young, has great potential, and has special abilities, but his past is still blank. It fully meets all the requirements of an excellent dark area. You can stay in Konoha. Heitake Sakumo kindly handed Yukina a cup of hot water to calm him down. I can even create a new identity for you so that you can enroll normally and go to the ninja school with your friends. Xueming took a sip of water and stared at Heitake Sakumo without blinking, as if he was listening attentively. But there is a trade-off. I want you to graduate within 3 years, and upon graduation you must reach the level of a Chunin. After that, I will transfer you directly to the Umbu to carry out missions. What do you have any objections to? Xueming shook his head. What else could he do besides shake his head? If this was really a 25-year-old child, who would have been terrified by the full-body examination and mind-reading interrogation just now, how could he have any opinions? Xueming calculated secretly in his mind. Even though he is 25 years old now, he is still an ordinary person. What Heitake Sakumo meant was that he had to jump from an ordinary person to the level of a Chunin before he turned 28. This really thinks highly of him. The only one who can achieve this level is the genius Uchiha Itachi of the future, right? It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but can he do it? Heitake Sakumo was kind enough to say, I don't want you to pass the exam to become a Chunin. As long as your strength can reach the Chunin level, it will be fine. After all, the Umbu has never accepted a genin before, so is there a precedent for taking in a 28-year-old child? Heitake Sakumo looked Yukina up and down again, stroking his chin and saying, but at your age, it's a bit disappointing that you still can't do something as basic as condensing chakra. From today on, you have to come to the Umbu for extra training every night. Yukina. He raised his hand and touched the pocket where he usually kept his small notebook, but found nothing. Then he remembered that all his personal belongings had been confiscated and taken away for inspection during the physical examination. Heitake Sakumo saw his purpose and pulled out a blank scroll from the table next to him and handed a brush dipped in ink to Yukina. Xueming hesitated for a moment while holding the brush. He can't write calligraphy? The way you hold the pen is wrong, commented Heitake Sakumo. Xueming paused in his movement of holding the pen, and seeing that the ink was about to drip, he quickly stopped worrying about his posture and picked up the pen to start writing on the scroll. Heitake Sakumo commented again, the handwriting is ugly. Xueming took a deep breath and slammed the written words on the table. Since Heitake Sakumo asked him to do this and that, in return, could he also make some requests? No matter what, it's good to try. Will I still be able to move freely after joining the Umbu? Of course, the Umbu isn't a dangerous place. Heitake Sakumo smiled and explained to Yukina that the Umbu was actually a special department. Its main job was to protect the Hokage, prevent foreign enemies from invading Konoha village, etc. Sometimes they were also responsible for scouting the enemy and assassinating. However, due to the special nature of their work, they needed to wear masks when performing their tasks. The tasks after entering the Umbu are no different from those performed as a Chunin or Jonin, except that the Umbu is directly commanded by the Hokage and is directly under the Hokage, and everything is based on the Hokage's orders. The Umbu has a staff of 70 people, with 1 captain and 1 deputy captain. It is divided into 4 branches, each with 17 people, and 1 team leader. Each branch has 4 squads, each with a squad leader and 3 squad members. Heitake Sakumo is now the captain of the Umbu. You can also see that when I put on the mask, I am a member of the Umbu, carrying out confidential missions issued by the Hokage, but when I take off the mask, I am just an ordinary father who can meet his son frequently and his freedom is not restricted in any way. Xueming nodded, picked up the pen again and asked, then how can I ensure the safety of my family and myself? Heitake Sakumo asked curiously, you still have family? Xueming quickly shook his head and used a pen to heavily cross out the word family and changed it to friends. Heitake Sakumo said, you mean Uchiha Obito? As a child of the Uchiha family, well, Heitake Sakumo reached out and patted Yukina on the shoulder, then you must work hard to become stronger and protect your friends. He repeated the old words, so starting tomorrow night, you must report to me in the Umbu every night. Before enrolling in the ninja school, you must at least learn the basic abilities a ninja needs. Snow name. It was still dark when Yukina was sent back to Obito's room by Heitake Sakumo. He spent the night in fear and trepidation, and it can be said that he walked on the brink of death. Although he has not suffered any actual physical injuries now, he has already sold the rest of his life. I don't know whether this result is good or bad. Looking at Obito sleeping sprawled out in the bed next to him, Yukina sighed silently, not knowing anything. It was so good. He helped Obito pull up the quilt and decided to go back to bed to get some sleep. After all, he had been up all night and had suffered such a big scare, and he was very tired now. When Xuanming woke up again, it was already dawn. Obito was sitting next to him holding a book, but he looked worried and lost in thought, and it seemed that he had not read much of the book. You're awake. Obito saw Yukina open his eyes, threw the book aside, and immediately came over to ask, are you feeling unwell? Why did you just wake up now? I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't dare to wake you. I touched your forehead and it didn't seem like you had a fever, but you kept sleeping, and it's already noon. Xuanming sat up, rubbed his head, and asked, lunch? I've prepared lunch and it's heating up on the stove. You can go wash up and eat. Obito pulled Yukina up. Yukina still felt a little dizzied. He didn't know if it was because he didn't get enough sleep, or if it was the after effect of having his mind read by those two people from the Yamanaka clan last night. Following Obito's force, Yukina took 2 steps towards the door, then suddenly stopped and spread his hands towards Obito, notebook, pen. After the Umbu confiscated all his things, they never returned them to him. Now he can only speak simple nouns. When he needs to communicate, he still needs something to write on. Obito asked suspiciously, where's the notebook I gave you before? Xuanming spread his hands and shrugged. Sometimes it's good not to be able to speak. If there's something that's hard to say, just make a gesture and the other person can imagine 500 words. Obito immediately stopped asking, turned around, opened the desk drawer, took out a new notebook, handed it to Yukina, and reminded him, keep it safe this time. Yukina nodded, but didn't take the notebook. Instead, he suddenly called out, Obito. Obito looked towards Yukina following the voice. Yukina smiled slightly, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and showed Obito the results of last night's training. Chakra. Obito asked in surprise, you can condense chakra, Yukina? Yes. Xuanming smiled and opened his eyes. He took the notebook from Obito and wrote, I will go to the ninja school with you. Wow, really? Obito was so surprised that he was so happy to go to school with his friends. Heart. He hugged Xuanming and cheered, that's great, from now on, we can go to and from school together, not only dinner but also lunch. Xuanming, didn't you say before that you wouldn't go to school? Why did you suddenly decide to go? Oh, you're pretending I didn't ask this question. Don't tell me. Anyway, I can go to school with my good friend now, and I'm so happy. Yukina pushed Obito's head, and Obito backed away with a silly grin. Yukina wrote in a notebook and asked him, what are the basic abilities a ninja needs to have? Ninja? Obito pulled Yukina downstairs, I'll tell you while you eat that you haven't had breakfast yet. While Yukina was eating, Obito explained to him that in fact, children like them who had just enrolled in the ninja school could not be considered real ninjas. To be more precise, they were just reserved ninjas. Only after they graduate, have their own teacher, and successfully pass the test set by the teacher, can they truly become a ninja. So if you want to ask about the basic abilities of a ninja, from the school's perspective, in addition to theoretical knowledge, one must also master the 3 body techniques, namely transformation technique, clone technique, and substitute technique. But there are also those who have particularly outstanding talents, so outstanding that they can be directly recognized by the teachers and graduate. For example, there was once a senior named Might Dai. Because of his outstanding physical skills, even though he could not use ninjutsu, he successfully graduated and became a ninja. Xuanming listened thoughtfully, then wrote again and asked, when is the enrollment period for the ninja school this year? Obito replied, 3 months left. Xuanming nodded. In 3 months, apart from other things, it would definitely be impossible for him to master the cultural theory knowledge of the ninja world. So what Heitake Sakumo meant was that he must improve his strength to a level that would be recognized by him within 3 months, right? During these 3 months, except when Heitake Sakumo was on a mission, Yukina was taken to the Umbu for additional training every day. On average, he couldn't sleep properly 4 nights out of 7. The content of the additional training was also varied, and it was not like what Xuanming had known beforehand, just learning very basic things such as theoretical knowledge and the 3 body technique. Instead, it included a series of things such as interrogation and counterinterrogation, torture and countertorture, intelligence gathering, investigation, etc., which were totally not things that he should learn at his age. Heitake Sakumo taught them all to Xuanming and asked him to complete the corresponding learning tasks. Everything else is fine, the most painful thing is the anti-interrogation course. Referring to Kanaha's torture methods, Yukina's body at this stage cannot withstand certain harsh methods, so what Heitake Sakumo is doing now is to make him adapt to the toxin. Take a non-lethal dose, let the body adapt slowly, and then gradually increase the dose. Even if he is not immune to all poisons in the end, it is just a simple toxin that will not make him lose his ability to move all of a sudden. The first time, Heitake Sakumo didn't explain this to him in advance. He was just handed a glass of water after he finished his physical training. Yukina thought it was just an ordinary glass of water and drank it without hesitation. Not long after drinking it, he began to feel dizzy, nauseous, and had a severe stomachache. He ran to the toilet 3 times and vomited all over the place. Finally, he was sent back to Obito's house by Heitake Sakumo while he was dying. When Obito woke up the next day and saw Yukina sleeping with a pale face, he was scared to death. Yukina was motionless and his breathing was very weak. No matter how Obito shouted, he couldn't wake him up and he burst into tears. Fortunately, Xueming woke up later. He dragged his tired body to comfort Obito, who was crying loudly. From then on, he was particularly wary of food handed to him by others. But it was no use being vigilant. Heitake Sakumo stopped tricking him into drinking water and handed him the test tube of poison directly, saying, "Drink this today. It's like saying the weather is really nice today." Xueming was extremely resisting in his heart, but he had to close his eyes and drink it, then silently waited for the painful reaction to come. He had no choice. So why did he have to endure all this? He was just an ordinary person, who came to this world for no apparent reason and just wanted to survive. Did he have to encounter such things in order to survive? Living in the Naruto world is so tiring. Xueming began to lose weight visibly. His face looked uglier day by day. The baby fat on his cheeks had long since disappeared, and his once translucent purple eyes were now gradually becoming dull. When Heitake Sakumo went to find him, Yukina would still follow him to the Umbu for extra training. He would eat whatever he was given and do whatever he was told to do, but he just made people feel like a puppet. Heitake Sakumo noticed the change in Yukina. He tried to comfort Xueming by mixing the poison in the test tube into juice or cakes for him to eat, and talked to him, telling him that he was not harming him. The current social unrest is not only caused by endless wars. If Xueming is not strong enough, he may never come back if he performs some dangerous missions in the future. As an Umbu, even his body will be disposed of if he dies. Instead of ending up like that, it is better to make preparations in advance. Xueming actually understood the truth, but he just felt that it was meaningless now, too meaningless. Let's take it one day at a time. Just have a bite. I cooked it carefully for a long time. Obito put a piece of pork ribs into Yukina's bowl, biting his chopsticks and looking at him expectantly. Yukina knew that Obito didn't have much money. He was an orphan and had no ability to earn money. He could only live on the pension given by the village. But in this war-torn era, there are too many orphans in the village, and the village is unable to make ends meet. Even with the subsidies given by the Uchiha clan, Obito cannot eat meat every meal. He has to rely on catching wild rabbits in the forest from time to time for a snack, not to mention buying these ribs that look very good. But he really couldn't eat it. The smell of the meaty ribs made him want to vomit. He put the ribs back into Obito's bowl and shook his head at him. Obito frowned and looked at Yukina with disapproval, staring at him for a few seconds, then as if he had made a decision, he put down his chopsticks with a pop. Yukina looked at Obito. Obito said seriously, "Actually, dessert should be eaten after dinner, but I see that you don't seem to have much appetite, so this thing is just the right thing to whet your appetite." He jumped off the stool and ran upstairs. After a while, he jumped down in 2 steps, ran to Xueming and handed him a small paper bag. Xueming unfolded the paper package and took a look. Inside was a bright red dessert. It is the same red color as hawthorn cake, crystal clear, moist and looks very beautiful. It is wrapped in 3 layers of paper, so it looks like it must be expensive. Obito looked expectant. "Try it, this is red bean cake, I heard it's delicious." Yukina glanced at Obito and took out a small notebook to write in, "Why is there only 1 piece, where's yours?" Obito looked flustered for a moment, then acted as if nothing had happened. He put his hands behind his head, glanced sideways, and said, "Oh, when I went to the store, there was only this last piece left, so I bought this one. I was planning to keep it for myself, but since you haven't had much appetite lately, I'll give it to you first. It's the same thing if I go buy more later." "What do you mean there's only 1 piece left? That expression tells you something's fishy. He must be lying. Could it be that the snacks are too expensive and he can't bear to buy more?" Yukina stared at Obito for a few seconds. The more he stared at him, the more panicked he became. His eyes wandered around, but he didn't look back at Yukina. Xueming sighed and he picked up the unused spoon on the table and cut the red bean cake into 2 pieces. The red bean cake was originally only the size of a small piece of eraser, and now it has been cut into 2 small pieces, making each small piece look even smaller. Xueming picked up a small piece with his hand, handed it to Obito's mouth, opened his mouth and said, "Ah." Obito subconsciously opened his mouth, and Yukina stuffed the small piece of red bean cake into his mouth, then picked up another piece and put it into his own mouth. "So sweet. Too sweet, so sweet that it makes me choke. Moreover, this snack has a high water content. It melts in your mouth with just a sip. You don't even need to chew it, your mouth will be full of sweetness." Wow, Obito's expression was very surprised, and it was obvious that he liked it very much. Xueming could only sigh that Obito was worthy of being an Uchiha, and his tolerance for sweetness was top-notch. "Is it delicious? Do you like it?" Obito looked at Yukina, his face waiting for praise. "Yeah." Xueming nodded. "If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time." Obito said happily, but after a pause, he added, "I'll buy it for you on the 20th of this month." The 20th of every month is the day to collect pension. Yeah. Yukina felt that if Obito had a tail, he would be swinging it happily into the sky right now. Who can not like the clumsy yet kind-hearted dog Obito? He reached out and touched Obito's head, then wrote in the notebook, "Do you like to eat? I think it's pretty good." Obito scratched his cheek. "Well, red bean cake is just average, so just eat it, I don't care." "Oh. Red bean cake." Xueming nodded thoughtfully and wrote, "Then let's go buy 2 more later." He took out the purse that Heitake Sakumo had given him last night and handed it to Obito. The purse was flat and there wasn't much money in it, probably about the same amount as the pension Obito received in a month, but it was more than enough to buy 2 red bean cakes. He suddenly felt that the umbu was not completely meaningless. High risk and high income, at least as far as he knew, the treatment in the umbu was quite good. Even an umbu reserve like him could get some training subsidies every month. Heitake Sakumo also promised that if he went on missions together in the future, he would give him additional subsidies. This way you don't have to wait until the 20th of every month to buy red bean cakes. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and today is the first day of school for ninja school. Xueming remembered that in the original work, Obito would be terribly late on the first day of school. By the time he arrived at the ninja school, the opening ceremony had already ended, and he happened to catch up with the crowd of his classmates leaving. Obito could only watch pitifully. Fortunately, Xiaolin helped him get the admission information, otherwise he might have had trouble even getting admitted. Yukina had a premonition that it would be very difficult for Obito to get up today, and considering the probability of Obito meeting the old woman, he decided to wake Obito up 2 hours in advance. Yukina got up early, tidied herself up, squatted beside the bed and pushed Obito. As expected, Obito remained unmoved and continued to sleep without any reaction. Obito. Yukina was too lazy to write. Anyway, at times like this, Obito could never see what he wrote. Obito snorted and covered his head with the quilt because he was annoyed by the noise. Obito. Yukina shouted in a stern tone, deciding that 3 times would not do the trick. If Obito didn't react, he would use his ultimate move. As it turned out, Obito's little animal intuition was very sensitive. As soon as Yukina's voice was wrong, he also noticed that something seemed to be amiss in his dream. He woke up abruptly, threw off the quilt and sat up suddenly. "Yukina, don't be angry, I'm getting up, ah." As a result, when he sat up, he bumped his head against Xueming. Xueming covered his forehead and groaned. Obito screamed and fell back on the bed, covering his forehead and rolling around. Obito. "Wow, Xueming, I was wrong." When the two of them finished cleaning up the mess and left, there was still an hour left before the school's scheduled opening ceremony. On the way, Obito's debuff broke out, and he met one old lady after another who needed help. Yukina could only silently sigh that it was a good thing they left early enough. Obito was very happy to help others. He took the 2 candies handed to him by the old woman and showed them to Yukina with his palm. "Look, Yukina, this is my reward for helping you." "Yeah." Yukina raised his hand and ruffled Obito's hair. Obito held up the candy and looked at it in the sunlight. There are 2 candies wrapped in transparent glass candy wrappers. They look pretty, one is pink and the other is light yellow. Obito asked, "Which one do you want, Yukina?" "This pink one is probably peach flavored, and this yellow one is probably orange." Xueming took a look and thought that the peach one should be sweeter, so he took the yellow candy, peeled off the candy wrapper, and put it in his mouth. "Well, this one is a bit sour. It's not orange flavored, but lemon flavored." By the time they arrived at the ninja school, it was actually a little late. Although the opening ceremony has not yet begun, the school is full of parents with their children, going around to various academic departments to collect information. The 2 of them stood at the school gate, and there was no one to guide them. For a moment, they didn't know where to go first. "Yuki's name?" A familiar voice came from the side. Xueming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Heitake Sakumo standing aside with Kakashi. Kakashi looked at them with a puzzled look. He was holding a file bag in his hand, and it seemed that he had completed the admission procedures. "What are you doing standing here? Why aren't you going to get your documents?" Kakashi walked over and waved his file bag at the 2 of them. "First, you need to go to the Academic Affairs office to fill out your student files and get your admission documents. You also need to gather with your class later to meet your classmates and homeroom teacher." Obito asked, "Where is the Academic Affairs office?" Kakashi pointed in a direction. "It's on the 3rd floor of that building, but the stairs on the left are blocked. You have to go in from the back." "Kakashi, you go to the class first, I'll take them there." Heitake Sakumo suddenly spoke. "Dad." Kakashi looked back at Heitake Sakumo, who smiled and raised his hand to rub Kakashi's head. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and greeted Obito and Yukina. "Then I'll wait for you in the classroom." Then he walked towards the classroom. After the 3 of them watched Kakashi leave, Heitake Sakumo said to Yukina, "Let's go." Obito was very familiar with him. "Uncle, you are Kakashi's father, right? You are so kind-hearted. When you saw that we were in trouble, you took the initiative to help us. We should all learn more from you." Snow name. Stop learning, you are already helpful enough. Besides, Heitake Sakumo is not a kind-hearted person at all, and Obito is really a fool. "Yes, I am Kakashi's father, and you must be Obito, right?" Heitake Sakumo smiled and looked very approachable. Obito said, "Huh," and asked curiously, "Uncle, how do you know my name? Did Kakashi mention me to you?" It wasn't Kakashi, it was Yukina who said that. "Ah, uncle, do you know swimming?" "Of course, I'm from swimming." Yukina immediately interrupted Heitake Sakumo with a cough and gave him a warning look. Heitake Sakumo just smiled and didn't say anything else. No matter what Obito asked, he just laughed it off. Obito was extremely curious that he had never heard Yukina say that he knew Kakashi's father, and it seemed that they were quite familiar with each other. What was their relationship? Obito's curiosity was soon answered. When filling out the student file in the administration office, after Schwemming finished filling out his information, Heitake Sakumo actually took the paper from him naturally and signed his name in the guardian column. Obito. Obito, uncle, are you mistaken? Yukina is an orphan. How did you become his guardian? Heitake Sakumo shook the information paper in his hand, with a puzzled expression on his face. Didn't Schwemming tell you? He settled in Konoha, and he relied on my help. I am his guardian. Obito. He immediately turned to look at Schwemming, his face full of confusion. We agreed that everyone was alone, how come a guardian suddenly appeared? Besides, aren't we friends? Why didn't you tell me about this if you have a guardian? Snow name. Is Heitake Sakumo seeking revenge? It was obviously not necessary for him to sign this. After all, the Umbu was directly under the Hokage. Heitake Sakumo wanted to train talents for the Umbu, and the Hokage must know him. Even the Hokage knows about his existence, so it doesn't matter whether Heitake Sakumo signs as a guardian or not. The school definitely knows about his situation anyway. He did it on purpose, he must have done it on purpose. Didn't I just interrupt him and glare at him? Looking at Obito's accusing eyes, Schwemming turned his head away silently. What should I do? It seems like he made Obito angry this time. Obito was really angry. He felt like he was being backstabbed by his friend and best friend at the same time. Although Kakashi is arrogant and self-righteous, and his strength is only slightly higher than his, he looks at him with a dead eye every day, which is really infuriating. But I have to say, he is one of his few friends. Although not such a close friend. But now Yukina and Kakashi share the same guardian, it's like they've suddenly become closer, even though they were both carrying him. How could this be possible? Schwemming is obviously just his good friend. Obito was angry and aggrieved, and very sad. There were tears in his eyes. He led the way and strode towards the classroom. Yukina called after him, Obito. Obito ignored him. Yukina yelled again, Obito. Obito snorted and stopped, pushing his goggles up and wiping his eyes with his sleeve. He put his goggles back on before turning back with a snort. What are you doing? Schwemming's mind quickly thought about what to do now. The truth definitely cannot be told. If I do, I will have to explain a lot, and I cannot drag Obito into danger. But Obito seemed very angry now, and he couldn't just make up a lie to fool him. If it was exposed later, Obito would definitely be even angrier. So what should we do now? A classic scene from the original novel suddenly flashed through Schwemming's mind, and he immediately had an idea. Obito. Yukina slowly approached Obito. He was a little shorter than Kakashi, only reaching Obito's ears. He bent his knees deliberately and moved closer to Obito. He looked up at him from below, blinking his big purple eyes, and said in a pleading tone, "Forgive me," commonly known as acting cute. Obito's face flushed instantly, and he stumbled back a step, shouting fiercely, "Why are you so close to me all of a sudden?" After a pause, Obito pointed at Yukina and shouted, Yukina is too much. You actually said such words at a time like this, you did it on purpose." Schwemming had an innocent and well-behaved expression on his face. It was intentional. Obito really fell for it. This skill is really useful. If Obito is unhappy again in the future, he can just act cute and adorable to him. Come to think of it, Rin is really cute, and Obito just likes this type of girl. The opening ceremony went smoothly and Obito did not miss it like in the original story. There was just a small incident in the middle, which made Obito a little upset. When he arrived at the classroom, he refused to sit in the same row with Yukina. Schwemming just let him do what he wanted, shrugged, and walked to the back of the classroom. But when the teacher said, "Just sit in your current seats during class for now," Obito began to feel a little regretful. He wasn't sitting with Schwemming or Xiao Linear. The person closest to him was actually Kakashi, who was sitting in the third row behind him, within easy reach of him if he threw a paper ball. This is so annoying. Why is Schwemming sitting so far away from him? She's sitting in the last row. How can she see the blackboard clearly from there? Do you still want to attend class properly? Schwemming felt that the seat in the last row near the corner was very suitable. Just now, when they were parting, Heitake Sakumo whispered to him that he would ask for leave from school on his behalf if there was a mission required in the future. That means he is destined to not be able to sit in the classroom and attend classes peacefully. In that case, he could sit in the corner of the last row so that he wouldn't be so conspicuous when he asked for leave, which would be more convenient. That night, Heitake Sakumo took Yukina to the Umbu again. Strangely, this time, Heitake Sakumo didn't leave to do other things after throwing him to the training ground. Instead, he stayed and stood opposite Swimming. He smiled and greeted Swimming. "Your opponent today is me, Yukina. He's only been learning ninjutsu for a few days, And he's already considering Kanaha's White Fang Umbu chief his opponent. Isn't that too much of a compliment? Heitake Sakumo waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to fight me. Today's task is to test the limits of your abilities. Xuanming took out a notebook and wrote, What do you mean? Heitake Sakumo explained, The Umbu has studied your ability. Although we don't know the principle, it can basically be considered a kind of word spirit technique. In other words, the words you speak can be realized, right? Xuanming nodded. Heitake Sakumo continued, Are there any restrictions on your abilities? What's the price you have to pay to use them? If there's a price, is it related to the strength of the one you're using them on? All of this requires data from experiments. If you don't even know what you're capable of, how can you let go and fight when you're in danger? Snow name. Xuanming really wanted to tell Heitake Sakumo that he could answer the questions he just asked, and there was no need to pay the price again to get the data. But he had no reason to say it out loud, because he shouldn't have known this information since he had amnesia. Seeing that Xuanming looked unhappy, Heitake Sakumo smiled and waved his hand, and suddenly a man wearing an Umbu mask appeared from nowhere. Heitake Sakumo introduced the newcomer to Yukina. This is Dada. You don't need to know who she is for now, you can call her by her code name, Slug. Xuanming, oh. Although this person was wearing a mask, his outfit was very familiar, a green jacket, blue trousers, and long light yellow hair tied on both sides. His code name was Slug. Without asking, Xuanming knew that this person was Tsunade. But has Tsunade ever joined the Umbu? Why is she here wearing an Umbu mask? The man waved his hand generously. Don't worry about me, I just heard that you have a strange ability and I'm a little curious, so I came to see you. Don't worry, let go of my hand and go. Do the experiment, you won't die with me here. Haha, it doesn't matter if you die. I won't let you die in vain. A cold and hoarse voice suddenly came from the other side. The hairs on Xuanming's back stood up, and when he looked back, another person wearing an Umbu mask appeared. He had long hair, and just from that cold and sticky voice, Xuanming had guessed his identity almost exactly. Tsunade's voice dropped. Snake, what are you doing here? The man asked. Why, only you can come and see, but I can't. Didn't you shout that you wanted to leave the village? I've been shouting for so long, but I haven't seen you leave? Tsunade glared. I'm just waiting for Shizun to pass the Chunin exams. As soon as she becomes a Chunin I'll leave Konoha village. The man sneered. Really? The person you're waiting for isn't Shizun, is he? Isn't it raining right now for someone who's traveling everywhere? Before the man could finish his words, Tsunade raised her hand and threw several kunao over. The man snorted, raised his hand, and fired the same number of kunao, knocking away Tsunade's kunao one by one. But what a coincidence, after it was knocked down, all the kunao flew towards Xuanming. Xuanming opened his eyes wide and was about to face this unexpected disaster when Heitake Sakumo suddenly stood in front of him, drew out the sword behind him and made a sword flower, deflecting all the attacking kunao. If you start fighting here, I won't hesitate since you are the third of us. Heitake Sakumo mumbled something, but everyone present understood what he meant. He smiled, but spoke in a serious tone as he said to the two people opposite him, But I'm this little guy's guardian now. It's not appropriate for you to touch him in front of me, right? For a moment, the atmosphere around was a little stagnant. Tsunade was the first to step forward to smooth things over. I'm sorry, I just made a mistake. Heitake Sakumo just smiled and said nothing. He looked at Orochimaru on the other side and saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking again, so he turned around and said to Yukina, let's continue. Xuanming glanced over there and saw the two people who had attacked him intentionally or unintentionally were looking at him. He lowered his head and wrote quickly on the small notebook, showing it to Heitake Sakumo. Do you want me to attack you? I'm afraid you can't bear it. Heitake Sakumo said oh, with interest, and asked, You're very confident, don't you think I'm not worthy enough to be your opponent? Xuanming shook his head to indicate no, and raised his finger to point at Orochimaru. Tsunade just apologized, but this snake didn't express any apology, so let's try it on him. As for the spell, during the time that Yukina has been in the Naruto world, out of curiosity, he has done many small experiments on his own. First of all, there is no doubt that mantras can affect the human body. Otherwise, in the original novel, Gujuan wouldn't just say Rice Ball's name every day, because he was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause unconscious harm to others. Secondly, spells can also work on non-human bodies. Think about it, Gujuan's enemy is a cursed spirit, and a cursed spirit is not a human. Some low-level cursed spirits are not even living creatures. They look like a ball of black air, but they can also be attacked by curses. However, whether attacking humans or non-humans, the spell will cause backlash to the spell caster himself. The strength of the backlash depends on the strength of the attack damage and the strength of the attacked person. Suppose he said go to hell to an ant, he probably wouldn't have any problem even if the ant really died, but if he dared to say go to hell to the nine-tailed fox, the nine-tailed fox might just feel like it was tickled, but he himself would vomit 3 liters of blood. In that case, he looked at Orochimaru and said, go bald. Orochimaru felt a sudden tingling sensation on his head and couldn't help but reach out to stroke his hair. As a result, a bunch of smooth hair just followed the movement of his hand and slid down so smoothly. The other two. Heitake Sakumo's smile became a little forced. You don't have to be so cruel, I really can't bear this kind of thing. Tsunade couldn't help but take a step back, creating a distance between herself and Orochimaru. Snake, you are like this, I can't cure you. Orochimaru, this kind of curse, which is not very harmful but extremely insulting, even if Yukina said it to Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, the backlash of the curse on Yukina himself would only make his throat a little itchy. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly, and as he trembled with laughter, strands of his hair fell down. After a while, he had a strange hairstyle with a shiny bald head in the middle and long hair flowing around it. Yukina. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but whisper, this guy is actually well, you should just quit while you're ahead and let his hair grow back, do you think that's okay? Xuanming was unwilling to do so. Orochimaru had just deliberately changed the direction of the kunao and attacked him for no reason. So many kunao flew towards him who was unprepared and unarmed. If Heitake Sakumo had not taken action, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. He lowered his head and wrote in the small notebook, I can only curse, not bless. Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but touch his hair. Although his hair was not long, it was very thick. The reason why Konoha White Fang was called White Fang was because he had silver hair. If he had had a bad attitude or was full of malice towards Suna when he wanted to take her away at the beginning, and Suna had directly said something like become bald or be bald, then there would be no White Fang in Konoha now, only Bald Fang. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but recall carefully. From the beginning until now, although he was very strict with Suna, his starting point was actually for Suna's own good. He helped swimming settle down in the village, applied for subsidies for swimming, taught him taijutsu and ninjutsu, and helped swimming increase his strength. It seemed that swimming himself knew that he was completely well-intentioned. Orochimaru felt a chill on his head. He touched his already hairless head and shivered even more violently. He pulled out a straw hat from somewhere and put it on his head, hiding his bald spot. He smiled and shook his head. Okay, you're very good. I'm very interested in you. Snow is silent. Orochimaru pointed at Yukina and said, your ability is very interesting. He turned to look at Heitake Sakumo and said, give him to me. My laboratory needs such talent. I'm afraid that won't work, Lord. Orokai. Heitake Sakumo once again stood in front of Yukina, his tone respectful but his attitude very firm. Yukina is a talent favored by the Hokage. He has been scheduled to join the Umbu in 3 years. He is currently being trained by the Umbu and is directly under the management of the Hokage. The Hokage is also very concerned about him. Heitake Sakumo said Hokage-sama 3 times in one sentence, which clearly showed that he was using Hokage to suppress Orochimaru. Hokage. Orochimaru's tone seemed a little disdainful. He stared at Yukina for a few seconds, smiled sinisterly again, turned around and left. Xuanming couldn't help but cough lightly to relieve the discomfort in his throat. Heitake Sakumo looked at Yukina and sighed deliberately. Xuanming looked back innocently, raised his little notebook and asked, who is that person? Tsunade walked over slowly, clapping her hands as she walked. That was really exciting just now. She walked over to Xuanming, first curiously reached out and pinched the curse mark on his lips, then lifted his chin and touched his throat. Xuanming can't see it, but I feel the coolness slowly flowed down his throat along with Tsunade's touch, and the discomfort caused by the backlash of cursing Orochimaru just now gradually subsided. Is it medical ninjutsu? While Tsunade was treating Yukina, she asked Heitake Sakumo, what is the chakra property of this little guy? Heitake Sakumo understood what Tsunade meant and shook his head. Yukina doesn't have yang attributes, so she's not suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. Alas, what a pity. Tsunade finished the treatment, withdrew her hand, touched her chin and pondered for a moment, but unwilling to give up, she asked, little guy, your name is Xuanming, right? It's a nice name. Do you want to learn from me how to make poison and detoxify? But Lord Slug, didn't you say you would be leaving the village soon? Asked Heitake Sakumo. Hey. I haven't left yet. Tsunade smiled and patted Yukina's head. There's still some time before Shizen's Chunin exam. It's rare that I want to teach someone. Before I leave, you should learn from me and learn as much as you can. Heitake Sakumo agreed on Yukina's behalf. Tsunade also took off her Umbu mask in front of Yukina, revealing her true identity. Xuanming also felt that it was very necessary to learn detoxification from Konoha's most famous medical ninja. At least in this way, when training the body to adapt to toxins in the future, he could make the pain pass faster through his own efforts. In addition to detoxification, poison making is also very useful for Xuanming. Although he has the ability to cast spells, it is a skill that cannot defeat the strong with the weak. If he encounters a being whose strength far exceeds his, he will not be able to fight head-on. But if he can use poison well to weaken the opponent's strength first, and then use spells, the success rate will be much higher, and the backlash will not be so serious. From that day on, not only was Yukina often taken to the Umbu by Heitake Sakumo for extra training at night, but sometimes during the day, he was also called to the hospital by Tsunade to learn some basic toxicity theories. The detoxification principle in the Naruto world is very different from that in the real world. In the real world, we still need to recognize many poisons, but in the Naruto world, no matter what kind of poison you are, you can use the 3 steps of chakra to wrap, isolate and extract. The point is not what kind of poison it is, but whether the detoxifier's micromanipulation of chakra is meticulous enough. This forced Xuanming to quickly master the ability to micromanipulate chakra. It only took Yukina half a year to go from an ordinary person who knew nothing about chakra to today, where even the strongest medical ninja Tsunade nods in approval of his chakra micromanipulation ability. Although he was forced to make progress all the way, he is indeed very talented. Fearing that he would become proud, Heitake Sakumo urged him on. Although you started later than the other kids, you didn't take any detours that you were taught by a Sunin-level teacher right from the start, so it's normal that you're making rapid progress. Xuanming wrote quickly, "Why are you still bragging, saying you are at the level of a Sunin?" Heitake Sakumo explained, "I'm not talking about me. He reacted, reached out and ruffled Xuanming's hair with a smile, and asked, "Do you want to be my disciple? I have never accepted a disciple before." Xuanming thought about it and it seemed to be true. The people that Heitake Sakumo brought with him were all his subordinates, and nominally he had no disciples. Kakashi was his son, and Kakashi's teacher was Namikaze Minato, so he was not considered a disciple of Heitake Sakumo. That would be great, he immediately called out, "Teacher." It was not unjust for him to call him teacher. Although Heitake Sakumo was wary of him at the beginning, after confirming that he posed no threat to Kana, he really tried his best to train him, which was better than what the average teacher did. Heitake Sakumo nodded, thought for a moment, walked to the desk, opened the bottom drawer, took out a slightly smaller knife, and handed it to Yukina. "This is the weapon I used until I became an adult. It accompanied me throughout my youth. Although it is not a powerful ninja tool and is already very old, it means a lot to me." Xuanming took the knife and looked at it. The shape was similar to the weapon Heitake Sakumo currently carried, but smaller in size, making it more suitable for children. However, he held the knife and tried to swing it, but it still felt a little uncomfortable. Perhaps he would be able to handle it more easily after he grew a few years older. Heitake Sakumo said from the side, "Since you have become my disciple, you must master my famous swordsmanship. Well, let's add another class in the evening." Snow name. Why is he still getting extra classes? He's been doing extra training every night, so he's been catching up on sleep during class. What if his academic grades don't pass? This teacher is terrible. Can I return him? In fact, in addition to Heitake Sakumo, Tsunade can also be considered half of Yukina's teacher. After learning that Yukina did not have Yang attribute chakra and was not suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, Tsunade did not give up. She used chakra test paper to test Yukina and verified it in various ways. Finally, she concluded that Yukina's chakra attributes were yin, water, wind, and ice respectively. In fact, ice attribute chakra is transformed by combining the two attributes of water and wind, but in Yukina's case, the ice attribute is innate, so it should be a bloodline limit. It's a pity that Konoha has never had an ice attribute ninja, and there are no ice attribute ninjutsu collections for swimming to learn, but she has a water-style encyclopedia by her second grandfather at home, and that is not a forbidden technique, so it is completely fine to give it to swimming. Xuanming returned home with the water-style jutsu encyclopedia published by the second generation, and shared it with Obito. Obito successfully discovered that he seemed to be able to learn water-style jutsu as well. "But isn't my chakra of fire attribute? I can learn fire jutsu." Obito looked at the ball of water floating in front of him, bewildered. "Why can I learn water jutsu now? Isn't it said that water and fire are incompatible?" Xuanming explained in the notebook, "Ninja's chakra attributes are not single. You have more than just fire attribute. You are an Uchiha, so you must have yin attribute. Now you can use water jutsu, which means you also have water attribute. I don't know the rest. When you have a teacher in the future, ask your teacher to help you test it." Obito dispersed the water ball, snorted, and sat cross-legged on the ground, looking a little unhappy. Xuanming nudged him and held up the notebook. "What's wrong?" Obito muttered, "Yuming is improving so fast. Where did you learn all this? It seems like you didn't even learn it in school. You didn't even know what chakra was before. How come you know so much now?" Yukina also sat down, crossed her legs opposite Obito, supported her chin with one hand, and stared at Obito with her head tilted. Every minute of all the progress he made was achieved at the cost of great pain, and he actually didn't want it. As for Obito, as he himself said, as long as he successfully opens his eyes in the future, his potential will be unlimited. So before you open your eyes, be happy every day. It would be best if you didn't know anything. Compared to the bitter and vengeful look in the future, the sunny Obito now is more adorable. When Obito saw Yukina just staring at him, neither speaking nor writing, he felt a little nervous. He always felt like he was left behind by his friends. He held Xuanming's hand and said hesitantly, "Xuanming, can you please progress a little slower? Wait for me, I will work hard and catch up with you soon." "Yeah." Xuanming smiled and reached out to touch Obito's head. "When you open your eyes, I will chase you." Think about it, before he was 12 years old, Obito was still a laggard. As soon as he opened his eyes at 12, he made rapid progress. It was only 2 years when he was 14 years old and caused the Nine Tails Rebellion. Except for his lack of combat experience, he could almost tie with Minato Namikaze in a one-on-one fight. At that time, Minato Namikaze was already Hokage. In 2 years, he advanced from a last-place player to the level of Kage. The talent of the Sharingan is truly terrifying. However, this also indirectly shows how much of a shock Kobayashi's death was to Obito. People of the Uchiha clan tend to be stubborn and extreme, and it only takes a moment for their love to turn into hatred. Obito is an orphan who lives in a war-torn era, with little food and clothing, yet he can be so optimistic every day. In fact, he is not a bad person by nature. And to be honest, he, a person who had never seen darkness, was suddenly thrown into this dark age and was almost unable to hold on to it. If it weren't for Obito accidentally helping him, he would not know what would happen to him now. Plus, Xylan herself is a very cute girl, caring and kind. Obito thought Yukina had agreed, and his face suddenly brightened up again. He immediately stood up and said to Yukina, wait for me, my coat is hanging downstairs, I'll go get something to show you. Yeah. Yukina nodded and watched Obito's back as he jumped down the stairs. Since you have given me a hand, I will give it a try and help you save your first love. After a while, Obito returned to the room with a thin notebook. He proudly opened the small notebook for swimming to see, clang clang swimming, look. Xuanming took the notebook and looked at it. It turned out to be a passbook. Obito explained, didn't you give me some money last time? You said it was a subsidy from the village. Well, I calculated it later, and actually, relying on my subsidy alone, we have enough to live on, so I saved all your money so that I can use it in case anything happens in the future. Xuanming felt a little bit amused and helpless. World War III is coming up soon. According to the original plot, Obito was supposed to have died after the war. Although he's around now, that shouldn't happen again, but in times of war, how can you have so much money? You can still save money, you spend it as soon as you get it. Aren't you afraid that the bank will be bombed one day and all your savings will be gone? But seeing Obito's smug expression that seemed to be asking for praise, Yukina couldn't help but touch his head. Uchiha's frizzy hair is a bit prickly, and Obito's hair seems a bit long, it's time to cut it. Yukina pushed Obito into the living room and sat him down. He then took out a pair of scissors, made click gestures at Obito, and pointed at his hair. Obito sat up straight on the small stool and hesitantly turned around and asked, Yukina, can you cut hair? Yukina shrugged, straightened Obito's head, and gestured with scissors on his head. He doesn't know how to cut it, he has never cut it before. But his family used to have a little Teddy, and he had helped Teddy cut its curly hair. I think Obito's frizzy hair should be easier to cut than curly hair, right? Obito couldn't see what he looked like now, he just felt his hair being picked up and put down constantly, and pulled from time to time, but it didn't hurt. His neck felt a little itchy, maybe some broken hair had fallen in. He didn't know why he was a little nervous, probably because he was afraid that Xuanming would ruin his perfect hairstyle. He swallowed and began to babble, trying to distract himself from his nervousness. Xuanming, that passbook from earlier, I changed the password. The password was changed to your birthday. Oh, you didn't know when your birthday was, so I privately decided to set your birthday to February 11th. You see, my birthday is February 10th, and yours is the 11th. This way we can have birthday cake 2 days in a row. Oh, well, do you know why I need to change my passbook password? Because I discovered that there seems to be a thief in our house. Xuanming paused in cutting hair. Obito sensed Yukina's pause and took the opportunity to turn around and ask Yukina seriously, have you noticed that someone seems to have come into our house at night recently? Snow name. People have been coming and going for more than half a year. Did you just realize something was wrong? Xuanming was speechless. He put down the scissors, wrote in the small notebook and asked, why do you say that? Is there something wrong? Obito had a serious expression on his face, as if he was carrying a heavy responsibility. Hey, you really didn't notice. I told you, the weather has been a bit stuffy recently. When I went to bed at night, the windows were not closed, leaving a crack. But when I woke up in the morning, all the windows were locked. This is very strange. Xuanming wrote, maybe it was the wind? Obito shook his head, impossible, the wind can blow the window closed, but it can't possibly lock it. Xuanming thought that it was his negligence. He closed the window after coming back from training in the evening and locked it casually. He was too tired and didn't pay attention to what it looked like when he left. He should pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Obito narrowed his eyes and analyzed, I thought that this situation was most likely a thief breaking into the house. But don't worry, Yukina, there's nothing worth stealing at home. The most valuable thing is this passbook, so I changed the password. From now on, the passbook will be left with you, so it's safe. Me? Xuanming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and pointed at Obito, you. No, I'm not strong enough yet. Obito took out the passbook from his pocket and stuffed it into Yukina's pocket. After thinking for a while, he said, how about this? This passbook will be kept with you temporarily. When my strength catches up with you and surpasses you, you can give it to me for safekeeping. How about it? Xuanming found it a bit funny. There wasn't actually much money in the passbook, but Obito made it such a ceremonial gesture. But for Obito, this passbook with only a few dollars in it was all his belongings. Xuanming nodded and glanced at the passbook where Obito's name was written in the household owner column, but the password was his birthday. Although this birthday date was randomly set by Obito, he truly felt Obito's sincerity. He put the passbook into his pocket and patted it twice to indicate to Obito that he had put it away. Obito turned back with satisfaction. Yukina took a mirror and handed it to Obito. Obito took the mirror and looked at it. His satisfied expression instantly fell. Yukina, my hairstyle. Yukina put his hands behind his back and stuck out his tongue at Obito expressionlessly. He made a wrong estimate. Frizzy hair is not as easy to cut as curly hair, and he accidentally cut Obito's hair into a shape that looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Obito was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Why are you like this? My hairstyle is completely ruined." "No, your hair is long too. If you let me cut it back, I will help you cut your hair too." Xuanming slowly shook his head and wrote in the little notebook, "I won't cut it. I want to keep my hair long. Cutting hair is harder than I thought. Instead of letting Obito ruin my hairstyle, it's better not to cut it. It's okay to let it grow long as I don't become bald." Obito exclaimed. He scratched his head furiously, but halfway through he realized the feeling wasn't right, so he yelled and ran around the room to vent his frustration. Xuanming looked at him amused and said, "Stop." Obito's voice suddenly stopped halfway, and his running figure stopped in place. Xuanming held up the notebook to show him. "I'll take you to the barber shop." With tears in his eyes, Obito asked aggrievedly, "Is there anything I can do about my hairstyle? I still have to go to school tomorrow." Xuanming nodded and wrote, "Your hair is still long, so you can definitely be saved." After a pause, he wrote, "Even if there's no hope, Xiaolin won't laugh at you, don't worry." Obito pouted, "I'm not afraid that Xiaolin will laugh at me." Xuanming had an expression that said, "I understand everything" on his face. He patted Obito's shoulder, picked up his goggles first, thought for a while, put them down, picked up a hat next to him and put it on Obito's head, pointed to the door, and led the way out. Obito held his hat in both hands and followed behind Yukina to emphasize, "I'm really not afraid that Xiaolin will laugh at me." "Yeah." Xuanming walked in front with a smile. He was afraid that the girl he liked would laugh at him, but he was too embarrassed to say it. He understood the awkwardness of Uchiha. Obito followed behind Yukina with an unhappy look on his face. Even more unhappy than when his hairstyle was ruined by Yukina just now. This had nothing to do with Xiaolin, he just felt that he looked bad like this and was embarrassed to see anyone. Why did Yukina have to single out Xiaolin? Strange, did Yukina and Xiaolin become so close after Kakashi? Although Xuanming took him to the barber shop and had his hair done. But the next day, after Obito went to the ninja school, he still felt unhappy. Because he heard a piece of news: Kakashi graduated early. Obviously, everyone entered the ninja school on the same day. He hasn't even graduated from the first grade yet, but Kakashi has already successfully passed the graduation exam and graduated from the ninja school early. Obito felt very unwilling. In addition, although Yukina did not express it explicitly, he did not try to hide it either. For some reason, it seemed that his strength was improving rapidly, which made Obito a little anxious again. It seemed as if he was the only one standing still. Yukina also heard about this and asked Heitake Sakumo curiously that night, "Kakashi has graduated, so he should have joined a 3-person team, right? Who is his leading jonin? It shouldn't be Minato Namikaze, right? Minato Namikaze is only 15 years old now, and we don't know if he is a jonin. And I haven't heard that Kakashi joined Minato's class as soon as he graduated?" Heitake Sakumo said, "Kakashi's situation is rather special. There have never been students who have graduated from a ninja academy at the age of 25. In fact, with Kakashi's current strength, his abilities might be sufficient, but he doesn't have the mental qualities to become a true ninja." Xuanming nodded in understanding. This could be considered a special situation caused by the war, forcing the children to grow up quickly and independently. Heitake Sakumo said, "However, I believe that the Hokage will take all aspects into consideration. In short, Kakashi has just graduated and is not even a real ninja. No matter who becomes his leader, he will have a lot to learn from the other party." Yukina folded his arms and stared at Heitake Sakumo and clicked his tongue. In fact, Heitake Sakumo is really a good Umbu captain. He really admires and respects the Hokage and obeys him wholeheartedly without any second thoughts. Moreover, Heitake Sakumo is a very soft-hearted person. When he was unsure of his identity at first, Heitake Sakumo's attitude was cold as ice. Once he confirmed that he was not an enemy, his attitude immediately softened. Later, he taught him hand in hand like raising his own child, and took every aspect into consideration for him. Come to think of it, it's true. I remember that in the original work, the reason why Heitake Sakumo committed suicide in the end was because during the mission, his first priority was to rescue his companions rather than complete the mission. As a result, Danzo caught him and kept manipulating rumors, forcing him to choose suicide. But committing suicide isn't Heitake Sakumo's style. I always feel like there's a bug in this matter. And the third generation was also very confused. Why did he reluctantly follow Danzo's wishes and let the rumors force Heitake Sakumo into a desperate situation? Obviously, Sakumo is very capable and loyal to him. Letting Heitake Sakumo die like this is equivalent to breaking his left and right arms, right? I don't understand. Heitake Sakumo felt uneasy when he was looked at by Yukina, and he kept subconsciously wanting to raise his hand to touch his hair. He controlled himself, crossed his arms as well, and asked Xuanming with a stern face, "You still have the mind to care about Kakashi, what about yourself?" "Xuanming, what's wrong with me?" Heitake Sakumo asked. "Tsunade-sama has decided to leave the village tomorrow. Didn't she tell you about this?" Xuanming opened his eyes wide, with question marks written all over his face. "She didn't tell me about it?" Seeing Yukina's bewildered look, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but sigh. He's still a child. It's normal for him not to understand the ways of the world. He instructed, Lady Tsunade has taught you a lot, right? She's leaving the village tomorrow, and we don't know when we'll meet again. Shouldn't you go see her off today? Xuanming nodded immediately, waved to Heitake Sakumo, and left the umbu in an instant. He first went to Tsunade's house. The house was completely dark and he could not hear any breathing sounds inside. He guessed that no one was at home. He went to the hospital again, and sure enough, the light was on in Tsunade's office. Yukina squatted outside the window and knocked on the glass. Tsunade, who was drunk inside, glanced towards the window. Seeing that it was Yukina, she walked over with a somewhat messy step, opened the window, and asked, "Why are you here at this time?" Xuanming jumped into the house and wrote in the little notebook, "I heard you were leaving the village tomorrow, so I came to see you off." Tsunade was a little dazed from drinking, her vision was blurry, and she squinted her eyes and looked closely at Xuanming's small notebook. She couldn't see what was written on it at all. It just seemed as if there were unknown black lines entangled together, twisting and turning on the white paper. She slapped the little notebook away and yelled, "What are you writing? Stop twisting it, I can't see it clearly." Xuanming was frightened by Tsunade's sudden strange strength and subconsciously took a step back. He saw Tsunade frowning and looking at the ground unhappily. The little notebook had been slapped into the crack of the floor by her. Guessing that written communication was out of the question, Xuanming could only say, "Wake up." Tsunade was startled and then she came to her senses. Xuanming's throat immediately felt itchy and he couldn't help coughing twice. It's better to talk to Obito, because Obito is not as strong as him now. However, when he used the spell on someone stronger than him, the backlash on his body was still very obvious. Tsunade reached out and placed her hand on his throat to treat him, frowning as she said, "You can't go on like this." Yukina glanced at Tsunade, who was responsible for him being like this. After Tsunade finished the treatment, Yukina reached up and touched his throat. "I have to say that medical ninjutsu is really useful. If he can learn it, he won't be afraid of using spells in the future. Anyway, when the backlash comes, he can use a medical ninjutsu to reduce his bloodline directly. If I can pull him back, as long as he's not dead, I can curse him to death. How convenient." Unfortunately, his body does not have yang attribute chakra, so he cannot learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was also thinking about the same question. Xuanming is very talented. Although he was unable to learn medical ninjutsu from her, he learned poison making and detoxification from her for half a year. In a sense, he can be considered half of her disciple. The problem is that swimming has no way to learn medical ninjutsu. In fact, swimming needs medical ninjutsu more than anyone else. If this unique ability of his can be combined with medical ninjutsu, his strength will definitely take a big step forward. Since he himself has no way to learn it, then, "I was planning to leave tomorrow, and I didn't want so many people to know and make a big fuss, so I didn't tell you." Tsunade smiled, began to make seals with her hands, and then slapped the ground heavily. With a bang, a huge scroll appeared on the ground. Tsunade unfolded the scroll, picked up a brush and handed it to Yukina, pointing to the last empty space and said, "Since you came here by yourself today, it can be said that we are destined to be together. I will give you one last parting gift." Xuanming took the brush, looked at the scroll on the ground, and asked, "This? It's the slug's summoning beast contract." Tsunade smiled brightly. "My summoning beast is a slug, and its specialty is medical treatment. I think you should be in need of it, right?" "I need it, I really need it." Xuanming immediately signed his name without hesitation at the end of the slug's summoning beast contract, then bit his finger and stamped his bloody handprint on the contract. Tsunade put the contract book away again, and then taught Yukina how to make hand seals to summon the slug. Xuanming couldn't wait to try it out. Tsunade reminded him, summoning beasts requires a lot of chakra. At your age. Well, with the amount of chakra you have, you shouldn't have high expectations. Xuanming nodded. He knows this. "I remember that after Naruto signed the contract that Jiraiya took out, the Todi summon was also many-sized, because Naruto was not familiar with summoning techniques at that time, and his own strength and chakra were not enough. Later, when Naruto grows up, he can summon Gamabunta who can fight against the one-tailed Shikaku." So Xuanming prepared himself mentally, knowing that the slug he summoned for the first time would definitely be useless. But as long as he can successfully summon the slug, it means that the contract he just made is valid. After that, as long as his strength gradually increases, he will naturally be able to summon a large slug. But he didn't expect that the slug he summoned would have such a strange shape. In fact, slugs, to put it simply, are slugs, which look like snails without shells. The slug's entire body is long and thin. But the one Xuanming summoned is too thin and long. It doesn't look like a slug at all, but more like a necklace. Tsunade was speechless as she looked at the slug summoned by Yukina. But she comforted him, "It's okay. A slug's healing ability, is indeed somewhat related to its size. But yours isn't the smallest. I've seen slugs smaller than yours. Well, it's quite impressive that you were able to summon a contracted beast of this size for the first time." Xuanming, "Thank you, but I am not comforted." Tsunade took the slug, held it in her hand, looked at it, and then placed it on Yukina's shoulder. The slug crawled on Xuanming's shoulder, and Xuanming only felt an itch on his neck. The slug really treated itself as a necklace, coiling itself around Xuanming's neck, connecting the beginning and the end, just like a collar. Xuanming touched his neck, and the slug was pressed against his Adam's apple, motionless, and its body was icy cold. Tsunade exclaimed, "Oh, it looks like this slug really likes you." Yukina looked at Tsunade, then at the small notebook she had just slammed into the crack in the ground. Tsunade smiled awkwardly, turned around, took a piece of white paper and a pen from the desk and handed them to Yukina. Xuanming wrote, "Besides using chakra to summon a summoned beast, is it still needed after summoning it?" Tsunade explained, "You misunderstood. Your chakra is merely the price you pay to bring the summoned beast from another world here. You can think of it as using your chakra to perform a spacetime ninjutsu, bringing the summoned beast to your side. Therefore, the larger the summoned beast, the more chakra is required. The summoned beast itself does not need your chakra, so once the summoned beast is summoned, it will no longer use your chakra." Xuanming nodded in understanding. Tsunade continued, "Actually, the contract you just signed not only allows you to contract a summoning beast, but your summoning beast can also summon you in return. Our slugs are quite special. They live in a place called the Wetbone Forest. All the slugs are actually split from the slug sage. The more chakra you have, the more slugs you can summon, and the more people you can group heal. But at this stage, you just need to take care of yourself." Xuanming nodded again, and he raised his hand to touch the motionless little slug on his neck. In that case, as long as the slug is willing to stay by his side, he has no problem wearing the slug choker. It just happened to be pressed against his throat, so he didn't have to move when he needed treatment. How convenient. In fact, this little slug looks quite good, with an ice-purple translucent body, which is long and thin and is placed around Xuanming's neck, like a collar carved out of a whole piece of amethyst. It is almost the same color as his eyes, and it actually looks quite good when worn around his neck. Tsunade smiled at Yukina, raised her hand and touched his head. "I'm about to leave, and I can actually meet a little guy like you. Hey, I'm leaving the village tomorrow. I hope you can grow up well in Kana. When we meet again in the future, you must become an excellent adult." Tsunade's expression softened as she said, "Protect yourself and live well." "Yeah." Xuanming raised his head and looked at Tsunade, nodded seriously, and said, "Goodbye." Xuanming couldn't see that the moment he finished speaking, the little slug on his neck emitted a faint glow and began to treat him. Tsunade saw this and smiled back, "With your words, we will definitely meet again." That night, Xuanming spent the first half of the night training in the Umbu, and the second half going to the hospital to see Tsunade and contracting a summoning beast. When he came out of the hospital, it was already dawn. He wanted to go home quickly so that he wouldn't be at home when Obito woke up and it would be difficult to explain. But when he passed by the lake and saw a small silver-haired figure sitting there lonely with his legs hugged, he couldn't help but want to go and see what was going on. Not to mention that Kakashi actually has a pretty good relationship with him. Just because Hatake Sakumo is so nice to him, he has to show some concern when he sees that Kakashi is not in a good state. He walked over and said, "Kakashi." Kakashi probably didn't expect that at this time and in this place there would be people would appear and call his name, completely catching him off guard. It was only when Xuanming opened his mouth that he suddenly reacted. He turned around and saw Xuanming dressed like an Umbu. In the past, Yukina always shared clothes with Obito. Obito's clothes were a little big for him, and Obito's t-shirts didn't fit him very well. He also seemed like he didn't get enough sleep all day, always looking drowsy and a little unkempt. But now, wearing the close-fitting Umbu uniform, Xuanming looks much more capable. In the dim light, Yukina's beautiful purple eyes and the collar around his neck that seemed to emit light were particularly eye-catching. If it weren't for the iconic curse mark on Yukina's lips, Kakashi would not have dared to recognize him for a moment. But he soon discovered the problem. "Is that the sword you have on your back, the one my father used before?" Kakashi asked with a frown. For a moment, the atmosphere around was a little stagnant. Tsunade was the first to step forward to smooth things over. "I'm sorry, I just made a mistake." Hatake Sakumo just smiled and said nothing. He looked at Orochimaru on the other side and saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking again, so he turned around and said to Yukina, "Let's continue." Xuanming glanced over there and saw the two people who had attacked him intentionally or unintentionally were looking at him. He lowered his head and wrote quickly on the small notebook, showing it to Hatake Sakumo, "Do you want me to attack you? I'm afraid you can't bear it." Hatake Sakumo said "Oh," with interest, and asked, "You're very confident, don't you think I'm not worthy enough to be your opponent?" Xuanming shook his head to indicate no, and raised his finger to point at Orochimaru. Tsunade just apologized, but this snake didn't express any apology, so let's try it on him. As for the spell, during the time that Yukina has been in the Naruto world, out of curiosity, he has done many small experiments on his own. First of all, there is no doubt that mantras can affect the human body. Otherwise, in the original novel, Gujuan wouldn't just say Rice Ball's name every day, because he was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause unconscious harm to others. Secondly, spells can also work on non-human bodies. Think about it, Gujuan's enemy is a cursed spirit, and a cursed spirit is not a human. Some low-level cursed spirits are not even living creatures. They look like a ball of black air, but they can also be attacked by curses. However, whether attacking humans or non-humans, the spell will cause backlash to the spell caster himself. The strength of the backlash depends on the strength of the attack damage and the strength of the attacked person. Suppose he said go to hell to an ant, he probably wouldn't have any problem even if the ant really died, but if he dared to say go to hell to the nine-tailed fox, the nine-tailed fox might just feel like it was tickled, but he himself would vomit 3 liters of blood. In that case, He looked at Orochimaru and said, "Go bald." Orochimaru felt a sudden tingling sensation on his head and couldn't help but reach out to stroke his hair. As a result, a bunch of smooth hair just followed the movement of his hand and slid down so smoothly. The other two. Heitake Sakumo's smile became a little forced. "You don't have to be so cruel, but I really can't bear this kind of thing." Tsunade couldn't help but take a step back, creating a distance between herself and Orochimaru. "Snake, you are like this, I can't cure you." Orochimaru, this kind of curse, which is not very harmful but extremely insulting, even if Yukina said it to Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, the backlash of the curse on Yukina himself would only make his throat a little itchy. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly, and as he trembled with laughter, strands of his hair fell down. After a while, he had a strange hairstyle with a shiny bald head in the middle and long hair flowing around it. "Yukina." Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but whisper, this guy is actually well, you should just quit while you're ahead and let his hair grow back, do you think that's okay?" Xuanming was unwilling to do so. Orochimaru had just deliberately changed the direction of the kunao and attacked him for no reason. So many kunao flew towards him who was unprepared and unarmed. If Heitake Sakumo had not taken action, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. He lowered his head and wrote in the small notebook, "I can only curse, not bless. Heitake Sakumo." Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but touch his hair. Although his hair was not long, it was very thick. The reason why Konoha White Fang was called White Fang was because he had silver hair. If he had had a bad attitude or was full of malice towards Suna when he wanted to take her away at the beginning, and Suna had directly said something like become bald or be bald, then there would be no White Fang in Konoha now, only Bald Fang. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but recall carefully. From the beginning until now, although he was very strict with Suna, his starting point was actually for Suna's own good. He helped swimming settle down in the village, applied for subsidies for swimming, taught him taijutsu and ninjutsu, and helped swimming increase his strength. It seemed that swimming himself knew that he was completely well-intentioned. Orochimaru felt a chill on his head. He touched his already hairless head and shivered even more violently. He pulled out a straw hat from somewhere and put it on his head, hiding his bald spot. He smiled and shook his head. "Okay, you're very good. I'm very interested in you." Snow is silent. Orochimaru pointed at Yukina and said, "Your ability is very interesting." He turned to look at Heitake Sakumo and said, "Give him to me. My laboratory needs such talent." "I'm afraid that won't work, Lord. Orokai." Heitake Sakumo once again stood in front of Yukina, his tone respectful but his attitude very firm. Yukina is a talent favored by the Hokage. He has been scheduled to join the Umbu in 3 years. He is currently being trained by the Umbu and is directly under the management of the Hokage. The Hokage is also very concerned about him. Heitake Sakumo said Hokage-sama 3 times in one sentence, which clearly showed that he was using Hokage to suppress Orochimaru. "Humph, Hokage." Orochimaru's tone seemed a little disdainful. He stared at Yukina for a few seconds, smiled sinisterly again, turned around and left. Xuanming couldn't help but cough lightly to relieve the discomfort in his throat. Heitake Sakumo looked at Yukina and sighed deliberately. Xuanming looked back innocently, raised his little notebook and asked, "Who is that person?" Tsunade walked over slowly, clapping her hands as she walked. "That was really exciting just now." She walked over to Xuanming, first curiously reached out and pinched the curse mark on his lips, then lifted his chin and touched his throat. Xuanming can't see it, but I feel the coolness slowly flowed down his throat along with Tsunade's touch, and the discomfort caused by the backlash of cursing Orochimaru just now gradually subsided. "Is it medical ninjutsu?" While Tsunade was treating Yukina, she asked Heitake Sakumo, "What is the chakra property of this little guy?" Heitake Sakumo understood what Tsunade meant and shook his head. Yukina doesn't have yang attributes, so she's not suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. Alas, what a pity. Tsunade finished the treatment, withdrew her hand, touched her chin and pondered for a moment, but unwilling to give up, she asked, "Little guy, your name is Xuanming, right? It's a nice name. Do you want to learn from me how to make poison and detoxify?" "But Lord Slug, didn't you say you would be leaving the village soon?" asked Heitake Sakumo. "Hey. I haven't left yet." Tsunade smiled and patted Yukina's head. "There's still some time before Shizen's Chunin exam. It's rare that I want to teach someone. Before I leave, you should learn from me and learn as much as you can." Heitake Sakumo agreed on Yukina's behalf. Tsunade also took off her Umbu mask in front of Yukina, revealing her true identity. Xuanming also felt that it was very necessary to learn detoxification from Konoha's most famous medical ninja. At least in this way, when training the body to adapt to toxins in the future, he could make the pain pass faster through his own efforts. In addition to detoxification, poison making is also very useful for Xuanming. Although he has the ability to cast spells, it is a skill that cannot defeat the strong with the weak. If he encounters a being whose strength far exceeds his, he will not be able to fight head-on. But if he can use poison well to weaken the opponent's strength first, and then use spells, the success rate will be much higher, and the backlash will not be so serious. From that day on, not only was Yukina often taken to the Umbu by Heitake Sakumo for extra training at night, but sometimes during the day, he was also called to the hospital by Tsunade to learn some basic toxicity theories. The detoxification principle in the Naruto world is very different from that in the real world. In the real world, we still need to recognize many poisons, but in the Naruto world, no matter what kind of poison you are, you can use the 3 steps of chakra to wrap, isolate and extract. The point is not what kind of poison it is, but whether the detoxifier's micromanipulation of chakra is meticulous enough. This forced Xueming to quickly master the ability to micromanipulate chakra. It only took Yukina half a year to go from an ordinary person who knew nothing about chakra to today, where even the strongest medical ninja Tsunade nods in approval of his chakra micromanipulation ability. Although he was forced to make progress all the way, he is indeed very talented. Fearing that he would become proud, Heitake Sakumo urged him on. Although you started later than the other kids, you didn't take any detours that you were taught by a Sunin-level teacher right from the start, so it's normal that you're making rapid progress. Xueming wrote quickly, "Why are you still bragging, saying you are at the level of a Sunin?" Heitake Sakumo explained, "I'm not talking about me. He reacted, reached out and ruffled Xueming's hair with a smile, and asked, "Do you want to be my disciple? I have never accepted a disciple before." Xueming thought about it and it seemed to be true. The people that Heitake Sakumo brought with him were all his subordinates, and nominally he had no disciples. Kakashi was his son, and Kakashi's teacher was Namikaze Minato, so he was not considered a disciple of Heitake Sakumo. That would be great, he immediately called out, "Teacher." It was not unjust for him to call him teacher. Although Heitake Sakumo was wary of him at the beginning, after confirming that he posed no threat to Konoha, he really tried his best to train him, which was better than what the average teacher did. Heitake Sakumo nodded, thought for a moment, walked to the desk, opened the bottom drawer, took out a slightly smaller knife, and handed it to Yukina. "This is the weapon I used until I became an adult. It accompanied me throughout my youth. Although it is not a powerful ninja tool and is already very old, it means a lot to me." Xueming took the knife and looked at it. The shape was similar to the weapon Heitake Sakumo currently carried, but smaller in size, making it more suitable for children. However, he held the knife and tried to swing it, but it still felt a little uncomfortable. Perhaps he would be able to handle it more easily after he grew a few years older. Heitake Sakumo said from the side, "Since you have become my disciple, you must master my famous swordsmanship. Well, let's add another class in the evening." Snow name. Why is he still getting extra classes? He's been doing extra training every night, so he's been catching up on sleep during class. What if his academic grades don't pass? This teacher is terrible. Can I return him? In fact, in addition to Heitake Sakumo, Tsunade can also be considered half of Yukina's teacher. After learning that Yukina did not have Yang attribute chakra and was not suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, Tsunade did not give up. She used chakra test paper to test Yukina and verified it in various ways. Finally, she concluded that Yukina's chakra attributes were yin, water, wind and ice respectively. In fact, ice attribute chakra is transformed by combining the 2 attributes of water and wind, but in Yukina's case, the ice attribute is innate, so it should be a bloodline limit. It's a pity that Konoha has never had an ice attribute ninja, and there are no ice attribute ninjutsu collections for swimming to learn, but she has a water-style encyclopedia by her second grandfather at home, and that is not a forbidden technique, so it is completely fine to give it to swimming. Xueming returned home with the water-style jutsu encyclopedia published by the second generation, and shared it with Obito. Obito successfully discovered that he seemed to be able to learn water-style jutsu as well. "But isn't my chakra of fire attribute? I can learn fire jutsu." Obito looked at the ball of water floating in front of him, bewildered. "Why can I learn water jutsu now? Isn't it said that water and fire are incompatible?" Xueming explained in the notebook, "Ninja's chakra attributes are not single. You have more than just fire attribute. You are an Uchiha, so you must have yin attribute. Now you can use water jutsu, which means you also have water attribute. I don't know the rest. When you have a teacher in the future, ask your teacher to help you test it." Obito dispersed the water ball, snorted, and sat cross-legged on the ground, looking a little unhappy. Xueming nudged him and held up the notebook. "What's wrong?" Obito muttered, "Yuming is improving so fast. Where did you learn all this? It seems like you didn't even learn it in school. You didn't even know what chakra was before. How come you know so much now?" Yukina also sat down, crossed her legs opposite Obito, supported her chin with one hand, and stared at Obito with her head tilted. Every minute of all the progress he made was achieved at the cost of great pain, and he actually didn't want it. As for Obito, as he himself said, as long as he successfully opens his eyes in the future, his potential will be unlimited. So before you open your eyes, be happy every day. It would be best if you didn't know anything. Compared to the bitter and vengeful look in the future, the sunny Obito now is more adorable. When Obito saw Yukina just staring at him, neither speaking nor writing, he felt a little nervous. He always felt like he was left behind by his friends. He held Xueming's hand and said hesitantly, "Xueming, can you please progress a little slower? Wait for me, I will work hard and catch up with you soon." "Yeah." Xueming smiled and reached out to touch Obito's head. "When you open your eyes, I will chase you." Think about it, before he was 12 years old, Obito was still a laggard. As soon as he opened his eyes at 12, he made rapid progress. It was only 2 years. When he was 14 years old and caused the Nine Tails Rebellion, except for his lack of combat experience, he could almost tie with Minato Namikaze in a one-on-one fight. At that time, Minato Namikaze was already Hokage. In 2 years, he advanced from a last-place player to the level of Cage. The talent of the Sharingan is truly terrifying. However, this also indirectly shows how much of a shock Kobayashi's death was to Obito. People of the Uchiha clan tend to be stubborn and extreme, and it only takes a moment for their love to turn into hatred. Obito is an orphan who lives in a war-torn era, with little food and clothing, yet he can be so optimistic every day. In fact, he is not a bad person by nature. And to be honest, he, a person who had never seen darkness, was suddenly thrown into this dark age and was almost unable to hold on to it. If it weren't for Obito accidentally helping him, he would not know what would happen to him now. Plus, Xylan herself is a very cute girl, caring and kind. Obito thought Yukina had agreed, and his face suddenly brightened up again. He immediately stood up and said to Yukina, "Yukina, wait for me, my coat is hanging downstairs, I'll go get something to show you." "Yeah." Yukina nodded and watched Obito's back as he jumped down the stairs. "Since you have given me a hand, I will give it a try and help you save your first love." After a while, Obito returned to the room with a thin notebook. He proudly opened the small notebook for swimming to see, clang clang swimming, look. Xuanming took the notebook and looked at it. It turned out to be a passbook. Obito explained, "Didn't you give me some money last time? You said it was a subsidy from the village. Well, I calculated it later, and actually, relying on my subsidy alone, we have enough to live on, so I saved all your money so that I can use it in case anything happens in the future." Xuanming felt a little bit amused and helpless. World War III is coming up soon. According to the original plot, Obito was supposed to have died after the war. Although he's around now, that shouldn't happen again, but in times of war, how can you have so much money? You can still save money, you spend it as soon as you get it. Aren't you afraid that the bank will be bombed one day and all your savings will be gone? But seeing Obito's smug expression that seemed to be asking for praise, Yukina couldn't help but touch his head. Uchiha's frizzy hair is a bit prickly, and Obito's hair seems a bit long, it's time to cut it. Yukina pushed Obito into the living room and sat him down. He then took out a pair of scissors, made click, click gestures at Obito, and pointed at his hair. Obito sat up straight on the small stool and hesitantly turned around and asked, "Yukina, can you cut hair?" Yukina shrugged, straightened Obito's head, and gestured with scissors on his head. He doesn't know how to cut it, he has never cut it before. But his family used to have a little Teddy, and he had helped Teddy cut its curly hair. I think Obito's frizzy hair should be easier to cut than curly hair, right? Obito couldn't see what he looked like now. He just felt his hair being picked up and put down constantly, and pulled from time to time, but it didn't hurt. His neck felt a little itchy, maybe some broken hair had fallen in. He didn't know why he was a little nervous, probably because he was afraid that Xuanming would ruin his perfect hairstyle. He swallowed and began to babble, trying to distract himself from his nervousness. "Xuanming, that passbook from earlier, I changed the password." The password was changed to your birthday. Oh, you didn't know when your birthday was, so I privately decided to set your birthday to February 11th. You see, my birthday is February 10th, and yours is the 11th. This way we can have birthday cake 2 days in a row. Oh, well, do you know why I need to change my passbook password? Because I discovered that there seems to be a thief in our house. Xuanming paused in cutting hair. Obito sensed Yukina's pause and took the opportunity to turn around and ask Yukina seriously, "Have you noticed that someone seems to have come into our house at night recently?" "Snow name. People have been coming and going for more than half a year. Did you just realize something was wrong?" Xuanming was speechless. He put down the scissors, wrote in the small notebook and asked, "Why do you say that? Is there something wrong?" Obito had a serious expression on his face, as if he was carrying a heavy responsibility. "Hey, you really didn't notice. I told you, the weather has been a bit stuffy recently. When I went to bed at night, the windows were not closed, leaving a crack. But when I woke up in the morning, all the windows were locked. This is very strange." Xuanming wrote, "Maybe it was the wind?" Obito shook his head, "Impossible, the wind can blow the window closed, but it can't possibly lock it." Xuanming thought that it was his negligence. He closed the window after coming back from training in the evening and locked it casually. He was too tired and didn't pay attention to what it looked like when he left. He should pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Obito narrowed his eyes and analyzed, "I thought that this situation was most likely a thief breaking into the house. But don't worry, Yukina, there's nothing worth stealing at home. The most valuable thing is this passbook, so I changed the password. From now on, the passbook will be left with you, so it's safe." "Me?" Xuanming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and pointed at Obito. "You? No, I'm not strong enough yet." Obito took out the passbook from his pocket and stuffed it into Yukina's pocket. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? This passbook will be kept with you temporarily. When my strength catches up with you and surpasses you, you can give it to me for safekeeping. How about it?" Xuanming found it a bit funny. There wasn't actually much money in the passbook, but Obito made it such a ceremonial gesture. But for Obito, this passbook with only a few dollars in it was all his belongings. Xuanming nodded and glanced at the passbook where Obito's name was written in the household owner column, but the password was his birthday. Although this birthday date was randomly set by Obito, he truly felt Obito's sincerity. He put the passbook into his pocket and patted it twice to indicate to Obito that he had put it away. Obito turned back with satisfaction. Yukina took a mirror and handed it to Obito. Obito took the mirror and looked at it. His satisfied expression instantly fell. Yukina, my hairstyle. Yukina put his hands behind his back and stuck out his tongue at Obito expressionlessly. He made a wrong estimate. Frizzy hair is not as easy to cut as curly hair, and he accidentally cut Obito's hair into a shape that looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Obito was so angry that he jumped up and down. Why are you like this? My hairstyle is completely ruined. No, your hair is long too. If you let me cut it back, I will help you cut your hair too. Xuanming slowly shook his head and wrote in the little notebook, I won't cut it. I want to keep my hair long. Cutting hair is harder than I thought. Instead of letting Obito ruin my hairstyle, it's better not to cut it. It's okay to let it grow long as I don't become bald. Obito exclaimed. He scratched his head furiously, but halfway through he realized the feeling wasn't right, so he yelled and ran around the room to vent his frustration. Xuanming looked at him amused and said, Stop. Obito's voice suddenly stopped halfway, and his running figure stopped in place. Xuanming held up the notebook to show him, I'll take you to the barber shop. With tears in his eyes, Obito asked aggrievedly, Is there anything I can do about my hairstyle? I still have to go to school tomorrow. Xuanming nodded and wrote, Your hair is still long, so you can definitely be saved. After a pause, he wrote, Even if there's no hope, Xiaolin won't laugh at you, don't worry. Obito pouted, I'm not afraid that Xiaolin will laugh at me. Xuanming had an expression that said, I understand everything on his face. He patted Obito's shoulder, picked up his goggles first, thought for a while, put them down, picked up a hat next to him and put it on Obito's head, pointed to the door, and led the way out. Obito held his hat in both hands and followed behind Yukina to emphasize, I'm really not afraid that Xiaolin will laugh at me. Yeah. Xuanming walked in front with a smile. He was afraid that the girl he liked would laugh at him, but he was too embarrassed to say it. He understood the awkwardness of Uchiha. Obito followed behind Yukina with an unhappy look on his face. Even more unhappy than when his hairstyle was ruined by Yukina just now. This had nothing to do with Xiaolin, he just felt that he looked bad like this and was embarrassed to see anyone. Why did Yukina have to single out Xiaolin? Strange, did Yukina and Xiaolin become so close after Kakashi? Although Xuanming took him to the barber shop and had his hair done. But the next day, after Obito went to the ninja school, he still felt unhappy. Because he heard a piece of news, Kakashi graduated early. Obviously, everyone entered the ninja school on the same day. He hasn't even graduated from the first grade yet, but Kakashi has already successfully passed the graduation exam and graduated from the ninja school early. Obito felt very unwilling. In addition, although Yukina did not express it explicitly, he did not try to hide it either. For some reason, it seemed that his strength was improving rapidly, which made Obito a little anxious again. It seemed as if he was the only one standing still. Yukina also heard about this and asked Heitake Sakumo curiously that night, Kakashi has graduated, so he should have joined a 3-person team, right? Who is his leading jonin? It shouldn't be Minato Namikaze, right? Minato Namikaze is only 15 years old now, and we don't know if he is a jonin. And I haven't heard that Kakashi joined Minato's class as soon as he graduated? Heitake Sakumo said, Kakashi's situation is rather special. There have never been students who have graduated from a ninja academy at the age of 25. In fact, with Kakashi's current strength, his abilities might be sufficient, but he doesn't have the mental qualities to become a true ninja. Xuanming nodded in understanding. This could be considered a special situation caused by the war, forcing the children to grow up quickly and independently. Heitake Sakumo said, however, I believe that the Hokage will take all aspects into consideration. In short, Kakashi has just graduated and is not even a real ninja. No matter who becomes his leader, he will have a lot to learn from the other party. Yukina folded his arms and stared at Heitake Sakumo and clicked his tongue. In fact, Heitake Sakumo is really a good Umbu captain. He really admires and respects the Hokage and obeys him wholeheartedly without any second thoughts. Moreover, Heitake Sakumo is a very soft-hearted person. When he was unsure of his identity at first, Heitake Sakumo's attitude was cold as ice. Once he confirmed that he was not an enemy, his attitude immediately softened. Later, he taught him hand in hand like raising his own child, and took every aspect into consideration for him. Come to think of it, it's true. I remember that in the original work, the reason why Heitake Sakumo committed suicide in the end was because during the mission, his first priority was to rescue his companions rather than complete the mission. As a result, Danzo caught him and kept manipulating rumors, forcing him to choose suicide. But committing suicide isn't Heitake Sakumo's style. I always feel like there's a bug in this matter. And the third generation was also very confused. Why did he reluctantly follow Danzo's wishes and let the rumors force Heitake Sakumo into a desperate situation? Obviously, Sakumo is very capable and loyal to him. Letting Heitake Sakumo die like this is equivalent to breaking his left and right arms, right? I don't understand. Heitake Sakumo felt uneasy when he was looked at by Yukina, and he kept subconsciously wanting to raise his hand to touch his hair. He controlled himself, crossed his arms as well, and asked Xuanming with a stern face, You still have the mind to care about Kakashi, what about yourself? Xuanming, what's wrong with me? Heitake Sakumo asked, Tsunade-sama has decided to leave the village tomorrow. Didn't she tell you about this? Xuanming opened his eyes wide, with question marks written all over his face. she didn't tell me about it? Seeing Yukina's bewildered look, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but sigh. He's still a child. It's normal for him not to understand the ways of the world. He instructed, Lady Tsunade has taught you a lot, right? She's leaving the village tomorrow, and we don't know when we'll meet again. Shouldn't you go see her off today? Xuanming nodded immediately, waved to Heitake Sakumo, and left the umbu in an instant. He first went to Tsunade's house. The house was completely dark and he could not hear any breathing sounds inside. He guessed that no one was at home. He went to the hospital again, and sure enough, the light was on in Tsunade's office. Yukina squatted outside the window and knocked on the glass. Tsunade, who was drunk inside, glanced towards the window. Seeing that it was Yukina, she walked over with a somewhat messy step, opened the window, and asked, "Why are you here at this time?" Xuanming jumped into the house and wrote in the little notebook, "I heard you were leaving the village tomorrow, so I came to see you off." Tsunade was a little dazed from drinking, her vision was blurry, and she squinted her eyes and looked closely at Xuanming's small notebook. She couldn't see what was written on it at all. It just seemed as if there were unknown black lines entangled together, twisting and turning on the white paper. She slapped the little notebook away and yelled, "What are you writing? Stop twisting it, I can't see it clearly." Xuanming was frightened by Tsunade's sudden strange strength and subconsciously took a step back. He saw Tsunade frowning and looking at the ground unhappily. The little notebook had been slapped into the crack of the floor by her. Guessing that written communication was out of the question, Xuanming could only say, "Wake up." Tsunade was startled and then she came to her senses. Xuanming's throat immediately felt itchy and he couldn't help coughing twice. It's better to talk to Obito, because Obito is not as strong as him now. However, when he used the spell on someone stronger than him, the backlash on his body was still very obvious. Tsunade reached out and placed her hand on his throat to treat him, frowning as she said, "You can't go on like this." Yukina glanced at Tsunade, who was responsible for him being like this. After Tsunade finished the treatment, Yukina reached up and touched his throat. "I have to say that medical ninjutsu is really useful. If he can learn it, he won't be afraid of using spells in the future. Anyway, when the backlash comes, he can use a medical ninjutsu to reduce his bloodline directly. If I can pull him back, as long as he's not dead, I can curse him to death. How convenient." Unfortunately, his body does not have yang attribute chakra, so he cannot learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was also thinking about the same question. Xuanming is very talented. Although he was unable to learn medical ninjutsu from her, he learned poison making and detoxification from her for half a year. In a sense, he can be considered half of her disciple. The problem is that swimming has no way to learn medical ninjutsu. In fact, swimming needs medical ninjutsu more than anyone else. If this unique ability of his can be combined with medical ninjutsu, his strength will definitely take a big step forward. Since he himself has no way to learn it, then, "I was planning to leave tomorrow, and I didn't want so many people to know and make a big fuss, so I didn't tell you." Tsunade smiled, began to make seals with her hands, and then slapped the ground heavily. With a bang, a huge scroll appeared on the ground. Tsunade unfolded the scroll, picked up a brush and handed it to Yukina, pointing to the last empty space and said, "Since you came here by yourself today, it can be said that we are destined to be together. I will give you one last parting gift." Xuanming took the brush, looked at the scroll on the ground, and asked, "This? It's the slug's summoning beast contract." Tsunade smiled brightly. "My summoning beast is a slug, and its specialty is medical treatment. I think you should be in need of it, right?" "I need it, I really need it." Xuanming immediately signed his name without hesitation at the end of the slug's summoning beast contract, then bit his finger and stamped his bloody handprint on the contract. Tsunade put the contract book away again, and then taught Yukina how to make hand seals to summon the slug. Xuanming couldn't wait to try it out. Tsunade reminded him, summoning beasts requires a lot of chakra. At your age. Well, with the amount of chakra you have, you shouldn't have high expectations. Xuanming nodded. He knows this. "I remember that after Naruto signed the contract that Jiraiya took out, the Todi summon was also many-sized, because Naruto was not familiar with summoning techniques at that time, and his own strength and chakra were not enough. Later, when Naruto grows up, he can summon Gamabunta who can fight against the one-tailed Shikaku." So Xuanming prepared himself mentally, knowing that the slug he summoned for the first time would definitely be useless. But as long as he can successfully summon the slug, it means that the contract he just made is valid. After that, as long as his strength gradually increases, he will naturally be able to summon a large slug. But he didn't expect that the slug he summoned would have such a strange shape. In fact, slugs, to put it simply, are slugs, which look like snails without shells. The slug's entire body is long and thin. But the one Xuanming summoned is too thin and long. It doesn't look like a slug at all, but more like a necklace. Tsunade was speechless as she looked at the slug summoned by Yukina. But she comforted him, "It's okay. A slug's healing ability, is indeed somewhat related to its size. But yours isn't the smallest. I've seen slugs smaller than yours. Well, it's quite impressive that you were able to summon a contracted beast of this size for the first time." Xuanming, "Thank you, but I am not comforted." Tsunade took the slug, held it in her hand, looked at it, and then placed it on Yukina's shoulder. The slug crawled on Xuanming's shoulder, and Xuanming only felt an itch on his neck. The slug really treated itself as a necklace, coiling itself around Xuanming's neck, connecting the beginning and the end, just like a collar. Xueming touched his neck, and the slug was pressed against his Adam's apple, motionless, and its body was icy cold. Tsunade exclaimed, "Oh, it looks like this slug really likes you." Yukina looked at Tsunade, then at the small notebook she had just slammed into the crack in the ground. Tsunade smiled awkwardly, turned around, took a piece of white paper and a pen from the desk and handed them to Yukina. Xueming wrote, "Besides using chakra to summon a summoned beast, is it still needed after summoning it?" Tsunade explained, "You misunderstood. Your chakra is merely the price you pay to bring the summoned beast from another world here. You can think of it as using your chakra to perform a spacetime ninjutsu, bringing the summoned beast to your side. Therefore, the larger the summoned beast, the more chakra is required. The summoned beast itself does not need your chakra, so once the summoned beast is summoned, it will no longer use your chakra." Xueming nodded in understanding. Tsunade continued, "Actually, the contract you just signed not only allows you to contract a summoning beast, but your summoning beast can also summon you in return. Our slugs are quite special. They live in a place called the Wetbone Forest. All the slugs are actually split from the slug sage. The more chakra you have, the more slugs you can summon, and the more people you can group heal. But at this stage, you just need to take care of yourself." Xueming nodded again, and he raised his hand to touch the motionless little slug on his neck. In that case, as long as the slug is willing to stay by his side, he has no problem wearing the slug choker. It just happened to be pressed against his throat, so he didn't have to move when he needed treatment. How convenient. In fact, this little slug looks quite good, with an ice-purple translucent body, which is long and thin and is placed around Xueming's neck, like a collar carved out of a whole piece of amethyst. It is almost the same color as his eyes, and it actually looks quite good when worn around his neck. Tsunade smiled at Yukina, raised her hand and touched his head. "I'm about to leave, and I can actually meet a little guy like you. Hey, I'm leaving the village tomorrow. I hope you can grow up well in Kana. When we meet again in the future, you must become an excellent adult." Tsunade's expression softened as she said, "Protect yourself and live well." "Yeah." Xueming raised his head and looked at Tsunade, nodded seriously, and said, "Goodbye." Xueming couldn't see that the moment he finished speaking, the little slug on his neck emitted a faint glow and began to treat him. Tsunade saw this and smiled back, "With your words, we will definitely meet again." That night, Xueming spent the first half of the night training in the Umbu, and the second half going to the hospital to see Tsunade and contracting a summoning beast. When he came out of the hospital, it was already dawn. He wanted to go home quickly so that he wouldn't be at home when Obito woke up and it would be difficult to explain. But when he passed by the lake and saw a small silver-haired figure sitting there lonely with his legs hugged, he couldn't help but want to go and see what was going on. Not to mention that Kakashi actually has a pretty good relationship with him. Just because Hatake Sakumo is so nice to him, he has to show some concern when he sees that Kakashi is not in a good state. He walked over and said, "Kakashi." Kakashi probably didn't expect that at this time and in this place there would be people would appear and call his name, completely catching him off guard. It was only when Xueming opened his mouth that he suddenly reacted. He turned around and saw Xueming dressed like an umbu. In the past, Yukina always shared clothes with Obito. Obito's clothes were a little big for him, and Obito's t-shirts didn't fit him very well. He also seemed like he didn't get enough sleep all day, always looking drowsy and a little unkempt. But now, wearing the close-fitting umbu uniform, Xueming looks much more capable. In the dim light, Yukina's beautiful purple eyes and the collar around his neck that seemed to emit light were particularly eye-catching. If it weren't for the iconic curse mark on Yukina's lips, Kakashi would not have dared to recognize him for a moment. But he soon discovered the problem. "Is that the sword you have on your back, the one my father used before?" Kakashi asked with a frown. "This is my colleague." Hatake Sakumo introduced him to Namikaze Minato. The Hokage's mission is not only to ensure the safety of the Kimagakuer envoy, but also to do his best to protect the safety of his companions. So he will go with you to explore the way forward, and I will go to the Kimagakuer envoy's side. Namikaze Minato. Minato Namikaze was a little bit amused and helpless. He didn't know who this umbu was, but he should know that he was a jonin, right? Did he need the protection of a child? Yukina also gave Hatake Sakumo a suspicious look. "You're right, let him protect the future Hokage?" Hatake Sakumo nodded towards Yukina. Xueming could only walk silently behind Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze thought it was useless to talk about this, but he was confident in himself. Even if something happened, he could protect the child's safety, so he didn't say much. He gestured to Hatake Sakumo and took Yukina to explore the way forward again. Normally, it takes about 1 day to get from here to Plataikadon Mountain. Minato Namikaze is known for his speed. According to his speed, if there is no danger along the way, 1 night will be enough for him to go back and forth. But he didn't expect that the child could keep up with his speed. In fact, Xueming was completely cheating. He said to himself at the beginning, "Follow him." Then he just barely kept up with Minato Namikaze and didn't fall behind. It's just that Minato's speed was really too fast. He then chanted several spells in a row, which was a bit tiring for his throat. It was not until they were almost at Mount Kikyo that Minato Namikaze suddenly stopped. Xueming then stopped and couldn't help clearing his cough. "Did you hear anyone crying?" Minato Namikaze asked suddenly. Xueming was stunned for a moment when he heard his own voice, then raised his hand to touch his throat. The little slug on his neck has been continuously being treated, but the treatment is not as fast as the backlash, so now Xueming's voice is a little hoarse. Minato looked around, confirmed the direction, and took the lead to walk towards a location. Xueming followed behind him. They parted the grass and found an abandoned baby lying in it. It was a gray-haired boy who looked very small, probably born not long ago. The weather is still cold now, and no one knows how long the child has been left here. Wrapped in a thin swaddling cloth, his body is frozen purple. He opened his mouth and cried hard, but the sound was faint. If Minato hadn't been careful, Xueming wouldn't have noticed it at all. Minato frowned, picked up the child from the ground, and helped him wrap the loose swaddling clothes more tightly. Now that we've seen him, we can't just leave him here. Namikaze Minato explained to Yukina, this is out in the wilderness. If wild wolves or dogs appear, the child will be dead. Even if there aren't any, if he's left here and no one takes care of him, he'll freeze to death. Xueming wrote and asked, what should we do now? Should we take him back? But our mission is to escort the Kimagakur envoy. So when there is a conflict with the mission, should you choose to save people or continue the mission? Heitake Sakumo chose to save people, and then was forced to death by Danzo. Fourth generation, what would you do? When Minato Namikaze saw that Yukina was not saying anything but writing, he was stunned for a moment, but did not ask any more questions. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, the Plataikadon mountain is just ahead. There haven't been any dangerous ambushes along the way, so let's head back first. Yukina nodded and walked back behind Minato. On the way back, probably to take care of the baby, Namikaze Minato slowed down a bit, which made Yukina feel much less stressed. After thinking it over, Minato discussed with Yukina, my 3-person team was commissioned by the Kimagakur envoy to carry out an escort mission. Once we receive a mission, we must complete it. This is an iron rule. But your Umbu mission is different. I can guarantee the safety of Kimagakur and my companions, and I will not let your mission go awry. You should just send this child back to Konoha first. Xueming was silent, neither saying yes nor no. He had no final say on this matter, and he had to talk to Heitake Sakumo about it. But Minato Namikaze. Well, how should I put it? It seems that he is not as straightforward and naive as described in the original book. He seems quite mature and smooth. At dawn, Minato Namikaze and Yukina returned to the Kimagakur camp. Minato Namikaze first took the baby to find Heitake Sakumo and explained the situation and his opinions to him. Heitake Sakumo did not agree with Minato Namikaze's proposal, but he could not just leave the baby alone, so he summoned the ninja dogs again and handed the baby to Yukina. You follow the ninja dogs and bring the child back to the village first. I will continue to contact the Cloud Village envoy, said Heitake Sakumo. He removed the bandages that had been wrapped around his hands and tied the baby behind Xueming's back. A 26-year-old child with a newborn baby strapped to his back and 8 ninja dogs around him looked a bit strange, but there is no other way now. The tasks assigned by the Hokage must be completed personally, but human lives cannot be ignored. As the captain, Heitake Sakumo ordered Yukina to return to the village first, and he would be responsible for any consequences. Xueming sighed speechlessly. Heitake Sakumo, this good old man, is so stupid. Now it is equivalent to Minato Namikaze picking up the child, but the consequences are left to him to bear. He took out a notebook and wrote, I'm taking him back to the village. Who should I give him to? Heitake Sakumo stared at the child who had almost lost all his strength, crying for a while, then replied, let's find a medical ninja. This child will have great potential in the medical field in the future. Heitake Sakumo has a pair of eyes that can see through other people's potential. In the original work, when he saw Might Guy for the first time, he told Kakashi that he would be his strong rival in life. It was also during his first meeting with Xueming that he recognized Xueming's potential and decided to train him and recruit him into the Umbu. Now, Heitake Sakumo said that this little baby will make great contributions to medical field in the future. Considering the child's gray hair, his age, his status as an orphan, the very iconic Mount Kikyo, and the medical ninjutsu. No way? Could this child be Kabuto Yakushi? Is this true? The world of Naruto is too dangerous. Can any kid you pick up on the street be a boss? Xueming knew very few medical ninjas, and he was not familiar with the others. The only two he was familiar with were Tsunade and Korin. Tsunade wasn't in the village right now, having gone out to travel, so Yukina decided to go straight to Korin once he got back to the village with the baby. Although the original work did not focus on it too much, Xylan's medical ninjutsu skills are actually very good. Otherwise, during the Third World War, she would not have been able to successfully help Obito and Kakashi replace their eyes alone in the wilderness where there was no sanitary conditions. But Xylan is only 26 years old now and still lives with her parents. How can she possibly raise a baby? If it really doesn't work, let him raise it. Although he is not very old now, but think about it, in the Cursed episode, Geto Sugura was able to adopt a pair of twin sisters aged 25 at the age of 17, and the age difference between the two children was 20 to 12 years old. Then it is not impossible for him to adopt a 0-year-old child at the age of 26, right? Anyway, if you average it out, isn't the age difference between each child the same? Besides, just think about the little boss Kabuto Yakushi following him and calling him Shueming dad in the future. That scene seems to be pretty good. As soon as Yukina returned to Konoha, he took the baby to Korin's house first. When Xylan saw the baby whose body had turned purple and whose eyes could not be opened, she was almost scared to death. She immediately stumbled over to get the medical kit and tried her best to treat the baby without saying a word. Xylan's family was also at home. When they heard the noise, they came out to see what was happening and were also shocked. Xylan's mother happened to be working as a helper in an orphanage, and she had some milk powder bought for the orphanage at home. She immediately went to prepare some and fed it to the baby who had just finished treatment. We returned to a warm place, had food to eat, were no longer in danger, and received gentle treatment. The baby recovered a little and started to eat the bottle desperately. Xylan's mother sighed distressfully. This child has suffered so much. But now she has survived the ordeal, and everything will be fine in the future. As Xylan packed her medical bag, she asked Swimming anxiously, "Is this the orphan you picked up? What should we do next? Should we send him to an orphanage?" Shueming held up the small notebook. "I plan to raise him." Xylan paused and raised her voice. "Huh, you want to raise him?" Xylan's mother disagreed. "You're still a child yourself, how are you going to raise him?" Shueming wrote again, "I brought it back, so I'm responsible." Xylan's mother sighed. "Nonsense. How old are you? Do you know how many meals a day a child of your age needs? How much does he need to eat at each meal? Do you know what is crying and making a fuss mean? You still have to go to school. You plan to take this child to school every day? That's not appropriate, right? Then you want to leave this child at home alone? That's even more inappropriate, isn't it? Besides, you still have to rely on Konoha's aid to survive. Raising another baby would be too much of a burden." Xylan's mother scolded and shook her head, leaving Swimming speechless. Indeed, after hearing this, his previous thoughts were indeed a bit naive. Xylan's mother said, "But you're a little man, and you have a sense of responsibility, which is commendable. Let me take this child to the orphanage and hand him over to our director, who will be responsible for raising him. You, on the other hand, can be his older brother. Visit him often and play with him. When he's older and you're independent, if you still want to raise him, you can take him away. What do you think?" Shueming wanted to say that he didn't want to be a brother anymore, he wanted to be a father, but he felt that if he said it, it would only make the atmosphere awkward. Forget it, it would be okay to lie to the child privately and teach him that he was a father in the future. Shueming remained silent, which was considered as his agreement. Xylan's mother gently touched Swimming's head and handed the baby in her arms to Swimming to see. The baby, now well fed, no longer looked as frightening as before. His skin was pink, his hands clenched into fists, he was no longer crying or making a fuss, and was sleeping with his eyes closed and breathing deeply, looking soft and adorable. "Give him a name," Xylan's mother said. "The director of the Konoha orphanage is called Yakushi Nono. If the children in the orphanage don't know their names, they will follow the director's surname Yakushi. You brought him back, so you can give him a name." Shueming sighed. "Now that the story has come to this." "Kabuto," Yukina said, "Yakushi Kabuto." The mission was expected to take a week, but due to this special situation, Shueming returned in 3 days. On the 4th day, Heitake Sakumo also came back. Shueming went to see him as soon as possible. After communicating with each other, they learned that there were no problems on both sides and both sides breathed a sigh of relief. On the 6th day, Heitake Sakumo was worried that Yukina wouldn't eat properly without Obito, so he sent Kakashi to Obito's house to call Yukina over for dinner. He also told him that Yukina had worked hard on the mission and would be given 3 days off without having to go to the Umbu for extra training. Shueming was in a good mood on the way home. There is no need for extra training for 3 days, and Obito will be back the next day. Finally, someone can cook. These past few days, apart from the meal he just had, he either ate steamed buns or steamed buns. The most extravagant meal he had was when he went to Ichiraku and had ramen. Obito was not around, so it was inconvenient for him to communicate that he wanted the boss to put less salt in the soup base, but he forgot to bring his notebook. As a result, the soup was too salty, and he drank 3 glasses of water when he came back. Wait for Obito to come back tomorrow and take him there again. Obito also likes Ichiraku ramen, and it's a good way to celebrate him passing the makeup exam. I think he should be able to pass the makeup exam this time, right? Such a good mood came to an abrupt end the moment I stepped into the house. There was a person sitting in the living room whom he didn't know, but he was very familiar with the conspicuous round fan logo on the other person's cuff. There is this logo on the clothes he is wearing now. It is the family emblem of the Uchiha family. Shueming, right? The man had no expression on his face and spoke in a normal tone. Upon seeing Shueming enter, he stood up and said to Shueming, "The clan leader asked me to invite you to see him. He has something to tell you." Shueming did not refuse. He was thinking all the way as he followed the visitor to meet the Uchiha clan leader. The current head of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Fugaku. I have lived in Obito's house for more than a year. It is impossible that Uchiha only just found out about this matter. So why didn't he look for him earlier, but suddenly came to him now? What could be his purpose? And when mentioning Uchiha Fugaku, Yukina thought of the fact that he would try to mobilize the entire Uchiha clan to rebel against Konoha. In fact, Shueming has never figured it out. From the perspective of Uchiha, why would they rebel? Although their family is very powerful, they are not strong enough to compete with the entire Konoha village alone. After all, there are still many other powerful families in Konoha village. The most important thing is, what will the Uchiha gain after the rebellion succeeds? Do they want to control Konoha, or do they want to break away from it, Konoha? Moreover, the rebellion was vigorous and open, as if they were afraid that others would not know about it. Every time a group of people would go to the Nani shrine to conspire. They had held several clan rebellion meetings. Aren't they afraid of information leaks? I can't figure it out. Or is there any other reason? The Uchiha leading the way brought him to a closed door, bowed towards the inside, and then retreated instantly. Xuanming hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. A voice came from inside, "Come in." The tone sounded quite polite. Xuanming opened the door and saw Uchiha Fugaku sitting cross-legged in front of him with a low table in front of him and 2 cups of tea on the table. One cup was placed in front of Uchiha Fugaku, and the other cup was placed opposite him. The tea was still steaming, apparently it had just been poured out. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the futon opposite him and said to Yukina, "You sit down first." Xuanming sat down as he was told. Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea slowly before he spoke slowly. "You've lived in the Uchiha clan for over a year. Are you used to it?" Xuanming didn't know what he wanted to say, so he didn't say anything, remaining calm in the face of all changes. Uchiha Fugaku knew about Yukina's situation. He pulled out a piece of white paper from his side, pushed it in front of Yukina, and said, "Your situation is special, so I won't exchange pleasantries. I asked you to come here today because I want to discuss a deal with you." Xuanming stared at Uchiha Fugaku and raised his chin slightly, motioning him to continue. Uchiha Fugaku was not annoyed and said slowly, "As far as I know, you joined the Umbu. Snow name. When the Umbu are carrying out missions, due to the special nature of the missions, everyone will wear masks, so they will not reveal their true identities to each other, and they will use code names to refer to each other during operations. But before he went without a mask, he didn't deliberately cover himself when he moved around the village at night. Especially when he was very tired from training, he didn't care so much at all. It was normal for his identity to be exposed when he ran around the village in an Umbu uniform. But the thing is, he's not an Umbu? He hasn't joined the Umbu yet, he's just an Umbu reserve. But how could he explain things like uniforms, tattoos, and masks? Even if he told him, Uchiha Fugaku wouldn't believe it, right? Yukina wrote on the paper Uchiha Fugaku brought. "What deal?" Uchiha Fugaku said, "Umbu are directly under the Hokage, and their level of contact with the Hokage must be far greater than that of ordinary people. They will also know some things that others don't know. The Uchiha clan has independent autonomy, but has also been separated from the village's power center. They are very passive in everything they do. We need an independent source of information." Snow name. Yukina. Good guy, a double agent? Isn't this Itachi Uchiha's script? Itachi Uchiha isn't even born yet, is he? How did this script get to him first? Besides, how shameless is Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Itachi is his biological son, so it makes sense for him to assign Itachi to be a spy, but why did he assign him? Xuanming wrote, "What if I don't do it?" Uchiha Fugaku hummed, his expression unchanged, and said meaningfully, "Then, Uchiha Obito. What do you mean, threaten him with Obito?" Yukina slammed the table. "Obito, Uchiha. Xuanming's point is, Obito is an Uchiha. Aren't you Uchiha notorious for protecting your own people? How dare you threaten someone with a child?" But he didn't dare to be completely sure of his own thoughts. After all, the Uchiha clan was quite extreme and radical. Think of Uchiha Shisui who dug out his own eyes and gave them to his best friend, and think of Uchiha Itachi who killed his parents with his own hands while crying, and Obito. In short, if Uchiha Fugaku is also this type of person and feels that sacrificing a child is worthwhile for the sake of the family's interests, it is not impossible that he will really take action against Obito. Xuanming didn't dare to gamble. Yukina wrote quickly, "If I don't agree, what do you want to do to Obito?" Uchiha Fugaku answered without thinking, "If you don't agree, the extra allowance that Uchiha gives to Obito every month will be gone." Snow name. I feel like the turn was too fast and I sprained my waist. That's it? Seeing Xuanming's confused look, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and said, "Little friend, you seem to have some dangerous thoughts just now, didn't you?" Xuanming really didn't know what to say now, so he might as well say nothing. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and spilled the cold cup of tea in front of Xuanming out of the window, then returned to the table and poured him another cup of hot tea. The attitude is very polite. Actually, come to think of it, Uchiha had been quite polite to him from beginning to end today. Uchiha Fugaku explained to Yukina. This matter can be traced back to the Warring States period. Back then, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, who had been fighting each other for years, signed a peace agreement and should have become brother families and worked together for the development of Konoha. However, the former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, causing it to attack Konoha, causing great losses to Konoha. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, accepted the battle and won, but his body was severely damaged. Coupled with years of capturing tailed beasts, he died early. The younger brother of the first Hokage, Tobirama Senju, became the second Hokage. He valued and feared the Sharingan, which could control the tailed beasts. No matter how sincere the Uchiha were, the second Hokage was very wary of the Uchiha who was too powerful. The attitude of the Hokage determines the attitude of the village. The second generation's behavior caused the Uchiha to be in a very difficult situation in Konoha. Their interests have been greatly damaged over the years, and other people in the village also have a very bad impression of the Uchiha. And just as Fugaku had said before, the Uchiha had a certain degree of autonomy, but while they were not under the jurisdiction of Konoha, they also had no access to the political core of Konoha, which made them very passive in everything and they could only obey orders. Uchiha Fugaku asked Yukina for help not because he had any ill intentions towards Konoha, but purely to protect the Uchiha. That he hoped to get some information in advance so that he could take countermeasures in advance. Do you think I'm going to rebel? Uchiha Fugaku laughed. That won't happen. Xuanming groaned, thought for a moment, and then wrote on the paper, what if one day you rebel? I'm the head of the Uchiha clan. Everything I do is for the Uchiha clan. What good will this do to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and asked, if one day, I really doubt, then it will definitely be just to express the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction to the third generation. The third generation is relatively conservative in their actions. Because he is conservative, you want to pretend to rebel and force him, right? Xuanming took a deep breath and raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. So, if Uchiha Fugaku's mind had not changed, then his subsequent rebellion was simply because the Uchiha family was too arrogant, and too powerful. Even Konoha was afraid of their arrogance. In addition, Danzo had selfish motives, so the third generation was reluctant in Pui Itake, allowing Itake to massacre the entire clan? The third Hokage's approach was quite good, wasn't it? He had removed a major threat, and the executioner wasn't himself. He told everyone that this was all an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan, and that Itake had killed the people. The Uchiha clan is a tragedy in its entirety. Xuanming was a little confused and wrote on the paper, why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the third generation? Uchiha Fugaku took the paper, took a look at it, and said, I have observed you for a long time. You have lived in the Uchiha clan land for more than a year. You have always been very friendly to the Uchiha clan, and your relationship with Uchiha Obito is very close, just like a brother. He asked back with a very honest expression, besides, did I say anything? Snow name. Xuanming thought about it and realized that indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had never said anything at all. And even if it was the words he wrote himself, the paper has been taken away by someone else, so there is no evidence at all. This old fox. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and patted Yukina's shoulder, then stood up to see him off. Little friend, go back and think about it. Actually, I think Obito is a pretty good kid. After coming out of the patriarch's mansion, it was already very late. Xuanming felt that his mind was a little confused and wanted to sort it out, so he did not go home directly. Instead, he walked along the road, thinking while enjoying the cool breeze. Although he knew the plot of Naruto, he had not studied it in detail and only knew roughly what happened and when. As for why this happened, he didn't think about it. The original book portrayed the story this way, and he saw it that way, that's all. Now that he was in the middle of the situation, he had to think about these issues. But it was annoying. What did these things have to do with him? There were dirty things between Uchiha and Konoha, but that was their business. He was not an Uchiha. Xuanming walked forward, and there was silence all around him. Just when he walked to a place not far from the ninja school, he vaguely heard a familiar voice from the school. Obito, wake up, why are you sleeping again? Wow, teacher, I won't dare to do it again next time. Xuanming couldn't help laughing. He glanced at the sky. It was really late. Normally, Obito would have been asleep by this time. Why was he still taking extra classes today? It seemed like he was really working hard to study. Yukina hadn't heard Obito chattering in her ear for a few days, and when she heard it for the first time, she missed him a little. Obito is always so energetic, and seems to be positive and optimistic no matter what setbacks he encounters. Although he doesn't seem very smart. But he is still young, and that kind of silly and clumsy way of showing kindness to others, which is awkward and can be seen through at a glance, really makes people feel warm. Xuanming suddenly felt that all the depression and repression he had just felt had disappeared, and was replaced by a carefree attitude. He changed direction and instead of going home, he went straight to where Minato Namikaze lived. Konoha has spies everywhere. He entered Uchiha Fugaku's house today. This matter cannot be concealed at all. Instead of letting others report it to the third Hokage, and having Hideki Sakumo to cover for him in the end, he might as well take the initiative to find the fourth Hokage to explain the situation. Although the fourth Hokage was nominally the third Hokage's disciple, Xuanming speculated that the relationship between the two was not actually very close, otherwise the third Hokage would not have treated the fourth Hokage's orphan Naruto in the same way. After Xuanming arrived at Minato Namikaze's house, he first looked outside the door. All the lights on the first floor were off, but the lights on the second floor were still on, so people must have been awake yet. He walked over and knocked on the door, and soon there was a movement from inside. Wait a moment, then the door was opened, and Yukina saw a woman with long fiery red hair. It must be Uzumaki Kushina. It's so late, and Uzumaki Kushina is still at Minato Namikaze's house? Or did he find the wrong house, and Minato Namikaze doesn't actually live here? Xuanming glanced inside the door suspiciously, raised his notebook and wrote, "Excuse me, does Minato Namikaze live here?" Uzumaki Kushina was also confused. It was so late, and a little kid came to see Minato. Judging from his attire, he was from the Uchiha family. But she didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and called out to the back, and soon, Minato Namikaze came down from upstairs. Since you have guests coming, I'll leave first. Uzumaki Kushina greeted Namikaze Minato, and her face seemed a little shy. Namikaze Minato exclaimed, "Ah," and immediately said, "Then I'll take you out." As he passed by Yukina, Minato Namikaze gave him a quick look. When his eyes met the notebook in Yukina's hand and the small slug on his neck, he immediately understood that Yukina was the young Umbu from their previous partner mission. However, when he saw the conspicuous Uchiha clan emblem on Yukina's clothes, he frowned again. As far as he knew, he had never heard of an Uchiha joining the Umbu. Namikaze Minato said, "Wait for me for a moment, I'll be back soon." 5 minutes later, Minato opened the door again. Xuanming raised the book and asked, "Am I disturbing you?" "No." Namikaze Minato shook his head and looked at Xuanming and asked, "Why are you here so late? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Xuanming thought so too. After all, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato were dressed neatly, so he shouldn't have disturbed them. Xuanming handed Minato the short essay he had written just now when Minato went out. The short essay described the story that Uchiha Fugaku told him when he went to see him just now. It was a story that had continued from the Warring States period to the present day. It talked about the unfair treatment the Uchiha clan had suffered in the village and the prejudice against them by other clans. But at the end of the essay, there was no mention of the fact that Uchiha Fugaku wanted him to be the source of information. It felt like Uchiha Fugaku simply called him over and played a pity game on him. Yukina pretended to be innocent and turned around to ask Minato Namikaze, "Why did the Uchiha clan leader suddenly call me over and tell me all this? What does that mean?" Well, there are indeed some long-standing conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha, but these are internal affairs of the village. I don't think the conflicts are irreconcilable. Namikaze Minato looked thoughtful and looked at Yukina again, but the gentle expression he had just had was gone. He said, "I have a question for you." Xuanming nodded and motioned for him to speak. Namikaze Minato asked, "Umbu is directly under the command of the Hokage. As a member of the Umbu, you should be completely loyal to the Hokage. Why didn't you tell the third Hokage about the things you just said, but told me instead?" Yukina lowered his head and wrote in his notebook, "I am not an Umbu member." After thinking for a while, he added a few more words between the words I and not, and it became, "I am not a member of the Umbu yet." The meaning of Xuanming is actually very simple. I am not a member of the Umbu yet, so I don't have to be loyal to the current Hokage. After I become a member of the Umbu, I will be loyal to the Hokage at that time. The object of Umbu's loyalty as Hokage is not loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he officially becomes a member of Umbu, it is still uncertain who will be the Hokage. I came to find you because I have high hopes for you. Minato Namikaze glanced at the book that Yukina was holding up, then looked at Yukina's face. That little face is actually quite cute, but it has no expression on it, making it look like a child pretending to be deep. He softened his attitude and rubbed Xuanming's head. "I already know about this matter. I'll think of a solution. It's getting late. You're just a child. You should go home quickly." In fact, Xuanming himself didn't know what the consequences would be if he did this, but he really didn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first generation established the cause, the second generation innovated, and the third generation was simply called the strongest Hokage in history because he lived longer, experienced the first, second and third wars, and was well known by others. But let's take a look at what he actually did. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. Let's not talk about the 3 foreign wars for now, and see what he has done at home. They condoned Danzo's use of Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan, they condoned public opinion forcing Heitake Sakumo to commit suicide, they condoned Orochimaru's scientific research but then stabbed him in the back and raided the laboratory. It was clearly Kimagakure who coveted Hinata, who was kidnapped by the Byakugan, but in the end, Hyuga Hisashi had to sacrifice herself for peace. That's just his style of doing things. Even his disciple, Orochimaru, commented that the third generation was not as upright as he seemed. This shows that Orochimaru had already seen through it. Some things were done by Danzo because it was inappropriate for the Hokage to do them, but in fact, that was tacitly approved by the third Hokage. But if the fourth generation encountered the same thing, his way of dealing with it would probably not be to kill them all without decision, and then put the blame on others, claiming that he was innocent, and put on a gentle tone to smooth things over. At least for now, the fourth Hokage may seem naive, but he is actually very smart and good at handling interpersonal relationships. Think about who did Naruto inherit his ability to talk from? Between the third and fourth generations, Xuanming chose the fourth generation. The next morning, when Yukina opened his eyes, he saw Obito, who looked very excited, lying on his pillow. He was still a little dazed and glanced out the window. It was still early and he could actually sleep a little longer. Xuanming took out a small notebook from under the pillow and wrote, "Why are you back so early?" Obito happily replied, "Because I took the makeup exam last night and passed it." Yukina was infected by Obito's mood and laughed as well, writing, "Congratulations." No wonder he heard Obito studying so late last night when he passed by the school. He wondered why Obito hadn't gone to bed yet, and if he really wanted to study 24/7. So that's what was going on. Obito pulled Yukina out of bed and said, "Hurry up, you must not have eaten well these past few days. I see there's no food left at home. I've already prepared breakfast and it's on the table downstairs, it'll get cold if you don't eat it now. While having breakfast, Yukina told Obito about Kabuto Yakushi. Of course, it is an abridged version with the dark parts omitted. The simple-minded Obito didn't find anything wrong that he was only very interested in the fact that Yukina picked up a baby that he wanted to go to the orphanage to see the real-life little dumpling, so after dinner he didn't even wash the dishes, but soaked them in the sink, and directly pulled Yukina out. But after actually meeting Kabuto Yakushi, for some reason, Kabuto burst into tears as soon as he saw Obito, making Obito want to cry too. Why, Yukina? Obito, with tears in his eyes, pointed at the little girl on the bed, who was crying with her fists clenched, her whole body red, and almost out of breath. That he asked aggrievedly, I just looked at him, why is he crying like this, am I that scary? Xuanming walked over and took a look. The baby was crying so hard that his throat seemed hoarse. Although I don't know the reason, it's definitely not okay to keep crying like this. Xuanming said, don't cry. Tuanzidu stopped crying instantly. The originally wrinkled face gradually relaxed. He smacked his lips, sobbed, and slowly opened his eyes, staring at Xuanming. Ah, it can be like this. Obito exclaimed, and leaned his head over again, following Yukina to look at Tuanzi Kabuto. As a result, Kabuto turned his eyes and saw Obito next to him. The trend of slowly stopping crying came to an abrupt halt. His face frowned, and he opened his mouth and burst into tears again. Why does he cry when he sees me? Obito scratched his head frantically, a little crazy. Why doesn't he cry when he sees you? Yukina pushed Obito away first, making sure that he was out of Kabuto's sight, and told him again not to cry. Only then did Kabuto slowly calm down again. Seeing Obito squatting beside him with an unhappy and aggrieved look on his face, Yukina suddenly wanted to tease him. He took out a small notebook and wrote, maybe because I am his. After reading it, Obito asked, what are you to him? Xuanming wrote, Dad. Obito read it out, Dad? Xuanming said, hey, Obito. Obito jumped up immediately, pointed at Yukina and shouted, you did it on purpose. Xuanming smiled and nodded. Yes, he did it on purpose. Obito screamed and rushed towards Yukina, who instantly moved out of the way, but the room was too small. Obito turned around and pressed down directly on Yukina's back, grabbing his neck and locking his throat. Yukina was afraid that Obito would crush the little slug, so he raised his hand to pull Obito's forearm that was stuck on his neck. Obito didn't really hold it tight, so Yukina couldn't help but smile and said, call me daddy. Obito couldn't help but say, Dad. Xuanming, hey. Obito was stunned for a moment, and immediately screamed again. This time he even used his legs, hanging his whole body on Yukina, and rubbing Yukina's hair wildly to vent his anger. Yukina bent over and carried Obito on his back, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. At this moment, a clear click sound was heard nearby. Yukina and Obito, who were laughing and joking, looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. I saw a woman wearing glasses and with light yellow shoulder-length hair, holding a camera in her hand, looking at this side with a smile. Xuanming knew the person next to the woman. She was Xiaolin's mother. When Xiaolin's mother saw Xuanming, she smiled and introduced them to each other. This is the director of our orphanage, Yakushi no. Director, that's the child who found Xiao Kabuto, her name is Xuanming. He called out again, did Yukina come to see Kabuto? Then he turned his gaze to Obito who was beside Yukina and asked, did Yukina bring his friends as well? Xuanming first nodded towards that side, then wrote, this is Xiaolin's mother. He stretched out his arm and nudged Obito to show him the words on the paper. You are Xiaolin's mother, why don't you make a good impression and introduce yourself? Obito didn't understand what Xuanming meant and he rubbed his head blankly and shouted over there, hello, two ants. Xuanming, this kid is so stupid. Yakushi no walked into the room and first bent down to glance at Tuanzi, who was now calm and seemed to be about to fall asleep. After confirming that Tuanzi was in good condition, he raised his camera to Yukina and the others and said, I just thought you two were cute, and I happen to have a camera, so I couldn't help but take a picture. Do you mind? Obito immediately replied, I don't mind, I don't have a photo of myself yet. Aunt Dean, could you print out an extra photo of yours and give it to me? Of course. Yakushi no patted Obito's head, then looked at Yukina and said, then how about we all take another photo together, that way I can print out an extra one and give it to you all. Obito was happy, okay, I want it. The last photo shows Yakushi no holding the sleepy Kabuto, and standing in the back row with Xiaolin's mother, smiling. Obito put one arm around Yukina's shoulders and pulled her towards him, and with the other hand he made a yed gesture to the camera. The two heads touched each other. Yukina looked expressionless and gentle, while Obito was so happy that his eyes narrowed with a smile. Obito was originally very happy. He finally passed the supplementary exam and was successfully promoted to the second grade. He also adopted a child with Xuanming, and became a father painlessly at the age of 26. Whether the child recognized him or not was another matter, and he would soon get the first photo of his life, and it was a photo with his good brother. This happy mood lasted until the day off, when he went to school, and then it came to an abrupt end. The school teacher brought a good news that Heite Kakashi, who successfully graduated from the ninja school last year at the tender age of 25, has now successfully passed the Chunin exam and became a Chunin at the age of 26. Everyone was cheering and applauding, feeling that a genius had emerged in their class and everyone was proud of it. Xylan blushed and looked very cute with shining eyes as she clapped her hands, but Obito gritted his teeth while clapping his hands. When he was taking the makeup exam, others had already graduated. When he was promoted to the next grade, others had already become Chunin. Obito is so annoyed. What's going on with this Heite Kakashi? He has obviously tried very hard. When he is free at home, he will read books and take notes, cook and practice fire jutsu, wash dishes and practice water jutsu. When he goes to the forest, he catches rabbits while practicing how to effectively condense chakra, and he also practices using instant body movement to chase rabbits. He never slacks off at all. Why is there such a big gap between him and Kakashi? Is it really a matter of talent? But he is an Uchiha. How could an Uchiha have poor talent? Obito didn't believe it, so after school he couldn't help but drag Yukina to Kakashi's house, wanting to challenge Kakashi to a duel. He knew that there was definitely a gap between himself, a student who had not yet graduated, and Kakashi, who had already become a Chunin, but he wanted to know how big the gap was. Kakashi just returned home, wearing the green vest that was only issued to Chunin. Yukina thought that vest was really ugly. The Umbu uniforms looked better. Obito, however, was envious and unhappy, so he rushed to Kakashi and asked, "Are you free? I want to fight you." Kakashi became a Chunin a few days ago and has just returned from his first mission as a Chunin. The mission wasn't difficult, but it was his first time as captain, so he felt a little tired. Now he just wanted to go home and have a good sleep and rest, so he rejected Obito's suggestion without thinking. Of course Obito refused and tried to continue talking, but Yukina extended the small notebook in his hand between the two of them and showed it to Kakashi. "You fight him, and if you win, I will fight you." After thinking for a moment, Xueming took back the book and added a few words, "Pure physical technique." Kakashi is very talented in ninjutsu and has a naturally large amount of chakra. He can be said to be a genius in ninjutsu, but in terms of physical skills, he can only be considered an excellent student. He is much stronger than Obito, but not as strong as Setsuna. In addition, Yukina also has spells that can catch people off guard, so Kakashi has never defeated Yukina in physical skills. It's not a 50-50 chance, it's 100% sure that we never win. Not to mention Kakashi, with Yukina's fighting style of combining spells and physical skills, even Might Guy in his normal state might not be able to beat him. Yukina always feels like he is bullying a child, so he is not very willing to compete with Kakashi, and usually avoids him whenever possible. But today Obito wants to fight Kakashi. Forget it, let's exchange the terms. Kakashi agreed immediately. Then Obito lost immediately. Then Kakashi lost as expected. Combat experience cannot be gained through practice alone, but must be accumulated slowly through experiencing various enemies and opponents. Compared to Yukina, who had trained in the Umbu for years, had Konoha White Fang as his teacher, had learned from one of the three ninjas, and had fought against 70 Umbu members in turn more than once, Kakashi was still lacking in combat experience even though he was already a Chunin. But compared to Kakashi, Obito, who has never been on a mission, has basically zero combat experience. Obito had tried his best and thought he was going to win. He threw Kakashi to the ground, making him unable to move, and wanted to win with one punch. But in the end, Kakashi used the substitution technique to replace himself with a piece of wood. Obito punched Kakashi, but instead of hitting him, he cracked the wood and even cut his own hand with a long cut on it. His blood was boiling and he was angry at the moment, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his hand. But after going back and taking a hot shower, the deep wound on Obito's hand was reopened by the hot water and blood oozed out. Yukina put the little slug on Obito's hand. The little slug crawled up, trying to find a suitable position to start treatment. The slug's mucus seeped into Obito's wound. His hand shrank in pain and he couldn't help but hiss. Yukina took Obito's hand, glanced at him, and said, "Bear with it." Obito held out his hand again with a wronged look. Yukina held Obito's hand with one hand and fanned the wound with the other hand, trying to make Obito feel less pain. After the little slug was treated, Yukina took out a clean bandage and bandaged Obito's injured hand in circles. After the little slug's treatment, the wound on Obito's hand has now healed, but the newly healed skin and flesh are still very tender. The slime of the little slug has a therapeutic effect, Yukina thought. Since Obito has already taken a bath and will not touch water again, he should just bandage the wound first and let it heal. He can remove the bandage tomorrow morning and his hand should be fine. Obito looked at Yukina, who was concentrating on bandaging Obito's wound with his head down, adjusting the angle of the bandage from time to time. Suddenly, Obito felt his heart was touched, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his chest. Mouth. Xueming treated his wound so carefully that he felt like he was being cherished. He had never experienced this feeling before. "Yukina, why are you so nice to me?" Obito asked in a low voice. Yukina looked at Obito with disdain, but couldn't help but smile, without saying anything. "What should I do? You call me dad, how could I not be nice to you?" Obito didn't know what was going on in his mind, but he was immediately moved. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he raised his hand to hug her. "Wow, Yukina, Xuanming immediately said, "Don't move." Obito froze his body. Finally, Yukina tied a bow on Obito's hand with the bandage, then took 2 steps back with satisfaction. When she looked up, she saw Obito standing there with tears in his eyes. Although the effect of the curse had passed, he was still crying and looking at her, not daring to move. She couldn't help but smile. He took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and patted Obito on the head, and said, "Good boy." Obito burst into tears, hugged Yukina tightly, lowered his head and wiped all the tears onto Yukina's clothes. Obito felt that he was really inflated. Because his hand was injured, Xuanming washed the dishes and dirty clothes for him, and even made the bed for him to sleep in at night. After turning off the lights, he couldn't help laughing while lying in the quilt of Xuanming's bed. He turned his face to the side, pulled up the quilt and secretly looked at Xuanming next to him, his eyes sparkling. Xuanming couldn't sleep at all because of Obito's stare, so he turned his head to look at Obito helplessly. "Obito." "Yeah." Obito responded, "Oh, I'll go to sleep right away." Then he lifted the quilt and covered his head. Xuanming shook his head helplessly, turned over, and faced Obito with his back. After Yukina fell asleep and motionless, Obito quietly emerged from the sheets again and continued to look at Yukina's back. He no longer remembers anything from his childhood, but he has been living alone here since he could remember. Although he is alone, he is outgoing and has made many friends that he can get along well with both ninjas and ordinary people. He can take care of himself, and besides that, he is also very willing to help others. That he feels that helping others can make him feel happy, but he has never been as happy as he is today, because today, he felt favored. If you think about it, the names of the snow are different. From the day he took Xuanming home, no matter who he met or what happened, Xuanming always sided with him. Just like today, he wanted to fight Kakashi, but Kakashi originally refused. It was Xuanming who stepped in, and he was able to fulfill his wish in the end. In Obito's opinion, this was because Yukina chose to stand on his side between him and Kakashi. Although he lost the competition in the end, the person who was blatantly favored should be confident. But Obito didn't know why. He always felt that it was not enough. Yukina was so good to him, caring for him like a brother, so he should be better to Yukina. He decided that from now on, he would treat Xuanming as the most important person to him. She was more important than a good friend. He stared at Xuanming's back, quietly reached out his hand from under the quilt, and moved towards that side. Then he grabbed the clothes that Xuanming was going to wear the next day and quickly pulled his hand back into his quilt. When Xuanming woke up the next day, he looked everywhere for his clothes but couldn't find them. He clearly remembered putting the clothes he was going to wear the next day next to the bed before going to bed last night. How come the clothes disappeared when he woke up in the morning? He sat on the bed in a daze for a while. Obito beside him turned over. He had a bad sleeping posture and kicked half of the quilt away with one leg. Xuanming looked over and saw the wrinkled clothes and pants in Obito's bed. Snow name. What's wrong? How could Obito sleep so badly? How could he roll clothes that were so far away into his bed when he was sleeping soundly? Xuanming walked over speechlessly, pulled his clothes out of Obito's quilt, and helped Obito roll up the quilt again. Obito obediently let him do whatever he wanted, and his sleep quality was very good, with no intention of waking up at all. Yukina didn't react until he put the clothes on. Could Obito have done this on purpose? It's still chilly outside in spring, and the weather is actually quite cold. Every time Xuanming comes out of bed and puts on cold clothes, he gets frozen. But today, these clothes that Obito rolled into the quilt were warmed by his body temperature. They didn't feel cold at all when he put them on. Apart from looking a little wrinkled, they felt very comfortable. Although Obito can be a little careless when training, he is always considerate and attentive when it comes to caring for others. He would do things like warming up his clothes in advance, which is something Obito would do. Yukina glanced at Obito, who was still soundly sleeping. Well, for the sake of this wrinkled clothes, he'll cook this morning and let Obito sleep for 10 more minutes. That night, Yukina receives a notice from Heitake Sakumo to resume training. After seeing Obito quietly take away his clothes and fall asleep, Yukina came to the umbu with a smile on his face to prepare for additional training. But after hearing what Heitake Sakumo said, the smile disappeared instantly. A new member has arrived in the umbu today. Heitake Sakumo flipped through the personnel information in front of him and introduced him to Yukina. To be precise, he's not a new member. He used to work in the umbu. He was abducted by the enemy and tortured severely. Normally, someone would not survive that level of torture, so the umbu froze his information. Now, he's back alive. Xuanming vaguely guessed who it was. His abilities are very special, and worth learning from. Heitake Sakumo handed the man's information to Yukina and continued, his name is Marino Ibiki. Besides being a member of the umbu, he's also a member of Kanaha's interrogation department. He's very good at understanding the minds of his subjects and manipulating their minds. I think if you can learn a thing or two from him, and use your own spells to assist, you can do even better than him. Xuanming, as expected. Heitake Sakumo took Yukina to meet Marino Ibiki. Marino Ibiki is currently in his 20s, and doesn't look as calm as he would later be. Perhaps because he's just been tortured by the enemy and successfully returned to Kanaha, he's full of blood and fury. Just standing there without saying a word gives off a very aggressive vibe. I'm just making up a story, but in the original novel, Marino Ibiki was probably less than 20s at this time. Seeing Heitake Sakumo bringing a child over, he immediately said, "Has Kanaha's talent been dwindling so much now? You're letting a child this young learn interrogation?" Heitake Sakumo didn't get angry. He smiled and introduced, "This is Yukina, my disciple. This is the Marino Ibiki I just mentioned." Then he said to Marino Ibiki, "Don't underestimate him, or you might get hurt." Heitake Sakumo's word disciple made Marino Ibiki's attitude more serious. Disciples are different from students. Every senior ninja may be arranged by the Hokage to take on students. There can be many students, but disciples are chosen by oneself. There are many ninjas who have no children in their lives and even regard their disciples as their own children. This child, being accepted as a disciple by Heitake Sakumo, meant that Heitake Sakumo was very optimistic about him. And for Heitake Sakumo, who could see through others' potential, to be optimistic about Yukina, how, he must have some extraordinary qualities. But he continued, "Oh, I'm doing this for his own good. If a kid this young comes to learn interrogation from me, I'm afraid he'll collapse in the end." Seeing Heitake Sakumo's face full of anticipation and Yukina's expressionless face beside him, neither of them responded. Marino Ibiki realized something and added, "You can learn interrogation from me, but it's your own free will. I'm not forcing you. Once you start learning, you can't quit halfway. Think about whether you want to start or not." Xueming couldn't help it. What Marino Ibiki said was completely mental control and emotional bullying. It seemed nothing at first glance, but every word was unpleasant to the ears, and every word was suppressing him. She looked down on his age and belittled him, then said she was doing it for his own good, and then added, "You did it voluntarily, I didn't force you. But these are just routines." He took out a small notebook and began to write, "Mr. Marino Ibiki, have you heard of Pua? I mean, the feeling Obito has after he grows up. Do you understand?" What did you write?" Marino Ibiki looked confused for the first time. "What are those 3 words that look like scribbles?" Seeing that Marino Ibiki didn't understand, Xueming nodded, said "Oh," gave him an obvious fake smile, and nodded again and said Marino Ibiki immediately felt uncomfortable, as if Xueming knew something he didn't know, but deliberately didn't say it. "I felt like I had been seen through by Xueming, and I also suspected that I was being too suspicious. In short, I had been subjected to counterpua." However, as he was good at controlling his emotions, he immediately realized that his emotions were abnormal. He darkened his expression, looked at Xueming and said, "You're not bad. I underestimated you." Heitake Sakumo tried to smooth things over, saying, "Yukina is young, but she's quite intelligent. She definitely lacks experience, so she needs to learn more from you." Marino Ibiki rolled his eyes speechlessly. "If you want to praise your own disciple, just do it openly. Why are you beating around the bush with me?" After saying that, he looked at Xueming again and said seriously, "But interrogation is not a simple matter. Your little tricks alone will not be of much use. Are you mentally prepared?" Yukina glanced at Heitake Sakumo, who gave him an encouraging look, and Yukina nodded to Marino Ibiki. From that day on, Yukina had an additional course in Umbu learning interrogation techniques from Marino Ibiki. Whether it was mental interrogation or physical interrogation, he would follow the other party and learn. After seeing the real interrogation process for the first time, Xueming was so disgusted that he couldn't sleep at all when he got home and kept his eyes open until dawn. In the morning, Obito made breakfast. He took a bite and found that it was meat porridge. He immediately rushed to the bathroom and vomited all over the place. The interrogation process was really disgusting. Such a process is not only a physical torture for the person being interrogated, but also a psychological torture for the interrogator. People who are not mentally strong enough really cannot face it. Obito was frightened by Yukina. The way Yukina vomited was so intense that he wanted to kneel beside the toilet and vomit out his stomach after eating just one mouthful of porridge. Shue na, what's wrong with you?" Yukina vomited until tears came out, and Obito was also at a loss with tears in his eyes. He asked, "Is there something wrong with the porridge? But I even added mincemeat to it." When Xueming heard the word meat, he couldn't help but want to vomit again. He covered his face with one hand and stretched out the other hand to Obito. His voice was a little hoarse, and he said, "Towel." Obito hurriedly pulled off his own towel and handed it to Yukina. Xueming didn't care about it anymore and just wiped his face with a towel. Obito didn't seem disgusted at all. He took the towel and put it aside, then helped Yukina up from the ground. Yukina leaned against Obito, feeling exhausted. "What's wrong with you, Yukina?" Obito was actually very anxious, but Yukina looked so fragile that he didn't dare to speak loudly, as if Yukina would faint if he spoke too loudly. He only dared to ask in a low voice, "Tell me, what's wrong with you? What can I do to help you now?" He didn't have the notebook with him, and even if he did, Yukina didn't know how he would explain this situation to Obito. He simply turned around and hugged Obito. "Let me hold you for a while," Xueming said. "This world is so cruel. Just because he is young doesn't mean that cruel things don't exist. He has no way to change this world, he can only try to adapt." Xueming is now just thankful that his soul is not a real 26-year-old child. Otherwise, a 26-year-old child would have a mental breakdown after seeing such a naked interrogation process, right? Xueming had seen a movie before, in which the protagonist would travel between different dreams. But no matter what kind of bizarre situation he encounters, he always has an anchor point, which is an existence that the protagonist can absolutely trust and feel at ease with, and can help him point the direction and lead him out of various nightmares and back to reality. Yukina feels that Obito is now his anchor point, someone he can trust with absolute peace of mind. But thinking about it, he felt that just watching a stranger being tortured to death was unbearable. In the original work, Obito witnessed with his own eyes his friend piercing the heart of the girl he liked. How traumatized must that be for him? How much of a shock did he have to undergo to transform from a sunny and cheerful little fool into a newspaper man who launched the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion without blinking an eye? How much stimulation did he have to endure to go from being a good boy who was willing to help an old lady to later instigating Itachi to slaughter the Uchiha clan who had raised him since childhood with their own hands? Xuan Ming didn't dare to think about it. But it doesn't matter. Now, he won't let these things happen again. Yukina patted Obito and felt that Obito seemed to have grown a little taller. But it's also possible that he hasn't grown at all since coming to this world. He hadn't been able to sleep well at night for more than a year, and he had to carry weights during training. In addition, in the original work, Inumaki Satoru himself was not very tall. I remember that he was not even 170 centimeters tall. Xuan Ming had already foreseen that his height in the future would be very worrying, but it seems that Obito is over 180 centimeters tall after he becomes an adult. He looked up at Obito unhappily, and found that Obito was still staring at him with concern, and his unhappiness disappeared. When you said hug. How long do you want to hold me? Obito asked in a low voice. In fact, he could have moved a long time ago, but he was afraid that Xuan Ming would want to continue holding him, so he did not move and let hold. At this moment, Yukina loosened his grip on his own, and Obito asked weakly, "Yukina, if you don't want to eat that porridge." Obito didn't dare to say the name, mumbling for a moment before continuing, "Shall I make you another bowl of porridge? And stir-fry some purple cabbage, it's just right for your slugs. Well, little slugs can eat it, too." Xuan Ming couldn't help but laugh, shook his head, pointed to the small slug on his neck, and said, "Salt." Obito immediately realized that slugs can't touch salt, otherwise they will die, so he immediately changed his words and said, "Then I'll cut it up and feed it to it raw first, and then I'll help you fry it a little salty, so you can go with the porridge." Xuan Ming nodded. As expected, the two were late for class again that day. But this time it couldn't be entirely blamed on Obito. After all, he had to make breakfast twice in the morning, so it was normal to be delayed. After the day's classes were over, Yukina and Obito planned to go home. As soon as they walked out of the school gate, they saw Heitake Sakumo standing at the school gate, followed by Kakashi wearing a chinin green vest. "Hey." Heitake Sakumo took the initiative to greet Yukina. "You guys are finally done with get out of class. I've been waiting for ages. Did the teacher keep the class open?" "Oh, you're the one," Kakashi's father, Yukina's guardian. Obito immediately greeted him warmly. "The teacher didn't keep us in class. It was because we were late this morning that the teacher called us to his office after school to ask about it." Yukina looked at Heitake Sakumo, then looked at Kakashi beside him, with a question mark all over his face. "It's broad daylight and the sky is still bright. Did Heitake Sakumo bring Kakashi here specifically to wait for him to finish class?" "Never before. What happened? Are you late this morning?" Heitake Sakumo looked at Yukina. "Is it because of yesterday?" Xuan Ming coughed lightly, interrupting Heitake Sakumo's unfinished words. Heitake Sakumo nodded in understanding. Obito is not really a fool. He didn't think so much about it before, but now, Yukina is no longer just an ordinary friend to him, so of course he will think more. Heitake Sakumo was obviously about to say something, but was interrupted by Yukina mid-sentence. That must be what Heitake Sakumo said, and he didn't want him or Kakashi to hear it. Considering that Heitake Sakumo is Kakashi's father, the person who doesn't want to be heard is more likely to be him. Is there anything he shouldn't be allowed to hear? He and Xuan Ming have such a good relationship. Obito puffed his cheeks unhappily, but he didn't continue to ask questions. This was a matter between him and Yukina, and he would just ask Yukina after he got home. Since Xuan Ming doesn't want him to know now, then he might as well not know. Obito asked Heitake Sakumo, "Uncle, why did you come to see us today?" Heitake Sakumo replied, "Oh, that's right. Kakashi is better at ninjutsu, and Yukina is better at taijutsu, so I thought about it and wanted them to help each other and teach each other their strengths." Obito opened his eyes wide and said unconvincingly, "No, I want to go too." Heitake Sakumo, huh? Kakashi looked at Obito with dead eyes. "What are you good at? Are you good at being late in various ways?" Kakashi Obito gritted his teeth at Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was unmoved, he turned around and complained to Yukina, "I don't care. I want to go too. I don't like practical classes in the first place. Are you guys trying to sneak away without me again?" Xuan Ming is innocent. He just found out about what Heitake Sakumo did. He held up his little notebook and asked, "Why don't you like practical classes?" Obito said confidently, "Because I'm too weak, I can't partner with you in the practical class. Whether it's a practical class in taijutsu or ninjutsu, the school will only pair people of similar skill levels together. At most, they can specify a target during the occasional challenge. With Obito's level, he wouldn't be able to partner with Yukina in class." Xuan Ming asked again, "So what classes do you like?" Obito replied, I like theory classes because I get to sit with you. Starting from the second grade, they moved to a new classroom, so the class had new seats. Yukina still sat in the last row of the classroom, and Obito also sat in the last row because of the makeup exam, so naturally the two of them became deskmates. Shuiming didn't really understand that they went to and from school together every day, and were always together at home. Why would they still be so close to each other at school? Wouldn't that be annoying? Moreover, during class, Yukina was either sleeping or asking for leave. In fact, it didn't make much difference whether he was his deskmate or not. I don't know why Obito was so obsessed with the idea of being his deskmate. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yukina, Obito ran to Heidake Sakumo and started to make a scene. Uncle, guardian uncle, just let me go too. I promise I won't affect them. But you see, my strength is too weak. When I train on my own, I always lose my direction. With these two guiding me to improve together, I will definitely become stronger. Heitake Sakumo pondered for a moment. He was very familiar with the child Uchiha Obito. Apart from anything else, he often went to Obito's house to find Yukina, and he knew that Yukina cared about Obito very much. He had also heard of Uchiha Obito from Kakashi more than once. It seemed that although Kakashi didn't show it on his face, he actually regarded Obito as a good friend. In that case, it's not impossible to take you with me, Heitake Sakumo said earnestly, but the training for the two of them will be very hard. Can you keep up? I can do it. Obito jumped up. I train alone all the time, even on rainy days. I don't slack off when I'm doing chores. I'm just changing my training mode now. Of course I can do it. Yukina sighed softly and patted Obito's shoulder. Kakashi glanced at Obito sympathetically through his mask. The child is still too naive. The intensity of his own training and the intensity of the homework assigned by Heitake Sakumo are completely different. In the original work, Kakashi appears as a very famous copy ninja as soon as he appears. A large part of the reason for this is that he has chakra with all attributes. Although he is better at earth escape and lightning escape, he can learn almost all kinds of ninjutsu. He was born with an abundant amount of chakra. If it weren't for the fact that the Sharingan was constantly consuming his blue bar, limiting his upper limit and making him a notorious ninja with kidney deficiency, I believe that in terms of ninjutsu alone, Kakashi might be even more powerful than in the original. Yukina had previously obtained the second generation's complete water-style ninjutsu from Tsunade, and now he was learning some common wind-style ninjutsu from Kakashi. At the same time, he also learned the swordsmanship taught to him by Heitake Sakumo, integrated some common routines he had seen in his later life, and taught it to Kakashi again. The two can be said to be making progress together. Obito was not bragging when he said he could accept the intensity of the training, and he really persisted. Although Heitake Sakumo did not demand the same of him as he did of Setsuna and Kakashi, he was still very demanding of himself and trained with Setsuna regardless of rain or shine, so he made rapid progress during this period. Not only did he learn from Kakashi and improve the traditional Uchiha fire style, he also learned the earth style and lightning style that Kakashi was very good at. Although I am not proficient in it yet, as long as I can launch it, it means that the method is fine. The next step is to practice again and again. Even not long after this three-person mutual aid group was established, Xylan joined it. On the one hand, Rin taught Kakashi simple healing techniques. On the other hand, Yukina and Obito would take Kakashi and Rin to the orphanage from time to time. While volunteering, they also often visited their son, Kabuto Yakushi, and played with Kabuto Twanzi. Now, Kabuto can hold back his tears when he sees Obito. Shuiming also found a teacher for Twanzi Kabuto in advance, and planned to teach him how to refine chakra as soon as Twanzi Kabuto could speak. Once he succeeded in refining chakra, he would let him learn medical ninjutsu from Xiao Linear. The world is so dangerous and children are so fragile, how can they not protect themselves? In short, the current Kabuto Yakushi is just a blank piece of paper, a little dumpling who can't speak and can only cry loudly, a baby picked up by him with his own hands. Since Obito has no family, he should find a family for him. Yukina thinks Kabuto is a good choice. In the original work, Kabuto Yakushi is smart, studious, and very smart, otherwise he would have died countless times since he was sent out as a spy since he was a child. This is completely different from Obito. Besides, both Obito and Rin like him very much now, so I believe they will get along well in the future. If he had been able to protect Kabuto, prevent him from being left alone, and prevent Orochimaru and Danzo from discovering his potential, he would not have been assigned to be a spy abroad, and later he would not have been instigated by Orochimaru to rebel and become the culprit who started the Fourth World War with Obito. Speaking of not letting the roots realize their potential, Shuiming suddenly remembered that there was another very important person. It would be best not to let the root or even the Umbu discover his true ability before he grows up. As long as his ability is not discovered by others, many tragedies can be avoided. And at this point in time, the child should have been born, right? Before we knew it, time had passed. With the help of Kakashi, Obito made rapid progress in ninjutsu. After returning home, Yukina would occasionally give him special lessons in physical skills, and Korin patiently and gently helped him review the theoretical knowledge of various subjects. The few people who were still in school were successfully promoted to the third grade at once. Of course, Shuiming had no time to learn the theoretical lessons of the will of fire. As a modern free soul, even after nearly 3 years in Konoha, he was still not interested in illusions like the will of fire, especially the history textbooks. The content is simply unbelievable. Xueming flipped through the book when he got it. Konoha village had a short history, and the wars between the Senju and Uchiha clans before the village was founded couldn't be fully documented in the textbook. Even the origin of the name Konoha when the village was founded was vaguely mentioned in the textbook. But the entire book is spent describing the various achievements of the third generation, telling us how outstanding they were in World War I and World War II, explaining how the third generation had been excellent since childhood, how the second generation had high hopes for him and entrusted him with the task in times of crisis, and how he had to be strong and courageous to pass this test of fate and successfully become the third generation we know today. Xueming even flipped through the cover. Right, this is a history book, not a press release. Is it really necessary to exaggerate it like this? Xueming understood that history served the political purpose. Now that 3 generations were in power, this kind of faith was needed, so education had to start from childhood. However, this level of service was a bit exaggerated. He didn't need to learn it all. So theoretically speaking, Xueming still relied on the 60 points that Heitake Sakumo gave him through the back door. For Xueming, the 3rd grade is his last year in school. Yukina gave Obito a task, asking him to find out if there was a boy named Uchiha Shisui in the Uchiha clan while helping the old lady. Yukina really couldn't remember Shisui's exact age. He guessed that he should have been born at this point in time, and could not be more than 2 years old at the most. Obito asked about Shisui's specific situation, but Setsuna didn't know either. Obito then asked Setsuna why he was looking for this child, but Setsuna refused to say. Obito was quite unhappy. It was obvious that when Xueming first came to his house, she was a blank slate, knew nothing, and would ask him everything. Why now? It seemed like Xueming had so many secrets, and was unwilling to tell him. But after all, Xueming would not hurt him. Obito actively inquired around the clan and soon heard useful information. He returned home carrying 2 pieces of red bean cakes. When he saw Xueming, he immediately handed them to him. Xueming, you'd never guess that the Shisui you asked me to find is his child. Xueming took the red bean cake and lowered his head to skillfully open the wrapper. That's his place. Obito pointed at the red bean cake and added, it's from a pastry shop. Xueming used a spoon to cut both pieces of red bean cake in half, turning them into 4 halves. He first stuffed half of it into Obito's mouth, and then said Obito mumbled with a red bean cake in his mouth. This pastry shop is run by an elderly couple. I heard that their son and daughter died in the war, leaving behind only an orphan, who is 2 years old this year. His name is Uchiha Shisui. Oh. Yukina nodded thoughtfully, raised his hand and fed Obito another half piece of red bean cake. Obito held his face with his hands, looking extremely happy. He continued as if encouraged, I don't know if the Shisui is the Shisui you're looking for, but I've asked around in the clan, and it seems there's no other Uchiha Shisui. Yukina, why are you looking for a 2-year-old child? Xueming shook his head and didn't answer. Obito swallowed the red bean cake and guessed with a bit of displeasure, Yukina, do you know that Shisui lost his parents? Do you have any natural sympathy for orphans? You treated me. And then you picked up Kabuto, and now, you are going to look for this Uchiha Shisui. Xueming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand to rub Obito's head and fed him half a piece of red bean cake. It was Yukina who fed it, and the red bean cake was delicious. Obito hesitated for a moment, but still put the red bean cake into his mouth, but he still wanted to express his dissatisfaction. I tell you, Yukina, Shisui can't be considered an orphan, at least he still has his grandparents, and I only have you. Yeah. Yukina hugged Obito and patted him twice to reassure him, like coaxing a child, and said, you are the most important. Obito's face immediately turned red, and an expression of surprise gradually appeared on his face. He whimpered and couldn't help but raise his hands to cover his face. He squatted down and curled up, burying his face in his knees. His ears were red, and he complained in a vague voice, Yukina, what are you doing? Why are you saying such things all of a sudden, and you're so close to me, and you're saying it so seriously? Yukina squatted in front of Obito and looked at him in confusion as he covered his face and twisted around. Did he say anything strange? He always weighs his words carefully, making sure they have no side effects before speaking them. Didn't he just say that Obito is very important? Obito is very important to him, right? Why is Obito acting like a high school girl who's extremely shy after being confessed to? Obito reacted this way because he knew that everything Yukina said would come true. Xueming was just a curiosity to him at the beginning, then became a friend, a classmate, and an important friend. Now they are like family. Xueming is becoming more and more important to him, but he doesn't know how much he means in Xueming's heart. Until just now, Xueming said, you are the most important. How is this any different from being confessed to? And it's a two-way thing. Obito was so excited that he wanted to hug Yukina, who was squatting in front of him, into his arms. As a result, he was too excited and used too much force, and Xueming was not mentally prepared. His lower body was unstable and he sat directly on the ground. Obito screamed ouch and fell forward, his face hitting the ground. Then he lay there with his butt sticking up and his face on the ground, not moving at all. Snow name. Yukina immediately stood up and pulled Obito up with him. Obito stood up with the help of Yukina, but he covered his face with his hands and cried, refusing to put his hands down. Xueming said, don't block it, let me see. Obito's hand dropped involuntarily. Snow name. This. Obito looks a bit miserable now. It's bad enough that my nose was hit and bleeding, but one of my front teeth was also knocked out. Oh, is it because I'm old and it's time to change my teeth? It doesn't matter if it's knocked off, it will grow back anyway. Xueming touched the little slug, and the little slug skillfully climbed onto the back of Xueming's hand. He let the little slug treat Obito, and then took another look at the last half piece of red bean cake left on the table, then silently scooped it up with a spoon and put it into his mouth. Well. It's better to forbid Obito from eating sweets during the time when he's changing his teeth. Not being able to eat sweets was very difficult for Obito, especially when Xueming dragged him to the snack shop. Little Obito, you're here. The grandmother at the pastry shop smiled and handed over a lollipop. Here, you always come to me to buy things, so I'll treat you to some candy. Obito stared at the lollipop eagerly. When he heard Xueming cough lightly beside him, he immediately shuddered and waved his hands. No, I don't want to eat candy today. Huh? The lady at the pastry shop was puzzled. Obito doesn't eat candy. I have a reason. Obito opened his mouth with difficulty and pointed to his missing front tooth towards the lady working in the pastry shop. The snack shop lady then realized why Obito was speaking so unclearly today. She thought her hearing had deteriorated again, but it turned out that Obito himself could not open his mouth to speak. She comforted him. It's normal for children to have their teeth replaced. Then don't eat candy, it's too hard, just eat a snack. She asked Obito, do you want to eat red bean cake or pea yellow today? Obito was looking at the snack stand in a dilemma. He turned around and wanted to ask Yukina for his opinion, but he saw that Yukina was just staring at him without saying anything. He immediately reacted, stiffened his body, and waved his hand again. No, I won't eat the snacks anymore. I can't eat sweets in the recent period. The lady in the pastry shop looked at Yukina beside Obito with curiosity. The old men and women within a radius of 80 miles all knew that Obito loved candy the most. Every time they were helped by Obito, they would give him a few candies as a reward. The sun really rose from the west today. It actually made Obito, who loves sugar so much, say that he doesn't want to eat sweets. Who is this child? Is he your brother? No, you see, we don't look alike at all. How can he be my brother? Who is that? If he's not your brother, why do you listen to him so much? Isn't this in line with Uchiha tradition? He is mine. Obito glanced at Yukina, who had a half smile on his face. Obito suddenly remembered the time when Yukina asked him to call dad, so he immediately said firmly, he is my brother, even if he is 1 day younger than me, he is still my brother. Xueming smiled and hummed. Obito immediately changed his tone, he is my good friend, the best kind of good friend. I promised him that I would not eat sweets again until he finishes changing his teeth. The old lady adjusted her reading glasses, squinted her eyes and leaned over to look at Obito. She asked suspiciously, but little Obito, children's teeth change lasts until they are 12 years old. Obito, you don't plan to eat sweets before you are 12 years old. Obito's face immediately fell. Will it take that long? He glanced pitifully at Xueming. Xueming was also stunned when he heard it. He had his teeth replaced when he was a child, but he had long forgotten about it. He only remembered that he would start to replace his teeth when he was about 26 or 17 years old. It turns out that it would take until he was 12 years old? Thinking about it this way, it's so cruel to let Obito not eat sweets for 5 years. Xueming held up a finger, meaning that he could have a piece of dessert today. Obito's expression immediately brightened. He reached out his hand, held half of Yukina's finger, and said, I only want half, and the other half is yours. The lady in the pastry shop took out the red bean cake that Obito had chosen with a smile and cut it in half for him. Obito threw half of it into his mouth and handed the remaining half along with the wrapping paper to Yukina. Xueming took the red bean cake and licked his lips hesitantly. He looks about 26 or 27 years old now, so why don't his teeth show any signs of changing? Is it because this body has changed its teeth before, so it won't change again after shrinking? Xueming was still hesitating whether to eat it or not, but out of the corner of his eye he saw a little head of a roll pop out of the pastry shop, with its watery eyes wide open, staring at the half piece of red bean cake in Xueming's hand without blinking. Snow name. The kid from the pastry shop, with black hair and black eyes, and curls, is it Uchiha Shisui? Xueming squatted down and handed the half piece of red bean cake in his hand to Shisui, trying to coax the child with sweets, and said, come. Shisui hesitated for a moment, then staggered out of the shop towards Suena, a child less than 2 years old. He couldn't walk steadily yet. As a result, before Shisui arrived and raised his hand to grab some snacks, the half-red bean cake in Yukina's hand was snatched away by Obito, who was standing next to him. Snow name. Yukina looked at Obito speechlessly. Obito looked unhappy, trying hard to swallow the red bean cake in his mouth, and asked loudly with his hands on his hips, Yukina, how could you give the snacks I gave you to others? Xueming took out a notebook and wrote, didn't you give it to me, then it's mine. Obito was not convinced and pointed at Shisui, no, I gave it to you so you can eat it, not for him to eat it. Shisui was frightened by Obito's voice, his face gradually wrinkled, and he was about to cry out. Yukina immediately bent down and picked him up, and patted his back with the method he learned from the orphanage, coaxing him not to cry. Shisui grabbed Yukina's neck and turned his back to Obito. Yukina happened to be facing Obito. He found that Obito was also looking at him with a look of grievance. He was very aggrieved, with an expression that said, "Why do you only coax him and not me? Snow name. You are an adult, why are you competing with a child?" "Oh, we stopped the water here, what happened?" The grandmother at the pastry shop just realized that Shisui had run out of the house, and hurried over to take Shisui from Xueming's hands. Shisui threw himself into the grandmother's arms, hid his face behind her, and secretly looked at Xueming. Yukina waved towards Shisui. Shisui called out in a baby voice, "Brother." Then her eyes swept over Obito, who was standing aside, looking a little unhappy and a little expectant. She turned her little face away, snorted, and buried her face in her grandmother's arms. "Oh, this kid." Grandma smiled apologetically at Yukina and Obito, then turned around and took 2 sugar cakes and handed them to Yukina, saying, Here, little Obito, he doesn't have much money himself, but he always comes to my shop to buy things and support my business. Besides, our Shisui just called him brother, right, Grandma? Can you treat Shisui's little brother to some sugar cakes?" Shisui chuckled. Okay. Xueming had no choice but to accept the sugar cake handed to him by the grandma from the pastry shop. After the snack shop, grandma carried Shisui into the house, coaxing her. Obito followed her in stealthily and quietly put the money for the red bean cakes and sugar cakes into the shop's cash register. After Obito came out, Yukina gave him a piece of candy and raised the notebook in his hand. "I told you not to talk nonsense. See how Shisui hates you." Obito snorted and tilted his head. "I don't want him to like it." Yukina wrote, "I've noticed that you're a natural enemy of children." Kabuto started crying when he saw you before, and Shisui almost cried just now too. Obito snorted unhappily again, glanced sideways, pouted and muttered, "He actually called you brother the first time he saw you." Yukina wrote, "What's wrong? Do you want Shisui to call you brother too?" "I don't want him to yell." Obito immediately retorted after reading it. When he looked up and saw Yukina's expression of trying not to laugh, he couldn't help but say, "But I'm one day older than you." "Oh, shouldn't you? Call me. Eat the cake." Swimming stuffed the sugar cake in his hand into Obito's mouth, and then raised his foot and kicked Obito's butt lightly. Obito jumped forward with his hands covering his buttocks, mumbling something while biting a piece of bread in his mouth. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he looked very excited. Xueming was afraid that he would choke himself, so he reached out and patted his back and said, "Quiet." Obito stopped talking for a moment, but his expression still showed a look of dissatisfaction. Yukina said, "Obito nii." Obito's face turned red, his eyes widened, he took 3 steps back, pointed at Xueming with one hand, and kept saying you. He was talking endlessly just now, but now he could only say the word you. Yukina pointed at the uneaten candy cake in Obito's hand, motioning him to continue eating. He couldn't help but smile and quickly turned around and walked forward. Oh, Obito was so thin-skinned that he would blush with shyness if he was just teased or called brother. How could the reaction of such an innocent boy be so cute? Even when the two of them returned home, Obito still had a daydreamy expression on his face. Xueming didn't know what was going on in Obito's little head. Didn't she just call him brother? Why did he have to be in dementia for so long? Besides, he called Obito brother, and Obito had called him dad twice before. They each had their own opinions, and Obito was at a disadvantage. What was there to be happy about? Xueming walked to the cooking table and pondered for a moment. He looked back at Obito, who had been sitting at the dinner table in a daze since returning home, and felt like teasing him again, mainly because Obito's reaction was really interesting. He took bitter melon, purple cabbage, white radish, and some other miscellaneous vegetables that looked strangely matched but were actually very good for the body, mixed them together using wind escape to make vegetable juice, and even added some sugar for flavor. Seeing that the vegetable juice was neither purple nor green, and looked very wrong, Yukina picked up an opaque cup, poured the vegetable juice into it, used his unskilled ice escape technique to condense a few pieces of ice and threw them in to float on the surface, then handed it to Obito and said, "Here." Obito took it without thinking and put it directly into his mouth, drinking half a cup in one gulp, then vomited all over himself with a wow, and immediately came back to his senses. "What is this? Ugh." Obito put his hands on the table, stuck out his tongue, and felt like his soul was about to jump out. Obito wasn't a picky eater. As an orphan, his family wasn't wealthy, so he'd eat anything. But what a soul-shattering taste, bitter, spicy, and sweet, it was simply horrible. Vegetable juice. Yukina sat opposite Obito with her chin in her hand and answered with a smile. Obito stretched out his hand towards Yukina with difficulty. "Water, I want water." Yukina said oh and pushed the cup of water to Obito, while also pushing his own notebook over to him, and asked, "Isn't it tasty? It's to cool down the summer heat. I saw you were sweating a lot today, so I made this especially for you." After reading what Yukina wrote, Obito frowned and looked at the half cup of vegetable juice left on the table with lingering fear. This taste is so weird. But this was made specially for him by Xueming. But it was so hard to drink that the numbing taste still lingered on his tongue. But this was made specially for him by Xueming. Obito took up the remaining half cup of vegetable juice with a fearless attitude, tilted his head back and poured it all into his mouth, then covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom. "Hey!" Xueming stood up. "No, what kind of honest kid is this? Why would he drink it if he knew it wasn't tasty?" he just wanted to tease Obito, not really force him to drink it. The sound of Obito spitting out while came from the bathroom. Yukina guessed that Obito probably didn't drink much vegetable juice, so he sat back in the chair with peace of mind. Obito's voice came faintly, I need to take a shower. I got dirty just now. Yukina, can you help me get some clean clothes from the room? Xuan Ming said with a smile, then got up and went upstairs. As soon as I opened the door of the room, I heard 2 slight knocks coming from outside the locked window. Someone. Xuan Ming walked to the window and opened it. Outside the window was an acquaintance who was not really an acquaintance. It was the Uchiha that Uchiha Fugaku sent to ask him to talk last time. The visitor understood Xuan Ming's situation and explained straight away, I saw someone else on the first floor just now, so I didn't come looking for you directly, I only followed you up after I saw you go up to the second floor. The clan leader sent me to invite you to talk about what happened last time. I want to ask what you think about it. What happened last time? Wasn't it about wanting him to be a double agent? What is there to talk about this matter? After Xuan Ming knew that Uchiha Fugaku was unlikely to use Obito as a hostage to threaten him, he had long forgotten about this matter. Why would he want to be a double agent? What good would such a thankless task do for him? He wasn't an Uchiha, so why did he have to do this? Xuan Ming shook his head, indicating that he would not go. The visitor frowned, but did not force him. He simply replied, I am only responsible for delivering the message. If you have anything to say, you should go and speak to our clan leader in person. Yukina picked up the notebook on the desk. Obito placed the same Yukina branded notebooks in every corner of the house so that Yukina could easily pick them up and write. Just as Yukina was about to write a few words, he noticed Obito coming up the stairs. Boys take showers very quickly and are done in 3 to 5 minutes. Obito complained while wiping his hair at Yukina, why are you so slow in getting clothes? I've already finished my shower. As soon as Obito opened the door, he saw Yukina and the Uchiha outside the window, both with serious expressions. They turned back to look at him. He was stunned for a moment and asked, who is he? The man introduced himself, I am one of your people. Yukina sighed, turned around, pulled out a t-shirt from the closet, put it over Obito's head, and said, put it on. Although it was summer and the weather was very hot, Obito had just finished taking a shower and was shirtless, looking disheveled. There were outsiders present, so he should put on his clothes before speaking. Obito obediently put on his t-shirt and walked over to Yukina. Like a wolfhound protecting its food, he stopped Yukina with one hand. He looked the man up and down and said dissatisfiedly, I don't know you, what are you doing in my house? You're sneaking around. If you have something to do, why don't you go through the main door but through the window? The man glanced at Yukina, then at Obito, and suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, oh. It's the clan leader. He sent me here to ask you two to come over and said he has something to talk to you about. Clan leader. Obito stuttered. To a little orphan like him, the Uchiha clan leader was an important figure who was out of his reach. He had only seen him from afar. Why would the clan leader suddenly send someone to call him for a talk? Xuan Ming immediately looked up and glared at the person who came. That's not what he said just now. Just now he said that Uchiha Fugaku only wanted him to go alone, so why is he asking Obito to go too? This has nothing to do with Obito, what the hell is going on? But if Obito went, Yukina would have to go with him. The two of them followed the visitor, and just like last time, they crossed the courtyard and came to the same small room. Uchiha Fugaku must have received the news in advance. This time, 2 cups of steaming tea were placed on the small table near the door. Obito and Yukina sat side by side on that side. Uchiha Fugaku didn't speak to Yukina first, but looked at Obito with a gentle expression and asked, your name is Obito, right? How old are you this year? 27 years old, I'll be 28 years old soon. Obito answered with a stutter. The clan leader is not what he imagined. He thought the clan leader was a very strict person, and he always had a stern face when he saw him. It turns out that the clan leader is so kind in private. It turns out that the clan leader is not so high and mighty. He is just like the vegetable seller in the market who always gives him some gifts every time he buys something. Oh, you're almost 28? I heard that Obito is a good student. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. Xuan Ming glanced at him. He was lying with his eyes open. What was so good about Obito's grades? Obito knew that his grades were not good. He scratched his head shyly and replied, I tried very hard, but I don't know why, my grades are just not good. Obito slumped his shoulders in frustration. I'm starting to wonder if there's something wrong with my talent. Others can achieve twice the result with half the effort, but I'm the only one who always gets half the result with twice the effort. No, we Uchiha, how can we not have talents? Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Yukina and suddenly asked Obito. Obito must be lacking a teacher from the same clan to guide him. He is alone and can't find the way to practice. Obito, do you want to learn from me for a while? Xuan Ming immediately stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku smiled like an old fox, as if to say, I've dug a hole, it depends on whether you're willing to jump in. So using Obito's threats doesn't work, so now you have to use bribery, right? Are you serious? Obito immediately stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, it's true. Although Uchiha Fugaku had not paid much attention to Obito before, now that he had said this, Fugaku meant it from the heart. The Uchiha clan is a very united family and they treat their own cubs very well. Obito was an orphan, but his clan did not deprive him of anything. The subsidy he received from the clan every month was more than what the village gave him. Compared with orphans from other families, Obito's conditions were already very good. He has his own house, small, but it's enough for one person to live in. He can't eat meat every day, but he can be sure he won't go hungry. The elders in the tribe, seeing how lively and cute he is, often give him some candy and sweets. Putting aside other things, just the fact that Obito is now less than 28 years old and already has a height of 125 centimeters shows that he has never been hungry or cold, and his life is still tolerable. Obito stood up excitedly and almost knocked over the teacup on the table. Yukina steadied the cup, glanced at Obito, and said, "Sit down." Obito sat back down, but he was wiggling around like there were maggots under his butt. He asked Fugaku excitedly, "Clan leader, do you know the Great Fire Dragon technique? Is that a fire escape technique even more powerful than the Great Fireball?" Fugaku smiled and nodded. Obito leaned forward, opened his hands and gestured, "Also, I heard there's a super powerful fire jutsu called Great Fire Extinguishing. Or Great Fire Extinguishing." Fugaku explained, "Those are two different techniques. If you want to learn them, I can teach you later." While Obito sat back and looked at Yukina excitedly, "Yukina, did you hear that? I have a teacher. The clan leader said he would teach me personally." "Yeah." Yukina patted Obito's leg to make him sit down. She couldn't help but be infected by Obito's happy mood. She also raised the corners of her lips, then deliberately flattened them, and turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku on the other side of the table. Uchiha Fugaku and Yukina looked at each other, smiled slightly, and said to Obito, "Then Obito, don't call me clan leader in private. Just call me teacher directly." Obito immediately changed his words, "Teacher Snow name. Okay, now if he doesn't jump into this trap, Obito will. Double agent." In fact, Xueming has no psychological burden about helping Uchiha keep an eye on the movements of the upper echelons. He is not a native of Konoha, nor is he affected by the fire will of Konoha. Moreover, influenced by the original work, he has a better impression of Uchiha than Konoha. He was reluctant to agree before only because he felt that this matter might bring him trouble, and it was better to have less trouble than more. In this situation, it doesn't matter if I agree. Anyway, whether to say it or not, what to say, and how much to say is all up to him. Obito was so happy that he waited until he got home, and he was even humming a song while making dinner. While Obito was busy in the kitchen, Yukina went upstairs, took out the umbu uniform, and prepared for training in the evening. As a result, just as he pulled out the umbu uniform from the bottom of the closet, he heard two soft knocks outside the window. "Anyone else? Are the second-floor windows so busy today?" Xueming walked to the window cautiously, but didn't sense any breath outside the window. Suspiciously, he opened the window and looked out. He saw a kunao inserted in the gap below the windowsill, with a small rolled-up piece of paper tied to the end of the kunao. Yukina pulled out the kunao, took the note and unfolded it to take a look. Written in scribbled handwriting were orders for him to gather at the umbu at 7 p.m. 7 p.m.? It's 7 o'clock in the evening in the hot summer and it's not completely dark yet. In the past, the training of the umbu would be conducted after dark at night. Yukina would usually wait until Obito fell asleep before leaving home, train for a whole night, and return home before Obito woke up the next day. But if I need to go there at 7 o'clock in the evening, it would be a bit difficult to explain to Obito. Xueming glanced at the time and it was already past 5 o'clock. He thought about it. It was the first time he was asked to arrive at the umbu at 7 o'clock in the evening. He was a little suspicious that something special might have happened to Heitake Sakumo, and he was a little worried about him. Also, if you go to training right after dinner, if the intensity is high, you might even vomit. After careful consideration, Xueming decided not to have dinner and go over directly now. He changed into the umbu uniform, hung the mask around his waist, and put on a large coat to cover it all. He walked downstairs openly and handed Obito a small notebook. "I'm going out for a while. I won't be home for dinner. I might be back late. Don't wait for me. Go to bed first when it's time." Obito was still humming a song, but his joyful mood suddenly stopped. He looked at Yukina eagerly. "But my meal is almost ready. You don't want to eat?" "Yeah." Yukina nodded, touched Obito's head, glanced at the time, and wrote in the notebook, "It's an emergency. I'll tell you the details when I get back." Anyway, when he comes back, Obito will definitely be asleep, and he probably won't remember it the next day. As long as Obito doesn't mention it, he won't say it on his own initiative. If Obito asks about it later, it doesn't matter. He can't speak anyway, he can just make a few random gestures and Obito will probably be able to figure out the reason himself. Obito was unhappy and was forced to comfort, feeling aggrieved. Voice. Yukina rubbed Obito's head again and wrote in the little notebook, "Eat well even if you're alone. I'll check the leftovers when I get back." "I understand." Obito lowered his head and continued cooking, but he didn't want to hum the song he was humming just now. When Yukina arrived at the umbu, it was just past 6 o'clock. The person waiting in the office was not Heitake Sakumo, but a person he had probably never seen before, but definitely knew, Shimura Danzo. Xueming observed. Danzo Shimura's right eye is now wrapped in a bandage, and I guess there must be a sherinon under the bandage. He was wearing a black long gown, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Seeing Xueming coming, a kind smile appeared on his shrewd face. "Xueming, is that so?" "Yeah." Ming stopped at the door and did not move forward, staring at Danzo in the house warily. I was wondering why Heitake Sakumo suddenly changed the training time. It turns out this guy is behind this. But it's also true that his ability is so special, and he's always been right under Danzo's nose. The fact that Danzo hasn't bothered him for more than 2 years shows that Heitake Sakumo has protected him very well. Danzo explained to Yukina in a gentle tone, like a kind elder, "My name is Shimura Danzo, and I'm the captain of the route, one of the 4 Umbu teams. Sakumo was away on a temporary mission, so he temporarily entrusted you to me. He said you were his only disciple, and I promised him that I would take good care of you, so during this time, you will train with me." Ming didn't say anything. Yukina didn't believe that Heitake Sakumo had gone on a temporary mission and that Heitake Sakumo had handed himself over to Shimura Danzo. Heitake Sakumo only mentioned Danzo Shimura to him when introducing the members of the Umbu, and never mentioned him again afterwards. The relationship between the two people is either unfamiliar or not good. Considering the relationship between the Umbu and the root, the possibility of it being not good is even greater. No matter what the situation was, there was no way Heitake Sakumo would hand him over to Shimura Danzo without telling him. So what is the purpose of this guy coming out and saying this now? "Come with me." Danzo took a step forward and walked over to Swana. He raised his hand and gestured in a direction, asking Swana to follow him. Ming glanced at Danzo's right arm, which was still not bandaged. But then again, in the original novel, his exaggerated arm full of Sharinan was picked up from the corpses after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Now that the Uchiha clan is alive and well, he has no place to pick up eyeballs. Danzo walked with Ming all the way into the Umbu's medical department, and then went out through a secret door at the back of the medical department. During the process, he verified his identity several times, walked through a long dark corridor, and finally stopped in front of a double door. Along the way, Danzo didn't say a word, and neither did Yukina. The corridor felt chilly and the temperature seemed to be much lower than outside. It was like a large cold storage. Yukina had no idea what Danzo was up to, so he remained alert the entire time. At this moment, he was very grateful to Ibiki Marino for his Pua teaching. He was not afraid of the current atmosphere, but saw through it at a glance that Danzo was definitely deliberately messing with his mentality, trying to make him feel at a loss or have wild thoughts, waiting for him to be scared and nervous. "We're here." Danzo pushed open the double doors. What appeared in front of Ming was a clean and white room similar to the one in the medical class. Ming looked around. The room was not very big, and there was a bed in the middle. It was called a bed, but in fact it was more like a table used to place corpses in a morgue. There were no pillows or bedding. I didn't know what the bed was made of, but it had a metallic luster and looked like it had been wiped clean and was reflective. The table against the wall did not contain medical equipment, but some beakers, test tubes, and the like. There was also a notebook hanging on the wall with the words "experimental log" written in large letters on the cover. It doesn't look like a medical office, but more like a laboratory. Danzo, laboratory. Ming had a vague premonition. He wrote in a small notebook and handed it to Danzo to read. "Why did you bring me here? Didn't you say we were going to train?" "Oh, that's right, but before the training, I want to take you to meet a friend." And he said that there seemed to be some misunderstanding between you and him before, so he asked me for help and wanted to meet you. Danzo explained in a kind tone. As Danzo finished speaking, the door of the laboratory was pushed open again, but this time it was not the big door that Ming came in through, but a small door next to the experimental table. After the small door was pushed open, Ming vaguely smelled a strange smell coming from the space over there. A bit like the smell of formaldehyde. The man was wearing a white coat, a hat and a mask that covered himself tightly, leaving only a pair of narrow golden eyes exposed. The small door was quickly and tightly closed by the visitor. He turned around and saw Ming inside the house. He took off his mask and smiled sinisterly. "Oh, you brought him to me. It's Orochimaru." Danzo followed up Orochimaru's words and said in a gracious manner, "Yes, didn't you say there was a misunderstanding with Yukina? I thought that since we will all be colleagues in the future, it would be better to resolve any misunderstandings as soon as possible, so I brought him here." "Misunderstanding? No misunderstanding, I'm just a little curious about him." Orochimaru didn't respond to Danzo's suggestion. He turned around and took out a syringe from the instrument tray on the table. The tip of the needle flashed with a cold light. "Since you're here, let's draw some blood for an experiment." Ming immediately took a step back. "Those damn needles aren't disposable. Who knows if the last person who got poked had any infectious diseases? Stay away, take them away quickly." Danzo also took a step forward, actually protecting Ming behind him, and asked Orochimaru seriously, "What are you going to do?" "Yukina. What's going on? Aren't these two supposed to be partners? Why is one playing the bad guy and the other the bad guy? Is this just a show for him? Do they think he's too young to fool? I in their eyes, I am not that old. Anyway, these two are not good stuff." But Danzo is now acting as if he's protecting him. "You have to act it out fully, right?" Yukina spoke up and said to Orochimaru, "Take off your hat." Orochimaru froze, and involuntarily raised the hand that didn't hold the syringe and took off the doctor's hat on his head. Her long, straight and smooth hair falls down like in a shampoo commercial. But her hair volume is a little less. Orochimaru probably did some crazy hair growth experiments. The Mediterranean hairstyle that was previously pulled out by Yukina now has some weeds growing in the middle. Although it is not lush yet, as long as there are weeds, they will grow again in the spring breeze. The prospects are promising. Xue Ming said, change. You want to make me bald again? Orochimaru slammed the table angrily. Xue Ming's words got stuck, and somehow they circled around in his mouth, and when he spit it out, it became, change your sex. Orochimaru Danzo, who had been observing quietly from the side, said, Orochimaru asked in disbelief, what are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, his originally hoarse voice became shrill. Xue Ming himself didn't know why he said such a thing, but he didn't feel any pain in his throat, just a little dried. The backlash was so mild, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if Orochimaru really changed his gender, it wouldn't last for a few days, right? Besides, when he changed his identity later, he didn't care about gender at all. He had no pressure to change gender. Now I am just letting him adapt to that lifestyle and advance. Why should I make such a fuss with him? Xue Ming quietly shrank behind Dan Zhang. Not pretending to be honest, are you really standing by him and protecting him? Then it's your turn, Shimura Danzo. Danzo didn't know what to say, and his left eye, which was not blocked by the bandage, couldn't help but look towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's originally pointed chin became rounder, his thin cheeks became fuller, and his height seemed to have shrunk by a few centimeters. He realized something was wrong and immediately dropped the needle. He raised his hands to cover his neck and said in disbelief, it's me. Danzo wanted to say a few polite words, I say. Orochimaru pointed at Xue Ming with one hand, and said in a very bad tone, what are you talking about? Get him away from me quickly. But this time she, spoke in a lowly voice, with a bad tone and no momentum, but rather sweetly as if she, was acting coquettishly. Orochimaru froze, carefully felt his chest, and then his whole body became a mess. Without thinking, he reopened the secret door next to the table, rushed in a panic, and slammed the door shut. Danzo, this is completely different from what he imagined? He originally thought that in this strange and weird environment, Yukina, a 27-year-old child, must be very uneasy, and Orochimaru was full of malice towards him. If he came out to save Yukina from the dire situation at this time, Yukina would be very grateful to him, and it would be very natural for him to put forward some conditions at this time. But now this situation. He turned and cast a suspicious look at Xue Ming. Xue Ming's expression was very innocent. He really didn't mean it. He just said it casually when he saw Orochimaru. How could he know that Orochimaru was so thin-skinned now? And how could he know that just saying 3 words would have such a good effect? Your ability. Danzo nodded slowly in affirmation. He took a few steps back, creating some distance between him and Yukina, and asked him face to face, I heard from Sakumo that you'll officially join the Umbu next year. Do you want to come to my route? Snow name. So Danzo's purpose in coming to him today was to get him into the route? But then again, the members of the route were all selected by Danzo himself, and his selection criteria were orphans with special abilities. Yukina completely met this criteria, so it's no surprise that Danzo chose her. But Xue Ming will definitely not enter the routes. Are you kidding? He only agreed to join the Umbu out of necessity. How desperate must he be to join the route? Everyone at the route had been cursed by Danzo, and he already had a curse mark on the tip of his tongue. He didn't want Danzo to plant another curse mark on the root of his tongue. Xue Ming wanted to refuse, but couldn't refuse directly. Now there are only him and Danzo, he has no ability to protect himself, and he cannot break up with him. Although he was nominally Heitake Sakumo's disciple, Heitake Sakumo was not here. If Danzo killed him first and reported later, Heitake Sakumo would not be able to save him later. Yukina could only play dumb for the moment and asked in the little notebook, is the root a subunit of the Umbu? Danzo explained the root is nominally a detachment of the Umbu, but it's actually the Umbu's training division. The atmosphere in the root is completely different from that in the Umbu. Everyone in the root works together for the prosperity of the village. They are all unsung heroes. The environment here is relatively simple. I think it's more suitable for a quiet kid like you, who doesn't have so many complicated thoughts. Xue Ming thought, that must be impossible. You have cursed all the people in the root, they have become your puppets one by one, how can they have any thoughts? But he pretended not to understand and asked, aren't the root and Umbu directly loyal to the Hokage? Danzo smiled and asked instead of answering, did you know that there will be 2 new members joining the Umbu soon? Yukina. There are 70 permanent members in the Umbu, and no one has sacrificed or left. How can new people come in early? Danzo said, those 2 people are named Sarutobi, and they are the son and daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage. Seeing Yukina's stunned expression, Danzo added with emotion, Umbu is no longer Heitake Sakumo's Umbu, but the root will always be my root. That's all I have to say. Go back and think about it carefully. Danzo took Yukina back to Heitake Sakumo's office and left without mentioning training him again. Xue Ming practiced every day according to the training plan, and took time to think while practicing mechanically. It's not known whether what Danzo said was true or not. He had never heard Heitake Sakumo mention it. Did Sakumo know about this? But Danzo has a special relationship with the 3rd Hokage, so it's not surprising that he would know inside information like this in advance. I do remember that in the original work, the 3rd generation arranged his son and daughter-in-law into the Umbu. and his son later succeeded Heitake Sakumo, who committed suicide, and became the head of the Umbu. Yes, after Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, the one who took over the position of Umbu head was the son of the third generation. Xuanming reacted immediately. Since the third generation has already started making arrangements in advance, it is probably not far from the time when Heitake Sakumo committed suicide in the original work. It was almost dawn when Xuanming returned home. Having learned from his last lesson, he climbed into the house through the window, then tiptoed to open the window a crack instead of closing it completely, so as to prevent Obito from suspecting that the house had been robbed. As a result, just as the window was closed in the correct position, Obito's voice came faintly from behind him. "Yukina, you are up." Xuanming shuddered and turned around immediately. Obito sat up, as if he had just woken up, rubbing his eyes and yawning, mumbling, "I wanted to wait for you to come back, but I don't know how I fell asleep while waiting. When did you come back?" Yukina didn't want to lie to Obito, so he zipped up his jacket to the top. After making sure that his Umbu uniform was not exposed, he walked over, touched Obito's head, and pointed at the pillow, signaling Obito to sleep a little longer. Obito shook his head. "What time is it?" Xuanming made a 5 gesture. "It's only 5 o'clock, then why are you up now, and dressed so neatly? Hey, that's the coat you wore yesterday, right? By the way, Xuanming, where did you go last night?" "Snow name. Yukina thought for a moment and replied, "Umbu." "Umbu." Obito was stunned. Obito had heard of this place. But just like in modern society, most people have heard of places like the Procuratorate in prison, but they will definitely not go there unless necessary, and they all have a sense of awe towards such places. Why did Xuanming go to the Umbu for such a long time? He left home before 6 o'clock and didn't return home until he fell asleep at night. "What are you going to do in Umbu?" Obito asked cautiously. Yukina sighed and pulled out a small notebook to write in, "I went to see a man named Shimura Danzo." Xuanming felt that Danzo Shimura was not a good person. Many talented young people in Konoha were defeated by him and forced to live a life without themselves and their future. They should have lived in the sunshine, but were brought into darkness by Danzo, and Danzo seems to be very obsessed with the Sharingan. Someone like Obito will be able to evolve his Sharingan into a super powerful Kamui level 1 in the future. If he is noticed by Danzo, the consequences will be disastrous. Moreover, Xuanming also discovered today that Danzo's acting skills are quite good, and he is shameless enough to set up a trap to deceive children. If he didn't know the original work, Ibiki has received special training and is really just a 27-year-old child. I'm afraid he has been tricked by Danzo into going to the route today. Obito is stupid. In the original work, he was deceived by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, and before that he was deceived by Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was better, at least he has no ill will towards Obito. What would happen if he was deceived by Danzo? It's better to hint at it in advance. Xuanming began to write a short composition in a very eloquent manner. Obito leaned over, and as Xuanming wrote, he read it out loud. Shimura Danzo is a man of great foresight, cunning, ruthless, suspicious, and cautious. So many adjectives, so terrifying, and lenient with himself, strict with others. Obito was shocked. Who is this Shimura Danzo? He looks so bad. Xuanming's vocabulary was not enough, and she wanted to continue to warn Obito, so she started to attack him personally. He is old and ugly, his right eye is blind, and he always has a bandage on his head. Not only does he have bad taste in clothes, but he is also short. Obito asked, "How short is he?" Xuanming wrote 170. After writing, he paused, crossed out the characters and 170, and circled the character 3 times again. Obito. Xuanming wrote in a serious tone, "Anyway, if you see this person, stay away from him. It's best not to have any contact with him. Don't believe anything he says to you, because he must be lying to you." "Oh." Obito thought, "Yukina, do you dislike this person?" "Yeah." Xuanming nodded heavily. "I know." Obito immediately responded, "Then I'm going to hate him too." By the time Setsuna's ideological education was over, Obito had long forgotten to ask Setsuna why he wanted to see Danzo. He was only concerned with arguing with Xuanming about his common hatred for the enemy, and then he started to whine and complain, saying that he had specially cooked a lot of dishes for Xuanming last night, but Xuanming didn't eat a single bite, and he couldn't finish them all by himself. The weather was so hot that even if he used ice escape to freeze them, they would easily go bad. Xuanming felt a little guilty about what he said, so he decided to make breakfast for Obito today. Obito asked, "Another fried egg?" Then he immediately added, "It's delicious, but the portion is a little small." Xuanming pondered for a moment. 20. It is acceptable for a 5-year-old child to eat 2 fried eggs for breakfast. 20 children aged 7 or 8 have already started to grow, and 2 eggs alone are not enough for breakfast. The amount should indeed be increased a little, but he can't do anything else. His cooking skills are limited to instant noodles with a fried egg, and at most some cut-cooked food thrown in to soak together. What else can he do besides frying eggs? Or the next one? Xuanming opened the cupboard and looked up and down at the remaining ingredients in the house. Obito sat at the dining table, craning his neck to look towards the kitchen. "Yukina, how about I?" "Don't move, I'll do it," Xuanming said without even turning his head. Obito silently retracted his head. Xueming took out a bag of noodles from the cupboard, thinking that since they were all dry noodles, this thing should be similar to instant noodles. For instant noodles, you boil water and pour it into the bowl. For dried noodles, you boil water and throw the noodles directly into the pot. There just happened to be some leftovers from what Obito made last night in the cupboard. I could take them out and put them on the cooked white noodles. Then I would have a ready-made topping noodles. Perfect plan. There are only 2 pots at home, one for frying and the other for cooking. Xueming took out the small pot used for cooking, filled it with water, and out of consideration, only filled half the pot with water to prevent the water from overflowing when it boiled. He put the pot on the stove, turned on the high heat, and started to unwrap the noodles while waiting for the water to boil. The pot was not very big, because Obito used to eat alone and only needed to cook for one person. Also, when he was young, he couldn't lift a big pot, so the family used a milk pot to cook food. Half a pot of water quickly boiled. Xueming quickly threw the noodles into the pot. Wait a minute, Xueming, you have to turn down the fire first. With a boom, the fire directly ignited the dry noodles on the edge of the pot. The flames rose up and even the handle of the milk pot was burned. Oh yes, turn down the heat. It's okay. Turn it off now. Xueming reached out to turn the stove knob, but in his haste he turned it in the wrong direction. The fire didn't get smaller, but instead got bigger. Xueming turned around and said, "Bring." Obito stood up on the spot and started to make seals with his hands. Xueming started to form seals almost at the same time as him. 2 streams of water condensed from 2 directions, swirled and entwined with each other above the stove, then merged at the top, and with a splash, poured onto the flames of the dry noodles, completely extinguishing the terrifying flames without a single spark. But the stove also looked terrible. Xueming stood there, looking at the mess of black dust and water stains on the stove, his face dark. It seems that he really has no talent in cooking. How can he be okay when he almost caused a fire while cooking noodles? Obito walked over silently and patted Yukina's shoulder. When Yukina turned her head, she saw Obito's face flushed red from trying to hold back his laughter. He immediately shook his body, took a step back, and moved away from Obito's hand on his shoulder. Obito's hand was empty and he couldn't hold back his laughter. He simply stretched out his hands, locked Yukina from behind, and rested his forehead on the back of Yukina's neck and laughed. The shaking of his shoulders became more and more exaggerated. At first, he was just laughing silently, but then the laughter became louder and louder. In the end, he was laughing out loud, and even tears came out of his eyes. Xueming couldn't help but laugh as well, and pointed to the messy stove. Just as he was about to say, "Go clean it up," Obito spoke first. I'll do it. He wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and urged Xueming to sit down at the dining table. "Don't move. I'll do this." Snow name. Yes, he doesn't want to cook anymore. He is tired. If he does it a few more times, the stove at home will be broken. Forget it. He should not try it in the future. Just leave it to Obito. He should stay away from cooking. The school teachers are no longer surprised that Yukina and Obito are always late together. "Why are you late today?" the teacher asked calmly. "Did you run into an old lady and need to cross the street again?" "No, teacher." Obito touched the back of his head, with a silly look on his face, and said sincerely, "It was our kitchen that almost burned down today, teacher." "Your kitchen burned down, so why are you so happy? You couldn't even come up with a decent excuse for lying. Isn't this even more outrageous than helping an old lady cross the street?" Seeing the teacher's look of disbelief, Obito got anxious. "Really, teacher, if you don't believe me, ask Xueming." Xueming nodded seriously. "Yes, you too." The teacher angrily pointed at the classroom door. "If you're late, stand outside for a whole class." Snow name. No way, he didn't sleep at all last night, and he was thinking about catching up on some sleep before class. It was not the first time that Obito was punished by the teacher. He walked to the back door of the classroom as he knew the way, and made a face back at his classmates who were making faces at him through the window. Then he turned around, glanced at Xueming, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Xueming, for causing you." and he stood there together as punishment. Actually, I think the standing punishment system is very bad. You see, only students with poor grades and more special circumstances are more likely to be punished by standing. If they stand, they can't attend class and can't hear the lessons, so won't their grades be even worse? Even if I have to stand in the corner as punishment, I shouldn't be made to stand outside the classroom. There are so many people coming and going in the corridor, and everyone who passes by has to look at me. I have a lot of self-respect, okay? Not hearing Yukina's reply, Obito couldn't help but glance over sideways. Xueming had already closed his eyes, his head tilted forward slightly, and it looked like he was about to fall asleep while standing. "Yu-Ming, Yukina," Obito called out softly a few times. Xueming was already half asleep and half awake. It was now Yukina's sleep time, and this was Yukina's sleep place. Furthermore, his body was too familiar with being with Obito, and felt very safe and unprotected. Obito stealthily poked his head towards the front door and heard the teacher was giving a passionate lecture. He probably wouldn't come out for a while and wouldn't care about the two of them still standing outside the door as punishment, so he stood back next to Yukina and even stood a little closer. Obito put one arm around Yukina's waist so that he could use the force and not have to stand entirely on his own. With his other hand, he pushed Yukina's head onto his shoulder as a pillow. Obito is a little taller than Yukina, but his height is limited. He is still a little too short for Yukina to sleep with his head resting on his shoulder. Yukina rubbed his neck uncomfortably, and finally fell asleep with his head tilted and resting against Obito's ear. Obito stood there stiffly, not daring to move his neck, for fear that any slight movement would wake up Yukina. Passers-by looked over curiously, but Dai-Tu didn't move his head or say anything, just rolled his eyes and glared back. Xueming went to the Umbu last night and didn't sleep at all, so it's normal for him to feel sleepy now. It's a pity that there's nothing I can do now. I'll just lean on him and take a nap. I'll go to the infirmary at noon, there's a bed there and I can have a good sleep. At noon, Yukina went to the infirmary to sleep. Obito did not wake him up for class in the afternoon, but asked the teacher for leave for him. He exaggerated and said that Yukina must have been frightened by the kitchen fire in the morning, so he was not feeling well now, and hoped that the teacher would approve the leave. The teacher knew that Xueming was from Heitake Sakumo's side, and he probably carried out some mission last night. Of course, he would not refuse to grant him leave. So Xueming took a good sleep in the infirmary for the whole afternoon and felt very refreshed when he woke up. When school was almost over in the evening, Obito was still thinking about what vegetables to buy at the market. However, Yukina still had some psychological trauma about the stove at home, so after school she simply dragged Obito to Ichiraku Ramen. "Yukina, are we having ramen tonight?" Xueming pulled Obito to sit at the bar, and took out a small notebook to write, "Ask the boss to put less salt." Obito immediately shouted, "Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen, with a lightly salted broth." "Okay." Ramen soup itself is flavorless, the saltiness is added afterward. After Uncle Ichiraku finished making the ramen and served it, he pushed a small dish between the two of them. "I don't know what your tastes are, so I tried to use less salt. If you think it's too bland, try some of this. I made it myself, so it's a bit stronger." "Thank you, Uncle," Obito responded enthusiastically. Xueming also raised the word thank you. Ichiraku ramen is very famous in the village because it is cheap, delicious, and the portions are large. A large bowl of ramen was served, with 6 or 7 slices of meat in the middle, and a half-boiled egg cut in half, seaweed sheets, bamboo shoots, kelp, and fish cakes neatly arranged at the bottom. The whole bowl of ramen was steaming hot, and it made people very appetizing at first sight. Before starting to eat, Xueming gave half of the meat to Obito, and also gave him half of an egg. After thinking for a while, he rolled up a small half of the noodles and gave it to him. The contents of Obito's bowl immediately popped out. "Snow name, you gave it all to me, what are you going to eat?" Obito asked disapprovingly. "You didn't eat breakfast properly, and you didn't eat lunch either, so how can you eat so little for dinner?" Yukina shook his head and pointed at Obito's bowl, signaling him to eat. "He has to go to the Umbu again tonight. What Shimura Danzo said yesterday made him very concerned. No matter what, he must meet Heitake Sakumo as soon as possible." This time, Heitake Sakumo's mission was definitely a last-minute one. It was unknown what kind of mission it was, but he left in such a hurry, without even saying goodbye before leaving. It was also unknown when Heitake Sakumo would return, or if he would leave again. Yukina wanted to try her luck and see if she could meet anyone there. Well, since he has gone to the Umbu, he must have trained for a night. So you can't eat too much now, otherwise you will easily vomit due to high-intensity training. As Xueming was thinking, he unconsciously picked up a piece of the side dish given by the boss with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, and then he stopped. "What's wrong?" Obito asked immediately. He glanced at the boss secretly and saw that he was serving other customers and didn't pay attention to them, so he leaned over and asked quietly, "Is it not tasty?" Xueming shook his head, looked at Obito calmly, picked up a piece of side dish and handed it to Obito's mouth. Obito bit it without any warning. Then he immediately opened his mouth to spit it out, but then he considered that this was someone else's restaurant and the food in his mouth was a homemade side dish that the owner had kindly given them, so it seemed inappropriate to spit it out. He then picked up the glass of ice water on the table and swallowed the side dish whole with water as if he were taking medicine. Xueming looked amused and wrote, "I think the taste is good, but it's a little spicy. Do you think it's spicy?" Who said that? It's not spicy at all." Obito took another sip of ice water and said stubbornly, "I just felt a little hot, so I drank a few more sips of ice water." "Oh." Yukina reached out and pushed up Obito's goggles. "Why do you need to wear goggles when eating ramen? Wouldn't the heat fog up the lenses? Wouldn't you be able to see what you're eating?" As a result, under the goggles, Obito's eyes were filled with tears because of the spicy side dish he had just eaten. As soon as the goggles were removed, Obito blinked and a tear rolled down his cheeks. "Snow name. Oh, how pitiful, is this a joke? It seems like all Uchiha are like cat tongues. Can they not eat spicy food at all?" Obito was so angry that he pulled down the goggles that Yukina had pushed up and covered his eyes again, which completely revealed his thoughts. "Don't hide," Xueming said. Obito paused with his hands covering his goggles, then took them off again. Yukina stared into Obito's eyes. Uchiha's eyes really speak, and Obito is a little fool, no wonder he always wears goggles. Without hiding his eyes, his duplicity would be of no use, as he could hide nothing. Obito shrank back a little, and Setsuna moved closer. Obito involuntarily stepped back again, and Setsuna moved even closer with a focused expression. "What are you doing, Yukina? You keep looking at me." Obito blushed a little when Yukina looked at him. Xuanming retreated to his original position, raised the notebook and asked, "Why are you blushing?" "I already told you it's because it's too hot here." "Oh." Xuanming wrote again, "You have beautiful eyes." Obito immediately felt it getting hotter. Yukina couldn't help laughing and pointed at the bowl of ramen in front of Obito, signaling him to stop playing and eat properly. Obito poked the bowl of noodles with his chopsticks, glanced at Xuanming beside him, coughed, and asked, "Xuanming, we have known each other for so long, and I still don't know what you like to eat." Xuanming took a bite of the egg, thought about the question, and then shook his head. "There's nothing special about him. He can eat big meals, instant noodles, and any flavor, but he just doesn't like anything too salty." Obito said and asked, "What kind of small animals do you like?" Yukina replied, "Dog." Obito nodded and asked, "What color do you like?" Yukina glanced at Obito. "What are you doing? Why are you doing this survey without even eating? If I don't eat my noodles, they're going to clump up." Yukina pointed at Obito's bowl of noodles. Obito rolled up a chopstick of ramen and stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks were puffed out and he was still mumbling, "I like purple the best." "Yeah." Seeing that Obito started eating again, Yukina was satisfied and lowered his head to take a sip of soup. The lightly salted soup base is just the right flavor, fresh, fragrant and thick. It's probably made with pork bones. I wonder if Obito can make this taste at home. Obito swallowed the food in his mouth and added, "Actually, I've never thought about what color I like, but 3 years ago. From that time on, I felt that my favorite color must be purple." "Huh? 3 years ago?" Yukina looked at Obito. Obito stared into Yukina's eyes and said, "Because the first time I saw you, I thought you had beautiful eyes." "Oh." Yukina looked at Obito. Obito was originally looking at Yukina, but Yukina kept staring at him, so Obito turned his eyes away and looked elsewhere. Xuanming smiled. After taking off his goggles, Obito didn't know if it was because of the heat or what, but both of his ears were red and very eye-catching. Yukina stretched out his hand towards Obito's face. Obito was stunned for a moment, but did not dodge. Yukina pinched Obito's earlobe. Obito immediately covered his ears and dropped his chopsticks in panic. "Yukina!" Obito shouted, and then explained to Uncle Ichiraku, who came over after hearing the sound, "I'm sorry, Uncle, I accidentally knocked the chopsticks down." It's okay." The uncle kindly handed over another pair of chopsticks. "Come on, just change a pair of chopsticks." Obito picked up the chopsticks that had fallen to the ground and handed them to Uncle Ichiraku. Yukina looked at Obito's ears, which were now completely red, and pinched his own earlobe out of curiosity. "My own earlobes are cold, but Obito's are burning hot. Is it really that hot here?" Xuanming raised his hand and pointed at Obito's bowl of noodles, signaling him to eat quickly, thinking that he could just go out and get some fresh air after eating. "UNA." Obito sounded a little unhappy. Xuanming looked over. Obito suddenly used his index finger to gently poke the bullseye-shaped curse seal on Yukina's lips. "Huh?" Xuanming looked puzzled. Obito's previous unhappiness seemed to disappear suddenly, and he smiled again. Without saying a word, he just grabbed the chopsticks and began to concentrate on putting the noodles into his mouth. It was almost dark when the two returned home after dinner. It gets dark very late in the summer. Although it is not completely dark now, it is actually quite late. After they both finished washing up, Obito went to prepare breakfast for the next day before going to bed. Xuanming took the opportunity to change into the umbu uniform and lay down in the bed, preparing to go to the umbu after Obito fell asleep. When he felt that the time was almost up, Xuanming got up quietly. He first looked at Obito. Obito still had his usual bad sleeping posture. Yukina squatted down, covered Obito with the quilt again and tucked it in, then stood up, opened the bedroom window and left. But Xuanming didn't know that the moment he left, Obito in the room lifted the quilt, sat up, and silently looked towards the window through which Xuanming left. When Yukina arrived at the umbu, Heitake Sakumo had not returned as expected. According to the training plan, he went to the training ground and completed today's training tasks. When he was about to leave and planned to go to Shuomao's office to record the training log, he found that there was someone in the room, and it was the chakra he was familiar with. Xuanming pushed open the door and looked inside, and it was indeed Heitake Sakumo. "Oh, it's Yukina." Heitake Sakumo looked very tired, but when he saw Yukina come in, he still smiled and asked, "I didn't call you. Did you come to train on your own initiative? You're working very hard. What did you practice today?" Xuanming opened the logbook that Heitake Sakumo used to record his training content and began to record today's training content. First, there were weighted runs to train his endurance and stamina. After the warm-up, there were the usual throwing drills, the usual chakra concentration exercises, and the speed training of hand seals. When he was thirsty, he drank poisonous water, and after that, he practiced chakra micromanipulation to detoxify. After the detoxification, while his body recovered, he went to the interrogation room to observe the torture for a while. This whole process basically takes 5 or 6 hours. Originally, Xueming planned to go home directly after recording today's training content, but now that Heitake Sakumo has appeared, he just has something to say to Sakumo. Just as Yukina took out his notebook to write, Heitake Sakumo spoke first. Yukina, the intensity of your training tonight, are you used to it now? Xueming paused what he was doing and looked at Heitake Sakumo in disbelief. Get it straight, the body he's in now isn't even 28 years old. Asking a child over 27 years old to endure this level of intensity training almost every night, and saying that he is very adaptable, how can he adapt? It seems that he is always reluctant. What do you mean? Xueming wrote quickly with a bad temper. Are you trying to increase my strength? Yes, Heitake Sakumo admitted without hesitation. I think it's time to give you some more strength. Yukina took a few steps back and looked Heitake Sakumo up and down with a suspicious look. Heitake Sakumo spread his hands and said, don't look at me like that. The upper echelons of Konoha are all very clear now that you are my disciple. Heitake Sakumo. If you are not strong enough, that won't work. Xuemingzi wanted to open the notebook and write something, because he thought that strength could not be achieved overnight, but had to be built up step by step. He started to learn chakra at the age of 25, and now he is less than 28 years old. It took him a lot of effort to have such strength now. But when he was about to write, his anti-emotional manipulation training came into play, rationality prevailed, and he sobered up from his anger. There was something wrong with what Heitake Sakumo said. Xueming raised the notebook and asked, are you hiding something from me? Heitake Sakumo tutored his words, children who are too smart will be very tired in the future. Xueming crossed his arms, glared at him fiercely, and said, speak clearly. Heitake Sakumo sighed, I received a temporary mission this time and set off with my team. On our way to complete the mission, we were ambushed, and my team lost 2 members. Xueming was startled when he heard this, and asked in writing, when did it happen? Heitake Sakumo lowered his eyes, just last night. Just now. He clenched his fists as he spoke. My team members have been through life and death with me. I'm fully aware of their abilities. It's not that they're being reckless, nor is there something wrong with their abilities. This time, someone definitely leaked the information ahead of time. Never mind. He looked at Xueming and explained, I have a bad feeling. These things have nothing to do with you, and I don't want to implicate you. But now, the upper echelons of Konoha are well aware that you are my disciple, Heitake Sakumo, so there are some things that won't involve you just because I say so. While I'm still here, you must improve your strength as quickly as possible and be able to protect yourself so that you can protect yourself when I'm gone. Xueming took a deep breath and closed his eyes. There is a bit too much information, so you need to calm down. First of all, Danzo just said 2 days ago that the 3rd Hokage planned to put his son and daughter-in-law into the Umbu. Today, 2 members of Heitake Sakumo's team were reduced. If the number of people was reduced first and then people were added, then we can only say that the 3rd generation is selfish and likes to engage in nepotism, but the current situation is that people were added first and then the number of people was reduced, so this is premeditated. If you connect it with the original work, the following plot will be easy to understand. There were 3 members in Heitake Sakumo's team. Now 2 are gone, and only the last one is left. So when encountering danger, you wanted to protect this last person even if it meant failing to complete the mission. This behavior is understandable. The son and daughter-in-law of the 3rd generation will definitely join Heitake Sakumo's team. When the time comes, his son will report it, but the 3rd generation will not come forward himself, but let Danzo suppress it with public opinion, and finally use some tricks to tell the outside world that Heitake Sakumo committed suicide. What really happened is known only to the upper echelons. I guess Heitake Sakumo himself also had a premonition about this, otherwise he wouldn't be leaving it like a will, saying things like what to do while he's still here, and what to do after he's gone. Heitake Sakumo was very popular among the people and had the reputation of White Fang of Konoha. He was also awarded the Hokage sleeves and was one of the strong candidates to compete for the 4th Hokage. It's normal that Danzo wants to be Hokage and feels that Heitake Sakumo is a threat, so he designs to use public opinion to make him lose the support of the people. I guess the 3rd generation was somewhat afraid that Heitake Sakumo would become too successful, so he tacitly allowed Danzo to do this. None of them believed that Heitake Sakumo had no intention of becoming Hokage. He was just a sword that was wholeheartedly pulled by the Hokage. It is the other one, the one who is as famous as Konoha White Fang, who will be the real 4th generation in the future. Under the current circumstances, it is definitely impossible to confront the 3rd Hokage or Danzo head-on, but whoever should bear the pressure should bear it himself. Teacher. Yukina spoke after clearing his mind and said to Heitake Sakumo, come with me. Heitake Sakumo followed Yukina, feeling doubtful all the way. It was not until they arrived at Minato Namikaze's house that Heitake Sakumo hesitated and asked, why did you bring me to see Minato? Xueming glanced at him with an expression that said, stop talking nonsense and catch up quickly. Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo felt that Yukina and Kakashi were 2 completely different children. Although they were of the same age, Kakashi still had the temperament of a child and was very dependent on him. Xueming is much more mature. Sometimes, even without saying anything, a glance from him can make others subconsciously do what he wants. Is this related to Xueming's ability? Minato Namikaze was home alone, he had already gotten up, had just finished washing up, and was still wearing his pajamas. Early in the morning, Heitake Sakumo came to him with Yukina, and he was also confused. He invited the two of them in, politely poured 2 glasses of water, looked at Heitake Sakumo and asked, "Brother Sakumo, why did you come to see me so early? Is there something wrong?" "Ask him." Heitake Sakumo shrugged and looked at Yukina. Namikaze Minato also turned his gaze towards Yukina. Xue Ming looked between the two men with suspicion. What did Minato Namikaze just yell? "Brother Sakumo?" The last time these two went on a mission together, didn't they act like they didn't recognize each other? When did you become so familiar? But it's good to be familiar. Yukina stared at Minato Namikaze and said, "You will be the Hokage." 2 adults. The 2 adults were immediately confused. Heitake Sakumo covered Yukina's mouth with his hand, and Namikaze Minato disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Minato checked around his house in his pajamas and made sure that no one else was around, he came back with a lingering fear on his face that he wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and complained to Heitake Sakumo, "Brother Sakumo, what's wrong with your child?" Heitake Sakumo also had a headache. He rubbed his eyebrows with one hand and pressed the other hand on Xue Ming's head. "You didn't educate me well, you didn't educate me well." Xue Ming is really quiet, but once he opens his mouth, it scares people to death. Last time he made Orikimura bald, and this time he is instigating Minato to become Hokage. Becoming bald is fine, but can you just talk about something like Naruto casually? But Xue Ming was not talking nonsense. He said it directly because he knew what he meant. Minato Namikaze is a smart man. There is no need to beat around the bush with a smart man. It is better for everyone to just say what they want to say directly. The main reason is that he has had contact with Minato Namikaze and can be sure that he is not someone like Danzo. Whatever Danzo does, he always lets others go first, and he likes to hide behind and dig holes and play dirty tricks. Although Minato Namikaze may seem soft, he is very strong and has a tough style. He is thoughtful and open-minded, not afraid of taking on responsibilities, and always takes the lead when encountering danger. Yukina trusts Minato Namikaze's character. In addition, he had just discovered that Namikaze Minato and Heitake Sakumo seem to have a good personal relationship, which was a pleasant surprise. So isn't it very simple now? Anyway, Heitake Sakumo is just a scapegoat, so wouldn't it be better to just put the blame on Minato Namikaze? Heitake Sakumo is a little blindly loyal to the Hokage, but he is not stupid. After Yukina gave him a dissatisfied look, he also reacted. He found it a little funny. The pessimism he had felt just now due to the sacrifice of his teammates was immediately diluted by Xue Ming. He held down Xue Ming's head and bowed to Minato Namikaze to apologize, saying that he had caused trouble for him. Minato waved his hands to indicate that it was okay. Heitake Sakumo squatted down again, looked Xue Ming in the eye, and said to him seriously, "I know what you were thinking. I was distracted just now and made you worried. I'm sorry." Yukina stared at Heitake Sakumo with an expressionless face. "Well, it's quite rare to find a parent who can say sorry." Heitake Sakumo added, "But this is a matter between us adults. You are just a child, don't meddle in it." Xue Ming frowned and turned his face away. "Now you treat him like a child, but why didn't you treat him like a child during training? Double standards." Heitake Sakumo pressed his head and turned his face back, saying, "Did you hear that? You don't have to go to class today. Go back to bed quickly, Yukina. If you don't go back, Obito will find out you're not at home." Xue Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked out the window. After all the delay, it was already bright outside. "We really need to go back quickly. Obito almost discovered something was wrong yesterday. If he wasn't at home when he woke up today, he might not be able to fool him." Heitake Sakumo stood up and wanted to leave with Yukina, but Namikaze Minato behind him suddenly said, "Brother Sakumo, wait a moment, I have something to tell you." Heitake Sakumo paused, pushed Yukina forward, and said gently, "You go back first." Xue Ming glanced back. Heitake Sakumo nodded to him as a reassurance. Yukina glanced at Minato Namikaze again. Minato smiled, walked over to Sakumo, patted his shoulder and said, "Your child is such a worrywart." Xue Ming's face darkened. Who is responsible for this? Namikaze Minato had no idea that it was this guy who was standing there telling him his last words. Who cares? Seeing Xue Ming's face was not right, fearing that he would say something crazy again, Heitake Sakumo immediately raised his hand and waved it out like chasing a rabbit, making a shush sound twice in his mouth to tell him not to delay. Go quickly. Xue Ming then turned back in displeasure and quickly hurried back home. He had never rushed so fast when he was late for class, and he had never been so anxious now when he was late for an exam. The sun has risen quite high in the sky. Judging from the sky, it should be around 7 o'clock in the morning. It's almost time for Obito to get up. It would be very risky to enter the house through the window now. What if Obito has woken up and he is caught red-handed? He won't even be able to think of a good explanation. It would be better to go straight into the house through the front door. Even if Obito had already gotten up and was cooking, he could say that he had gone out for training in advance. He didn't lie to Obito, he did go for training, it was just that he said it a little too early, he went out the night before. As a result, when he opened the door, he found Obito sitting cross-legged on a chair with an expressionless face facing the door. He had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and he held his chin with one hand. Seeing Xueming push open the door, he said calmly, "You're back, I've been waiting for you all night, Xueming. So you come home at this time every day? Snow name. Xueming closed the door and stood obediently at the entrance, a little afraid to go forward. Obito stood up from his chair, walked up to Yukina step by step, stared at him and asked, "Where did you go at night? Snow name. Obito is half a head taller than Yukina and is usually very sunny. But now his face suddenly becomes dark and he looks very angry but not explosive. Even at such a young age, it's quite oppressive. Xueming couldn't help but look away and took half a step back. If he said now that he went out for training early, would Obito believe it? Obito took the notebook from the shoe cabinet at the door and handed it over, as if to say, "There's no point in hiding, just tell the truth." Yukina took the notebook, glanced at Obito, then lowered his head and wrote, "I'm out for training." Obito may not believe it when I write this. But he really went there for training. As expected, Obito was suspicious and asked, "You trained all night?" "Yeah." Xueming nodded innocently. About that, although some other things happened after the training. But rounding it off, he did train for a whole night. Obito asked with a straight face, "Who were you with just now?" Without thinking, Yukina wrote, "With Kakashi." Obito's voice immediately rose, "You trained with Kakashi." Xueming immediately sped up his writing speed, "His father." The last two exclamation marks were written with such force that they penetrated the back of the paper. After he finished writing, he brought the notebook in front of Obito and tapped it with the tip of his pen. Obito's voice fell back, and he said, "Are you with your guardian uncle?" He lowered his eyes and muttered unhappily, "No wonder your strength improved so quickly. It turns out you often sneak out in the middle of the night to train with your guardian." Obito's gaze suddenly focused, his brows furrowed, and he asked in doubt, "Yukina, what are you wearing under this coat? Why haven't I seen you wear it before? Do we have this kind of clothes at home?" Xueming. "Oh no, it's the Umbu uniform." Yukina swallowed and stared at Obito. Seeing Obito reaching out to him, as if wanting to unzip his jacket for a closer look, he couldn't help but take a half step back. Now his back was completely pressed against the door, with no way to retreat. Official Umbu members actually have lockers in the Umbu to prevent similar situations from happening. They can go to the Umbu in their own clothes, then go to the locker room to change into the Umbu uniforms. After training or completing the mission, they can return to the Umbu and change back into casual clothes before going home. But he is not an official member yet, and none of the 70 lockers in the Umbu belong to him, so the current situation is very awkward. He could fool people with training, but not with the Umbu. The conspicuous Umbu mask was still hanging around his waist. Seeing Yukina stepping back, Obito retracted his half-extended hand, sounding particularly disappointed and pouting, "I won't watch any more, Yukina, stop hiding from me." Yukina was just wondering in his mind whether to tell Obito to stay still or to go away. That he hadn't said anything yet. Obito had this expression that looked both obedient and uneasy, as if he had done something wrong, which made Yukina feel a little guilty. It was as if he was bullying a child. Forget it, just let Obito see it that he has been exposed today anyway, and he won't be able to hide it in the future. Xueming reached out and unzipped his coat, revealing the Umbu uniform underneath. Obito didn't recognize the Umbu uniform, but he had seen the Umbu mask that Yukina wore around her waist. He was deeply impressed by the fact that several Umbu had gone to the school on missions in the past, wearing cloaks but such conspicuous masks. "You joined the Umbu?" Obito asked. Xueming shook his head. Since he didn't join the Umbu, why does he have an Umbu mask? And this mask is obviously not the size for adults. It is only suitable for children. It must be specially customized for Xueming, right? Obito stared at Yukina. "Don't lie to me." Xueming looked back calmly and said, "I won't lie to you. Even the brightest and brightest dogs will be protective of their food. Once they have tasted the feeling of being favored, they will never want to share it with others. Don't lie to me, don't hide from me, just let me be the most special exception." "Yukina, I'm your best friend, right?" Obito suddenly asked. Yukina didn't know how Obito brought up the topic here, but he still said seriously. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Then don't hide anything from me in the future, tell me everything. Do you know how worried I was when I woke up in the middle of the night and found that you were not around? Snow name. Xueming had never seen anyone sleep as soundly as Obito, and his sleeping posture was so terrible. Who knew that Obito, who had difficulty waking up, would wake up in the middle of the night? What a mistake, I should have cast a curse before leaving last night. He thought about it and felt that since he had said so much today, he should not attack in stages. Seeing that Obito had a normal expression and seemed to be accepting the situation, Yukina simply picked up the notebook and started writing again. "I haven't joined the Umbu yet, but I expect to join next year." Obito was stunned after reading it and asked, "But, next year we will be in the 4th grade, that is the graduating class, and the study tasks are very heavy. How can you have time to carry out the mission of the Umbu?" Xueming wrote, "So I will graduate early this year." Obito. Xueming wrote again, "I won't be able to go to school with you next year." Obito. Yukina finished writing quickly and looked up at Obito. Obito's expression was quite calm. After reading what Xueming wrote, he only said with emotion, "Xueming is really excellent. He will graduate early this year." After a pause, he continued, Kakashi also graduated early before that. I probably won't be able to graduate early, so I have to go to school for another year next year. Xuan Ming feels Obito's attitude. The speed is a bit weird. This shouldn't be his reaction, right? He didn't even cry or make a fuss. Wasn't it Obito who was crying and begging to go to school with him? Why is he so calm now that he's graduating early? Something is wrong. I'm really making slow progress. Obito lowered his head and sighed, then scratched the back of his head. He raised his face with a positive expression and clenched his fists, saying, But Yukina, just wait, I'll definitely catch up with you soon. After Obito said this, Yukina felt a little relieved. After all, he had heard Obito say this countless times. Well, it seemed that Obito was still very normal, still the usual Obito. He reached out and rubbed Obito's head to show encouragement and said, Obito repeated seriously, I will definitely catch up with you soon. My teacher praised me for my talent before. Xuan Ming said again, nodded, and couldn't help but smile. Obito is very talented, and his talent is even higher than what was praised by Uchiha Madara himself in the original novel. Otherwise, no matter how stimulated he was, it would be impossible for him to have double Megatama as soon as he opened his eyes, and the double Megatama could directly jump to the Mangekyo. In the original novel, little Obito was delayed because no one taught him, right? Just like Sasuke was exterminated, there was no one to teach him, and he could only learn the fireball after learning it for a long time. It was not until the period of the Chunin exam that he learned the Chidori under the guidance of Kakashi, which improved his speed and rapidly increased his strength. Later on, even Kakashi could only teach him a limited amount, so he turned to Orochimaru. It can be said that Sasuke's strength in the later period, in addition to his own high talent, was also closely related to Orochimaru's teaching. Talent alone is not enough, a good teacher is also important. At this point, Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, should be more than capable of educating little Obito. Yukina originally thought that he would catch up to him soon as Obito said, because he worked hard to improve his strength under Fugaku's guidance, but he didn't expect that Obito would actually do this. After talking things out with Obito, Yukina no longer hid anything when she went to Umbu. He put on the Umbu uniform in front of Obito openly and no longer waited until he fell asleep before leaving home. After all, Heidake Sakamo really increased his training volume, and the original training time was no longer enough, so he had to go to the Umbu early. Heidake Sakamo affirmed Yukina's current ability, saying that he had indeed reached the level of Chunin before graduation and completed the goal assigned to him, and he was not wrong about him. He also said that Xuan Ming was indeed very talented, but he still needed him to keep working hard. It is true that I am talented, but it is also true that I work hard. 3 years ago, he didn't even know what chakra was. Now he has reached the level of Chunin, which was achieved after more than 1,000 sleepless nights. He followed a teacher who was good at swordsmanship, so he had swung his sword at the wooden men of the Umbu countless times, he had fallen countless times on the Umbu fighting stage, he had also run countless laps on the training ground. If all the poisons he had drunk were poured together, he would be able to take a medicinal bath. From the moment he first saw the torture scene, he couldn't help vomiting when he returned home. Now, he can watch the enemy being tortured to death in front of him without changing his expression. Heitake Sakamo told Swimming that he had submitted an application report to the 3rd Hokage, and as long as there was a vacancy in the Umbu, Swimming would be allowed to join. But Swimming always felt that this was just a flag. Last time, he took Heitake Sakamo to find Namikaze Minato, and then the two of them avoided him and discussed something alone. Yukina didn't know what they discussed specifically, but from Heitake Sakamo's tone afterwards, it seemed as if all the problems had been resolved. But is it possible? Is it really that simple? Xuan Ming was thinking about problems while doing mechanical physical training, and before he knew it, the training time had exceeded. By the time he reacted, it was already bright outside. Xuan Ming immediately ended the training, went to the office to log in the training log, and then rushed back home quickly. If he goes home at this time, it might be too late to have breakfast. But it doesn't matter, he is not very hungry anyway, so he can wait until lunch to eat. When Yukina opened the door, Obito had already prepared breakfast and was lying at the table. Seeing Xuan Ming coming in, Obito immediately raised his head and said loudly, Xuan Ming, you are back. It seems that you are a little late today. Yeah. Xuan Ming nodded, changed his shoes and walked in. He casually touched the notebook on the shoe cabinet in the entrance hall. Just as he picked up the pen and was about to write, he suddenly found that his vision was a little dark. Obito stood up so fast that his chair fell over at Yukina. Yukina's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. As he fell backwards, Obito instantly came over and caught him. Xuan Ming took advantage of Obito to relax for a while, and when the blackout passed, he closed his eyes tightly and picked up the pen to write again, low blood sugar. I didn't eat much last night, and then I did high-intensity training. Now I think I have low blood sugar, which is why I feel weak and dizzy. There is nothing wrong with Heitake Sakamo's training plan. He was just thinking about something in the morning and accidentally overtrained. What is hypoglycemia? Obito's voice was a little trembling. He gritted his teeth, picked up Yukina, turned around and walked towards the 2nd floor. Yukina. No, wait, Obito can carry him like a princess so easily? He's not that light, is he? And Obito is only 28 years old now, A 28-year-old being hugged like a princess makes people feel insecure. Are we going up to the second floor later? The stairs are so steep. What if we get stuck halfway up and both of us fall? Yukina wanted to ask Obito to put him down, but when he saw Obito's anxious and serious expression, he didn't want to say it anymore. Yukina tensed her body, lifted her upper body as much as possible and brought it closer to Obito, so that Obito's center of gravity would be close to hers when he was holding her, so that it would not be so strenuous to hold him. At the same time, she put her arms around Obito's neck, rested her chin on his shoulder, and looked down doubtfully. 20. Are the waist and back muscles of an 8-year-old good enough? Don't try to be brave and twist them. Obito steadily carried Yukina up to the second floor, kicked the folded sheets aside with his feet, put Yukina on top, and immediately turned around to go downstairs. You take a rest, I'll go get you a cup of hot water. Obito. Yukina called him. Obito stopped. Xueming wrote to him and reminded him, add some sugar to the water. Obito glanced at it, nodded, turned around and quickly went downstairs. Xueming closed the notebook and seemed to be lost in thought. Obito didn't wear goggles at home, and looking at his expression just now, why did he look like he was about to cry again? I just didn't eat and have a little low blood sugar. Drinking some sugar water will make it fine. There's nothing to cry about. Little Obito was really a crybaby. He was in tears when he was kept after class by the teacher, his eyes were filled with tears when he ate spicy food, and now his eyes are filled with tears again. Well, he is quite cute. Obito had never heard of such a thing as hypoglycemia, but he knew that people would faint if they were too tired from training. Xueming went to the umbu for training all night, and when he came back he almost collapsed in front of him. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. But he doesn't know medical ninjutsu like Xiaolin, so he has no way to share Xueming's worries. He can only shed useless tears here. Obito wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and patted his face. He took Xueming's cup, poured a cup of hot water, added 2 large spoonfuls of sugar into it, and after making sure that he was fine, he went upstairs again. He wanted to become stronger so much. He had never wanted to become stronger so much before. In the past, he watched those around him become stronger and felt that he could not be left behind, so he worked hard to improve himself. But now, he wants to become stronger on his own instead of being pushed forward by others. If he becomes stronger, can he help Xueming share his worries? Will Xueming no longer have to work so hard? It was he who picked up Xueming and brought him home, so it was he who should take care of Xueming. Why does it seem like the situation is reversed now, and he is the one being taken care of? Obito went to find Uchiha Fugaku and said, Teacher, I want to become stronger. Fugaku took a sip of tea, and Yuya nodded. He pulled a scroll from the bookshelf, pushed it towards Obito, and said, Then I will teach you a ninjutsu today. No, teacher, I don't want that. Obito said seriously, frowning. Teacher, I'm Uchiha, is there any way for me to open my eyes quickly? Uchiha Fugaku paused while drinking his tea. Open your eyes. He looked Obito up and down suspiciously. That's right, Obito said, we Uchiha people are all very good. As long as I can successfully open the Sharingan, I can become stronger all of a sudden, right? Uchiha Fugaku stroked his chin thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. Right. Obito knelt down on the low table and asked excitedly, Teacher, you are the head of the Uchiha clan, you must have a way, right? I have a plan, but does Xueming know about this? Yu Ming. Obito's voice weakened. Yu Ming doesn't know. I want to tell him after I become stronger. I think you should discuss this with him first, Uchiha Fugaku kindly reminded. 28 years old is a little young. At your age, if you can open your eyes, you will have great talent, but there are still risks. It would be better to wait until you are around 10 years old to open your eyes. What are the risks? You're too young. Your body might not be able to bear the eye opening and you'll be susceptible to bloodline diseases. Uchiha Fugaku suggested, so you should go back and talk to Yukina. If he agrees, then I have no objection and can try to help you open your eyes. Obito stiffened his neck and said, Why do I need Xueming's consent for my own affairs? I can make the decision myself. Teacher, please help me open my eyes. Uchiha Fugaku asked doubtfully, You can make the decision about your family's affairs. Obito hesitated. Okay. He added softly, Right. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku slowly shook his head. After hearing what Obito said, it was even less likely that he would open Obito's eyes without his permission. Not to mention that he also planned to use Yukina to get some information about Uchiha from the Konoha upper echelons in time, and Yukina valued Obito so much, he definitely couldn't let Obito do such a dangerous thing. In his opinion, Obito's talent is indeed good and he is a good seedling. If he opens his eyes too early and damages his foundation, it would be a loss. When Obito saw that Fugaku refused to help him open his eyes, he immediately started to act like a spoiled child. He ran to Fugaku, calling him clan leader left and right, and teacher right. Fugaku really had no idea what to do with a child with this kind of personality, so he asked someone to ask Yukina to come over. What should a teacher do if a child is disobedient? Mr. Fugaku chose to invite the parents. At first, Yukina was a little confused when he was called over, but before he even reached the door, he heard Obito shouting from afar, "Teacher, please help me. I promise that it will be okay with Yukina, we can just do it secretly and not tell him." Xuanming's face darkened and he quickly opened the sliding door and looked at Obito and asked, "What are you not going to tell me?" "I won't tell you that I want the clan leader to help me open the Sharingan." Obito answered honestly, his voice getting lower and lower, and he subconsciously shrank his neck after he finished speaking. The temperature around Xuanming dropped suddenly. Maybe it was because of his ice attribute chakra, but he felt chilly around him and could even hear the slight crackling sound of ice crackling. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stated his position. "I asked you to come here because I wanted you to help persuade Obito that I told him that if he opened his eyes too young, he would be at risk of contracting a bloodline disease. Look, this kid didn't listen to me." "Ah, teacher, you just said." "Obito." Yukina interrupted him, nodded to Uchiha Fugaku, then turned his head and said to Obito, "Follow me." Obito obediently stood up and followed. Xuanming walked to the door of the house, thought for a while, took out a notebook and wrote a few big words, then shook it at Uchiha Fugaku to express his gratitude. With Fugaku's years of trained eyesight, he could see very clearly that the 4 words "Be careful of Danzo" were written on the Xuanming notebook. Yukina walked all the way in front, and Obito followed behind him, muttering to himself, "Yukina, are you unhappy? I just want to improve my strength. It's a good thing that my strength has improved. Why are you unhappy?" Xuanming ignored him and walked straight ahead. Obito continued reading. "Look, we all entered the school at the same time. That you have already submitted your application for the graduation exam. Kakashi has graduated for so many years, and I am the only one still studying in school. That I also want to become stronger quickly." Xuanming stopped and took out a notebook to write. "Do you know what a blood disease is?" Obito scratched his head and asked, "Actually, I'm not really sure. So what is a bloodline disease?" Xuanming wrote, "It will disrupt your endocrine system, reduce your resistance, and make your physical fitness worse and worse." Obito quickly called a halt. "Wait, Yukina, first tell me what endocrine is." Xuanming almost broke the pen. He took a deep breath, crossed out the previous line of words, and wrote again, "The blood disease will make your chakra decrease more and more, until it is so low that you can't even use a single ninjutsu." Obito was immediately shocked. "Really?" Xuanming nodded seriously. Obito thought about it and said, "But there is a certain probability, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that I will get sick." Xuanming shook his head. "It's not necessarily true, and the probability of getting it should be very small. In the entire Naruto, only Kimimaro and Uchiha Itachi have suffered from Kekia Kairo. But what if? And why is Obito so impatient? He has now learned a lot of things that people of his age in the original work could not learn from Kakashi. He can use many types of fire jutsu, earth jutsu and water jutsu. He has also practiced physical skills with Kakashi for a long time and has made rapid progress. Even Uchiha Fugaku praised his talent. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan leader as a teacher, improving strength is a natural thing. Wouldn't it be better to take it slow?" Obito smiled innocently. "It's okay, don't worry, Xuanming, I've always had good luck." Xuanming looked at him, thinking, "Where's your good luck? Orphan since childhood, he's been blind, and when he did, his lover was gone. He's lived a life of deception, betraying his teachers and ancestors from the start, and there's no turning back. Even in his death, he's still taking the blame for others." Xuanming sighed and shook his head. Obito's luck is obviously very bad. He and Naruto have the same personality and the same experience, but because of his bad luck, the results are so different. Obito suddenly said, Yukina, look over there." Yukina looked towards the roadside in the direction Obito pointed. Obito ran over and squatted down to explain to Yukina, "Let me tell you, Yukina, this grass is edible, the stems are sour, and the leaves are sour too. It's commonly known as sour grass. Have you ever eaten it?" Xuanming shook his head. He walked over to Obito and watched him skillfully pull out a piece of grass, break off the stem, pull out the tender stem inside and hand it to Yukina, then repeat the action and break off a piece for himself and put it in his mouth. Xuanming followed his example and put the grass stem into his mouth. "It tastes sour." Obito narrowed his eyes and smiled, then continued, "This kind of grass is also called 3-leaf clover, but Xylan once told me that although most of this kind of grass has 3 leaves, there is a very small possibility of finding 4 leaves, which is called 4-leaf clover. Grass brings luck to people." Xylan said that. He had heard that 4-leaf clover would bring luck. Obito began to search in the grass. "I'm going to find a 4-leaf clover now. If I can find it, it means I'm lucky." Xuanming stood beside him and watched him search. Obito was searching very seriously and with a focused expression. He felt that the goggles were blocking his vision and so he pushed them up to his head. He started squatting there looking for it, and then he knelt on the ground with his butt sticking out, his face almost touching the grass. Xuanming found it a little funny and couldn't help but squat down beside him. Obito searched for 10 minutes but couldn't find a 4-leaf clover. He looked at Yukina with a wrong look. Xuanming wrote, "Bad luck," didn't find it. Obito was unconvinced, so he plucked off 2 3-leaf clovers, picked off a leaf from each, and artificially pieced together a 4-leaf clover. He handed it to Yukina and said confidently, "Who said that? I found it, I'm just very lucky." Yukina looked at the 4-leaf clover in Obito's hand, then looked at Obito again, nodded, made an expression of sudden realization, and said, "4-leaf clover." Obito was even more confident. "You said it was a 4-leaf clover. It is a 4-leaf clover. It is a 4-leaf clover that can bring good luck to people." Xue Mingzhen said, "Okay, whatever you say is what it is," and then wanted to stand up. But Obito grabbed him and handed the artificial 4-leaf clover to Xue Ming again. "This is for you. Yukina." Obito hesitated. "This is only half of my luck today. You take it first. When I find the real 4-leaf clover, I will give you all my luck again." Yukina smiled, rubbed Obito's head, and wrote in the notebook, "I'll accept half of your good luck, but you're still not allowed to open your eyes." Why? Obito followed Yukina around, humming. Xue Ming ignored him, smiled and turned the Obito version 4-leaf clover in his hand, thinking as he walked. In the original novel, when Obito confessed his love to Xiaolin, he bought a bouquet of flowers. The difference in treatment was so great. He knew how to buy flowers for girls, but when it was his good brother's turn, he just picked a piece of grass on the roadside and gave it to him. But Obito said that this grass represented half of his good luck. Tisk, Obito didn't have much luck to begin with, and since he was willing to give him half of it, he had to accept it reluctantly. 3 days later, it was the day for Yukina to take the ninja school graduation exam. According to the original plot, the graduation exam of the ninja school should not be difficult. In theory, he has Heidake Sakumo to back him up. He can graduate successfully as long as he completes the 3-body technique. Xue Ming didn't feel any pressure about this. It was not until the day before the exam that Heidake Sakumo told him that his graduation exam invigilator would be Marino Ibiki. Yukina. Is it still the ninja school's graduation exam if Ibiki Marino is the invigilator? Doesn't that just raise the difficulty to the level of the Chunin exam? What's even more exaggerated is that the test content that Marino Ibiki set for Xue Ming was not just the Chunin level as he imagined, but required him to master a new ninjutsu within the specified time, summoning Torture Room. Torture House is a ninjutsu commonly used by Marino Ibiki. It can summon several chains to bind the enemy and bring himself and the enemy into an extra-dimensional room full of torture instruments. Here, Marino Ibiki is the torturer, and the bound enemy is the tortured. Marino Ibiki can use various torture instruments or ninjutsu to torture his enemies, but at the same time, the pain suffered by the enemy will also be suffered by Marino Ibiki himself. It can be said that this is a very effective move that will hurt the enemy 1,000 times but hurt himself 800 times. To summon the torture chamber, there are 2 prerequisites, Marino Ibiki said. First, the user must be proficient in the art of summoning. But I think you should have no problem with that. Marino Ibiki pointed at the small slug on Yukina's neck. You can even summon Princess Tsunade's slug successfully, so your spatial perception is quite good. Secondly, you need to possess strong willpower and endurance. After all, when using this technique, you will also have to endure great pain. Marino Ibiki asked, "Are you willing to learn?" Snow name. Whether he is willing to learn is one thing, but why does he want to learn this? Marino Ibiki waved her hand nonchalantly. "Of course, it's okay if you don't study it, it's just that my graduation exam is about this. If you don't study, you won't graduate from here today. You can reapply for graduation and you'll have another chance to graduate early next semester." Snow name. By next semester, I'm afraid Heitake Sakumo will be completely forgotten. Admitting that you are cruel, he has to learn it even if he doesn't want to. Xue Ming could only nod in agreement. Marino Ibiki smiled with satisfaction and began to teach Xue Ming about the seal sequence and usage experience of the psychic torture house. On the other hand, Obito, who was still at school, felt listless all day. Before school was over, Xiaolin came to him with some concern and asked, "Obito, what happened to you today? Also, why didn't Xue Ming come to class these 2 days?" Obito slumped over the desk, pouting unhappily as he replied, "He won't be coming to school anymore. He's graduating early." Xiaolin opened her eyes wide in surprise, then smiled again. "That's something worth celebrating. What's good about it?" Obito snorted and turned his head to the other side. Xiaolin taught him, "This shows that Xue Ming is constantly improving. He will be a ninja who can stand on his own in the future. We can't let him fall behind, we have to keep working hard." Obito still looked unhappy as he muttered, "But after Yukina graduates, we won't be able to go to and from school together. He'll also be going on all sorts of dangerous missions. He'll have to go straight into places like that." Obito's last few words were vague, and Xiaolin didn't hear clearly, but Obito has always been very dependent on Yukina and likes to stick to Yukina in everything he does. Xiaolin is very clear about this. After Setsuna graduates, Obito won't be able to spend every day with Setsuna like before, so he probably feels a little lost now, right? She smiled and knocked on the table to comfort him. "Don't worry, Obito. After Yukina graduates, he will probably be like Kakashi. Although he often has to carry out various missions, we are still good friends and will see each other often. Our relationship will not be alienated because of this. It's time to go home, Obito. Hurry up and pack up, let's go back together." "I'm not worried about that." Obito stood up and cleaned up the table, saying as he did so, "No matter how long Yukina is away, he will eventually come home. I'll be waiting for him at home. and he will definitely come back to me. Yes, you're absolutely right. Xylan helped Obito pack up his pencil case and nodded in agreement. You two live together, so you have more opportunities to see each other than with Kakashi. Humph, how can Kakashi compare to me? Obito shook his head in disdain. What's the relationship between Yukina and me? His relationship with Kakashi is just average. But isn't Yukina's guardian Kakashi's father? Xylan asked. Obito stiffened and immediately retorted, then Yukina and I have a son. Hey, Obito, that was just a joke. How old are you? How could you have a son? This is no joke. The first thing Kabuto did when he spoke was call me daddy. That's because you asked Xuanming to let him shout like that, right? That's not important, Kabuto just yelled anyway. As they talked, they walked out of the classroom and headed towards the school gate. Yukina was at the school gate, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, waiting for Obito. He successfully passed Marino Ibiki's graduation exam, learned the psychic torture room. It was still early after the exam, so Yukina looked at the sky and decided to go to the school gate to wait for Obito after school so that they could go home together. His name has been registered by the Umbu. It's just because the Umbu is full now and there is no vacant seat for him, so for the time being he will still follow Hatake Sakumo's team to carry out missions. From now on, we won't be just fighting petty matters like before. In the past, whenever Hatake Sakumo took him out on missions, he was always an apprentice. To put it bluntly, it was Hatake Sakumo who protected him and took him out to gain experience. Otherwise, for a kid like him who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school yet, the impressive number of missions he completed in his file wouldn't look so impressive. S level, 1 time. Level A, 9 times. Level B, 4 times. Level C, 1 time. D level, 0 times. He followed Hatake Sakumo on 15 missions, most of which were above A rank. This is an impressive record that even Kakashi doesn't have. With this file in hand, he would enter the Umbu. In addition, Swimming's own strength was not bad. As long as nothing unexpected happened, according to Hatake Sakumo's idea, even if Swimming could not be promoted to Jonin before he turned 10, he would definitely be promoted to Special Jonin as an exception. But let's talk about the future later. Right now, he wants to walk Obito home from school one last time. After all, he will officially report to the Umbu starting tomorrow, and will have to say goodbye to the days of going to and from school with Obito. From a distance, Xuanming heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes and looked over. He saw a boy and a girl walking side by side towards the school gate. The boy was cheerful and lively, with a very vivid expression on his face. He gestured with his hands and said something excitedly to the girl next to him. The girl had a gentle and tolerant look on her face, smiling and nodding from time to time, as if everything the other person said was right. It's Obito and Rin. Xuanming leaned against the wall without saying a word, quietly watching the two people who looked very compatible, one moving and the other still. Perhaps his trip was unnecessary? Wouldn't it be happier for Obito to go home with Rin? At first, Obito was talking to Xylan with his face turned sideways, as if he was unhappy about something. He snorted and shook his head, and accidentally saw Yukina standing on the side of the road. Obito exclaimed, "Ah," and his expression immediately became visibly surprised. He ran towards Yukina, shouting, "Yukina, I can't hide my love for you." Obito had a look of dissatisfaction on his face just now, but now it has completely disappeared, replaced by a big smile. Even the goggles could not hide the little stars in Obito's eyes. Xuanming couldn't help but stand up straight. Seeing that Obito was running towards him with no intention of slowing down, he opened his hands and caught Obito. He was pushed back a step and couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Obito was like a little cannonball. Obito chirped while hugging Yukina, "Why are you here? Didn't you take the graduation exam today? Did you finish your exam? Did you come here specially to wait for me? By the way, did you pass the exam?" Xuanming took out a small notebook and answered his questions one by one. "I came to see you. I took the graduation exam today. The exam is over. I came here specially to wait for you. I passed the exam." While Xuanming was writing, Xiaolin also came over and said with a smile, "Xuanming, I heard from Obito that you have graduated early. Congratulations." Yukina nodded in greeting to Xylan to express his gratitude, then looked at Obito and asked in writing, "Can you take Xylan home first?" Obito asked back, "Why, Xylan's house is not in the same direction as ours?" Xylan also said, "No need, my mom asked me to go home and buy some food after school, I can go back by myself." Obito said with an innocent face, "Look, Xylan said she would go home by herself. Snow name. Obito, this idiot, didn't even know how to seize the opportunity he was given. Couldn't he come along and help carry the things?" The three of them walked forward for a distance. When they reached the intersection, Xylan waved goodbye to them. Obito, still looking silly, turned back and said to Yukina, "Shall we go home too?" Xuanming couldn't help but confirm with him again, and asked in writing, "Are you really not going to send Xiaolin back? You've asked me several times." Obito looked confused and scratched his head and asked, "Xiaolin usually goes home by herself, right? Why did you insist on me taking you home today?" Snow name. Xuanming shook his head. If he couldn't teach and lead the child, there was no hope. Obito pulled Suna away and asked as they walked, "Weren't you not in school for your graduation exam? Why did you come back to school to wait for me after the exam? Is there something wrong?" Xuanming held up the notebook and explained, "I won't be able to go to and from school with you anymore, so I thought I'd walk you home one last time today." Obito's expression suddenly fell. For the last time. Yukina rubbed Obito's head. Obito pulled himself together again. "I don't want it to be the last time." Just as Yukina was about to write, Obito continued, "Let's not go home today. As long as we don't take this road home today, the last time will never come." Xuanming wrote, "Where do you want to go if you don't go home?" Obito jumped onto the wall next to him, put his hands on the pergola and looked around. Finally, he pointed at the conspicuous Hokage rock in the distance and said, "Yukina, let's go there to watch the sunrise." Snow name. Obito dragged Yukina to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner, bought a few bottles of water, and took them to Hokage Rock. When they went up to the Hokage Rock, it was just after 6 o'clock in the evening, not even 7 o'clock, and it was not completely dark yet. It's understandable if you say you're here to watch the sunset, but it's a bit early to say you're here to watch the sunrise. But Obito didn't care. This was the first time he and Yukina just went out camping and he was so happy. He found a place sheltered from the wind, pulled Xuanming to sit down, and then the two of them began to wait facing east. It takes a long time to wait, almost 12 hours. There was no one around, and it was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of wind. When there was no wind, the only sounds were the chirping of insects. Yukina, Obito said softly. You graduated today. Xiaolin said it's something worth celebrating. Congratulations. Xiaolin is indeed a careful and considerate girl. She speaks in a soft and gentle voice, always smiling, and is gentle and tolerant. Xuanming raised his hand and touched Obito's head. Well, he is a little silly, but he has good vision. Obito covered his head and muttered, "Although Mr. Fugaku is not willing to open my eyes for the time being, he has already promised me that as long as I wait for another 2 years. No, another year and a half will be enough. When I turn 10, he will try to help me open my eyes." Yeah. Xuanming nodded. This was also the condition he later agreed upon with Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku will help Obito build a certain physical foundation in the next 2 years. When Obito is 10 years old, he will use illusion to stimulate Obito to see if he can open his eyes without any injury. For Uchiha, this is already the gentlest way to open his eyes. Although Fugaku is not optimistic about the success rate of using illusion to open his eyes, Yukina is very optimistic about Obito's potential. If Obito could open his eyes in advance, he would be able to better protect himself and Rin in the upcoming Third War. If Xiaolin had not been captured again and again, the tragedy of Kanabi Bridge would not have happened, and the subsequent incident of the Three Tails Jinchuriki would not have happened. Once I open my eyes, my strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Sasuke clenched his fists and imagined the future. I will soon be able to become a Genin, then a Chunin, then a Jonin, and finally I will be able to become Hokage. Yukina wrote, "Does Obito want to be Hokage?" Obito answered decisively, "Of course I want to be one." Xuanming smiled and shook his head. What's so good about being a Hokage? He has the daimyoji of the Land of Fire above him, senior advisors below him, and a route that is not under the control of the Hokage and is developing freely underground. The word Hokage just sounds nice, but in fact he is the one who is caught in the middle and suffers the most. Especially the two senior advisors, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, they are rarely seen in the village. It seems that they only appeared once during the Nine Tails Rebellion, but they didn't play any role. Later, they didn't appear when the third generation died, and they didn't appear when Pain destroyed Konoha. But as long as Danzo makes trouble, they will appear. Moreover, the two of them always formed a group, took advantage of their seniority and interfered in political affairs. Together, they had more say than the Hokage. Later, when Tsunade became Hokage and had a tough style, they realized that showing off their seniority was useless, so they gave up. Anyway, Xuanming felt that the position of Hokage was busy and not free, with no rights and only obligations, which was really a thankless job. Obito was probably brainwashed by the will of fire in the school. Or maybe he talked to Rin about it without knowing it, just like in the original story, so he is so obsessed with Hokage now. Obito asked Yukina, "Yukina, do you know why I want to be Hokage?" Xuanming shook his head. "Because you're an Umbu, don't Umbu only listen to the Hokage?" Obito said seriously, "When I become Hokage, you will be mine. And you will have to listen to me. Then if I tell you to go home, you will go home. If I tell you to eat well, you will have to eat well. If I tell you to sleep at home at night, you will not be allowed to go out at night." Xuanming couldn't help but laugh. What kind of stupid reason is this? I asked that it. He had been thinking about a lot of things just now, but after all this time, is this all he has done? Obito was dissatisfied and stared at Yukina. Is it so funny that he wants to be Hokage? Xuanming usually has no expression, but now he is laughing so hard that tears are coming out. Xuanming's smiling purple eyes were now wet as if washed with water, and even her eyelashes were stained with tears. Obito just kept looking into Yukina's eyes, but before Yukina looked at him, he panicked and looked away. Before Yukina did, it was Obito himself who said he wanted to watch the sunrise, but when it was time for him to go to bed, he couldn't resist his sleepiness and fell asleep. Xueming just sat there, quietly looking at the sky, which was the afterglow of the sunset not long ago, and now it was covered with a starry sky. Obito was sleeping soundly with his head resting on his legs, smacking his lips from time to time. Perhaps he felt it was a bit cold in the mountains at night, so he turned over, curled up his legs, and reached out to hug Yukina's waist. Xueming looked down at Obito, took off his long coat and put it on in front of him, pulled the hem of the coat, and covered Obito with it as a blanket. Obito stopped moving, satisfied. Xueming was bored, so he used his hand as a comb to comb Obito's hair. The Uchiha's hair is probably a genetic problem. It seems that most of them look prickly, and Obito is no exception. It feels a bit prickly to the touch. He traced his hair down and touched Obito's ear again. Obito's sleeping quality is simply amazing. No matter how others torment him, pinch his nose, poke his cheeks, pull his ears, or even touch his eyes, he will not move at all and sleeps very soundly. How can you watch the sunrise like this? It feels like he's been sold out and he doesn't even know it. Obito just can't stay up late. He will feel sleepy as soon as the time comes. Once he falls asleep, he can't be woken up no matter what. It makes people wonder whether he is asleep or fainted. It's so cute and funny. So how did Obito wait for him all night last time? The moon was shining high in the sky. Yukina touched Obito's neck and felt it was a little cold. He pulled his coat over to cover his neck as well. It was indeed a bit chilly in the mountains at night, but since the two of them were so close to each other and kept each other warm with their body temperature, they didn't feel very cold. It was a rare night without training, but Xueming didn't feel like sleeping. Obito rested his head on his legs and could hear his shallow and regular breathing. The surroundings were quiet with only the chirping of insects. No outsiders disturbed them. The fresh mountain air seemed to make Yukina's thoughts clearer. He was a person who originally lived in a peaceful era, but was suddenly dragged into the high-risk and cruel world of Naruto. At first, he really couldn't adapt and even gave up the idea of living. It was Obito who inadvertently helped him, and it was Heitake Sakumo who taught him the skills to survive bit by bit, hand in hand, so he was grateful to these two people and wanted to repay them. Obito will graduate from the Ninja Academy next year. After graduation, he will join the Minato team, and the Third World War will break out in a few years. According to the original plot, Obito would be seriously injured in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge during the Third World War, and would be picked up by Uchiha Madara and become a pawn in implementing the Munai plan. But if we analyze it, Obito was not included in Madara's plan from the beginning. Obito just bumped into it out of bad luck. He bumped into Madara's underground cave and brought himself to the door. Madara temporarily felt that it would be safer with Obito around, and the success rate of the Munai plan would be higher, so he asked the White Zetsu to investigate Obito's past and design the follow-up, letting Korin become the Three Tails Jinchuriki and letting Obito witness the scene of Korin being killed by Kakashi. But if Obito did not appear in front of Madara, Madara's plan could still be implemented. Madara had already given his Rinnegan to Nagato in advance. After his death, as long as he let Black Zetsu seduce Nagato and let Nagato reincarnate himself so that he could be resurrected at the right time, Madara could still implement the Munai plan. In Madara's Munai plan, Obito was just an extra. So theoretically speaking, as long as Obito's strength becomes stronger and as long as he can protect Rin, he can completely withdraw from this matter. In the black and white night, the moon passed by quietly. Xueming closed his eyes and leaned against the stone to think rationally. And there's Heitake Sakumo. Tomorrow, he will go on a mission with Heitake Sakumo, and it is said that they are going to the Sand Village. But Konoha White Fang is famous for attracting hatred in Sand Village. During World War II, he killed several people in Sand Village and killed Scorpion's parents. Anyone who is a member of Sand Village who came from World War II knows the fame of Konoha White Fang. He was so famous that even when Kakashi went to Tsunagakur, he would be mistaken for him and attacked indiscriminately. The third Hokage now wants Heitake Sakumo to go to Tsunagakur to carry out a mission at this critical moment. Yukina always has a bad feeling, but he couldn't stop Heitake Sakumo from carrying out the mission assigned by Konoha, so he could only go with him tomorrow and then see what happened next. Obito didn't know what he was dreaming about, but he suddenly kicked his legs, bringing Suna back to his senses. Yukina looked closely and saw that Obito himself was not awake. He just rubbed his face on Yukina's legs, mumbled a few words, and continued to sleep. Xueming found it funny and helped him to comb his messy hair. Obito, Yukina called him. The sky was already dimly lit, the sun had not yet risen, but dawn had already broken. Yukina pushed Obito, but Obito was sleeping soundly and showed no intention of waking up. In fact, Yukina could have called him to wake up. As long as Yukina said wake up, Obito would definitely be able to catch the sunrise. But there is no need, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Yukina ruffled Obito's hair again and let him continue sleeping like that. Between the moonlight and the snow, among the sun, moon, and stars, the morning light shines through the mist onto Obito's body, making him look hazy, as if he were covered with a layer of gold. It's like I'm glowing too. Ah, Xueming, why didn't you wake me up? Xueming innocently raised the notebook and said, I called you, but I couldn't wake you up. Obito believed Yukina's words 100%. He knew very well what it was like when he fell asleep. In this situation, he couldn't blame Yukina, he could only blame himself. It was a rare opportunity to watch the sunrise with Xueming, but he actually fell asleep from beginning to end. When he woke up, the sun was already hanging halfway up the mountain. Ah, why, a whole night, how did it pass so quickly? Obito collapsed on the ground and rubbed his hair. After rubbing it a few times, he hugged his knees pitifully. Yukina, are you going to report to the Umbu today? Yeah. Yukina squatted opposite Obito and looked at him. Obito pouted, so you're going on a mission today, going on a long trip, you're not coming home tonight? Yeah. Yukina nodded and reached out to grab Obito's wrist. Obito's eyes began to redden. When can you come back? Xue Ming shook his head. He himself didn't know when he would be able to come back, and he didn't want to fool Obito, so he could only pull his hand back, take out the notebook, and want to write something to comfort Obito. But Obito grabbed Xue Ming's wrist with his backhand, held it in his hand and said, I know, don't write anymore. Obito said aggrievedly, and with his other hand he pulled out a miniature new notebook from his coat pocket and handed it to Yukina. I know you're going on a mission, so I prepared a new one for you. It's smaller in size, so it's more convenient to carry around, but it doesn't have many pages, so you must go home before you finish it. After saying goodbye to Obito, Yukina went to the Umbu. In Heitake Sakumo's office, he met the other 3 people who would be working together this time. The only remaining teammate of Heitake Sakumo is named Akome Koshiro. The other 2 unfamiliar faces are a man and a woman. The man is named Sarutobi Shinoshuke and the woman is named Sarutobi Akemi. They are the son and daughter-in-law of the 3rd generation respectively. Xue Ming is here, so we are all here now. Heitake Sakumo walked to the door, hugged Yukina warmly, and introduced him to the 3 people in the room. Koshiro, you know Yukina, so I won't introduce you any further. Shinoshuke and Akemi, come and meet this disciple I mentioned to you, Yukina. Sarutobi Shinoshuke wore a pair of glasses and looked like a science and engineering guy. It was hard to tell whether he was friendly or hostile. He simply greeted with a somewhat distant attitude. Hello, I'm Sarutobi Shinoshuke, the new member of the team. This is my wife Sarutobi Akemi. It's our first meeting, please take care of me. Yukina nodded to Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Heitake Sakumo uttered an ouch, and then said, oh, I forgot to mention that our Xue Ming has a special ability, so we can't talk casually. Please bear with me. Xue Ming felt that Heitake Sakumo's tone was a little exaggerated in its enthusiasm. He was not usually a person with such an outgoing personality, and he didn't know why he was so pretentious today. On the other side, Sarutobi Akemi smiled and said, really, I'm a little curious. Since we're all going to be teammates in the future, shouldn't you at least tell each other about your abilities in advance? That way it will be more convenient for us to work together in the future. Sarutobi Shinoshuke disagreed. Akemi, Yukina is not a teammate, she's just the captain's disciple. You're wrong. Oh, yes. Sarutobi Akemi covered her mouth with a smile. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, hee. Snow name. This is even more contrived than Heitake Sakumo's today. Speaking of this Sarutobi Shinoshuke, why does he seem to be taking things a bit too seriously? It seems like he is very dissatisfied with Heitake Sakumo for taking him on the mission, and he looks down on himself for taking the back door. Does he even know how he got into the Umbu? We're all the same. Does he really think that without his father around, he can bring his wife into the Umbu with his own strength? Xue Ming was a little unhappy and looked at Heitake Sakumo with a squint. Heitake Sakumo understood what Yukina meant, touched his chin, and said, Akira is right. Yukina has been in Umbu for 3 years. Everyone in Umbu is very clear about Yukina's abilities. I forgot that you 2 have just arrived in Umbu not long ago, so it's normal that you are not aware of Yukina's abilities. Upon hearing this, Akame Koshiro laughed but said nothing. Heitake Sakumo nudged Suna and said, then Suna, why don't you let them see it? Yukina raised an eyebrow at Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo smiled and reminded, take it easy. Xue Ming understood. He glanced back and forth at the 2 Sarutobi standing opposite him. Sarutobi Shinoshuke had a businesslike expression on his face, while Sarutobi Akemi was smiling, but Yukina had a preconceived notion and looked at both of them with displeasure. Xue Ming said, the 10th set of radio gymnastics begins now. Sarutobi Shinoshuke and Sarutobi Akemi. Sarutobi Shinoshuke asked, what did you say? Xue Ming interrupted, shut up. Sarutobi Shinoshuke and Sarutobi Akemi suddenly found that their mouths were stuck and they couldn't open them. They didn't know what the 10th set of radio gymnastics was, but the moment Xue Ming finished speaking, they both raised their hands in unison and began to count the beats for themselves. Swing up, swing down, lift your feet and jump around. After they both finally finished the 10th set of radio gymnastics awkwardly without any music, Xue Ming said, 1, 2, 3, 4, one more time. Sarutobi Shinoshuke and Sarutobi Akemi. Okay, that's enough. Heitake Sakumo came out to smooth things over. Xue Ming glanced at him and said to the other side, stop. Sarutobi and the other man then stopped doing the second round of radio gymnastics. In fact, they were not unaware of Yukina's abilities, especially Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Before coming to the Umbu, he had heard from the 3rd Hokage that there was a child with special abilities who was reserved by the Umbu at the age of 25, and would be absorbed into the Umbu as soon as his abilities reached the standard at the age of 28. Sarutobi Shinoshuke is not a genius, and the Sarutobi family does not have any special bloodline limits, so he has a natural hostility towards geniuses. Moreover, he is a little bit eager for quick success and instant benefits, and he is very aloof and looks down on some unconventional ways. Now that he has entered the Umbu because his father is the third Hokage, he is eager to prove his ability and prove that he is not bad, that he did not enter the Umbu just because of his father, but just lacked a way to prove his ability. He had just joined the Umbu and had little experience. He was in the team of Umbu captains and no one could control him. Now, Xueming, who was also from the backdoor family, was young and looked weak, so he became the target of his authority. Unfortunately, I ran into a hard problem right from the start. Sarutobi Shinashuk was shaking with anger. This move, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting, directly hit his proud self-esteem and made him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. Sarutobi Akemi, who was smiling sweetly just now had a stern face and stopped pretending at all. Xueming raised his chin and looked at the two men. Who is afraid of whom? After casting 3 spells in a row, he didn't even feel his throat dry. These were 2 jonin, and they were so moist. Why are you 2 weaklings glaring at me? If you dare to glare at me again, I'll make your eyeballs fall out. Heitake Sakumo was still protecting Xueming. He smiled and patted Xueming's back, scolding him, "Our child is too naughty. He is still young. Don't bother with him." The look of the parents of a naughty child almost drove Sarutobi and the others crazy. Sarutobi Shinashuk snorted coldly and took the lead to stride out of Heitake Sakumo's office. Sarutobi Akemi looked back and forth at Heitake Sakumo and Yukina, curled the corners of her lips meaningfully, and followed him out. Heitake Sakumo made a gesture to Koshiro, indicating that he should follow. Koshiro nodded and disappeared from the spot in a puff of smoke. Only Heitake Sakumo and Yukina were left in the office. Heitake Sakumo returned to normal. He walked to his desk, picked up his teacup and took a sip, then sighed, "Acting is so tiring." Xueming held up the notebook. "What a terrible acting." Heitake Sakumo tutored his words and said, "Little guy, who am I venting my anger on, and you said my acting was bad?" Xueming wrote and asked, "Why do you want to play them?" Heitake Sakumo sighed, "It's a long story." Heitake Sakumo told Yukina that the mission assigned by the third Hokage this time was a ninja village to ninja village level mission, and was an S-level difficulty mission. The Hokage received a tip-off and suspected that Sand Village was planning to invade Konoha, so he needed to send an Umbu to sneak into the Sand Village to investigate. For Heitake Sakumo, going to the Sand Village would definitely be an S-level difficulty, maybe even more. As long as he dared to show up in the territory of the Wind Country, he would most likely be hunted all the way, and the difficulty of the mission would increase sharply. But for Sarutobi and Yukina, they had never appeared in the Sand Village, so it would naturally be much easier for them to find out the information. So before Yukina came to the office, they had already assigned their tasks. Sarutobi and his mate would take the lead, and Kaime Yukishiro, who was good at hiding and searching for enemies, would lead the 3 of them to head to the Sand Village first. At the same time, Heitake Sakumo would take Yukina behind as a guarantee and trump card. Sarutobi Shinashuk. Heitake Sakumo commented sharply, "He's got high aspirations and unrealistic ambitions. I'm a little worried he might impulsively mess things up." Sarutobi Akemi, on the other hand, is more thoughtful. With her as a support, this reconnaissance mission shouldn't be difficult. Xueming was a little confused and asked in writing, "If you don't go, all the credit will go to them, and if something goes wrong, it will be the captain's passive attitude and lack of participation in the mission. Is that okay?" "No problem." Heitake Sakumo laughed at himself. "That's the best way." Minato said that I can't have any more merits on my resume. Now I can only have merits, not achievements. Xueming sighed in understanding. He completely understood what Minato Namikaze meant, and he believed that Heitake Sakumo could also understand it, otherwise he would not have done so. Xueming felt that this was because Konoha was too peaceful. The lack of a common enemy has led to Konoha becoming a mess of internal strife. Look at what this internal strife has done to an absolutely loyal hero. There can be no merits, only faults. After fighting for Konoha all his life, this is the result he got in the end. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Xueming wrote and asked, "So what should we do?" Heitake Sakumo explained, "It's best for me not to show up in the Wind Country unless it's absolutely necessary, so we'll stay on the route from the Fire Country to the Wind Country, that is, within the Rain Country, the Land of Rain." When talking about the Land of Rain, the first person Xueming thought of was Hanzo the Salamander. Then there are the founding trio of Akatsuki, namely Pain, Konan and Nagato. At this time, Pain didn't seem to be called Pain yet. He couldn't quite remember what his name was. Heitake Sakumo didn't shy away from mentioning Xueming and told him directly, "I've spoken with Minato. Namikaze Minato is very politically savvy and has a long-term vision." He said that the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind cover a vast area, but their resources are very scarce. Sooner or later, there will be another war between the Uegakur village of the Land of Earth and the Sand village of the Wind Land, and our Konoha. The outcome of the war will definitely be Konoha's victory. But if we can obtain intelligence in advance, Konoha's losses will be minimized, and the Fire Nation's losses will also be reduced. Intelligence is very important, and the key to intelligence lies in the Rain Nation, where the 3 countries meet. The Hidden Rain Village? Xueming asked. "Yes, the Hidden Rain Village." Heitake Sakumo nodded. I'm going to the land of the rain this time. On the one hand, I want to cover the rear for Yukishiro and the others. On the other hand, Minato also gave me a mission. To establish a good relationship with Hanzo, the salamander of the Hidden Rain Village. It would be best if we could unite with the Hidden Rain Village in advance and share what we have. If we can pull the Hidden Rain Village to Konoha's side, it will be of great help to our victory in the future war. Heitake Sakumo believes that dealing with Hanzo the salamander should not be a difficult task. After all, although he had never met Hanzo formally, they both became famous during World War II. They had heard of each other for a long time and admired each other, so they should have a lot in common. But what he didn't expect was that the current Hanzo was completely different from the one during World War II. During World War II, Hanzo of the Salamander was still middle-aged. He was powerful, confident and valued talent. He was regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world by other ninjas. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru were also given the title of Three Ninjas of Konoha. Now, Hanzo of the Salamander is gradually approaching old age. His strength is declining due to his age, making him gradually become suspicious and cautious. Although he agreed on the surface with what Heitake Sakumo said about forming an alliance with Konoha, he was always afraid of a fraud in his heart, so his answer was ambiguous and unclear, and he never finalized the result. Heitake Sakumo estimated that the persuasion would take time to complete, so he took the opportunity to find Xueming and told him not to wait for him outside the door with an empty stomach. He told Xueming to go out and find something to eat, and he would come to find him after he was done with his work. Xueming nodded and agreed. Yuin Village is a place where it rains all year round. The buildings here are mainly made of steel. The village covers a small area, but there are many steel pipes extending vertically upward, like a row of steel urns. Xueming walked in this village that was very different from Konoha's style, looking around and thinking about where to find something to eat at noon. "Are you the kid who came with Konoha White Fang?" A slightly provocative voice sounded from the side. Xueming turned his head, and before he could see the person coming, a stream of water came towards him. It is not an offensive ninjutsu, but a small stream of water condensed from ordinary water attribute chakra. It has no intention of attack, but rather more like a test. Xueming also activated the water attribute chakra, condensing a water flow of similar size, which collided with it and directly offset it. "You really are a ninja," the man said excitedly. "Then why don't you wear a forehead protector?" Xueming looked over and found that the person who was talking was still a half-grown child. He estimated that he was 2 or 3 years older than him, but only about 10 years old. He was taller than Obito, had short orange hair, and his face showed no hostility, only excitement. The child asked, "I heard that Konoha White Fang is a figure that even the 3 Konoha ninjas have to respect. You followed Konoha White Fang to our rain village. What are you doing here? Who are you to Konoha White Fang?" Xueming looked the child up and down, and felt that he looked strangely familiar. "Whatever, come and fight me. I haven't fought many people my age outside, and I want to know what my current strength level is." The child was eager to try, and his hands were already in hand seals. Water style, water wave. Xueming saw the order of the opponent's seals at a glance, and formed seals almost at the same time as him, and also blew out a wave of water to counter him. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, water formation pillar. Water style, great waterfall technique. Whatever water style ninjutsu the kid used, Xueming would return the same water style ninjutsu. The child actually became more and more excited as he played, showing no sign of being tired at all. He exclaimed, "You are so good, it's like I am looking in the mirror. How come you can fight back with any technique? Let's try again. Who wants to come with you again? Is this ever going to end?" Even though he's just a kid, he has quite a lot of chakra. Xueming was in an unfamiliar and dangerous place, so of course he didn't dare to use up all of his chakra. At the very least, he had to retain a certain amount of strength so that he could protect himself in case of any situation. But the kid opposite seemed to be endless. At first, he was just having a small water fight, but now he was seriously using water to escape and kept trying to spit on him. "Where did this little kid come from? That's enough, you have too much chakra, right?" Xueming couldn't help but say, "Kidney deficiency." The child had just completed half of the seal when his face suddenly turned pale. He cried out "ah," covered his waist with his hands, and slowly knelt down in pain, his whole body twitching. "Snow name. Xueming Kang, no, he said the wrong thing, he didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it, he just wanted to drain the guy's mana, not really want to make him suffer from kidney deficiency." Hiss, "It looks like his waist hurts a lot. Will it still work, after this?" "Well, as for kidneys, we have 2 anyway, so a little weakness shouldn't matter." The day after Yukina went on a mission, it rained in Konoha, a rare occurrence. Today is a day off, but Obito didn't sleep in. He got up early in the morning and made himself breakfast. Seeing that it was still early, he cleaned the house. The house was quiet and no one responded to anything he did. He accidentally said something and then realized that he was the only one at home. The small house suddenly became empty. Obito held a rag in his hand, standing in the middle of the living room in a daze, looking around. The meal was eaten, the dishes were washed, and the house was cleaned. He didn't know what to do now. "I'm just going back to the beginning when I was living alone, so why didn't I feel this lonely then?" Obito threw away the rag, reached out and patted his face to cheer himself up. Since Xueming is not at home, he can't be lazy. Let's go find Mr. Fugaku to practice ninjutsu later. It's just right that he wants to work hard to improve himself while Xueming is not at home, so that he can give him a big surprise when Xueming comes back. But when will Xueming come back? Xueming felt very embarrassed now. He accidentally said something very serious, which might ruin the rest of the child's life. Although this kid is quite annoying, his crime is not that serious. Xueming stepped forward and tried to help him up, asking, "Hospital? No, there's no hospital here." The child's voice was hoarse as he raised his trembling hand and pointed in a direction and said with difficulty, "I want to go home." Oh. Xueming resigned himself to his fate and helped him walk in that direction. The two of them walked slowly. The boy who was supported by Xueming was sweating. He held his waist and looked pale. It seemed that every step was difficult for him. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived at a dilapidated stone house. The house looked about the same size as Obito's, but it only had one floor. As soon as he entered, the girl who was folding origami at the table asked gently, "Yahiko is back?" She looked up and saw Yukina beside Yahiko. Her expression froze and she asked, "Who is this?" Seeing Yahiko being supported and unable to walk, she immediately stood up and hurried over to help support Yahiko. "Yahiko, what's wrong with you?" "No, it's okay." Yahiko took a step back. How could he tell a girl that his back hurt? Didn't he have any dignity? Besides, the severe pain just now had passed, and he felt much better now. Yahiko took a step back and let Xueming next to him move out. Xueming now remembered who this person was. Wasn't this the original body of Pain 10 before he died? Yes, he had forgotten before, but now he remembered that when Pain was alive, his name was indeed Yahiko. So the girl with blue hair and a gentle face in front of me should be Zionin, right? All that's missing is Nagato, and that's the founding trio of Akatsuki. Xueming remembered that Konan and Yahiko seemed to be a couple in the future, so now he has caused Yahiko to have kidney deficiency. Xueming took out a small notebook, wrote something heavily and held it up for Xiaonan to see. "I'm sorry." Zionin was a little confused. Yahiko's eyes widened. "Shouldn't you be apologizing to me? What are you apologizing to Konan for?" Yukina glanced at Yahiko, lowered his head, added the word "really" before "I'm sorry," looked guilty, and raised it to Konan again. "I'm really sorry." Zionin didn't know why Xueming wanted to apologize to her, but Xueming looked well-behaved, small in stature, and very cute. Now he didn't speak and only wrote, which made her inexplicably feel some pity for him. She asked Yahiko, "Did you pick up this child?" Then she raised her hand to her mouth and mouthed, "Can't he speak?" Yahiko exclaimed in disbelief, "Don't be fooled by him, Konan. How could he not speak? It's because he's too good at talking that I ended up like this." "What did he do to you?" Konan looked around Yahiko and asked in confusion, "I see nothing wrong with you." Yahiko was inconsolable. Zionin said, "You don't have any external injuries, and you seem to be in good spirits. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I don't think it's a big problem, you should be fine after some rest." Yahiko had nothing to say, but he was really feeling frustrated. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato, all three of them became orphans of the Land of Rain because of World War II. Yahiko picked up Konan during the war, and Konan later picked up Nagato. The three of them have lived together and depended on each other ever since. Yahiko is the youngest of the three. Currently, Yahiko is only 11 and a half years old, while Konan and Nagato are already 13 years old. At the beginning, the three children who had no ability to survive could only fill their stomachs by stealing food. Later, they felt that they could not go on like this, so they embarked on the journey of becoming apprentices and finally found Jiraiya. Jiraiya taught them for 3 years, allowing them to go from being ordinary, ignorant civilians to being strong enough to protect themselves. Because the flames of World War II had spread to the Land of Fire at that time, Jiraiya had to leave the three of them in the Land of Rain and return to Konoha village alone to join the war. This happened 3 or 4 years ago. "So, you are from Konoha village?" There was no hot water at home, so Konan poured a glass of cold water for Suena. "Yeah." Xueming nodded. "Then teacher Jiraiya, is he okay?" Konan asked again. Xueming thought for a moment and wrote a reply, "I heard that he is traveling abroad, I haven't seen him." Konan's expression was a little lost, and Yahiko snorted, "I told you, Konan, Jiraiya-sensei must have forgotten us a long time ago. You're the only one who still remembers him." "No, we have lived together for 3 years, and teacher Jiraiya has taught us a lot." "Then why didn't he say he would take us back to Konoha? Why did he leave us in the Land of Rain?" Yahiko interrupted Konan. Konan's face was even more disappointed, but she still found a reason and said, "Didn't you, Yahiko, say that you wanted to change our country and make it stop crying all day long? Of course, Jiraiya-sensei wanted to keep us here." "Humph." Yahiko turned his head away. "Anyway, don't think too much. Jiraiya-sensei is one of the 3 ninjas. He's a big shot. He wouldn't treat orphans from a foreign war like us as his true disciples, otherwise, he wouldn't have left for so many years without even coming back to see us. No matter what, Jiraiya-sensei has taught us for 3 years." Konan said gently but stubbornly, "No matter how he looks at me, I will always respect him as a teacher." Xueming looked around at the two of them, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Yahiko is a poor little guy who has the face, personality, and life experience of a protagonist, but he doesn't have the halo of a protagonist. He actually didn't hate the people who killed his parents, he understood that everything originated from war. He hopes that he can become a messenger of peace, intervene in the war with gentle means, achieve peace through dialogue, enable people to understand each other, resolve conflicts in a peaceful way and avoid the occurrence of war. Konan and Nagato both agreed with his idea, and with Yahiko as the leader, they wanted to realize his dream. This was exactly the original intention of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko is outgoing and positive, Nagato is innocent and cowardly, and Konan is calm, gentle and considerate. They are like a family. What if this family really went to Konoha together, as Yahiko said? Yukina wrote, "Do you want to visit the Leaf Village?" Zionin was a little tempted. Go to Konoha Village. Yahiko crossed his arms and said unhappily, "No, I'm working so hard to improve my strength because I want to change my own country, not to become a ninja of Konoha." Konan looked at Yahiko and shook her head hesitantly. Xueming wrote again, "The world is so big, why not go and see it? Go to Konoha to learn the methods of change, and when you come back you can change the Rain Kingdom." Xueming is just fooling children with his limited knowledge. Konoha is in internal turmoil, so how can there be any way to change it? But Yahiko and the others don't know it anyway. From the surface point of view, Konoha Village is stronger than the Hidden Rain Village. This is an indisputable fact. Konan looked at Yahiko again. Yahiko's expression relaxed a little, but he still said stubbornly, "During World War II, Konoha was our enemy. Why should we go to Konoha Village to study?" Xueming wrote, "Learn the skills of the foreigners to defeat them." Yahiko. Xueming meant that you can first learn advanced technology from Konoha, and then turn around and use the learned methods to defeat Konoha. Yahiko stood up and shouted, "No, are you a Konoha ninja? How could a Konoha ninja instigate others to attack their own family? I have always been suspicious. Where is your forward protector? Why don't I see you wearing a Konoha forward protector?" Snow name. To be precise, he is not a ninja yet. He was drafted into the Umbu right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. He is not even a genin, and of course he does not have a forward protector. But there is no need to tell Yahiko and Konan such details. Konan also stood up and pressed her hand to signal Yahiko to calm down. "Don't get excited, Yahiko, let's talk it over." "What are you talking about?" I heard Yahiko's voice from far away. A red-haired boy walked into the house carrying a fish. He was stunned when he saw Xueming. "Who is this?" "Ah, let me introduce you." Konan introduced Yukina. "This is Nagato, one of our companions." She then said to Nagato, "This is Yukina, brought back by Yahiko, and is said to be a ninja from Konoha." Yahiko brought him back. Hearing that it was someone brought by Yahiko, Nagato's originally vigilant expression relaxed a little. He walked in and handed the fish in his hand to Zionin, his eyes fixed on Xueming. "It's a ninja from Konoha." During World War II, Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, but later, he studied under Jiraiya of Konoha for 3 years. His feelings towards Konoha are very complicated: love and hate, respect and fear. Now that a Konoha ninja suddenly appeared in his house, he couldn't control his eyes and kept staring at Yukina. Yukina also kept staring at Nagato. To be precise, he was staring at Nagato's Rinnegan. This is Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. In fact, if I destroy these eyes right here, nothing will happen later. But Xueming's values did not allow him to do so. Moreover, he had a hunch that Nagato was quite strong, at least stronger than Yahiko. He might not be able to defeat Nagato head-on, not to mention that Yahiko and Konan were beside him. Seeing Yukina staring at his eyes, Nagato lowered his head awkwardly, moved his bangs to the middle to cover his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Are my eyes weird?" Xueming shook his head and wrote, "Looks very impressive." Seeing Yukina writing instead of speaking, Nagato asked in confusion, "Can't you speak?" Xueming blinked and suddenly raised his hand in surprise, pointing behind Nagato and exclaimed, "Ah!" Nagato was startled and immediately turned around to look, but there was nothing behind him. He fell for the practical joke. When he turned around again, not only Yukina, but even Yahiko and Konan couldn't help laughing, and then Nagato himself started laughing too. The atmosphere suddenly became much more harmonious. Xueming felt that these 3 children were quite naive. It was not difficult to trick 3 children in their 20s into going to Konoha Village. The difficult part was what to do after they got there. I guess Jiraiya didn't bring the 3 of them back to Konoha because of this consideration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to Konoha without saying anything. His master, the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and teammate Orochimaru, had no idea that there was a Rinnegan in the Hidden Rain Village, and Nagato wouldn't have been able to grow up safely to this day. Regarding the identity issue, you can ask Heitake Sakumo for help. He is very good at dealing with illegal residents anyway. He can help Yahiko and the others the same way he helped you deal with it before. As for accommodation, Yukina remembered that there was a house next to Obito's house. It was left by the Uchiha clan members who died in the mission. It has been empty all the time and no one lives in it. He would go back and talk to Uchiha Fugaku to see if he could allocate the house for the 3 of them to live in. After all, the Uchiha clan was an autonomous region in Konoha, and living in the Uchiha clan territory would provide a higher level of security without having their identities discovered by others. If Uchiha Fugaku disagrees or makes trouble, then ask Obito to cheat, or let Hideki Sakumo go find Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikato, and finally whisper in Uchiha Fugaku's ear. Well, that's feasible. The biggest problem is actually Nagato's Rinnegan. If Nagato goes to Konoha with these eyes, Danzo will make them into his collection within a week. That is definitely not acceptable. But if we keep the three of them in Yuin village, they will not be able to survive for a few years. Danzo will cooperate with Hanzo of the Salamander, kidnap Konan, and force Yahiko to commit suicide. Then Nagato will turn evil and think of collecting the tailed beasts, indirectly completing Uchiha Madara's Moonlight plan, and indirectly helping Black Zetsu find his mother. That won't work either. Why is Danzo everywhere? This guy is so annoying. Does he want to die or not? Someone come and kill him quickly. Xuanming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Stay calm, there are always more solutions than problems. Think again about what to do now. There is definitely a way out. Come and eat first. Konan brought a grilled fish to the table, and Nagato brought over the basket of bread. Yahiko gave each person an empty bowl, broke off a piece of bread, and handed it to Yukina first. Here. Xuanming took the bread and looked at it. It was the kind of black bread mixed with grains. In modern times, it might be promoted as a healthy food, but here it is the cheapest and most unpalatable staple food. They caught the fish themselves, and the bread was the cheapest. The three of them lived in poverty, but Yahiko still handed the bread to him first. Three kind-hearted children who yearned for peace. Zionin used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it into Xuanming's bowl, and said gently, "Try my cooking." Nagato replied, "It's the fish I just caught." Yahiko raised his head and said, "I was the one who taught you how to fish." Zionin smiled and moved the plate of fish to face Yahiko, saying, "Eat it." Yahiko jumped up. I like fishing, but I don't like looking at dead fish eyes. Fish die with their eyes opened, they can't even close their eyes after death. It looks so creepy. Snow name. Xuanming suddenly put down his chopsticks, picked up a notebook, and began writing quickly, showing it to Nagato. "Are your eyes pupil jutsu? Can you close them?" "Yes." Nagato was stunned and explained, "It's a pupil technique called the Rinnegan. But I tried, and since I opened my eyes, I can no longer close them." "Is that so?" Xuanming touched his chin, but he clearly remembered that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan could be closed. In the original work, didn't Uchiha Madara switch back and forth between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan during the Fourth War? If Nagato could close his eyes and not reveal his strength to the public, everything would be much easier. Why couldn't Nagato close his eyes? Because they weren't his own eyes, so he couldn't control them as he pleased. Then can he help Nagato close the Rinnegan? Yukina looked at Nagato and said, "Close your eyes." As Xuanming finished speaking, he suddenly felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Konan and Yahiko were so scared that they stood up immediately. Konan quickly went into the house to get the medical kit. Yahiko reached into the kettle and condensed chakra, trying to get some hot water quickly, but Nagato was the only one who sat there motionless. He felt the changes in his body. Ever since he opened the Rinnegan at the moment his parents died, it has been consuming his chakra all the time. When chakra cannot be supplied in time, the Rinnegan overdraws his vitality. He gets hungry more easily than Konan and Yahiko, and he is weaker and has less physical strength than them. He is the oldest and tallest of the three, but also the lightest. The Rinnegan did give him great strength, but the price was also huge. He was very clear about the consequences of continuing like this, but in these troubled times, he could not lose such power. But, just now, the power of the Rinnegan has disappeared. Nagato reached out and touched his eyes. To be precise, it is not that the power of the Rinnegan has disappeared, but that it has been temporarily closed. It stopped consuming chakra, stopped overdrawing his body, but it was still there. The bottomless pit that had been consuming his body was blocked just like that? Yukina. Nagato looked up at Yukina in surprise, but suddenly saw Yukina covering his mouth and coughing twice, then bending down, with blood flowing down through his fingers, drop by drop, dripping onto the floor. Nagato realized it later and was frightened and stood up, but was pushed aside by Konan, who rushed out of the room. Zionin knelt down in front of Xuanming, quickly opened the medical kit, and began to search inside. Hemostatic medicine, no. Bandage, no. Disinfectant, no. Xuanming, what's going on with you? What medicine should I give you? Xiao Nan asked anxiously. Xuanming covered his mouth with one hand and waved the other hand, trying to say that it was okay. Nagato's current strength was not too exaggerated, so he could still withstand the backlash. And the little slug has already started treatment. He felt a cool sensation on his neck and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He should be fine after a while. But when she looked up and saw Zionin's anxious look, Xuanming reached out again, took out a piece of gauze from the medicine box she had brought, wiped her mouth, and wiped the blood off her hands. Water, water, drink hot water. Yahiko rushed over with a kettle and poured some boiling water into the cup in front of Xuanming. There was already half a cup of cold water in the cup, and when mixed with the hot water, it became the right temperature for drinking. Nagato pushed the cup towards Yukina's hand and asked quietly, "Did I do this to you?" Xuan Ming waved his hand again to indicate no, and opened his mouth to tentatively say ah. "No, my throat feels like it's being cut by a knife and is all swollen that it's too painful to try to speak." He had no choice but to open his notebook and write, "It's not you." The little slug continued to provide treatment, but this time, it could be said that it was the most serious injury Xueming had suffered from the backlash of the curse since he came to this world. The little slug is not very big and has limited healing ability. It has not eaten for 2 days since Yukina left Konoha for a mission. After about 5 minutes of continuous treatment, its healing power began to gradually weaken. Xueming could feel that the cool feeling on his neck was gradually fading. He raised his hand and touched the little slug. The little slug moved its body, held its strength for a while, and continued to work hard to treat it. Xueming braved the pain in his throat and groaned while touching the little slug. "Go back." The little slug disappeared from his neck with a pop. "So this is a summoned beast?" Yahiko exclaimed. "Was it healing you just now?" "Treatment?" Zionin was stunned and immediately raised his hand to Xueming's neck. Yes, I know how to stop bleeding. Don't worry, I'll treat you right away." Yukina raised his neck and asked Konan to treat him, his eyes drifting to Nagato, who was standing at a loss on the side. The conspicuous pair of samsara eyes have now disappeared, replaced by normal eyes as black as obsidian. "Nagato, your eyes." Yahiko was shocked. "Your Rinnegan is gone." "Yeah." Nagato nodded. "So, how do you feel now?" Yahiko asked. "I've never felt so good," Nagato replied. Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other, then looked at Konan, and all three of them turned their eyes to Yukina. Having depended on each other for many years, they both knew exactly what was going on with Nagato's health. Now, Yukina just said a few words and Nagato's Rinnegan closed. "Oh, I found it. You ran really far." A figure suddenly climbed in through the window. Yahiko and Nagato immediately took out their kunao and took a defensive stance. Konan also stopped healing and put Yukina at the back. Looking at the children in the house who looked as if they were facing a great enemy, Heidake Sakumo rubbed the back of his head and said, "Oh, sorry, I should have gone through the door. Mainly because I'm used to going through the window every time I look for Xueming, sorry." He glanced at Xueming, the last person in the crowd, and saw a bloody spot on his chest, as well as fresh blood stains on his hands and cuffs. He frowned. "It's only been a few minutes since we last met. How did you get yourself into this state?" He instantly passed through the three alert children and held Xueming with one hand. The head made him look up, and with one hand he performed a simple medical ninjutsu on Yukina's Adam's apple. Heitake Sakumo's medical ninjutsu skills were much better than Konan's, and Yukina's throat soon felt less painful. "What happened? Why is it so tragic?" Heitake Sakumo said in a normal tone, but his eyes swept over Yahiko and the other two. Yahiko's hairs stood up on his back as he was stared at. He reminded, "He is Konoha White Fang." "Konoha White Fang?" Zionin was shocked. "Isn't that even stronger than the Sunin?" Nagato gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Just as he was about to speak, Yukina tugged at Heitake Sakumo's sleeve. Heitake Sakumo looked down at Yukina, who pulled out a notebook and began writing. "Those three are Jireiya's disciples." "He is actually Jireiya's disciple." Heitake Sakumo nodded in understanding and relaxed a little. Xueming meant that those three children were his own people, not his enemies. "Since you are Jireiya's disciple, I feel relieved." Heitake Sakumo finished the treatment and withdrew his hand. He greeted Yahiko and the other two with a kind face. "Hello, my name is Heitake Sakumo. You probably haven't heard of my full name, so you can call me Konoha White Fang. His name is Yukina, and he's my disciple." "So you are a disciple of Konoha White Fang. No wonder you came to the Hidden Rain village with him." Yahiko looked back and forth at the two of them, and then he realized that the weapons on their backs were of the same style, just with slightly different sizes. "Yeah, that's right." Heitake Sakumo held up Yukina's head with one hand. "I came here for something serious to do, but this brat insisted on coming along, forcing me to split my attention to take care of him, and I couldn't do anything else. So, can I ask you for a favor?" "Yukina. What the hell is Heitake Sakumo talking about?" The leader, Yahiko, puffed out his chest and said, "What's the matter? Tell me first. After you tell me, I'll consider whether to agree to your request or not." "It's very simple." Heitake Sakumo raised a finger and shook it. "Please take care of this guy for a week. I need to do something alone. I'll come back to pick him up in a week. Is that okay?" Yukina grabbed Heitake Sakumo's shirt and glared at him. Heitake Sakumo glanced at Yukina, but didn't explain. He smiled and continued to say to Yahiko, "I will pay you. Can you promise not to leave Yukina alone for this week and ensure his safety?" The conversation between Heitake Sakumo and Salamander Hanzo just now did not go very smoothly. The main reason is that Hanzo of the Salamander is too suspicious. He always feels that there is something wrong in what Heitake Sakumo says. He is afraid that something is wrong and dare not believe him easily. In order to prove his sincerity, Heitake Sakumo agreed to help Hanzo complete a mission. Hanzo of the Salamander, out of distrust, suggested that the mission was rather dangerous and not suitable for children to go with, so he hoped that Heitake Sakumo would leave Yukina in the Hidden Rain village for safety. To put it bluntly, he was afraid that Heitake Sakumo would run away, so he asked him to leave Swana behind as a hostage. The mission was indeed quite dangerous, and it was indeed not suitable for Xueming to go along, but Heitake Sakumo was not so reassured to let Xueming stay alone in the hidden rain village. There are 3 of Jireya's disciples here now, so they have some connection with Konoha, and Yukina seems to get along quite well with these 3 children. So it is better to let Xueming stay with these 3 children during his mission than to let Xueming be alone. Konan hesitated, but we're not ninjas yet that we can't take missions. Heitake Sakumo observed the 3 children. Indeed, they all have chakra flowing in their bodies, and judging by their strength, they should have at least reached the level of Chunin. The red-haired child may even be above the level of Chunin, but they are not wearing forward protectors. It must be because the hidden rain village has been in constant war and the ninja promotion system is not so perfect, so the children who have reached the required strength are not allowed to officially become ninjas. It's okay. Heitake Sakumo waved his hand. This request of mine doesn't follow the official procedures. It's my personal request. Can you agree to it? That's no problem. Yahiko agreed immediately. Yukina helped us a lot, so it's only natural that we take care of him for a week. Uncle, you don't have to pay us anything. Nagato and Konan nodded seriously beside them. Remuneration must be paid. Heitake Sakumo glanced at Yukina beside him with suspicion. This kid is quite interesting. He can't talk much, but he has always had good interpersonal relationships. He also has a good relationship with Kakashi, not to mention his relationship with Obito from the Uchiha family. What kind of great help did Xueming give them that made these 3 kids, who had just met him not long ago, seem willing to open their hearts for him? I have to say, Xueming is quite charismatic. Heitake Sakumo smiled and pressed down on Xueming's head, but Xueming slapped it away and glared at him again. Heitake Sakumo didn't explain much to Yukina, he just formed seals with his hands, squatted down and slapped the ground. With a bang, the smoke dissipated and a Shiba Inu with a bandage on its head was squatting on the ground. It's called Goei, Heitake Sakumo introduced. It's good at tracking. I'm leaving it with you. If you encounter any emergency, you can follow it. It will lead you to me. Ah, Nagato stared at the Shiba Inu and couldn't help but take a step forward and asked, why is there a bandage on its head? Oh. Well. Heitake Sakumo scratched the tip of his nose, because he used to be a bomb-sniffing dog. During one mission, he was injured by a detonating tag, and he's been wearing bandages ever since. Nagato squatted down and looked at the Shiba Inu Gaku from a distance. You were also injured by the detonating talisman. When he was young, he also had a Shiba Inu friend who depended on him for companionship. Later, they were affected by the war and the little Shiba Inu was hit by a detonating talisman, but it died instantly, and the 3 of them had to bury it with their own hands. If it were still alive, it would probably grow to the same size as Gokuro and become such a majestic ninja dog. Then I'll leave the care of my Xueming in your hands, Heitake Sakumo said solemnly to the 3 of them. Yukina grabbed Heitake Sakumo and asked, you cough? It was fine if he didn't speak, but as soon as he spoke, his throat felt like it was being pricked by needles, and Xueming coughed up something without warning. Heitake Sakumo patted his head and said, okay, stop talking, I know everything. Just wait for me here, I will come back to pick you up in a week. Xueming frowned, but insisted on speaking through the pain, his voice hoarse, safe. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say that you can't bless, but only curse? But every time he went on a mission, Xueming would always say safe before leaving. Children are such worrywarts. He smiled and nodded to the 3 people opposite him, then instantly disappeared from the spot. As soon as Heitake Sakumo left, the room fell silent for a moment. Nagato stood up and looked at Yukina, and the Shiba Inu Gokui also wagged its tail at Yukina. Zionin hesitated and said, the food is cold, I'll go heat it up. Let's eat first. Xueming frowned and sat down at the table. Heitake Sakumo hadn't said anything before, and now he was suddenly going on a mission. And why didn't he take him with him? He was left alone in the hidden rain village. In all likelihood, the mission was too dangerous, and Heitake Sakumo felt that he might not be able to protect him, so he didn't dare to take him with him. If Heitake Sakumo goes on such a dangerous mission alone, can he come back safely? Snow name, come here. Zionin reheated the cold fish and brought it to the table. He used chopsticks to remove the seasoning from the fish, picked up a piece of snow-white fish, and placed it in Xueming's bowl. He said, your throat was recently injured, so you can't eat anything too salty. This piece of fish hasn't been stained by the sauce. Try it. Xueming picked up the fish from the bowl and put it into his mouth, then paused for a moment. Zionin asked, is it too salty, or just not tasty? In fact, the fish that is cooled and then heated up again has a fishy smell, and the fish meat is no longer tender and a bit dry, but for a not-so-wealthy family, this is not a big deal. Xueming shook his head and picked up a small notebook to write an explanation. It's not salty, it's good. It's just that I'm used to eating sweet grilled fish, so I'm a little uncomfortable eating fish without sugar. Yahiko exclaimed and asked in confusion, how can you eat grilled fish with sugar in it, which grilled fish is actually sweet? Xueming wrote, my home. During the days when Heitake Sakumo was away on a mission, Yukina was invited to stay in Yahiko and the others' cabin. The room was small, and it was already a bit crowded with 3 children sleeping together. Fortunately, Swimming was young and not big. Everyone pulled and tugged at the 3 quilts and finally put them together, letting Yukina sleep between Yahiko and Nagato, and letting Konan sleep alone on the inside with his head facing opposite. After all, they are children in their 20s. Although the conditions do not allow it, at least they have the awareness of the differences between men and women. When it was almost dawn, Shuiming was sleeping in a daze, and suddenly he felt Yahiko beside him pushing him. Yukina murmured softly, but Yahiko made a hush gesture with his lips, gestured at Yukina, picked up a pen, pointed at the curse seal on Yukina's lips, and pointed at Nagato, who was already asleep next to him. Shuiming, are you trying to cause trouble? Yukina sat up and Yahiko handed him a marker, pointing at Nagato again. Shuiming nodded and was about to put the pen to Nagato's face when Nagato opened his eyes alertly. What do you want to do? Yahiko explained confidently, I noticed you were quite interested in the cursed seal of Yukina yesterday. Now that you've lost your samsara eye, we wanted you to have a bit of your own personality, just like Yukina. Nagato refused, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Yahiko instantly appeared behind Nagato, holding him in place, and said hurriedly to Yukina, Yukina, come on, draw the curse seal on his face. But Shuiming glanced behind Yahiko and didn't go up. He just silently put the pen in his hand behind his back. Yahiko had a feeling something was wrong, and Nagato's hair stood on end. The two stopped playing around and slowly turned around at the same time. Zionin stood behind them, holding a surprisingly large paper fan. He tapped his palm slowly and asked with a smile, what are you 3 doing here instead of sleeping? Uyaa Konan, we were wrong. Don't hit him on the head, it will make him stupid. Zionin, why are you like this? You are a girl, you can't just spank a boy. Shuiming and Nagato looked at each other silently, then retreated into the bed obediently, pulling the quilt up tightly, looking like they were living a peaceful life. Zionin is usually gentle and considerate, but he is so horrible when he wakes up in the morning. After breakfast, Yahiko, still frightened, dragged Nagato out to practice ninjutsu. Nagato has temporarily closed his eyes and cannot use the power of the Rinnegan, but in addition to the Rinnegan, he has a large amount of chakra and is proficient in the transformation of 5 or 6 types of chakra properties. At the age of 10, he was able to use various mainstream ninjutsu. So now, he also wants to try and see what his level of strength is without the support of the Rinnegan. Shuiming helped Xiao Nan move the coffee table outside. It was a rare sunny day in the land of rain, and everyone wanted to come out and bask in the sun. Zionin took out a stack of white paper and sat at the table. She folded it casually and made a paper rose, which she gave to Shuiming, who was sitting next to her. Here you go. Zionin smiled, a flower that never fades. Shuiming took the paper flower and admired it in his hand. Zionin started to fold paper again and explained, I have loved origami since I was a child. The first thing I learned to fold was a paper rose. But this is the land of rain, where it rains year-round. The air is very humid. Ordinary paper flowers won't last long on rainy days. They'll quickly become damp and deformed after being folded, so I came up with a solution. Shuiming looked up at her. Zionin pointed to the flower on her head. It was also taught to me by Master Jiraiya. He said that using paper flowers as a medium and infusing them with chakra can increase their hardness and strength, so that the paper flowers will never wither. Yukina nodded, pointing to the freshly folded paper kunao in Konan's hand to show his understanding. Ordinary paper, folded into the shape of a kunao and then infused with chakra, will become sharper and tougher, reaching the strength of a real kunao. For Konan, ordinary paper is an infinite weapon in her hands. This is a more convenient and quicker method than the daily summoning of ninja tools in the original work. Zionin shook her head and said, there is a difference between paper flowers and paper kunao. Kana. Konan took back the flower she had just given to Shuiming and disassembled it piece by piece for him to see. The flower folding method that Jiraiya-sensei taught us requires stacking 4 pieces of paper in a certain order, and then rolling them into a spiral shape. Shuiming watched Konan's method of folding paper. As she folded the paper, she channeled chakra into it. Finally, like this, insert the last piece of paper into the gap left by the first piece of paper, and finally connect the end to the end. End to end, Ouroboros? Doesn't that mean an infinite loop? So this paper flower is actually a kind of sealing technique? Shuiming wrote to confirm, sealing technique, yes. Zionin smiled and pointed to the paper flower on her head. This is a sealing technique that Jiraiya-sensei modified. It is said that one of the 3 ninjas can seal chakra in his own body, slowly accumulating it during normal times. When needed, he can draw it out and use it instantly, which can burst out huge amounts of chakra energy. That person's physique is very special, so he can seal chakra with his own body, which is impossible for ordinary people. So Jiraiya teacher referred to that person's ninjutsu and taught me how to fold paper roses, telling me that I can seal chakra in my body. Accumulated into the paper rose, so that when you encounter danger, you can instantly burst out chakra to perform higher level ninjutsu. One of the 3 ninjas is Tsunade, right? That skill that can seal chakra into one's body is the Yin seal? Shuiming once more examined the paper rose that Xiao Nan handed over. Paper roses in a swirling shape, connected end to end. If this is not just a headdress, but a prop that can store chakra, then it is understandable that in the battle between Konan and Obito in the original work, after the paper rose on her head fell off, Konan's chakra was exhausted and she was killed by Obito. Moreover, Konan is not the first one to use external objects to store chakra. Think about it, the gourd that Gaara carries on his back all day long should use the same principle to store chakra. Since they can do it. Can he do it? He can't fold origami, but he has ice attribute chakra? Didn't Suzuki later use his chakra to make a ring for Sakura? Could his ice also be used to make a ring? Xuanming stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and based on the ice attribute chakra, condensed it between his fingers. Following the order in which Xionin had folded the paper rose, he used ice to condense a rose-shaped ring layer by layer. Yukina tried to inject a little chakra into the ring. The rose petals on the surface of the ring were like broken diamonds, sparkling with faint star-like light. Xuanming thought that this ring made of ice attribute chakra was quite beautiful. At least it was much better looking than the ring that Akatsuki later made. And he just tried it, and it seems that it can store sealed chakra, but he doesn't know what the upper limit is. He will have to try it again later. Speaking of Akatsuki's ring. When he goes back, he can make another ring for Obito. This ring is so beautiful, Obito will definitely not dislike it. When the time comes, let Nagato do a favor and add a communication function to their rings, just like Akatsuki's rings. In this way, no matter whether he is on a mission or Obito is on a mission in the future, they can both contact each other at any time. I haven't seen Obito for several days, nor have I heard his chattering. I wonder if Obito gets up on time when he is not at home, or if he is late for class again. The reference is this style. Obito has been very well behaved these past 2 days. He gets up on time, eats on time, and goes to class on time. He has never been late once. I'm just a little bored after school. After school that day, he felt that he would have nothing to do if he went home alone, so he simply took a detour and planned to go to the pastry shop to buy some sweets to take to the orphanage to share and check his pockets at the same time. Do is almost 23 years old now. He can walk steadily and no longer stumbles when talking. The last time Xylan went to see him, she taught him step by step how to refine chakra. Kabuto seemed very interested in learning. Although he failed to extract chakra the first few times, he was not discouraged. He insisted on continuing to practice after Xylan left, and successfully extracted chakra that night. He's a little bit stronger than when he was younger, just a little bit. Do is worthy of being the son he chose. Obito felt a little unhappy, but also a little proud. He decided to buy an extra red bean cake and give it to Kabuto as a reward. But before he reached the snack shop, he saw from afar that the door of the shop was closed in broad daylight. Obito walked over in confusion, wanting to see what was going on. However, as soon as he reached the door, he heard a childish woo crying sound through the door panel. He had heard that voice before. It was Shisui's. Hello. Obito knocked on the door. Is anyone home? Come open the door. The faint crying sound inside paused for a moment, and then the crying became even louder. Shisui, is that Shisui? Ask your grandma to open the door. What's wrong with you? Shisui cried even louder and babbled something, but he was crying and talking at the same time, and because of the door, Obito couldn't hear him at all. Obito was impatient and worried about what happened inside, so he took 2 steps back and punched the door directly. After smashing the door open with a punch, he found that the grandmother from the pastry shop was lying on the ground unconscious with her hands on her chest. Shisui was squatting beside her crying miserably. The most important thing was that the eyes of the 23-year-old Shisui were red, and he had opened his eyes. The hairs on Obito's back stood up. Yukina tried to stop him from opening his eyes, and Fugaku-sensei also didn't allow it. They were both afraid that he was too young, and opening his eyes now would have a negative impact on his health. He was not allowed to open his eyes at the age of 28, so how old is Shisui? Is he 23? How could he open his eyes? Even if he opens his eyes now, what will he do in the future? He will get sick. He was so scared that he immediately carried the snack shop lady on his back, hugged Zishui in his arms, and ran to the medical center of the tribe. The condition of the grandma in the dim sum shop was not bad. She had an old heart problem. Thanks to being sent to the hospital in time, taking emergency medicine, and resting more, she was fine. But Shisui was so scared by his grandmother that he opened his eyes. The grandmother was still talking to him with a smile, saying that she would close the store early today and take him out to play. The next second, she suddenly fell down with her hands on her chest and a look of pain on her face, and no matter how she was shaken, she couldn't get up. The door was shut tightly, and Shisui had forgotten that he had learned how to refine chakra. No one answered when he knocked on the door. He could only cry, sobbing loudly that he couldn't speak clearly. The 23-year-old child felt like the sky was falling. He squatted beside his grandmother, watching her motionless, unable to wake up no matter what he did, and felt a great panic in his heart. Will grandma never open her eyes again? Will she never talk to him or smile at him again? Will she never hold him or feed him snacks again? Grandma. Grandma, has she already? Shisui, it's okay, it's okay. The child-rearing skills that Obito had learned in the orphanage for 3 years finally came in handy at this moment. Ever since Shisui was held in Obito's arms, he refused to come down. He grabbed Obito's clothes tightly with his 2 little hands, rubbed his tears and snot on Obito's chest, and kept shaking. In fact, Obito's arms were sore from holding Shisui for so long, but as soon as he coaxed Shisui down, Shisui looked at him with his red Sharingan without saying a word, and then Obito softened his heart. So until Fugaku came to the medical department, he never put Shisui down and held him in his arms the whole time. Oh. Fugaku sighed helplessly when he saw this. Seeing that Obito's hands were shaking from holding the child, he wanted to hold Shisui first. As a result, Shisui's little claws grabbed onto Obito's clothes and refused to let go. Fugaku had no choice but to find an empty office temporarily, brought both children in, and let Obito sit on the chair. What should we do now, teacher? Obito hugged Shisui, and both of them looked at Fugaku, who felt a headache. 20. He had never heard of an Uchiha who opened his eyes on his own at the age of 3. It can be predicted that Shisui is definitely a genius-level person. But in other words, he has opened his eyes at the age of 23. He has opened his eyes at the age of 23. How far can this little genius go in the future? Moreover, the current status of Uchiha and Konoha is very awkward. At this time, it is really difficult to determine whether it is a good thing for a genius-level existence to suddenly appear in Uchiha. Teacher, Fugaku rubbed his forehead with a headache. Obito, tell me first, what is going on? Obito started by talking about how he heard crying but no one answered the door when he knocked, and continued until he brought Shisui to the medical center with his grandmother on his back. Finally, he asked, Teacher, Shisui is only 23 years old. Why did he open his eyes? He probably thought his grandmother was gone. Fugaku explained, the Uchiha clan Sharingan needs certain conditions to open. Shisui was still young, and he didn't know the difference between being sick and dying. He thought his beloved grandmother was gone, and he was too sad, so he opened his eyes. You'll only open your eyes when the person you love the most is gone. Obito was stunned. About the same. In fact, as long as they are hit by strong enough emotions, the talented Uchiha will open the Megatama Sharingan, but considering that Obito has not opened his eyes yet, Fugaku was reluctant to say more. Then Obito paused and stammered, I don't want to open my eyes, teacher. I will work hard to improve myself. I will become very powerful even if I don't open my eyes, so can I not open my eyes? Oh, but didn't you promise me and Yukina that too would open his eyes when he was 10 years old? Fugaku couldn't help but smile in between his worries. Obito is such an interesting kid, so innocent and cute that one can see through him at a glance. You can't bear to leave the one you love the most, so you'd rather not open your eyes, right? Oh, I never thought that his disciple is such a romantic. Fugaku deliberately put on a stern face to teach Obito, as an Uchiha, how could you not want to open your eyes? Let me tell you, Obito, the Uchiha's limit is not just the Megatama Sharingan. When you reach the third Megatama and witness the departure of your beloved, you will open the next stage of Sharingan. Only then will you reach the pinnacle of Uchiha's eye technique. You were unwilling to even open your eyes at the beginning. How can that be possible? I regret it. Obito quickly jumped off the bench holding Shisui. Don't listen. The person I love the most will not leave me. Obito, come back. Put Shisui down. Why are you running? Don't let the child fall. A week passed in a flash, and it was the day that Heitake Sakumo had agreed to return. But until evening, there was no sign of Heitake Sakumo. Xueming was uneasy the whole day. Wu-hei and he sat together, one man and one dog, at the door, looking towards the entrance of Yuin village, waiting from dawn to dusk. After it got completely dark, Xueming decided not to wait any longer. He went to say goodbye to Yahiko and the other two, but he didn't expect that they had also packed their luggage and planned to go with him. We've discussed it. Since you sincerely invited us, it's not impossible for us to go to Konoha and take a look. Yahiko crossed his arms with a reluctant look. Nagato said, I'm a little curious about Konoha village, and before the problem with the Rinnegan is solved, it would be more appropriate for me to follow you. Konan smiled, don't listen to them, they just want to see Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko had a look of being exposed. Konan, don't say that. Nagato also laughed, then turned serious and said, but there is a problem now. With my perception, I can sense that there are people watching us all this week. This has never happened before. Yukina, has the Konoha White Fang caused any trouble? Nagato is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan has outstanding perception, and Yukina trusts Nagato's perception. Heitake Sakumo told him the mission, but he was worried about him being left alone. Plus, he had been under surveillance for the past week, so he felt a bit worried that he might run away. Yahiko's expression also turned serious. How many people are watching us? Nagato closed his eyes and focused his attention, pointing in several directions. There are quite a few people, and they're deployed in all directions. It won't be easy to pass through the surveillance circle without being discovered. Yahiko rubbed his chin and thought, but if we were discovered, we might not be able to defeat them. And it would make too much noise. Konan looked at Yukina, what should we do now? Xueming closed his eyes and thought. It's not that there is no solution. Xueming wrote and asked Xiao Nan, can you fly now? Xionin was stunned. Yahiko and Nagato. Konan had mentioned to Xueming before that chakra can be stored in paper flowers. As long as there is enough chakra, she can use paper to make wings for short-term flight. I can, but I can't lead 3 people by myself. Xionin looked confused. Xueming pointed at himself. You, Konan turned his gaze to the ring on Xueming's hand, which was the medium used by Xueming to store chakra. But she watched Xueming make this ring with her own eyes? It's only been a few days, how much chakra can be stored in it? Do you have enough chakra to fly? Konan asked doubtfully. Xueming shook his head, but he picked up Gokuro and put him in Nagato's hands. Nagato still had a confused expression on his face when Yukina stared at him and said, weightlessness. Nagato. Nagato immediately floated up with Goguro in his arms, swaying from side to side as if they had lost the power of gravity. Yahiko on the side also floated up. He was so scared that he kicked the ground with his feet, and his whole body turned slowly in a somersault. He felt curious and couldn't help but exclaimed wow, but then he realized that he shouldn't make a sound now, so he quickly closed his mouth, stretched out his hands and legs, and paddled twice like swimming, trying to turn over and stand up straight. Goei followed suit and doggy paddled twice in Nagato's arms. A pair of huge wings spread out from the thin and long ice crystals on Xueming's back. They flapped slightly, and he was suspended above the ground, bringing out an icy breath that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. What is this? Wings made of ice. Yahiko steadied himself and pointed at the ice crystal wings behind Yukina in surprise. Xueming said to Xiao Nan, flight. It is difficult to say how long the curse will last, and it is also difficult to say how long the ice wings can last. Yukina held Nagato with one hand and Yahiko with the other. Nagato was holding Gokuro in his arms, and the three of them and the dog took off directly. Xionin flapped his paper wings and followed. At this point in time, there are very few people in the ninja world who can engage in air combat. If they just fly out directly, it will probably be difficult for these observers to catch up. Nagato. Xueming reminded. Nagato looked down and saw Gokuro raising his little head to sniff the air, then humming in a certain direction. Go over there. Nagato pointed in a direction, and Xueming flapped his wings and flew towards where Nagato pointed. Xueming felt a little tired after flying for no more than 5 minutes. He found a secluded place to put Nagato and Yahiko down. As soon as the 5 black men landed on the ground, they rolled on the ground and immediately bared their teeth and growled in one direction. A puff of smoke drifted away, and a familiar face appeared from where the 5 black men were howling. Koshiro, Yukina called out. You have to call me by my code name outside, Grey Cat. Akame Koshiro raised his hand and pressed Yukina's head. Xueming shook his head and asked, Sakumo. Koshiro was speechless. He went to rescue those 2 burdens. It turns out that the task that Salamander gave to Heitake Sakumo was also to be completed within the territory of the Land of Wind. The mission in the Wind Country actually increased the difficulty for Heitake Sakumo, but he had successfully completed the mission in the past 2 days. Before going back to the Hidden Rain Village to reply to Hanzo, Heitake Sakumo thought that since everyone else had already arrived at the Hidden Sand Village, he took the time to go and see it. He took a look at Akame Koshiro and the 2 from the Sarutobi family, wanting to see how their investigation was going. It turned out that all 3 of them were imprisoned in the secret prison of the Sand Village. With Yukishiro's special ability, this kind of cell cannot hold him. The reason why he stayed in the cell with the 2 men was definitely because he was afraid that if something happened to the 2 people from the Sarutobi family, it would be difficult for him to explain after returning to Konoha village. After all, these are the son and daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage point. 4 people went on a mission, 2 unrelated people returned alive, and the Hokage's son and daughter-in-law are gone. And how can the living people explain it? After Heitake Sakumo discovered this situation, he could no longer ignore it. He called out Koshiro and told him to go to the Hidden Rain Village to bring Yukina with him, while he would find a way to rescue people in the Hidden Sand Village. Koshiro trusted his captain very much, and the Tsunaga Corps was simply a defeated opponent to the Konoha White Fang, so he felt very relieved to come ahead and meet Yukina. But Xueming was worried. He always had a bad feeling, and he insisted on not going back to Konoha first, insisting on going to Tsunaga Corps to find Heitake Sakumo. This is an S-level mission, involving the Sarutobi family, and the mission is about to fail. The flags were all planted, and he could foresee how the plot would develop next. That he couldn't just walk away. On the other side, Heitake Sakumo estimated that Ike Koshiro had been gone for a while and was almost out of the Wind Country, so he felt relieved and went straight into the secret prison and brought Sarutobi and the other 2 out. The Sand Village, with new and old grudges, chased after them like crazy. Not only did Sarutobi Shinishuk not thank Heitake Sakumo for rescuing them, but he was blaming him in his words, as if he had put them in a more dangerous situation. I deliberately planned to get myself caught, Sarutobi Shinishuk said with his neck stiff. No venture, no gain. This is how I got the chance to get close to the secrets of the Sand Village. Heitake Sakumo was speechless. Kaim Koshiro, who can turn his body into smoke because of his family's secret technique, did not dare to say that he could get close access to the secrets of Tsunaga Corps after entering the Tsunaga Corps secret prison. What was the mind of the eldest son of the 3rd generation thinking? Do you really think Tsunaga Corps is such a rubbish? Does the son of Konoha's leader have such a sense of superiority? Let's go. Heitake Sakumo pointed in a direction. If we don't leave now, the people from the Sand Village will catch up with us. You can't leave. Sarutobi Shinishuk loudly denied. If you leave now, the mission will fail. But Shin-chan, when you are on a mission outside, please call me by my code name, Mandrill. Sarutobi Shinishuk interrupted his wife. Sarutobi Akemi choked and felt a little embarrassed, but she quickly ignored her unhappiness and said, I think the captain is right. I don't need your feelings, all you have to do at times like this is follow my instructions. If you want to listen, you should listen to my instructions. I'm the captain. Heitake Sakumo said in a deep voice, you're raising your voice so high, are you trying to lure all the enemies over here? Sarutobi Shinnashook also choked. Without waiting for him to speak, Heitake Sakumo continued, in the name of Captain Sakumo, if this title isn't enough, then in the name of the head of Umbu, I order you to evacuate the sand village immediately, evacuate the wind country, and return to Konoha first. Then what about the mission assigned by Lord Hokage? As a ninja, once you accept a mission you must complete it, don't you know? Sarutobi Shinnashook was very excited. Heitake Sakumo replied coldly, this is an order. At this time, you only need to follow my instructions. I will bear all the consequences. Roll. A small figure suddenly dropped from the sky and stood in front of Heitake Sakumo, and uttered these words to Sarutobi Shinnashook. Sarutobi Shinnashook rolled backwards out of control physically, rolled 17 or 18 times, and then hit a rock with a bang. Everyone present heard a crisp crack. Heitake Sakumo. Shinchan Sarutobi Akemi was so scared that she chased after him. Holding a thick stack of papers, like an encyclopedia, Konan slapped the unsuspecting Sarutobi Akemi on the back of the head. Bang! Sarutobi Akemi's eyes rolled back, her body softened, and she fell to the ground. Heitake Sakumo. This is good. Now they have to obey even if they are disobedient. It seems these two can't do anything wrong for the time being. He turned to look at Xue Ming, who was blocking his way. It's too dangerous. How did you suddenly appear? My kunao slipped out and was in my hand. If he hadn't recognized that it was Yukina, Heitake Sakumo would have almost mistaken the person who came over as an enemy and attacked him directly. Xue Ming snorted in dissatisfaction. Yahiko twirled a kunao in his hand, speaking in a leisurely tone, I didn't expect that the Konoha White Fang, who are famous for their fighting skills, would be such a gentle person. Aren't ninjas supposed to obey orders absolutely? It seems that your teammates don't listen to you at all, and you're not angry at all. Nagato walked over and together with Konan, brought Sarutobi Akemi back and threw her in front of Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo looked around at the four little ones and felt a headache. He asked Kaime Koshiro, didn't I ask you to take Yukina back to Konoha first? Akame Koshiro dragged Sarutobi Shinnashook's feet over, shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands when he heard this. Heitake Sakumo understood. This child is very opinionated. At the beginning, Swimming dragged him directly to Minato Namikaze and asked Minato to be the Hokage as soon as he opened his mouth. If he was willing to listen to Koshiro, give up on him, and go back to Konoha village first, then hell would it be. Heitake Sakumo rubbed his forehead and asked, so what's going on with you three? It was Yukina who invited us to Konoha, said Yahiko. I have some things I want to figure out, so I can't leave for the time being, Nagato explained. Konan looked at this, then looked at that, and asked Heitake Sakumo, Mr. White Fang, when will Jiraiya-sensei return to Konoha? Heitake Sakumo understood. This means that these three children will also go back to Konoha together. Heitake Sakumo thought about it in his mind, called out to Akame Koshiro, and he each carried a Sarutobi on their backs, leading the four children to retreat to the border first. On the way, I heard Yuki Shiro say that when these children came from the land of rain, the methods they used were not so gentle, so if they want to retreat to Konoha now, they can only take a long detour and not pass through the land of rain, but go through the land of rivers. Along the way, Koshiro kept talking to Yahiko and the others, and from Yahiko's chatter, Heitake Sakumo also learned some of the situation. These three children were taught by Jiraiya for 3 years during World War II. Later, due to the war, Jiraiya left the three children in the land of rain and returned to Konoha alone to participate in the war. World War II afterwards, the external war subsided, but Konoha began to engage in open and covert strife within the community. In addition, some of the policies of the third generation at the time were indeed, from an objective point of view, not so appropriate. Jiraiya probably thought that it would be more appropriate for the three children to stay in the land of rain rather than come to Konoha, so even after the war was over, he did not return to the land of rain to bring the three children to live in Konoha. But the three children still remember him, and this time they probably want to go to Konoha to see their teacher. The motive is understandable, but bringing 3 foreign orphans back to Konoha is absolutely unacceptable. Heitake Sakumo thought for a while, and while taking a break on the road, he wrote 2 scrolls, made hand seals and called out 2 ninja dogs, letting them go ahead, and brought the scrolls to Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku respectively, and asked the 2 to meet outside Konoha village first. The Uchiha clan is responsible for Konoha's security work. The head of the Uchiha clan is the teacher of Yukina's close friend, so this should not be a big problem. The Umbu is responsible for monitoring Konoha, and since I am the head of the Umbu, there will definitely be no problem. The only thing left is the top management, so let Minato Namikaze deal with it. After all, these 3 are Minato Namikaze's junior brothers and sisters, and the little movements they make before forming hand seals and ninjutsu are obviously from Jiraiya's school. Minato Namikaze would definitely not ignore his own junior fellow disciples. Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato soon arrived for the appointment. Brother Sakumo, I'm back safely. Namikaze Minato greeted Heitake Sakumo with a smile. Heitake Sakumo nodded in response, thanks to you. Namikaze Minato introduced Heitake Sakumo, this is the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Hello. Heitake Sakumo shook hands with Uchiha Fugaku. I've heard a lot about you, and I've always wanted to meet you. Hello. Uchiha Fugaku smiled, I've only seen you a few times before during meetings, but I've long admired the name of Konoha White Fang. Seeing that the three adults over there seemed to have something to say, Xueming withdrew his gaze. Yahiko sat cross-legged on Sarutobi Shinishuk boredly, holding his chin with one hand and asked, what are they talking about, how long will it take, can we get to Konoha today? Zionin reminded him, why don't you get off this guy first, he already had a broken rib. Don't break two more of his ribs by sitting on them. Koshiro on the side waved his hands and said, it's okay, just sit on it and break it, so I don't have to knock him out again. Nagato asked, didn't you say that these two are the son and daughter-in-law of your Hokage? Will it be okay for you to go back like this? There are definitely problems, Koshiro pointed to the three adults who were discussing various issues over there, aren't they, the captain and the others, discussing how to solve the problem. It's okay, don't worry. Xueming also nodded. Just as he was about to take out his small notebook to write something to tell them not to worry, he sensed a very familiar chakra approaching rapidly. Snow named Xueming turned around and saw a shaky figure running towards him quickly. My coat flew up and my most important hairstyle was messed up. Without any scruples, giving it his all, at the maximum speed, passionately and sincerely, completely ignoring his surroundings, as if he was the only one in his heart and eyes. Xueming couldn't help but smile, and opened his arms to greet him from a distance, saying, Obito, run slower. Obito's speed began to slow down, and when he came in front of Yukina, he even stopped. Just as Yukina was about to hug him, Obito lifted him up and lifted both his feet off the ground. Yukina held onto Obito's shoulders and opened his eyes wide. Is it that easy? Yahiko covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Nagato, this is the first time I've seen Yukina look like this. Nagato nodded silently. Koshiro heard this and introduced them, Yukina and that kid, they're both orphans like you. Yukina was homeless and was picked up by that kid that they've been living together since they were little, so they have a pretty good relationship. Oh. It's the same as ours. Yahiko and the other two looked at each other. Nagato hesitated, it's still a little different, I wouldn't hold you like this anyway. Konan took the lead and stepped forward, extending her hand in a friendly manner towards Obito. Hello, my name is Konan, this is Yahiko and Nagato, we are from we were invited to Konoha village by Yukina. Hello, my name is Uchiha Obito. Obito put Yukina down, took Yukina's hand naturally, and greeted the three people with a sunny face. However, his hand was pricked by something when his fingers were clasped together. Obito looked down and saw that there was an ornate ring on Yukina's hand. What is this? Obito asked curiously. He lifted Xueming's hand and took a look. It was a transparent ring in the shape of a rose. He suddenly paused, then quickly turned to glance at the paper flower on Zionin's head. Isn't this the same rose? Obito's heart immediately skipped a beat, and his expression became strange. What did this girl say just now, that Xueming invited her to Konoha? Xueming was only away on a mission for half a month, so why is he wearing couple jewelry with a girl now, and even bringing her back to Konoha village? Obito was shocked and stammered, Yukina, you, and her. Xueming understood immediately. Obito, who has a strange way of thinking, must have seen that his ring looked the same as the paper flower on Konan's head. I wonder what his love-stricken brain came up with. But this is just the same sealing technique with the same origin. Obito fell in love early and liked girls at an early age. Does he think that everyone will fall in love early like him? Yukina originally wanted to let go of Obito's hand and take out a notebook to write an explanation. But think about it, if he let go of Obito's hand now, who knows what Obito would think? Originally, he wanted to ask Obito's opinion after returning home, but now, as the hand was held, Yukina used Ice Attribute Chakra to condense a ring exactly the same as the one on her own hand on Obito's finger. On the two hands clasped together, two ice rings of the same style sparkled in the sunlight. Yukina. Obito blushed slightly and asked softly, is this a wedding ring? Aren't wedding rings only for couples to wear? Xueming is really something, he has no common sense at all, why did he suddenly give him a ring in front of so many people? Yukina looked at Obito speechlessly, raised her hand, and in front of him, input a little of her own chakra into the rose ring. The rose's surface shimmered, and the chakra input by Xueming was completely sealed in the ring. Xueming said, sealing technique. Obito said, oh, and understood. It turns out it's just a sealing technique used to seal chakra. I feel a little disappointed. The three adults were talking halfway when they were interrupted by Obito's sudden intrusion. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled and explained, yesterday, when Brother Sakumo's ninja dog brought the message, Obito was studying with me, so he happened to see the letter that he insisted on making a fuss and followed me here today. Heitake Sakumo expressed his understanding. Obito and Yukina do have a good relationship, so it's normal for him to want to come along. Namikaze Minato brought the topic back and finalized the plan. Then let's not keep delaying outside. Let's do it as we agreed just now. We'll take it one step at a time and adapt to the situation. After all, we all agree on the general direction. Heitake Sakumo and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other and nodded at the same time. In fact, the personal relationship between Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha is not that close. At most, Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha are good friends in private. But after Shisui opened his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and decided to suppress the news temporarily for the sake of his family, which required the cooperation of Konoha's supervisory department, the Umbu. If he wants to get something, he has to give something. On the premise of ensuring their interests, the three adults discussed and decided that Heitake Sakumo and In Koshiro would return to the Umbu to report to the Hokage, Namikaze Minato would take the unconscious Sarutobi and the other two to the medical department first, and Uchiha Fugaku would return to the Uchiha clan to make arrangements for Yahiko and the other two. In fact, according to reason, it should have been Uchiha Fugaku who brought Yahiko and the other two back to the Uchiha clan territory, but his wife Uchiha Mikoto was just found out to be pregnant 2 days ago. Whether these three children are in danger or not, Fugaku cannot just believe what Heitake Sakumo says, that he cannot risk his wife and his first child, so he decides to go back alone to make some arrangements first. We can't go to Fugaku's place tonight, and Heitake Sakumo probably won't be back for a while. Namikaze Minato decided to let Yukina take the children to his house first. Inside, his house is big enough, so he can contact Kushina first and ask her to make temporary arrangements for the children, pick them up and give them a meal, etc. It shouldn't be a problem. Kushina originally thought that she was just receiving a few ordinary children, but she never expected that one of these children would be a member of her tribe. Nagato's hair was the same color as hers, a red hair that she would never mistake for hers, that was that of her Uzumaki clan member who had been exterminated. Ever since the Uzumaki clan was destroyed and Kushina came to Konoha, she gradually became a complete Konoha person. She attended Konoha's ninja school, and after graduation, she wore a Konoha forward protector and became Konoha's Jinchuriki. Now she is in love with Konoha's most promising young man. But back then, she witnessed the demise of the Whirlpool country with her own eyes. Living in the midst of war and displacement every day made her very aware of the pain of losing her country and family, and she longed for a peaceful and stable life. So when Minato sent her a message, telling her the truth and asking her to receive 3 children who were also from a war-torn country, she already felt empathy. When she saw Nagato's red hair, which was unique to the Uzumaki clan, that feeling reached its peak. Nagato was also stunned when he saw Kushina. Aside from his mother, he had never met anyone with the same hair color as him. Kushina suppressed her choked voice and asked with a bright smile, "You must have had a hard time on the way. Are you hungry? Hey, Minato and the others don't know when they will be back from get off work. How about I make something to eat for you guys first?" "Ah, sister, there's no need to bother you." Nagato looked at Yahiko and Konan uncertainly. Is it right to call her sister? She doesn't look much older than them. As a result, after hearing Nagato's name, Uzumaki Kushina walked towards the kitchen faster, muttering as she walked, "What should I make? How about grilled fish? I'm really good at it, and I loved eating fish when I was a kid." Xuanming had not thought about the fact that Nagato and Kushina were both from the Uzumaki clan before, but now it seems that this is actually a pleasant surprise. If Kushina could really treat Nagato as her younger brother, then Nagato and the others would have another layer of protection in Konoha. At the same time, in an underground cave in a mountain ranch not far from the Land of Fire, the elderly Uchiha Madara sat on a rock, leaning on his death scythe, and casually asked the 2 white Zetsu beside him, "Has anything new happened recently?" The white Zetsu chattered to each other for a while, and white Zetsuwe smiled and said to Uchiha Madara, "Lord Madara, nothing new has happened recently." White Zetsubi said, "Yes, that's right, it was Nagato who ran away from the Land of Rain." "What?" Uchiha Madara stood up in shock. Nagato's place was the storage device for his samsara eye. "Where is Nagato?" White Zetsuwe replied, "He went to Konoha village." Konoha village. Uchiha Madara slowly sat back. Konoha village, then everything will be fine. Rather, he was more familiar with Konoha, which was closer to his current location and easier to monitor under his nose. "What is Nagato doing in Konoha?" asked Madara. White Zetsubi said, "I don't know why, but his eyes are gone." "What?" Uchiha Madara stood up in shock again. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Where's the samsara eye? Was it dug out?" White Zetsuwe poked White Zetsubi. No, Madara-sama, he's wrong. Nagato's eyes are still in his body and they're fine, no one's here to dig them out. Madara slowly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat back down. "So what did you guys just mean?" White Zetsubi touched the back of his head and chuckled. "Yes, Madara-sama, I was wrong just now. Nagato's eyes are fine, it's just that his samsara eye has been turned off, and now he only has his normal eyes." Madara felt like he had a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. If the tube of the outer path statue had not been still connected to his body, he would have been unable to breathe and almost fainted. Is it easy for him? He is so old, but he is still being angered by the 2-by-Ju and keeps standing up and sitting down. Madara slammed his sickle into the ground and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Explain everything to me all at once." In no more than half an hour, Uzumaki Kushina brought up a plate of grilled fish. It smells very fragrant. There are potatoes, lotus root slices, kelp, etc. In the fish belly, which is baked in a baking tray. It is completely different from the crude method of roasting fish over fire by poking them with branches in the wild. It looks very rich and delicious. But for the first time, the blood-red pepper seemed a little embarrassed. She wiped her hands on her apron, glanced at Nagato, then looked at everyone else and said, "Come and try it. A little fish won't make you full, and it won't delay your dinner later." She then looked at Nagato and introduced, "This is the way we grill fish in my hometown. We grill it with sauce. Would you like to try it?" Nagato glanced at Kushina's fiery red hair and probably guessed why Kushina treated him so specially. He nodded, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, put it into his mouth and chewed it carefully. After swallowing it, he commented seriously, "Delicious." Kushina smiled and extended her hand to greet them again. "Come on, just treat it as your own home. Don't be polite, everyone come and eat." Xueming also wanted to pick up the chopsticks, but Obito had been holding his right hand since a while ago and had not let go, so he could only shake his hand to signal Obito to let go first. But Obito didn't let go at all. He kept holding Yukina with his left hand and raised his chopsticks with his right hand and asked, "Eating fish, right? Let me pick it up for you." He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his bowl first. He used the chopsticks to poke around in the fish to make sure there were no bones in it, then picked it up again and put it to Xueming's mouth. Snow name. Xueming was confused and moved back a little to make way. "So many people are watching here, what's wrong with Obito? Sick?" He had never done this before, picking out fish bones with his own hands. What did he want to do? Obito didn't have any intention of doing anything, he just had a sense of crisis. Xueming would not go home for 10 days or half a month when he went on a mission, and when he came back he brought back 3 people he didn't know. "I just heard them say that during this mission, Swimming ate and lived with these 3 people every day. Doesn't that mean he was treated the same as me? That won't do, he should be Xueming's best friend. He is the most special one." Moreover, Xueming brought back 3 friends this time, and next time he might bring back 4. What would he do if he brought back new friends every time? Of course he has to find a way to prove his position in Xueming's heart. Yahiko, who was sitting opposite Yukina, looked at Obito feeding Yukina fish and said "oh" in a long voice as if he was thinking about something. Zionin beside him asked, "What's wrong?" Yahiko lowered his voice and said, "Konan, do you remember when we were eating grilled fish before? Xueming said that the grilled fish in his hometown are all sweet." Zionin nodded to indicate that he remembered. Yahiko pointed at the grilled fish on the table and said, "But I just tasted a bite of grilled fish. It's delicious, but not sweet. I'm still wondering what's going on." Zionin asked, "What's going on?" Yahiko clicked his tongue and pointed at the 2 people opposite him with his chopsticks. Yukina pursed his lips, and Obito kept holding the fish to his lips, as if to say, "I'll keep holding it until you eat it." Yahiko said, "Look, this is how you eat it. No wonder you think this grilled fish tastes sweet." Yahiko lowered his voice so low that everyone at the table could hear it clearly. Snow name. What's sweet? Heitake Sakumo and Kakashi appeared in the house in an instant. Minato Namikaze also jumped out of the window almost at the same time. The 2 adults followed everyone's gaze and looked at Obito, who was still insisting on feeding Yukina's fish. Xueming couldn't afford to lose face in front of this person, so he could only lean over, open his mouth, and take the fish meat that Obito fed to his mouth in one bite. Heitake Sakumo said "oh" meaningfully. Kakashi asked confusedly, "Dad, what are they doing?" Heitake Sakumo walked to the table at the invitation of Minato Namikaze. Hearing this, he patted Kakashi on the head and taught him, "Look at Obito, then look at you." Then he sighed heavily, looking very disappointed in himself. "Kakashi. He just came into the house, what does it have to do with him?" Xueming shook his hand again, and this time Obito was finally willing to let go. Yukina looked nonchalant as he looked at Heitake Sakumo, who had just entered the room, and changed the subject by asking, "Koshiro." The 2 of them went together to report the mission to the 3rd Hokage, so why did Heitake Sakumo come over? But where was Koshiro? Heitake Sakumo twitched the corners of his lips and replied, "Hokage-sama has some questions that I need to ask him alone." The failure of this mission was more serious than what Heitake Sakumo had predicted. In fact, in his opinion, there is no concept of failure in the exploration mission. There is only a difference in the amount of exploration information. It all depends on how the superiors define the results of the mission. But now it is obvious that the 4 people went to the sand village and did not bring back any useful information. Instead, their own son and daughter-in-law came back lying down. The 3rd generation must be unhappy. In addition to the entire mission process, Heitake Sakumo was actually providing support from the rear, but now it is said that he, as the captain, did not participate in the mission at all, and he will definitely not be able to escape the responsibility. The 3rd Hokage didn't say it explicitly, but he didn't ask the team captain or the Umbu chief, and only left a team member like Koshiro to inquire about the details of the mission. It was obvious that he had excluded Heitake Sakumo. The suspect was temporarily deprived of his political rights. However, Koshiro, who was left alone by the 3rd generation, was being questioned by the 3rd generation, unlike what Heitake Sakumo had expected. The 3rd generation left Koshiro alone and let him go to the empty room next door. After a while, the person who entered the room was not the third generation, but Danzo Shimura. As a fellow Umbu member, Koshiro knew Danzo, but like Heitake Sakumo, he had no good feelings towards this person. Don't be so vigilant, Grey Cat. Danzo walked in and saw Kazuhiro on guard. He smiled and waved his hand. I'm not here today to hold you accountable, but to tell you a good news. What news? Yuki Shiro said with a serious face, as if he didn't want to be talked into anything. Danzo said, I found your brother, Ibri Sishi. Koshiro's expression changed. Akame Koshiro was the pseudonym he changed to after joining the Umbu. His original name was Ibri Sishi, and he was born into the Ibri clan of the Land of Fire. Their clan has a unique innate secret technique that allows them to turn their bodies into mist and possess other people to control them. However, the flaws of their family's secret technique are also obvious. After the body is turned into mist, the control is insufficient. As long as the opponent blows a gust of wind to attack, accidental casualties can easily occur. Later, Konoha village sent Orikimura to contact their family. Orikimura used the power of technology to help his family members improve their control over their bodies, allowing their family's secret techniques to exert greater power. This also made the elders in the family very grateful to Orikimura. At that time, Orikimura suggested that he felt that Koshiro's younger brother, Iberi Tenzo, was extremely talented, and wanted to bring Tenzo back to Konoha for education and training, and cultivate him into a pillar of the Iberi family. The elders trusted Orikimura very much, and even Koshiro's parents had no objection and offered their newborn son to him, thinking that it was a very proud thing for their son to have one of the three ninjas as his master. Only Koshiro and his sister Iberi Yukimai were skeptical about this matter. In order to comfort his sister and bring his brother back, Koshiro followed Orikimura to Konoha. After being thrown into the Umbu by Orikimura, he never saw his brother again. Later, Orikimura even tried to evade responsibility, saying that Tenzo had disappeared during a mission and no trace of him could be found. He suspected that he had died and asked him to mourn him. But Yuki Shiro didn't believe it. He always had a hunch that his brother was in Konoha village, so he never gave up and kept looking for his brother. So what did Danzo say now? He said he knew where his brother was. Koshiro stood up and asked impulsively, Where is my brother, Tenzo? Don't worry, your brother is very good, very outstanding. Danzo's attitude was very kind, and he pressed his hand to indicate he is the person who is most likely to master would release so far, except for the first generation. You. Koshiro calmed down a little and looked at Danzo with suspicion. Free lunch is not delicious. He asked, What are your conditions? Danzo smiled slightly. Well, at this time tomorrow, the top brass will hold a meeting regarding your mission to Tsunagakure. They'll mainly be making some decisions regarding Heitake Sakumo's failed mission. At that time, I hope you can speak at the meeting as a witness. After having dinner at Minato Namikaze's house, Nagato and the other two decided to stay for one night at Kushina's enthusiastic request. Heitake Sakumo took Kakashi home. Yukina also walked home with Obito. As they walked down the street, Yukina glanced at Obito's profile. I haven't seen him for half a month. And Obito doesn't seem to have changed much. Has he grown a little taller? His hair seems to have grown a bit too, at least half a centimeter. Why is that smile that was always on his face gone? Now he looks so sad. What's troubling him? 20 at the age of 8 or 9, and still not graduated from school. The only thing that Obito can worry about every day is Rin, right? I wonder how Obito and Rin got along during the half month that he was away from Konoha. Obito. Yukina called him. Yeah. Obito responded. Xuanming pulled out a notebook and asked, What happened in the past half month? Obito after a pause, he replied, Shisui has opened his eyes. Xuanming was stunned. Obito added, Kabuto has learned how to refine chakra. He even successfully tried a medical ninjutsu a few days ago, but it doesn't always work. Xuanming Obito continued, I've also been working very hard. I've learned a new fire jutsu from my teacher, and I'll show you how to use it next time. With the great fireball, I can now compress 2 seals and use them directly. The seal time for the Phoenix fire has also been sped up by 1.5 seconds. Obito. Yukina interrupted him, showing his notebook, Why are you unhappy? Every word he said was an announcement of good news, but the expression on Obito's face seemed to be getting more and more aggrieved the more he spoke. Obito stared at Yukina's notebook, as if trying to poke a hole in it, and kept chattering, I've been living well at home alone for the past half month. I get up on time, eat on time, and don't be late for class. The house is tidy, and the clothes you left before you left have been washed and put away. Yukina looked up and touched Obito's head. Obito suddenly hummed, hugged Xuanming from behind, put his chin on Xuanming's shoulder, and said in a particularly aggrieved tone, It's just that you are not at home. I am a little uncomfortable. Yukina tilted his head with a smile and pressed his forehead against Obito's cheek. Obito pouted, Just come back, and bring so many new friends with you. Xuanming interrupted him, I missed you. Obito's fury suddenly exploded, his voice rising as he stammered, You miss me? Isn't it normal for you to miss me? Xuanming slowly turned to look at him, What do you mean? Obito fell silent again, shrank his neck and whispered, I missed you too. Xuanming smiled again, Yeah. Only one day of leisure passed. After lunch the next day, Heitake Sakumo came to find swimming and said that an emergency meeting would be held in the evening. The main content was to judge the mission in public, so swimming also needed to attend. They arrived at the designated venue for the meeting in the evening, the large conference room of the Hokage building. There were more participants than expected. The third Hokage, 2 advisors, the heads of several major families, Danzo, and Orochimaru, who was present as Danzo's bodyguard. Behind the third Hokage stood the Umbu representative Marino Ibiki and Namikaze Minato, who was specifically asked by the Fire Country daimyo to attend an important meeting as an apprentice. The atmosphere was more serious than Xue Ming had imagined. Sakumo is here, so everyone is here now. The Sandai tapped his pipe, pointed to the seat opposite him, and said to Heitake Sakumo, "You take a seat first." Heitake Sakumo nodded, sat down in the only conspicuous empty seat in the venue, and gestured for Yukina to stand next to him. Regarding this mission, the Sandaime flipped through the file in front of him twice, then pushed it aside and spoke gently, "Let me briefly explain. This mission was ordered by me," and Heitake Sakumo took over the task. He led the Sakumo team and his disciple Yukina, a group of 5, to the Wind Kingdom to complete the mission. The mission is confidential, but from what I know, Heitake Sakumo and Yukina didn't initially go to the Land of Wind, but stayed within the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, Sarutobi Akimi, and Akome Koshiro went to the Sand Village. Their lack of combat power led to their capture by the Sand Village. After Heitake Sakumo rescued the 3 people, Sarutobi Shinnishuk proposed to continue the mission I assigned, but the proposal was rejected by Heitake Sakumo. Is that right, Sakumo? Heitake Sakumo nodded and replied, "Yes." "Okay." The Sandaime continued. When Sarutobi Shinnishuk insisted on focusing on the mission, he was attacked by his companions and seriously injured. He is still in a coma. Sakumo, was it you who injured Sarutobi Shinnishuk and Sarutobi Akimi? Just as Yukina was about to speak, Heitake Sakumo answered first, "Yes." Xue Ming gritted his teeth but said nothing. "Well, this is roughly the situation. How should I put it?" Sandai frowned, took a puff of cigarette, and knocked the pipe in his hand on the table, looking like he was speechless. Danzo continued, "What else can I say? A ninja should put their mission first. This is something every child in a ninja school knows. Heitake Sakumo didn't take the mission seriously, didn't put it first, and ultimately chose to abandon it. What else can I say?" The third generation defended that Sakumo only chose to abandon the mission because he valued his companions and wanted to rescue them. One of the advisors, Maida said, "I don't think he values his companions. If he did, why would he deliberately injure them, causing Sarutobi Shinnishuk to be severely injured and remain in a coma until now?" Second advisor, Yuditen Koharu, said, "Even if you value your companions, that's no excuse for abandoning the mission. He saved this one person, causing the mission to fail, and potentially leading to the deaths of thousands of others. So, was he saving people or harming them?" There were only a few old guys talking to each other in the conference room, and the patriarchs of the major families all looked as if they had nothing to do with it. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to speak, but Namikaze Minato shook his head at him. After thinking about it, he realized that the Uchiha himself was in an awkward position and could not get involved in this mess anymore. The result is that the characterization of the incident quickly became one-sided. They always say that they can see the big picture from the small details. Although this incident did not lead to very serious consequences, Heitake Sakumo's thinking was wrong and he did not put the overall situation first. They escalated the incident to a very serious level, and finally concluded that someone like Heitake Sakumo was not qualified to be the head of the Umbu, etc. The Sandaime sighed and concluded, "Although this mission was not completed and my companions were injured, Sakumo, you have been the Umbu leader for so many years, and I have always trusted you. I did not expect you to. Personally, as the father of the person you rescued, I am very grateful to you, but publicly, you did this. This is really not like the behavior of an Umbu leader." Heitake Sakumo has accepted his fate, and it is not unacceptable for him to simply resign from the position of Umbu minister. Xue Ming felt very unhappy when he heard it. "The people you saved were your son and daughter-in-law. Now that they are back, you become righteous again and act like you put the public interest first. Why don't you ask about the team composition? Why don't you ask about the mission process? Why don't you ask who put themselves in jail in the first place? Why don't we ask why Heitake Sakumo chose to save people instead of continuing the mission? How could he not save the person? If he saved the person, he would be treated like this. If he didn't save the person, who knows how he would make things difficult for the person? This is basically like chopping a tree with an axe crookedly. Anyway, you are the ones saying both the good and the bad words, and the good and the bad guys are the ones playing the roles of your people? But why should I follow your lead? Just make it more messy for me." Xue Ming glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and Fugaku happened to meet his gaze, but did not get what Xue Ming meant. Yukina pointed at Danzo and said, "Remove the bandage." Danzo froze and looked at Xue Ming in disbelief, but he raised his hands involuntarily and obediently untied the bandages wrapped around his head one by one. Except for Orochimaru, no one present knew what was under Danzo's bandages. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. Only Orochimaru had a premonition of what was to come. He grinned excitedly and licked his lips with his tongue. Danzo's face turned blue, and his last act of stubbornness was to insist on keeping the eye under the bandage closed. For a while, he removed the bandage, and others could only see a few scars on his face left by the eye transplant, and did not notice anything wrong. Xuan Ming smiled slightly and said, "Open your eyes." Danzo subconsciously opened his right eye, and a naked 3 Magatama appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up and slammed his hand down on the conference table. "Saname, what's going on? What does he mean? I must give you an explanation today." There was an uproar in the conference room. The third generation couldn't even knock on the pipe now. He knew that Orochimaru was assisting Danzo in conducting some human experiments, but in order to avoid suspicion, he never cared about the specific content of the experiments. He never imagined that these two people would be so bold as to apply the Uchiha family's Sharingan to themselves. And now he has been discovered by Uchiha Fugaku. Now that the matter has been exposed, it will be difficult to resolve. Now the events have completely reversed. This matter is much more serious than the case of Heitake Sakumo. Fugaku refused to let go of the Sharingan and, as a victim, loudly demanded the truth. Danzo went from being the spokesman of justice to being the target of public criticism, and he couldn't even give a single word to explain himself. Xuan Ming thought, who doesn't know how to manipulate public opinion? The accusation against Heitake Sakumo is groundless, but you, Danzo, are really dirty. Come on, you are not clean yourself and you want to control others? Go and experience the consequences of being manipulated by public opinion. The conference room is now in chaos. As soon as the incident happened, the two consultants used the excuse that they were old, lacked energy, and were physically tired, and left first. The patriarchs of several small families also felt that the big guys were fighting openly and secretly, and they could not afford to offend them, so they just hid away and found excuses to leave. The only ones left were the Hyaga clan leader, who was also a member of the Dojutsu clan, and Orochimaru, who was just here to watch the fun. The third generation waved his hand and asked Marino Ibiki and Namikaze Minato to leave first. Heitake Sakumo stood up, protecting Yukina behind him, his arm on his shoulders, his palm hovering over his Adam's apple, quietly treating him. After controlling Danzo at this level twice in a row, Yukina's little slug disappeared again. Heitake Sakumo was really worried that he couldn't take it. Xuan Ming thought it was okay. In his old age, with a row of resurrection coins on his arm, Danzo was of A-level strength. The current Danzo's strength will not exceed A, and it is estimated that he is probably about the same as the current Nagato. He didn't attack Danzo, but simply made Danzo do 2 painless movements, so he just felt his throat was a little dry, but it was not to the point where treatment was necessary. It was Heitake Sakumo who was worrying too much. Before leaving, Minato Namikaze came over and whispered to Heitake Sakumo, "Your child." Heitake Sakumo was in a headache trying to make amends for Xuan Ming. He was very well behaved when he was little, but I don't know why he has become so bad-tempered now. When I was a kid, I would just let people play pranks on me. Now, every time I open my mouth, I exaggerate. I don't know who made me like this. Namikaze Minato smiled and suggested, "It's better for Xuan Ming not to stay at the scene now." Heitake Sakumo glanced at the third generation. Today's meeting can be considered as his trial. Although the topic has gone astray, he is the party involved in the incident anyway, so it is definitely inappropriate for him to leave now. He asked Namikaze Minato, "Please help me send Xuan Ming home. I can't leave for the time being." Namikaze Minato asked, "Is it safe for him to return home?" Heitake Sakumo thought for a moment. He lives in the Uchiha clan territory. Danzo certainly won't dare to mess with the Uchiha clan again recently. Besides, Obito is at his house, and your 3 junior brothers and sisters live in the house next door. Those 3 kids are at least at the level of Chunin. Plus, Yukina's own strength is also above the level of Chunin. As long as he doesn't get left alone, there shouldn't be any problem. Namikaze Minato nodded. "Yes, Kushina said she would go visit Nagato and the others today. She's probably over there now. I asked her to help keep an eye on them." After the 2 adults discussed it, Xuan Ming followed Minato Namikaze back home first. On the way, Minato Namikaze briefly analyzed the current situation to Yukina. "I heard from my teacher that the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and the 2 current Konoha advisors were all disciples of the 2nd Hokage. They were brothers. Back then, the 2nd Hokage took them on missions, and after they returned, the 3rd Hokage became the 3rd Hokage. But unlike the 2nd generation who was arbitrary, the 3rd generation valued his fellow apprentices very much. He liked to consult everyone's opinions before doing things. Over time, the current parliamentary system was formed in the village. And Danzo's right, I was actually lost during a mission to protect the 3rd Hokage, so this time." Namikaze Minato patted Yukina's head and comforted him. "I know you've tried very hard for your master, but you have to be mentally prepared. The result may not turn out the way you expected." Xuan Ming said expressionlessly. It was impossible for Danzo to be defeated so easily, and Xuan Ming himself knew this very well. Things developed just as Minato Namikaze had expected. Danzo made up a story, saying that his Sharingan was given to him by an Uchiha clan member who was impressed by his personal charm and was on the verge of death, and that he did not obtain it through illegal means. He also said that Orochimaru was also at the scene at the time, and that he personally helped the 2 men replace their eyes. Orochimaru could testify to his story. Orochimaru smiled and admitted that it was indeed he who personally helped Danzo replace his eyes. One is his junior fellow apprentice, and the other is his disciple. 3 generations could only try to smooth things over and conclude that this was indeed a misunderstanding. The third generation fought at the same time, blaming Danzo for not reporting the matter in time and punishing him to go back and reflect on his mistakes for 3 months. At the same time, he allocated some resources of the root and distributed them to the Uchiha to appease them. Finally, the war was diverted eastward, and the topic was brought back to Heitake Sakumo. The whole Danzo incident was brought up by Yukina to help Heitake Sakumo take the blame. Yukina did it clearly and everyone knew it very well. Of course, the third generation will not hold on to Heitake Sakumo anymore. Danzo is doing things behind his back. Who knows what trick Setsuna will come up with after he is desperate. But it is too embarrassing to be humiliated by a child. At least he has to save face. So pick it up high and put it down gently. The final conclusion was to let Heitake Sakumo go to the medical center in person to visit the innocent victims, Sarutobi and the other one, who were still unconscious. In fact, it was to let Heitake Sakumo go and apologize to his son. When Xuanming learned about this, he said that he was the one who injured the person, so he insisted on going with Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo couldn't persuade Yukina, so he took him to the medical department. The 2 Sarutobi, who were originally thought to be still unconscious, were actually awake. The couple lived together in a double room, which was clean and tidy, with 2 pots of flowers on the windowsill. Sarutobi Akemi was able to get out of bed and move freely. Sarutobi Shinoshuke looked no different from a normal person except for a few bandages on his chest. He was sitting on the bed drinking tea and reading documents. He was not seriously injured and unconscious as the information said. Heitake Sakumo led the way into the room, putting on an enthusiastic expression. "Oh, you guys are awake." Xuanming followed him into the house and closed the door behind him. Sarutobi Akemi stepped forward and took the fruit that Heitake Sakumo brought with a smile. Sarutobi Shinoshuke put down his teacup, snorted, and asked, "Captain, you're so free that you'd condescend to come visit us?" Heitake Sakumo pretended not to hear Sarutobi Shinoshuke's sarcastic tone and continued, "Well, there are orders from above, and we have to follow them. I was also ordered to come and check on the 2 of you. Are you all okay?" Sarutobi Akemi said politely, "Thanks to the captain, we are all recovering well." Sarutobi Shinoshuke, who had talked with the third generation the day before and knew the real purpose of Heitake Sakumo's visit, turned sideways, put down his legs from the bed, faced the door with his sword, and made a gesture to Sarutobi Akemi. Sarutobi Akemi understood and reopened the door that Yukina had just closed. There are a lot of people in the medical department, and people coming and going outside the door will inadvertently glance inside when passing by. Xuanming followed Sarutobi Akemi's movements, glanced at the person outside the door who was curiously looking inside, and instantly understood what Sarutobi Shinoshuke meant. He must have known the purpose of Heitake Sakumo's visit today, so he wanted to make this matter public so that more people would know that Heitake Sakumo, the Umbu minister, had apologized to him, Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Of course, Heitake Sakumo also saw through Sarutobi Shinoshuke's little tricks. He decided to make a quick decision. There was really nothing to say to these 2 guys who were neither smart nor kind. There was no need for greetings. He just needed to complete the task quickly and go back to report. He cleared his throat and said directly, "Hold." Yukina spoke first to Sarutobi Shinoshuke, "Kneel down." Sarutobi Shinoshuke's sitting posture with legs apart tilted, his knees softened, and his whole body slid forward. With his legs spread 90 degrees, he knelt down on the ground with a bang and pushed down hard. Then he jumped up with a whoosh. The room was filled with the faint sound of cracking chickens and eggs. Heitake Sakumo, sorry. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help swallowing. The main thing is that Sarutobi Shinoshuke's face now looks pale with pain. He is in so much pain that he opens his mouth and gasps for breath, but can't make a sound. It's too cruel. It's too cruel. Xuanming is really too cruel. An average adult male of 175 centimeters tall weighs about 70 kg. Ninjas will keep their weight slightly lighter, but still around 60 kilograms. Imagine a 60 kilograms weight, suddenly slamming into the ground in a split position. Ouch! It hurt so much, he was almost phantom pained watching. Sarutobi Akemi screamed and rushed over. Several medical ninjas and trainee nurses heard the screams and ran in frightened, surrounding Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's face was red, blue and white. He hunched over and covered it with his hands, but he still insisted on saving his face and hull to prevent so many people from getting close to him. Especially now, with the ward door wide open and the curious onlookers outside craning their necks to look inside, he definitely didn't want so many people to see him like this. Where would he put his face? Heitake Sakumo unsurely pulled a medical ninja and asked, He's okay, right? Xuanming took a step back and shrank behind Heitake Sakumo, pulling the corner of Heitake Sakumo's clothes and sticking his head out. His eyes were very innocent, and he blinked and looked at the medical ninja. It should be okay. Although the sound just now was like something breaking, which was a bit scary, but who asked Sarutobi Shinoshuke to be so irritating? He didn't do it on purpose, he didn't mean for him to kneel like that. It was Sarutobi Shinoshuke himself who had the problem, who told him to sit there with his legs spread so wide. By the way, Kano Amuro hasn't been born yet. Since Sarutobi Akemi was able to give birth to Kanoamaru a few years later, it means that although Sarutobi Shinnishuk suffered some trauma, his functions are definitely fine. The process is not important. At least from the result, Sarutobi Shinnishuk is a good person. Seeing that Sarutobi and the other man were in a state of chaos and it would take some time to finish their work, Heitake Sakumo quietly took Yukina away. Seeing Xueming's innocent expression, he felt that Xueming was still young and might not understand how terrible he had just done. Heitake Sakumo squatted down and looked at Xueming straight in the eye. He murmured for a long time and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start, so he gave up in the end. After he sent Yukina back to Obito's house, he ran away like the wind. Anyway, he had completed the visiting mission assigned by the Hokage, and the rest were all accidents. Don't ask him about the specific situation, he doesn't know. Xueming stood obediently at the door, watching Heitake Sakumo leave, and then breathed a sigh of relief. In short, I managed to get away with it for the time being. He really didn't mean what happened today, really. He turned around and pushed open the door. When he looked up, he saw that the dining table was covered with white paper and the floor was littered with paper scraps. Obito had a pair of scissors in his hand and was struggling with the paper flower in his hand, trying to cut 2 leaves out of it. Snow name. What is Obito doing? Paper cutting. Yukina, you're back. Obito waved the paper rose in his hand towards Yukina. Look, I can make origami flowers. Yeah. Xueming walked over. Obito held the paper flower in front of Yukina. This is for you. The name of Xue is a bit confusing. Seeing Yukina hesitate, Obito immediately hummed, I heard them say before that Konan gave you a paper flower. Snow name. Oh, so someone gave him flowers and Obito was unhappy? Isn't this the same as him feeling unhappy because his good friend has new friends? Yukina was a little amused and felt that Obito being jealous was a little childish and cute. He reached out to take the paper flower, but Obito took it back. Let me put it on your head, said Obito. Xueming thought, Xiaonan is a girl, and a flower in her hair would look pretty. But if I wear such a big flower on my head, wouldn't I look like a fool? But he still lowered his head obediently. Obito stood up excitedly, put the paper flower on Yukina's head, then sat back in his chair, tilted his head to admire his masterpiece, and laughed smugly with an expression as if he had succeeded in a prank. Yukina glanced at Obito's expression and felt that Obito was the fool. He walked over to Obito's chair, leaned over, and whispered in Obito's ear, does it look good? Obito's ears immediately turned red. He paused for a moment before nodding and answering, okay. Xueming asked, good what? Obito was a little bewildered and replied quietly, it looks good. Xueming couldn't help but smile. It's really fun to tease this little fool. Obito looked at Yukina laughing and felt as if he had lost that he was not convinced and kept muttering to himself, why are you laughing like that? Xueming could hardly suppress the curve of his lips. He raised his hand and ruffled Obito's hairstyle, which he always paid attention to. When Obito was about to express his dissatisfaction, he pinched his cheeks and pulled them to the side, deforming Obito's face. Little Obito is so cute, clingy and doesn't mean what he says. He only leaves for a few days and immediately looks very insecure. He even treats Konan as an imaginary enemy and tests him twice. Doesn't he just have a few more friends? If he's like this with his friends, what will he do with his girlfriend in the future? I don't know if Xiaolin can stand his temper. But speaking of Xiaolin, Yukina let go of Obito's face, and Obito covered his cheeks and muttered. Xueming thought about it and realized that he had not seen Xiao Lin for so many days since he returned from his mission. But according to Obito's personality, if he has a crush on Xiaolin, he should be able to mention Xiaolin to him 24 hours a day, right? But Obito has never mentioned Xiaolin to him once, which is very strange. Why does he always feel that Obito doesn't like Rin as much as in the original work? Is it an illusion? Obito. Yukina opened the notebook and wrote something for him to see. Do you have someone you like? Obito shouted back, I didn't. Xueming said oh. Yukina thinks Obito is just shy and doesn't want to admit it. According to the original storyline, Obito is about to graduate and should have confessed to Rin soon. Obito held his breath and said, why don't you ask? Xueming, Obito said unhappily, why don't you just ask me? Don't write. You asked me who I like the most, and I will answer you if you ask me. Xueming nodded and asked, who do you like best? Obito replied, you. Xueming, An expected, yet unexpected answer. If Obito hated him, he would not have lived with him for 4 years. Obito must have liked him. But the liking we had as children was probably just pure liking. If we said we like this person today, we would like someone else in a few days. There are many kinds of liking someone. You will like someone who is good looking, and you will like someone who has good grades. The liking that Obito talked about is probably not the kind he thought it was. Obito obviously likes girls. Don't you believe what I said, Yukina? Obito asked suddenly. Yukina looked at Obito and noticed that Obito, who had blushed just now had a calm expression. She asked him, do you think what I said is unbelievable? Xueming shook his head. He unfolded the book and began to educate Obito. The standards of liking are different at different ages. I believe you like me, but... Obito grabbed Yukina's pen and said, just believe it. Yukina glanced at Obito, broke free and tried to continue writing, but Obito didn't let go and asked Yukina, "Do you think I'm childish?" Xueming really wanted to side out a 29-year-old child, asking himself if it was childish. How should he answer so as not to hurt Obito's self-esteem? "But we are the same age, so I don't think you are childish." Obito looked into Yukina's eyes with a focused expression. "I think you are very powerful. You were obviously not as strong as me at the beginning, but now I can only watch your back. I have always wanted to catch up with you." Xueming nodded and wrote, "You call this idol worship?" "No," Obito denied irritably. "How can I make you understand? Everything I said is true." Yukina hummed, patted Obito's head, and said, "Tell me slowly." Obito tilted his head to let go of Yukina's hand, gathered himself, and said, "I'm very happy that you appeared by my side 4 years ago. We ate and lived together, and were inseparable. We were almost never apart. This time you went on a mission, and this is the first time we've been apart for so long, right?" Xueming said, "You left me suddenly, and I'm not used to living alone. But I know you'll be back soon, so I can still bear it." Obito looked a little lost. "I accidentally cooked a little too much food, and it took me 3 meals to finish it. When I went to bed at night, it felt like the room had grown bigger. I reached out to you in my sleep but didn't touch you. I thought you had secretly gone to the Umbu again. When I sat up, I remembered, oh, you were out on a mission." "Oh." Obito sounded so aggrieved that Yukina felt like she couldn't help but want to hug him. But Obito wasn't a crybaby like usual. He looked very serious as he continued, "I woke up that night and couldn't fall asleep. When I was lying in bed looking at the ceiling, I kept thinking I can't live without you at all. I want to live with you like this forever. So, is this love?" Xueming wanted to say, "This is called habit, not love. But it is impossible to explain it to a stubborn 29-year-old child. So Xueming changed the way he said it and wrote directly, "I don't believe the love you said when you were 29. It's impossible for a 29-year-old to be together forever." Obito was anxious. "Why?" He then asked, "How old do I have to be to say it?" Xueming thought about it and decided to double it to be on the safe side, so he wrote, 18 years old. Obito looked unhappy and his eyes turned cold. 18 years old, there is still so much time left. Did Xueming say this on purpose? Xueming smiled and wrote, "If you tell me you love me again when you are 18, I will be with you forever." Obito said calmly, "Okay, but before that, you can't like anyone else." Yukina promised, "I like you." Obito stared at Yukina expressionlessly for 2 seconds before nodding in acceptance. He took 2 steps forward, raised his hands and hugged Xueming in his arms, leaned his head against Xueming's neck, and closed his eyes. Xueming will not tell lies. Even if it is false, it will become true. Anyway, Xueming is his, so it doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. Time passed quickly, and 2 months later, Obito successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy and joined Minato's class with Rin and Kakashi. In fact, logically speaking, Kakashi, who is already a Chunin, does not need to join Minato's team. He can lead the team to carry out missions by himself. However, it is not known how Minato Namikaze, Sakumo Heitake, and Fugaku Uchiha discussed it. Anyway, the final result was that Sakumo Heitake's son Kakashi Heitake, Fugaku Uchiha's disciple Obito Uchiha, and a medical ninja Rin Nohara were transferred into Minato's team together. Unlike the original, the current Kakashi, Obito, and Rin are much stronger than in the original. Yukina originally wanted to take advantage of the break to watch the classic bell-grabbing battle, but in the end he saw nothing. Namikaze Minato only made a symbolic expression, telling the 3 that being a ninja was a hard, difficult and unknown existence. After the 3 children nodded seriously, Obito and Rin officially became genin. Yukina. No way, he remembered this scene from the original as quite a classic, didn't he? Honestly, he really wanted to see Obito go crazy after failing to grab the bell and being tied to a wooden stake. Namikaze Waterman happened to see Xueming, who was watching nearby, and waved at him to signal him to come over. Xueming walked over, and Obito gave him a big smile from afar. Namikaze Minato took out 3 Chunin applications and handed them to Obito, Rin, and Yukina, saying, "You've just been appointed genin, so it's a bit hasty to give you the Chunin exam applications now, but I know you're more than just genin. The Chunin exam will be held in a week, and I don't want you to miss it. The Chunin exam is voluntary, so you can go back and think about it for yourself." He paused, then turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi is already a Chunin, so he doesn't need to take the exam again. So, at Heitake Sakumo's suggestion, I registered Yukina's name in the 3-person team instead of Kakashi." He turned to Yukina again. "Yukina's situation is special. Although you're not a genin, your qualifications are fully qualified to be considered a genin, so there's no problem for you to take part in this Chunin exam. Don't worry about the procedure, I'll take care of it for you." Xueming glanced at the Chunin exam application form in his hand. Why hadn't he heard Heitake Sakumo mention this before? Obito excitedly grabbed Yukina's hand and said, "Yukina, we're going to team up and take the Chunin exam together." He curled his lips and squinted at Kakashi. "Finally, I don't have to be on the same team with that annoying guy anymore." Kakashi looked at him with dead eyes. Xylan covered her mouth and laughed, then tried to smooth things over. All right, you 2 are here again." Minato also smiled. "Okay, let's put the matter of the Chunin exam aside for now, you can go home and think about it. Today's training will continue as usual. Is there any need to think about it? Of course I will participate. Obito answered loudly with confidence, and then greeted Yukina. Yukina, sit next to me for a while. I will be able to complete the training mission soon and go home with you. Xuanming nodded and pointed to the big tree next to them, indicating that he would wait there. Obito clenched his fist with full energy and said oh, then buried his head in completing the training task assigned by Minato for the day. But after he completed the task with a grunt, he came to the big tree, but did not see Yukina. Yukina was originally leaning against a big tree waiting for Obito, but while waiting, he fell asleep inexplicably. When he woke up again, he found himself in a place similar to a cave. Xuanming's first reaction was, a cave? Oh no, did he steal Uchiha Madara's house and bring Nagato to Konoha, so now he's being hunted down? But after looking around carefully, I realized something was wrong. It is true that this is a cave, but the surroundings are not messy, but rather neatly organized. He was now sitting on a table similar to the one used to display corpses in a morgue. Next to him was another table with a human figure covered with a white cloth on it. It looked like a real corpse. Along the mountain wall, several bookcases and laboratory tables were placed in order. On one of the laboratory tables, there were several suspicious test tubes. The unknown green thick liquid in the test tubes was bubbling like boiling water. This situation, why does it feel so familiar? You're awake. A sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. Xuanming didn't sense the chakra of the person who came at all. When he turned around, he saw Orochimaru. With that flowing long hair. There must be something fishy about this person. It shouldn't be Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru's hair is not that thick. Xuanming opened his mouth and said, take off your disguise. With a bang, the smoke dissipated, and the person standing there was indeed Orochimaru himself. But this Orochimaru is less than 150 centimeters tall and wears thick high-heel shoes. His figure is comparable to Tsunade's, but Orochimaru is wearing a shabby gray clothes that covers it tightly, unlike Tsunade's bold figure. She put all the hair on top of the head into a high bun, which not only made him, look taller, but also covered the bald spot on the top of his head. He looked petite and small, and although his face looked very angry, it wasn't scary at all, but rather very cute. Xuanming quickly shook his head to get rid of this dangerous idea. No, it is a sin to think that Orochimaru is cute. Orochimaru couldn't even disguise his anger, and the first thing he said was a sweet lowly voice, I brought you to my secret base, and I didn't want you to leave again. Yukina frowned and quickly pinched his cheeks with his hands, trying to remain serious so that he wouldn't burst out laughing at Orochimaru's voice. What are you laughing at? Orochimaru said angrily. Xuanming took out a notebook and wrote something and asked, what do you want to do by bringing me here? Orochimaru smiled smugly, of course I asked you to come here to cooperate with my experiment. To be honest, I've been interested in you for a long time, but I never found an opportunity. This time, I only brought you here because I happened to find you alone. When Xuanming listened to Orochimaru's sweet voice, she really couldn't hear the content at all, and was only focused on appreciating the tone, and I have to say, the sound of the clip was quite nice. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he took a moment to react and realized what Orochimaru had just said, but he was completely unmotivated. Is Orochimaru serious? Xuanming glanced at the top of Orochimaru's head, and then glanced at Orochimaru's body. No, why is Orochimaru getting more and more courageous after such setbacks? He has suffered so many losses at his hands, and he still hasn't learned his lesson? If this continued, he would be embarrassed to continue cursing Orochimaru. Orochimaru was much stronger than him, and considering the backlash, he couldn't use force to attack. But those who weren't very aggressive. He'd already changed their gender, so what else could he curse? He couldn't curse Orochimaru to have period pain, right? That would be too vicious. Xuanming wrote and asked, can't we have a discussion? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, looking a bit like a yandere in negotiation. Unless the dead can come back to life, there is no room for negotiation. Xuanming touched his chin. It's not possible to bring the dead back to life, but it's possible to pretend. He snapped his fingers at the corpse covered with white cloth next to him and said, sit up. The corpse lifted the white cloth and stood up. Orochimaru opened his eyes wide. Orochimaru is going crazy. His life's research was about how to achieve immortality, how to live forever, and how to resurrect from the dead. As a result, the result of his half-life research was not as good as the 3 words Xuanming said casually. He stared at Xuanming, licked his lips, and said stickily, I must have you. Xuanming showed a look of disgust. He thought for a moment, then wrote and asked Orochimaru, what do you want me to help you research? Orochimaru opened his arms wide, looking like a mad scientist, study how to achieve immortality. I actually don't understand this question. In the original novel, after Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization, why didn't he ask Haiden? I want to ask about the principle of immortality. If it is slightly transformed, wouldn't it be eternal life? But Orochimaru didn't know Haiden yet, so Yukina wrote to him again and asked, what stage have you reached in your research? Orochimaru believed that Yukina would never be able to escape, so he didn't shy away from him and said bluntly, I have developed a ninjutsu that I named reincarnation. Theoretically, this ninjutsu can achieve immortality by allowing the soul to constantly replace the body, but I don't have a suitable container to test it. Orochimaru said, his eyes glancing towards Yukina, as if he thought it was appropriate to use Yukina as a vessel. Xuanming immediately waved his hand to stop and wrote, "You've never tried it once." Orochimaru nodded right. Xuanming wrote, "Then I'll catch it for you." After thinking for a moment, Xuanming crossed out the word catch and wrote a new one. "Let's find a suitable experimental subject to try it out." Who? Xuanming smiled slightly. He has tricked Nagato into coming to Konoha for so long. Uchiha Madara should have known that since he can't get out of the underground cave by himself, he will definitely send White Zetsu to investigate, right? Isn't that just door-to-door food delivery? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and warned, "Not everyone can be my experimental subject." "It's okay," Xuanming wrote. "The experimental subject I found for you is definitely useful. It's a successful product that has already been fused with Hashirama's cells." Orochimaru was shocked. "How did you know I was doing an experiment on first-generation cell fusion?" Xuanming looked at him and said nothing. Orochimaru didn't know what he had guessed from Yukina's eyes, and snorted coldly, "I underestimated the umbu. But if there's only one successful product, it's better to use you." Xuanming showed the notebook. "There are 100,000. Orochimaru, 100,000 research materials." Orochimaru's pupils trembled, and he was ecstatic in his heart. All the unfinished words were stuck in his throat. Uchiha Madara felt that something was very wrong with Konoha recently. After he heard from the White Zetsu that Nagato had gone to Konoha, he directly sent 2 White Zetsu to Konoha to investigate, hoping to obtain some specific information about the Rinnegan. 2 went, and only 1 came back. The one who came back was crying and said, "Master Madara, my companion was captured by the enemy." Spot. White Zetsu is incredibly stealthy, able to move freely underground. If you don't look closely, it looks like a plant. How could it be captured by the enemy? And who is the enemy? Why would they capture White Zetsu? Madara thought this matter was very strange, and decided to send 2 more White Zetsu to investigate further. 3 went, but only 1 came back. The one who came back was still crying and said, "Master Madara, my 2 companions have been captured by the enemy again." Spot. What the hell is going on in Konoha? Who is it? Why is he capturing his White Zetsu again and again? Although there are many things like White Zetsu in the Outer Path demon statue. But he is old and has difficulty moving, so it is very troublesome to fish out White Zetsu again and again. Orochimaru has a unique ninjutsu called Many Snakes Formation. He can spit out a large number of snakes from his mouth, which are usually used to attack enemies, but now it is also very useful to use them to search for White Zetsu around Konoha. As soon as White Zetsu emerged from the soil, he ran directly into a group of snakes. Orochimaru quickly locked his position and captured the experimental materials one by one. White Zetsu's fighting power is not high. It is easy to catch but difficult to keep it. The first time Orochimaru caught White Zetsu, he accidentally let it run away. Later, Yukina thought about it and came up with a brilliant idea. The psychic technique that Ibiki Marino taught me before, the torture chamber. It was a spatial technique independent of the real world. The entire torture chamber looked like a big cage. In this space, the torture chamber had priority over everything else. As long as one was locked in the chains of the torture chamber, even if White Zetsu could turn into spores, he could not fly out of this space. It is perfect for storing White Zetsu. Orochimaru was extremely excited. For a science madman, what could make him more excited than endless experimental materials and being able to ignore all worldly views and conduct experiments freely? He even saw the dawn of hope for eternal life. But there are still some. Just as Yukina spoke, Orochimaru successfully synthesized a reagent whose success rate was expected to be less than 30%. Orochimaru was almost intoxicated. He feels extremely happy now. He no longer thought about any nonsense like possessing Xuanming's body. He now wished he could worship Xuanming directly. Xuanming controlled his experimental materials, controlled his experimental direction, and even controlled the success rate of his experiment. Xuanming controls his life. Now, Xuanming's position in Orochimaru's mind is second only to science. Orochimaru has been immersed in experiments in recent days, but he did not steal corpses or conduct human experiments. He even stopped all the previous illegal experiments. Of course, because all those experiments had failed and there was no value in continuing, he now had experimental projects with more promising prospects. He would go out occasionally, but he didn't cause any trouble. He just went to the vicinity of Konoha to release snakes for patrol, contributing to Konoha's security work. The third Hokage was very pleased with Orochimaru's performance. He thought that Orochimaru must have learned a lesson from Danzo's eye-changing incident. Although this matter was not traced to Orochimaru, he must have known that doing so would bring trouble, so he has restrained himself a lot now. The third Hokage went to find Danzo, who was still confined at home, to reflect on his mistakes, and gave him a heartfelt admonition. "My disciple is very smart and capable, but he's a little paranoid. Although the snake population in Konoha has exceeded the standard recently, this is also Orochimaru's good intention. He did this to tell me that he is protecting Konoha in his own way." Danzo. It's okay for others, but he has been working with Orochimaru for so long, and he doesn't know what kind of person Orochimaru is. Is what Sarutobi Hiruzen said reasonable? Is Orochimaru this kind of person? Absolutely not. The third generation knocked on the pipe, as if knocking on Danzo's heart. This is a truth that even the younger generation can understand. As an elder, you should stop being so stubborn, you should think carefully about what you want. Danzo snorted coldly and didn't even bother to respond. What does he want? Of course he wants to be Hokage. He hesitated for just a moment at the beginning, and the second generation chose Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the third Hokage. This matter has become a demon in his heart. The way or method didn't matter, his only and greatest pursuit in life was to become Hokage. He needed immense strength to crush all those who opposed him. But according to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's behavior was indeed a little abnormal. This was not like the Orochimaru he remembered. Danzo narrowed his eyes and thought about it. After the third generation left, he called a few people from the root and asked them to investigate near Orochimaru's laboratory to see what had caused Orochimaru's changes. By the way, there is also the kid from Heitake Sakumo's family. The reason he is in this situation this time is all because of that kid named Yukina. After his confinement is over and he can go out, I must deal with him personally. Danzo thought with a sinister look on his face. On the day that Yukina was kidnapped by Orochimaru, he contacted Obito using his chakra ring, but he remembered that Inuuki's spell could be effective through the phone, so he didn't dare to say much. He just called Obito's name and told him not to worry. After a week of quickly helping Orochimaru lay the foundation for the sterilization experiment, Yukina returned home the day before the Chunin exam. When he got home, he found the house deserted and no one was in the living room. Is Obito not at home? Xuanming went up to the second floor and opened the door. Obito was sitting in front of the desk writing something. Obito! Yukina called softly. Obito paused in his writing, stopped writing, turned around, and stared at Yukina for 2 seconds with an expressionless face. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he said aggrievedly, "Didn't I ask you to wait for me? Why did you suddenly disappear? Where did you go?" Xuanming immediately showed the notebook he had written earlier. "Something happened suddenly. I didn't mean to do it. I sent you a message as soon as possible." Obito couldn't help but complain. "What's the point of sending a message? You can't explain it clearly. I still don't know where you went, and whether you were in danger. You said you would wait for me, but I couldn't find you after training. You suddenly disappeared without a word and were gone for 7 days. I was so worried about you. Even if we communicated, you couldn't tell me anything, so how could I know what was going on with you?" Obito! Yukina called out to him, asking him to calm down. Obito fell silent, knowing that he was being unreasonable, but still feeling a little aggrieved and annoyed. He pinched his palm and said, "Xuanming, let's make a secret signal. From now on, if you encounter a similar situation again, when you communicate with me, you don't need to say anything else, just call my name. Calling it once means you're calling me normally, calling it twice means you're safe, so I can feel more at ease." Xuanming couldn't help but smile. He wrote and asked, "What about shouting 3 times? If it's 3 times, Obito thought. Xuanming continued to write, "Shouting 3 times means I miss you." Obito's anger, which had just reached its peak, suddenly died down. Yukina spoke up, "Obito." Obito let out an ah and was still a little unresponsive. Xuanming wrote, "I have called you 3 times since I entered the house." Obito hesitated for a while, then snorted and took 2 steps forward, hugged Yukina and started rubbing his head like a puppy. Yukina smiled and hugged Obito back, patting his head and accepting his hug. Xuanming cheated, Xuanming committed a foul, Xuanming used this trick every time. But this trick was really damn effective. Obito told Yukina about the events of the past week, focusing on what Minato told him about the things he needed to pay attention to for tomorrow's Chunin exams. It is said that the Chunin exams are divided into 3 rounds. The mechanism of the Chunin exam is basically the same as that of Naruto and his friends in the original work. The first round is a written test. After passing the written test, the second round is a group battle of 3 people in the Forest of Death. The third round is to control the number and quality of promoted Chunins, and individual elimination rounds will be randomly held depending on the number of people. But Xuanming estimated that the current world situation was very tense and Konoha was seriously lacking in combat power. Kakashi was promoted to Chunin at the age of 26. Originally, Naruto and the others had a show match. There was no Chunin exam at this time, so the third match should have been just a formality. It was certain that those with similar strength would be promoted to Chunin. From this point of view, the Chunin exam should not be difficult. Obito is now much stronger than in the original novel, and he will definitely not fail the first time and have to take the exam again like in the original novel. Yukina patted Obito and told him to calm down. Obito was just about to tell Yukina that he wasn't nervous when they both heard a clear female voice coming from downstairs. "Is Yukina home? Sensei asked me to bring you something." "Who is it?" Obito looked at Yukina in confusion. Xuanming shook his head. Usually the only girl who would come to the Daitu family was Xiaolin, and Xiaolin rarely came. This was the first time a girl had come to see him on purpose. And he seemed to have heard this voice before, but the impression was not deep, and he couldn't remember who it was. Obito shouted, "Here I come," and went downstairs in confusion. Yukina also followed Obito downstairs, wanting to see who was coming. When Obito opened the door, he found that the person standing outside was indeed someone they knew. It was his classmate, Mitarashi Anko. Oh, Xuanming sorted out the relationship. Anko Mitarashi is also a very talented ninja. She is at the same level as Obito and just graduated this year. After graduation, she was accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. No wonder Hongdu just knocked on the door and said that her teacher asked her to deliver something. Isn't Mitarashi Hongdu's teacher Orochimaru? However, he had just returned from Orochimaru. What did Orochimaru ask Red Bean to deliver? When Anko saw the two of them, she first greeted Obito politely, then handed a sealed letter in her hand to Yukina and said, "Teacher Orochimaru asked me to give this to you." Xuanming took the letter, but before he could open it, Hongdo handed him another box, and this. Xuanming glanced at the box in confusion. It was a beautifully packaged wooden box that was still warm to the touch. The seal on the box had the words Imperial Fruit Shop written on it, and it was obvious that it contained snacks. This? Xuanming asked Hongdo. Hongdo knew about Yukina's situation and answered frankly, "Teacher Orochimaru asked me to get along well with you and build a good relationship with you. Although I don't know the reason, I admire the teacher very much, so I will listen to everything the teacher says." She pointed to the box in Xuanming's hand and introduced, "The 3-color meatballs here are very delicious. I like them very much. This is my first time at your house, and I can't come empty-handed, so I bought these meatballs and brought them here. I hope you like them too." Snow name. Obito. Hongdo didn't stay for long. She greeted the two of them again cheerfully, said, "See you at the Chunin exam tomorrow," and left. But after Obito closed the door, he started to think about it. What is this? Obito stared at the wooden box in Yukina's hand. Yukina handed the wooden box to Obito with an innocent face that he had just said it was a meatball. Obito took the box, looked at it, and asked, "Can I open it?" Xuanming nodded. "You take it apart." Obito opened the box and found 2 strings of beautiful 3-colored meatballs inside. It smells so sweet, Obito said. Xuanming immediately said, "Here you go." Obito picked up a bunch of meatballs, turned them around in his hands, but didn't eat them. He asked, "How come I didn't know that you and Mitarashi Anko have such a good relationship? She even specially sent meatballs to our house. I never saw you two talk to each other at school before." Yukina is so wrong. Why should we ask Orochimaru about this? What's Orochimaru up to? Is he afraid he'll run away, so he actually lets Anko get close to him? How could he explain it now? If he said he didn't know what was going on, would Obito believe him? Obito took a bite of the meatball and put it in his mouth, saying, "It's really sticky." Yukina felt that what Obito said was very meaningful, and it made his teeth start to hurt a little. "I think it tastes pretty good." Obito handed the meatball to Yukina's mouth and said calmly, "Try it. If Anko asks you tomorrow, you can tell her whether you like it or not." Xuanming took a step back and shook his head. "I don't like it. I don't like it. It's better for him not to eat this meatball. He doesn't really like sweets anyway." Obito asked Yukina for confirmation, "You don't want to eat it? If you don't want to eat it, then I'll eat it all. The sticky rice balls won't taste good when they're cold." Xuanming quickly pushed forward with his hand, indicating that you can eat it. Obito held the meatball in his mouth, his eyes falling on the letter in Yukina's hand again, and asked nonchalantly, "What kind of letter is that? Why did Anko specially send it to our house for you?" Xuanming opened the letter, spread out the paper and was stunned for a moment. Obito's face darkened and he asked, "Could it be?" Yukina handed the letter to Obito, who took it unhappily and looked at it. He was also stunned for a moment. Could this be the questions and answers for the first Chunin exam tomorrow? Xuanming felt that it was true. His theoretical grades in school were very inflated, and this matter could not withstand investigation and was exposed as soon as it was investigated. It's normal for Orochimaru to want to show his goodwill to him by leaking the answers to tomorrow's exam to him in advance. After all, Xuanming, who knew the plot of the original novel, knew that the written test on the second day was not actually about theoretical knowledge, but about their ability to gather intelligence. He can get the answers to the test questions before the exam, which is also a manifestation of his intelligence-gathering ability. But Obito was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the exam would be like tomorrow, but he knew that for such a serious occasion as the Chunin exam, leaking the exam questions in advance would be a serious teaching accident. If he was discovered, he would be disqualified from the exam. Obito immediately closed the letter, muttering, "I didn't see it, I didn't see it." Xuanming said, "Memorize it." Obito was still nervous until the end of the written test the next day. No one knew how nervous he was when he opened the test paper and found that the questions were exactly the same as those in the letter the day before. But he answered the questions exceptionally smoothly, and it was not until the results were announced that he came to his senses and was surprised to find that he had passed the written test. Xiaolin was not worried about Swimming's grades. After all, swimming had never failed in theory, but she was very worried about Obito. She clasped her hands together and nervously searched the list. After seeing Obito's name, she said happily and excitedly, "Great, Obito, all 3 of us passed." In order to prepare for the battles in the second and third exams, Xuanming summoned the slug in advance. After such a long time, Xuanming boasted that his strength should have improved a lot compared to when Tsunade left, but he didn't expect that the one he called out was still the same one as before. The strange shape and conspicuous color make it clear that it is a mature slug. When the little slug came out, it was very dissatisfied. It raised its upper body and confronted Xueming for a long time. Its little tentacles twisted around, as if it had a lot to say about the last time Xueming forced it to go back. Unfortunately, the slug was too small and could not make any sound. Yukina could not understand what the little slug was dancing for. In the end, Obito took some food to appease the little slug, and the little slug reluctantly accepted it. After eating, it twisted twice and crawled back to its old position on Yukina's neck, wrapping itself around it and refusing to move. Obito also reorganized their ninja tool bags, prepared enough weapons and medical equipment, and hung the ninja tool bags around his waist. He also helped the small white fang behind Yukina to move to a correct position and asked, "Shall we go?" "Yeah." Xueming glanced at the time. For the team competition of the second exam, the opponents for each group had been selected in advance through a draw, but the specific list was not announced. Each group of contestants was only informed of their exam time. The competition will be held in the Death Forest. The exam will start at 7:30 a.m. on the morning of the exam day. Each group of students will have an exam time of 1.5 hours. If the winner is not determined within the time limit, the invigilator's score will be the final score. The game time for Obito's group is scheduled to start at 3 p.m., which is a relatively good time and will not affect lunch. They can even take a short break after lunch. But considering Obito's debuff that he would encounter an old woman whenever he went out, Yukina decided to go out as soon as he finished lunch. It is better to be early than late, so as not to let Xiaolin stand alone outside the Death Forest waiting for the two boys. Although the two went out right after lunch, Obito's experiences along the way were very exciting. Yukina followed him with his hands behind his back, watching him enthusiastically helping others and estimating the time all the way. Finally, at about 3:05, the two arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death, where Xiaolin was already waiting. "You're here." Xiaolin waved happily. "I knew you'd make it." Yukina glanced at Obito, who was stroking his head with his hands behind his back and smiling foolishly. Obito was helping others just now, and he looks quite happy now. Xiaolin handed the exam notices to the two of them and said, "Go to the Death Forest at 3 o'clock sharp." The previous group of candidates should have finished their exams and are leaving by now. Actually, I'm a little nervous right now. Obito consoled him. "Don't be nervous, Rin. You're a medical ninja. Our endurance and support. Yukina and I will prioritize protecting you." Yukina glanced at Obito and nodded at Korin. "Yeah." Obito turned back to look at Yukina and said, "Yukina, I can do that too." "Oh, you are the next ones to compete." The iron gate of the Death Forest was pushed open from the inside, and 3 disheveled boys and girls walked out of the gate. Although her body bore obvious signs of battle, the lone girl in the middle smiled brightly and raised her hand to greet Xueming. "Xueming, good luck on the exam. I passed." Yukina greeted with a smile. "Anko." Honda chuckled and punched Xueming lightly on the shoulder, asking, "Are you going to the teacher today? Otherwise, I'll wait for you here. You will definitely finish your exam soon anyway. After you finish, we can go together." "Yukina, let's go." Obito took Yukina's hand and explained to Anko, "It's 3 o'clock, it's time for our match." Oh. Hongdu was stunned. Yukina shook her head at Anko to indicate that she would not go, then raised her hand and pointed to the exit, indicating that she should leave first. Finally, she smiled at Anko again, and was pulled into the Forest of Death by Obito. The three of them rushed towards the designated venue for the competition. Along the way, Obito stopped smiling and looked unhappy. Yukina jumped over to Obito in between his steps and waved at him in question. Obito glanced at Yukina and said, "Didn't you say before that you weren't familiar with her? You could have just talked, but why did you resort to violence?" "Xueming. Who? What happened?" "Oh, is Obito talking about Red Bean? Hongdu has this kind of carefree and cheerful personality. Isn't it just a greeting like hey bro when meeting someone?" And Obito had the nerve to say that to him. Didn't he blush and smile like a fool when he saw Rin, looking like he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet? He's even worse than Anko. Seeing Yukina didn't say anything, Obito glanced at him, then glanced at him again, and whispered, "I'm not trying to control you, I'm just reminding you." Xueming said turned around and jumped back to Xiao Linear. Obito felt something was wrong, so he turned around and jumped next to Yukina, adding, "I don't mean anything else, I just think it's unnecessary to get so close to someone you don't know well." Xueming glanced at him and jumped to Xiao Lin's side again. Obito followed again. Xiaolin couldn't stand it anymore and raised her hand to call for a stop. "You two, that's enough. Am I a prop? I'm getting blinded by all the people running around me." Xueming didn't say anything. Obito opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Xiaolin pointed forward and said, "We've arrived at the competition venue. Let's start the competition. Stop making noise. If you have anything to say, we can talk it over slowly when we get home." Xueming took the lead and landed at the edge of the competition venue, took out a notebook and began to write. Obito walked over and saw Yukina write in the notebook, "I think Anko is pretty good." Obito opened his eyes wide. Xueming continued writing, "She has a cheerful personality, is reliable, and is a very cool girl." Obito pressed down on Yukina's notebook to stop him from writing and asked, "Are you as cheerful as me? Are you as handsome as me?" Xueming couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips, then deliberately flattened them, shook the notebook, shook Obito's hand down, and continued writing, "Red Bean is also very strong, and she passed the second exam. I'm reliable too, and I'll pass." Obito rushed forward angrily, jumping directly into the competition venue and waving his hand backwards. Xueming, Xiaolin, both of you don't have to go. Let's test the results of my training today. I can handle the second test alone. Obito. Xiaolin clasped her hands together in some worry. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yukina beside her and asked, "Are you really going to let Obito go alone? He's facing Might Guy. Is it okay for Obito if we don't go to help?" "Yeah," Yukina nodded, his eyes fixed on Obito, who was preparing to fight in the arena, and said, "Obito will win." Although Obito has indeed become much stronger, the blue beast of Konoha in his youth, Might Guy, should not be underestimated. In addition, Obito is now equivalent to 1 vs 3, so the battle process is actually very difficult. Xiaolin was always worried about Obito. Although it was difficult for Obito, he was actually moving towards victory little by little in the end. She couldn't help but sigh, Obito has really become much stronger. Yeah. Xueming glanced at Xiao Linear. Xiaolin is a kind child. She actually comes from an ordinary family and can live an ordinary life away from the ninja world. It was because she had experienced the war personally and wanted to make some contribution to changing the status quo that she decided to become a medical ninja at a young age and has been working hard for it. In the original work, she even sacrificed her life to save Konoha in the end. Rin's sacrifice was also the fundamental reason for the tragedy of Obito and Kakashi's life. We can't say who is right or wrong, we can only say that it is fate that plays tricks on us. But the current Xiaolin is different from the original. With the mutual help of Kakashi and Obito, Xiaolin has improved not only her medical skills. Now her illusion, body, and ninjutsu have all reached above average levels. When the three-person team goes on a mission, she doesn't always need to be protected by Kakashi and Obito. Xueming felt that with Xiaolin's current strength, she would no longer be like in the original novel, helpless and abducted by the enemy again and again. At least, with Xiaolin's current strength, even if she couldn't win, she could escape, she could find a way to call for help, and she could handle it. Compared to the original work, Kakashi has become stronger, and Obito has also become stronger. As long as Xiaolin is not easily captured by the enemy and a little time is left for support, the tragedy of Konoha Bridge should be avoided. Xiaolin has become stronger, Xueming said. Yeah. Xiaolin smiled happily. Xueming said that she has become stronger, which means that she has really become stronger. Xiaolin said, "I really want to stop the war and do my part to save the world. I'm also constantly working hard to catch up with everyone else." Yeah. Xueming responded and raised his hand to pat Xiao Lin's shoulder to show encouragement. Obito saw from the corner of his eye that Korin was talking to Yukina, and after they finished talking, both of them laughed. Yukina even reached out and touched Korin's shoulder. Obito was distracted and Might Guy kicked him sideways. Obito reacted immediately and flashed to Might Guy's side. Following the direction of Might Guy's foot, he raised his hand and knocked him over. The huge noise of the fight between Obito and Might Guy attracted the attention of Yukina and Korin. They both turned their attention to Obito again. Obito stood there in a daze for a second, then immediately cried out, holding his neck and squatting on the spot. The referee, who was about to declare Obito the winner, paused when he saw this. Xiaolin asked anxiously, "Obito, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Obito stood up, grinned, and waved his hands, saying, No, I just moved a little too much in the battle and accidentally pulled a muscle." The referee looked Obito up and down in suspicion, and finally announced, "Second round of the exam, Minato's team wins." After the referee announced the end of the exam, Xiaolin couldn't help but walk forward to see if Obito was okay, but she looked around and couldn't see any injuries, so she couldn't help but become suspicious. Obito was afraid that the professional medical ninja would find out that he was fine, so he pulled Yukina and said to Xiaolin loudly, "Xiaolin, the exam is over. Yukina and I will go home first. See you in 3 days for the third round of exams." Oh. Xiaolin waved goodbye to the two of them. Xueming was pulled by Obito, and he took the time to turn around and wave to Xiao Linear. As a result, Obito pulled him and walked faster. "Yukina," Obito explained, "I just strained my shoulder hurts." Xueming stared at him silently. Obito stared at Yukina for 2 seconds, then cried out, covering the back of his neck with an exaggerated expression, as if he had really twisted it, and groaned, "It really hurts. Ouch, my shoulder hurts." Yukina raised his hand, put his palm on the back of Obito's neck, and pinched it hard. Obito's head tilted back involuntarily, his whole body shuddered, and he felt half of his body numb. Xueming pinched down along the back of Obito's neck, then touched the trapezius muscle and pinched it hard. Obito hissed and grabbed Xueming's hand. He stopped humming and his face flushed. "Xueming, what are you doing? We haven't reached home yet." Xueming's eyes were clear, he let go of Obito, and replied with a written word, "You said your shoulder hurts, I'll give you a massage." Obito stammered, "Well, you can press it for me again when we get home." Oh. Yukina's eyes slid down along Obito's trapezius muscle, and he pinched Obito's arm again. When Obito was a child, his arms were soft, but now they seem to have some muscle lines, and they can be pinched to form the rudiments of pieces. Well, it seems that Obito has done a good job in physical training recently. "Kids, you're starting to grow up." Obito's ears turned red, and he grabbed Yukina's hand, this time holding it tightly and not letting go. then he lowered his head and rushed home. Pulled along by Obito, Yukina curiously pinched his arm with his free hand. That they were the same age, so why were his arms so weak? He'd been training well, hadn't he? Where had the muscles gone? Obito walked home grunting, passing through in the busy city. When they were about to reach the Uchiha clan area, they suddenly stopped. Yukina then stopped and looked in the direction Obito was looking. It was a photo studio. Obito pointed at the photo studio and turned to ask Yukina, "Yukina, we've never taken a photo alone. To celebrate becoming a Chunin in advance, how about we take a photo together?" Look, there are only 2 photos at home that we took when Xiao Do came here, and there are no others. Since we passed by here today, let's go in and take a picture. Yeah, Xuan Ming nodded in agreement. Taking pictures is not a big deal and the price is not too expensive. They didn't take many photos before, they just didn't want to. Now that Obito wants to take photos, let's take some photos with him. Just take it as a record of what Obito looked like from childhood to adulthood. Obito happily dragged Yukina into the photo studio and said loudly, "Boss, we want to take a photo together." Okay. The owner of the photo studio was a middle-aged man. He walked over to the camera tripod with a smile and instructed Obito and Yukina to stand in front of the backdrop. "Yes, that's right, that you two just stand side by side. It would be better if you could get a little closer. And hey, short kid, smile." Obito nudged Yukina and whispered, "The boss asked you to smile. Snow name. If you don't really want to laugh, forcing a smile always makes you look murderous." The boss saw that Xue Ming had tried very hard, so he changed his tone and said, "That you'd better not smile, but don't have a blank expression either, otherwise it won't look good in the photos." Snow name. Instead of having a blank expression, he just wanted to frown now. The boss focused the lens, raised his hand, and gestured to Obito and Yukina, "Let's take 2 photos in a row. Come on, get ready, 3, 2, 1 dash." Crack. The first photo was frozen at the moment when Yukina looked at the camera with his eyes wide open in surprise. Obito next to him turned sideways and leaned over to kiss the curse mark on Yukina's lips. Crack. The second photo freezes on Yukina looking at Obito beside him with his side profile, while Obito puts his arm around Yukina's shoulders and smiles brightly at the camera. Yukina tugged at Obito's sleeve and pointed outside the photo studio window. Obito said and turned around. He saw 2 white-haired figures of different sizes clinging to the glass outside the window, one above and one below. They were Heitake Sakumo and Kakashi. Heitake Sakumo had a smile on his face as if he had been hurt, while Kakashi had dead fish eyes that seemed to see through everything. While Obito was so startled that he took a step back and crashed directly into Yukina's arms. "Why are you here? Hey, are you taking pictures?" Heitake Sakumo brought Kakashi in, greeted the boss, and asked Yukina, "Are you done taking pictures? After that, let's take a picture together?" He pressed Yukina's head. "I don't have any pictures with Yukina yet." Kakashi stood up with his arms folded. "Me neither." Obito was angry. "It's okay to be a guardian uncle, but why did you take a picture with Yukina?" Kakashi said, "As a matter of course, my father is Yukina's master, so Yukina is half my brother, right? You are, and you're not Yukina's brother, so why did you take a picture with Yukina?" Obito blurted out, "Of course I'm Yukina's biological brother." He suddenly felt something was wrong halfway through his words and fell silent. Kakashi snorted, "Can't you tell me?" Obito was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Heitake Sakumo smiled and tried to smooth things over. All right, let's take a picture together." He greeted the owner of the photo shop, who smiled and arranged the seating arrangements. "Then Mr. White Fang will stand in the back row, and the 3 children will stand in the front row." The 4 of them stood in their positions, and with a click, the 3rd photo of the day was taken. But the photo studio is particularly busy today. As soon as the 3rd photo was taken, Xiaolin appeared outside the photo studio holding Xiaodu's hand. Today's exam went smoothly and ended early. As Xiaodu's first teacher, Xiaolin is very responsible and decided to take advantage of the time to go to the orphanage early to teach Xiaodu and pick up her mother from get off work. Kabuto has an outstanding learning ability. Once he starts to master how to refine chakra, he makes rapid progress in medical ninjutsu. Xiaolin finished teaching today's lesson, and Xiaodu had already mastered it all. The rest just needed more practice. Seeing that it was still early and her mother was still busy and didn't look like she would be leaving for a while, she simply suggested taking Xiaodu out for a walk around Konoha. During this stroll, I ended up at a photo studio, and the 4th photo of the day was taken. Just as they were about to leave the photo studio, Uchiha Fugaku appeared holding Shisui. After a while, Minato and Kushina appeared again with Yahiko and the other 2. The owner of the photo studio said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Well, my shop is too small. I'm afraid I can't fit so many people in the photo." Namikaze Minato suggested, "The weather is nice today, and it's rare that everyone is here. Why don't we go outside to the grass and take a group photo facing the sunset before it gets dark?" Everyone responded. Some people helped hold the reflector, some helped hold the tripod, and the group came to the big lawn beside Konoha village and just stood in position to take pictures. Orochimaru, who was patrolling the edge of the village, happened to pass by with Red Bean. "Everyone seems to be having a lot of fun." Orochimaru's smile today was not sinister at all. When Orochimaru saw Yukina standing in the center of the photo, his expression was simply loving. He walked over with Hongdu and asked Xueming softly in a negotiating tone, "Can we join you and take a photo with you?" After a pause, he added, "It would be best if you could give me a solo photo of you. If you put it on the lab bench before doing the experiment, the success rate of the experiment may be higher." A question mark slowly appeared in everyone's head, especially Heitake Sakumo, who had seen Orochimaru and Yukina deal with each other. When did Orochimaru become so kind to Yukina? Did something happen without him knowing? There seems to be something off about Orochimaru's style today, that he's so gentle, it makes it even more terrifying. However, Yukina herself adapted well to Orochimaru. After all, after seeing the lowly snake, Yukina has seen the world. No matter how Orochimaru uses transformation techniques to disguise himself, Yukina can imagine the real lowly under his skin. He can hardly look Orochimaru in the face. Moreover, there are a bunch of white Zetsu imprisoned in his torture room. Isn't it normal for Orochimaru to be nicer to him now? Everyone was bustling around and making a lot of noise. Finally, 15 people gathered together and took a group photo with everyone smiling brightly. Even Xueming couldn't help but smile. This was also the last such warm moment before World War III. 3 days later, it will be the final round of this year's Chunin exam. The last round of the exam is an individual battle, which is actually to show your strength to the examiners. This strength does not only refer to the use of force to crush others, but also some combat skills, the flexible use of ninjutsu skills, strategic planning to win big with small efforts in battle, etc. There are 10 groups of 30 candidates in total. The teachers of the 10 groups of candidates present will serve as judges. They will score each contestant based on the previous 2 competitions and personal strength to make the first round ranking. Each person has 3 chances to challenge the person ranked before him. If the challenge fails, his ranking remains unchanged. If the challenge succeeds, she will take the other person's ranking, and the person behind him will move 1 place back in order. Although the exam rules did not specify how high one had to be promoted to Chunin, everyone tacitly accepted it. The higher the ranking, the better. The exam rules are not difficult to understand, and there is some element of luck and character involved. If you are a combat ninja and challenge a medical ninja for a higher ranking in the exam, of course no one will say you are doing something wrong, because that is the exam rule, but how others will view this matter in their hearts depends on the individual. After all, most of the people present were former classmates and went to the same school. They were companions, not enemies, so there was no need to go this far. Xueming's overall ranking came out, and he was ranked 7th on the scene because among the 10 judges there were Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru, as well as 2 Ombu members. Xueming's ranking could not be bad. Obito actually performed very well in the first and second exams, but because he usually gave a very bad impression at school, he ranked 18th. Xylan did not show her strength in the second exam, but Kana has attached great importance to medical ninjas since Tsunade became one of the 3 ninjas, so she ranked 16th. Obito was the first to step forward and said that he wanted to challenge the one ranked 8th. He succeeded in the challenge and made the one drop to 9th place. Then someone else challenged for the 9th place, which dropped him to 10th place. He lost 2 games in a row, which was really embarrassing, but he was not sure of winning if he ranked higher. He stood up, pointed at Xueming and said to the examiner, "Teacher, I want to challenge the 7th place." Suddenly being called, Xueming looked carefully at the person who was speaking. Her hair was a little gray, tied into a long ponytail hanging behind her head. She had a serious expression and spoke in a very formal manner. She seemed to be a very serious person. But apart from anything else, his conspicuous white eyes made it clear at a glance that he was from the Hayaga family. Oh, he looks familiar, it seems he was once a classmate of his. But Xueming usually slept most of the time in class, and he graduated a year early. So much time has passed that he can't remember what this person's name is. "My name is Hinata Iroha." The man extended his hand towards Yukina. "I used to be your classmate, and now I'm Anko's teammate. Hello, Yukina. I've heard a lot about you. You're one of the only 2 people in our class who graduated early." Yes, this Hinata is Hongda's teammate. A few days ago, when Hongda finished her second exam and went out to say hello to him, it seemed that this person was walking beside her. Xueming also stretched out his hand to the other party and said Hinata Iroha didn't know much about Yukina's situation. He just felt that Yukina was very arrogant. He took the initiative to greet him, but he didn't even say hello in return, but just said with an expressionless face. He was immediately touched by the sensitive nerves and asked dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you say anything? Do you look down on me? Although I am from the branch family, my last name is also Hayaga." Snow Name Obito grabbed the railing of the second-floor viewing platform and shouted, "Beat him!" Xueming couldn't help but smile, and pulled out the small white fang on his back with his backhand. Hinata Iroha snorted coldly and said, "Don't underestimate me, I also went through a lot of training before I opened my eyes." As he spoke, he formed seals with his hands and shouted angrily, "White eyes!" Hinata Iroha's pupils immediately turned bluish-white, veins bulged around his eyes, and a faint black mark appeared in his pupils. This is the eye that can see through everything and has been passed down from generation to generation in the Hayaga clan. I heard that the Byakugan can see through things in battle, and it can also enhance the abilities of the Hayaga clan itself. Not only that, I used to work with the Hyaga clan on reconnaissance missions. The Hyaga clan's Byakugan can directly see things a kilometer away, just like a telescope. Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Hyaga Iroha smiled proudly and said to Yukina, "Come on, I want to see how you can defeat me in the face of the Byakugan of my Hyaga clan." Xuanming put the little white tooth back behind his back, sighed, and said to Hyaga Iroha, "You have a sty." Hinata Iroha's eyes swelled up instantly. Xuanming thought about the eye diseases he knew about, such as floaters, amblyopia, glaucoma, and presbyopia. But then he thought that the person opposite was after all his classmate, so he couldn't be so vicious. So he hesitated for a moment, picked one that would heal in a few days, and said uncertainly, "Acute conjunctivitis?" Conjunctivitis is a pink eye disease. Hinata Iroha just felt that his eyes were a little swollen and painful, and there was a foreign body sensation. Now he immediately felt that his eyes were itchy and painful, as if they were burned by fire, and he began to cry uncontrollably. He covered his eyes and bent over in pain. When he couldn't help but want to rub his eyes with his hands, the referee grabbed his wrist. The referee said sympathetically, "Just admit defeat. If you admit defeat, go down quickly and let the medical department check you out." "I won't." Hinata Iroha opened his eyes as wide as he could. His originally bluish-white Byakugan was now red, just a few commas away from his Sharingan. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't lose. Hey, why is this child so stubborn? All the Hyaga family members have this bad temper." The referee sighed helplessly and instantly returned to the sidelines. Hinata Iroha gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes at Yukina, saying hatefully, "My eyes aren't the only thing I can use." He raised his hands and quickly formed seals, then slammed his palms hard on the ground. "I'm the reserve member of Konoha's barrier team." With him as the center, a purple-black barrier quickly expanded outwards, enveloping him and Xuanming like an upside-down bowl. Hinata Iroha said proudly, "You who have always lived in Konoha, do you know that Konoha village has a barrier? Any chakra that has not been registered with Konoha will be detected and sensed by the barrier team. That the barrier is Konoha's first line of defense, and I am a reserve member of the barrier team. I am good at sealing barriers. You can try to see if you can get out of the barrier I created." Yukina felt embarrassed for Hyaga Iroha. As a reserve member of the barrier squad, he didn't know that Konoha's barrier was guarded by both the Umbu and the barrier squad, nor did he know that he was already a member of the Umbu. He and Orochimaru took on the task of patrolling the barrier 3 times last week. But speaking of barriers, Xuanming thought about it and remembered that there was also a barrier technique in the Cursed Circle, called Tent. That it was usually released before fighting the enemy, and it could restrict entry and exit and set up a signal shielding function. Although I have never seen Gujuan cast a tent, anything like barrier technique can be done by anyone as long as they have magical power and work hard, so Gujuan should be able to do it too. I wonder if I can release it myself. Furthermore, setting up a tent requires chanting a spell, and I don't know what the effect will be if a sorcerer chants a spell. He raised his right hand, his middle and index fingers together, and spoke, "Born from darkness, darker than black. All filth and impurity shall be purified." It seems like this is a spell. Too much time has passed, I can't remember clearly, I hope I'm not wrong. Suddenly, a thick black mud poured down from the sky and dripped onto the barrier that Hyaga Iroha had just released. Hyaga Iroha's hemispherical barrier seemed to be corroded by something and began to slowly melt away. The purple-black translucent barrier membrane was gradually flowed and completely covered by the dirty black mud. Xuanming looked out from inside the barrier. The light was dim and visibility was very low. "It's like it's dark." But Hyaga Iroha could not see the existence of the tent at all. In his perception, Xuanming just spoke another incomprehensible word, and then the barrier that he was proud of was melted directly. Melted. Disappeared without a trace. Hinata Iroha was greatly shocked. Even the fact that his Byakugan was knocked out by Yukina's words was not such a big blow. That was the barrier technique that he practiced diligently and trained hard, and was proud of. He stood there in a daze, looking up at his disappearing barrier. His hand loosened, and the kunao he had been holding slipped to the ground, and the pointed tip smashed a small hole in the ground. He murmured, "I lost." The referee immediately came over, raised Xuanming's hand and announced, "The winner of this match is Xuanming." Then he turned to Yukina and said, "I'll take Hinata Iroha to the medical center for treatment first. You go upstairs first. Minato's team should be in that direction." The referee pointed in a direction on the second floor. Xuanming nodded. He knew it, because Obito was just there calling him and cheering him on. The referee took Hinata Iroha with him and tried to teleport out again. But found that he couldn't. "It's not that I can't walk, but there's a problem with the perception in my brain, as if I have agnosia." In fact, his eyes could see and he understood what he should do next, but his brain seemed unaware of this. He was unable to take a step, as if a layer of transparent glass blocked his way forward. The referee looked at Xuanming in shock. "A barrier that blocks the flow, your barrier is invisible." Xuanming was stunned for a moment before he realized that the referee couldn't get out. And what is invisible? Oh, can't they see this pitch-black tent? But think about it, during the Battle of Shibuya, the tent set up by the cursed spirits was a tent that ordinary people could not see and could not leave freely. I remember that in the plot, ordinary people were locked in the tent, just like they were locked in a transparent glass cover, and there was even a stampede. He was a little confused now, not sure what effect the barrier he created would have from this point of view. It should be similar to the effect during the Battle of Shibuya. Xue Ming immediately put away the barrier. The referee looked at him deeply again before taking Hinata Luobo away again. However, the three people present did not notice that the small hole in the ground that was just smashed through by Hayaga Iroha's kuna was restored to its original state the moment Yukina folded up the tent. No one at the scene noticed this scene, but the referees behind the monitor saw it clearly through the camera. What kind of barrier technique is this? When the barrier is retracted, it can actually restore the damaged ground to its original state instantly. Is it some kind of space-time ninjutsu like time reversal? A man who looked to be in his 30s asked with interest. What do you think? His name is Yukina, and he's the one I've got my eyes on. Orochimaru's lips curled up, his eyes full of pride as he looked at Yukina on the surveillance camera. The man standing next to Orochimaru was a tall man, nearly 2 meters tall, but he had a red mark under each eye, and his spiky hair was tied in a ponytail that reached down to his waist. He was wearing a navy blue shorts with a black jacket on top, a huge scroll on his back, and a pair of black clogs on his feet. He grew up with Orochimaru. In his impression, Orochimaru was always calm and composed. Apart from science, Orochimaru seemed very calm about everything. He had never seen Orochimaru show such an obsessed expression towards any human. He couldn't help but remind Orochimaru, that's a boy. After a pause, he added, and he's not even 20 years old this year. Orochimaru, are you aware of your own age? Orochimaru frowned and glanced at him. Jiraiya, is this the only kind of crap you have in your head? Seeing this, Jiraiya thought he might have misunderstood and burst out laughing. Orochimaru crossed his arms and asked, you've been traveling all the time, saying you were looking for someone. Why did you suddenly come back to Konoha today? Jiraiya smiled and said, yes, I have been traveling everywhere. When I came back this time, I didn't go anywhere but came to see you first. What do you think, Orochimaru? Are you touched? Orochimaru snorted and laughed. You haven't been anywhere. I suggest you take a look around Konoha more often when you have time. The village has undergone a lot of changes while you were away. Jiraiya nodded. I know, I saw it on the way back. It seems that there are several new buildings in Konoha. Orochimaru denied it. I'm not talking about new buildings, but Yukina brought back some new people. Anyway, people who will surprise you. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. Orochimaru asked, so you came back this time just to reminisce with me? No, I came back because I have something to report to the third Hokage. Jiraiya asked with a serious expression. Orochimaru, are you aware that the Sand Village has been restless recently, extremely hostile to all countries in the world, and provoking war everywhere? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya. I know something's wrong with them. Some time ago, the Umbu even sent someone to Tsunagakure specifically for this purpose, but unfortunately, they didn't find any useful information. Then do you know why they do this? Do you know the reason? Jiraiya replied, because the third Kaze cage is missing. Orochimaru closed his eyes and shook his head. How could a cage-level figure just disappear so easily? What's going on? Jiraiya also shook his head. I don't know what happened either. I only know that because of the disappearance of the third Kaze cage, the Sand Village spent a lot of manpower and resources searching everywhere for him, making enemies everywhere and causing many wars, big and small. The Sand Village is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside, making people restless to the point where they can no longer hide their ambitions. Orochimaru's eyes turned. You mean? That's right, Jiraiya confirmed. The Sand Country is in dire straits right now, and it's hard to say whether they'll resort to desperate measures. The Wind Country's geographical environment isn't as good as the Fire Country's, and its resources are scarce. If the Sand Country decides to use the Kazekige's disappearance as an excuse to launch a resource war against neighboring Konoha, it's hard to say what the outcome of this war will be. Orochimaru thought for a moment and continued, indeed, Konoha has a lot of problems right now. There's no unity within the ninja village, and each clan is focused on itself. The Uchiha clan, the Hayaga clan, and several other large clans all have problems to varying degrees. Add to that the fact that you and Tsunade, as two of the three ninjas, left one after the other. Konoha's centrifugal force is now greater than its centripetal force. If Tsunagakure were to unite and fight Konoha again at this point, it's hard to say what the outcome would be. So I'm back now, Jiraiya said. He paused and added, and according to my speculation, once Tsunagakure declares a war on Konoha, then the neighboring Uegakure and Kimagakure will definitely come to share a piece of the pie. By then, Konoha's enemy will not be just Tsunagakure. Orochimaru asked, doesn't the Land of Fire have allies? Jiraiya frowned and said, the Land of Fire used to have the Land of Whirlpools as its strongest ally, but when the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, our teacher was rather conservative. He kept waiting and watching, so he didn't come to the aid of the Uzumaki clan in time. The family of the wife of the first Hokage of Konoha was destroyed, but Konoha didn't respond at all. Such an ally cannot be trusted. Orochimaru fell silent after hearing this. This incident was indeed a serious diplomatic mistake made by the third generation, but as students of the third generation, they should not make any irresponsible comments. Jiraiya also stopped talking. After a long while, Jiraiya finally spoke again and asked, Orochimaru, why do you seem to be a little taller than I remember? Orochimaru was struck by the keyword get taller and immediately growled in frustration. What do you mean by getting taller? I've always been this tall. Do you have some eye disease? Go get treated. Sensei felt that he was not wrong. He was over 1.9 meters tall, and he usually wore wooden clogs, which made him almost 2 meters tall. Orochimaru's height was just over 1.7 meters. Usually, when Orochimaru stood straight, he only reached his shoulders, but today, it reached his ears. Jiraiya glanced down and confirmed, "You're not wearing height-increasing shoes either. You've definitely grown taller. You're probably about 1.8 meters tall now." "Damn height-increasing shoes," Orochimaru said angrily, "what do you care?" Then he turned around and stormed away. Jiraiya looked puzzled. What's wrong with Orochimaru today? He came back to the village without even going to see his teacher and apprentice, but instead came to find Orochimaru first. Why does he feel like Orochimaru is acting weird? Not only has my height increased, but my temper has also gotten worse. My voice isn't as deep as before, but rather a bit thin, like a woman's. Did I take some wrong medicine? Jiraiya shook his body, shook off the goosebumps, took a step forward, and walked in the direction Orochimaru left. Forget it. I think I saw that Minato kid just now. It's been such a long time since we last met. I should go and see how my dear disciple is doing. I heard that Minato is now in love with the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina, is that right? Hey. The master hasn't even had a love relationship yet, but the apprentice has already done so. This is so frustrating. On the other hand, Yukina, Obito, and Korin, as expected, successfully passed the third exam and were promoted to become Chunin of Konoha. Seeing how excited Obito was, Yukina looked curiously at his own ninja forward protector in his hand. It has been more than 4 years since I came to Konoha, which is not a short time. During this period, he met many people and encountered many things. In fact, up to now, he has not had much sense of belonging to Konoha. He does not have any great ambitions, and does not want to regard Konoha as his second home, nor does he want to become Hokage or dominate the world in such a dangerous place. His wish is very simple, which is to change the original plot so that those who are truly good to him can get a good ending. Now the plot killing of Hatake Sakumo should be over. Hatake Sakumo is very strong, but he was a little brainwashed by the will of fire. Now he should have figured out a lot of things. I believe that with the guidance of Minato Namikaze, Hatake Sakumo should not have any problems anymore. So the next question is. Yukina looked away and saw Obito holding his forehead protector with both hands, smiling foolishly. Snow name. Obito was extremely happy. Look, I became a Chunin. Xuanming said Look, this is my forehead protector, and this is my certificate that I passed the Chunin exam on my first try, Yukina. Xuanming couldn't help laughing and said again. Obito was spinning around in excitement, but suddenly he stopped and let out a loud ah, which scared Yukina. Obito said, I remembered now, I must go tell the teacher the good news, let the teacher be happy for me too. Obito was talking about Uchiha Fugaku, right? Xuanming thought about it, took 2 steps forward, and pointed at himself again. Obito asked, Yukina, are you coming too? Xuanming nodded and wrote a note, I just happen to have something to discuss with your teacher. At the same time, in the small conference room of the Hokage building, we're all family, don't be restrained. The third generation sat down on the sofa at the top first, pointing to the seats on the left and right. Come, sit wherever you want. Minato Namikaze glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded and gestured to the sofa opposite, and then they both sat down. The third generation took 2 puffs of his cigarette, and said with a kind face, Jiraiya hasn't been back to the village for a long time. That you are Minato's master, and I am your master. It has been a long time since the 3 of us, master and apprentice, have gathered like this. Third generation, I came to you this time for something serious. The Sandaime raised his hand, stopping Jiraiya from continuing. Let's talk about serious matters in a formal setting. Today we are just chatting casually, not discussing serious matters. Jiraiya saw that the third Hokage seemed to have something to say, so he shut his mouth. The third generation smiled at Minato. Back then, you were an orphan brought back to Konoha by Jiraiya. Do you still remember your hometown? Minato was stunned and shook his head. I was too young at that time and I don't remember it. I have been living in Konoha since I can remember. Indeed, you have always considered Konoha your home. The Sandaime nodded with satisfaction. I have watched you grow up, from a shy and introverted child to the outstanding yellow flash you are today. Agreeing to let you learn Flying Thunder God was the best decision I have ever made. Although your name is currently only known within the Land of Fire, I am sure that in the future, your name will spread and the whole world will know you. Minato smiled and didn't say yes or no. Sandaime suddenly said this, and he couldn't figure out what Sandaime meant, so he didn't dare to respond casually. The third Hokage sighed, I'm old now. The future of Konoha belongs to you young people. Minato responded, I have a lot to learn from you. Sandaime glanced at him with a smile and said, there are only 3 of us here today, so I'll be generous. Some things are really not as simple as they seem on the surface. He took another drag on his cigarette and shook his head. When you're in my position, you'll understand. The Hokage is the leader of the ninja village who secretly protects the Land of Fire. Since they're secret guardians, they can't do everything in public. Konoha not only needs the Hokage in public, but also the root in the dark. Minato finally understood the main point of the Sandaime's conversation today. But Jiraiya didn't understand. He didn't understand and asked, "Third Hokage, isn't it enough to have the Umbu to handle secret matters? You know what the root is like. How can that be Konoha's root? That's clearly Danzo's root. The root is a place that even you can't easily mobilize, right? They don't even listen to you. They're basically Danzo's private army. What does Konoha need the root for? To leave them to rot?" The Sandai frowned and suddenly said seriously, "Back then, I had great respect for my teacher. I kept every word he said in my heart and never dared to contradict him. What's wrong now, Jiraiya? You're over 30 years old, and you don't even know how to write the words respect your teacher. Do I have to explain everything I say and do to you now?" Jiraiya opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He used to talk to the teacher carelessly and didn't pay much attention to the tone of voice. Kiss, 3 generations ago, people were not the kind of people who cared about these things. Why did they suddenly make a big deal out of it today and use their status as elders to pressure him? The Sandame snorted. "Look at all of you now. Tsunade, a top medical ninja, developed hemophobia after losing a loved one. After leaving the village, not only did she become an alcoholic, she also gambled and ran up debts. What kind of behavior is that? Orochimaru was obsessed with research. I allocated funding in a laboratory to him, yet he actually conducted human experiments, and you're just hanging out outside all day, doing nothing, writing novels. What contribution have you made to Konoha?" Jiraiya had nothing to say, and he couldn't tell anyone that he was wandering around to collect material for his novel, but in fact he was looking for the child of destiny in the prophecy. The attitude of the third generation today is indeed strange. Jiraiya didn't know the ins and outs of the matter and couldn't see through the third Hokage's intentions, but Minato understood. These words were exactly what the third generation wanted to say to him. Danzo's confinement period has ended and he can move freely again. The third Hokage couldn't control Danzo, and was afraid that Minato would attack Danzo in the future, so as a person with experience, he first reminded him that Konoha needed the root, and things that the Hokage couldn't do openly could be done by the root in secret. In fact, he was just giving Danzo a shot of prevention, fearing that Danzo would cause some serious accident like replacing the Sharingan in the future, and wanted Minato to let him go. The third generation was afraid that Minato would not accept it, so he specially called Jiraiya and used his identity as a master to pressure Jiraiya. In fact, wasn't he using Jiraiya's identity as a master to pressure him? Although they were just chatting, their purpose was very clear. Minato raised the corners of his lips in a perfect arc, and his attitude was very humble. "I understand, third Hokage, where there is light there is darkness, and Konoha does need the roots." The 3 generations were very pleased. The atmosphere in the small conference room became harmonious again. Jiraiya glanced at Minato, who smiled and nodded. Konoha needs the root. But Konoha doesn't need Danzo. On the other side, Obito pulled Yukina all the way to the residence of the Uchiha clan leader. He came to Fugaku's study as if he was familiar with the place. He wanted to push the door open directly, but he sensed that there was not only Uchiha Fugaku in the room, but also another ball of chakra, so he knocked on the door obediently. "Come in." Fugaku knew it as soon as Obito and Yukina entered the mansion gate. After he let them in, he waved to the man next to him. The man bowed to Fugaku, nodded to Yukina and Obito, and then left. Xueming stared at the face of the person who came. He looked a little familiar. He seemed to have seen this person before when he was in the Umbu to monitor Konoha. Was he some small leader of the Uchiha guard? Uchiha Fugaku gestured for the 2 to sit down, then picked up a piece of letter paper spread out on the table, folded it twice and put it away, then asked Obito, "Didn't you go to participate in the 3rd Chunin exam today? Why did it end so early?" "Teacher, I passed the Chunin exam." Obito happily showed off his forehead protector and took out his Chunin certificate to show Fugaku. Fugaku praised Obito did a great job. Obito chuckled and patted his head. The door that had just been closed was knocked again from outside, and a childish voice sounded outside the door, "Teacher, is Obito-kun coming?" Obito immediately raised his voice and answered, it's me, Shisui." As he spoke, he turned and went to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was a child who looked about 23 or 24 years old. When he opened the door and saw Obito, he immediately smiled adorably. Then, he saw Yukina inside the house and opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Xueming thought that he had only dealt with Shisui once when he was about 22 years old. Later, he would occasionally go to the snack shop to buy snacks, but he didn't see Shisui every time. He was afraid that Shisui didn't have any impression of him. Then Shisui opened his mouth and said, "I remember you, you're the brother who's so handsome." Obito immediately exploded, "Why are you calling me brother, Shisui? You are not allowed to say he is handsome. Come on, come with me to the yard. I have become a Chunin today. As your senior brother, I have the right to check your recent studies." Oh. Shisui was bewildered. Why was it not allowed for people to say something was beautiful? But he still listened to what Obito said, so he followed Obito out the door. When he left, he bowed politely towards the house and closed the door obediently. Uchiha Fugaku and Yukina were the only 2 people left in the room. Uchiha Fugaku introduced with a smile, "You went on a mission with Brother Sakumo some time ago, so you might not know. The child is called Uchiha Shisui. He is very young, just over 23 years old, and he opened his eyes some time ago." "Yeah." Xueming nodded. He heard this from Obito when he just came back. 20. He opened his eyes at the age of 33, which is very rare in the Uchiha clan. He only has a grandmother left in his family, and there is no one who can teach him. So after Obito, I also accepted Shisui as my apprentice. Fugaku said this, but couldn't help but sighed. Xueming understood that Shisui opened his eyes when he was over 23 years old. Uchiha Fugaku must be happy that a genius has emerged in the clan, but at the same time worried that Shisui would get sick because of opening his eyes too early. But in fact, the focus of the issue now is not whether Shisui will get sick. After all, Xueming remembered that in the original work, Shisui did not die of illness, but after being tricked by Danzo, he chose to jump into the river to commit suicide, using his disappearance to delay the Uchiha rebellion. Therefore, Yukina was very suspicious that Shisui was targeted by the Konoha High UPS because he was too talented, and was brainwashed since he was a child, which led to such a deep-rooted will of fire. Although there are rumors in the original work that he is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, so he inherited Uchiha Kagami's will of fire. But Uchiha Kagami was a second-generation disciple like the third generation in Danzo, and he died in his 20s. Shisui is only about 24 years old now. Judging from their age, the two have nothing in common. What will can Shisui inherit? It is hard to say whether the third Hokage or Danzo will use Uchiha Kagami as an excuse to get close to Shisui, brainwash him, and pull him to work for Konoha. After all, although Shisui is a genius, he is not conceited. Unless the third generation was an elder whom Shisui trusted, Shisui would tell everything without any precautions. Otherwise, why would he be so honest and willing to reveal all his cards to the third generation and confess to him the effect of his Otakunshin, the ability to modify the will of others without them noticing? And after confessing, he was immediately ambushed by Danzo, and had one of his eyes gouged out without any preparation. How did Danzo know about Shisui's eyes? This matter, no matter how you look at it, reveals a strange coincidence. Yukina unfolded the notebook and wrote, "Be careful, Danzo." This time, Yukina told Uchiha Fugaku to be careful of Danzo, meaning that he should protect Shisui. Fugaku immediately understood what Yukina meant. He was about to speak, but when the words reached his lips, he narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to gesture towards the door. Yukina sensed something and found a familiar ball of chakra just at the door. He guessed that Obito was trying to play a prank and eavesdrop on their conversation. Xueming shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Fuyu was relieved and said, "You told me to be careful of Danzo before, but I never understood what you meant. It was not until the last time at the criticism meeting of Brother Sakumo that you asked Danzo to remove the bandages that I realized that the right eye he had been covering up turned out to be my clan's Sharingan. He actually dared to transplant the Sharingan into his own eye socket. I am still shocked and angry about this." Yukina felt that Obito at the door was motionless, as if frozen. After a pause, Fugaku continued, "Although I haven't had much contact with Danzo, I have heard of him that you embarrassed him in public last time, and the Hokage punished him with 3 months of confinement. Danzo lost all face and dignity. Now that his confinement period is over, the first person he'll cause trouble for when he gets out will definitely be you. What are your plans for this?" Before Xueming could say anything, the door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. Obito asked with a serious expression, "Sensei, are you saying that Yukina will be in danger?" Yukina looked at Obito, raised his hand and waved to him, then patted the futon beside him, motioning him to sit over. Obito sat down obediently, but his face still looked very serious. "Why do you look so serious? This is just a hypothesis. Nothing has happened yet, right? Besides, the backlash he suffered when he cursed Danzo last time was not serious, which means that his current strength is not much different from Danzo's. Even if they fight head-on, he may not lose. After all, Danzo is extremely confident and is a godlike person who can use Kunao to fight Susanoo head-on." Xueming glanced at Obito beside him, reached out and poked the back of Obito's hand with his index finger. Obito was not moved at all. Yukina tentatively poked him twice more, and Obito retracted his hand. Yukina moved his hand closer, touching Obito's hand, and was about to poke it again when Obito suddenly reached back with his hand and grabbed Yukina's index finger directly into his palm. The two of them were doing this quietly under the low table, but it couldn't be hidden from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He had an awkward expression on his face, wanting to laugh but having to keep a straight face. He coughed lightly and said to Obito, "Obito, Yukina may indeed be in danger. What will you do then?" Obito held Yukina's hand tighter, pursed his lips tightly, and his face turned pale. Yukina frowned and looked at Fugaku. What could Obito do about this? Why provoke him? Fugaku sighed, "I'm not trying to push Obito. Hey, Yukina, look at this." He unfolded the letter he had just put away and pushed it towards Yukina for him to read. "I know you want to protect Obito, but Yukina, Obito is now at Shinin. If a war breaks out, he will be sent to the battlefield to fight for his life." Xueming looked at the letter. There were a few lines of information scribbled on it, which roughly meant that it was suspected that Iwagakure was stockpiling strategic materials. Xueming felt a chill rising from his back. Iwagakure. That's the enemy in the Kanabi Bridge incident in the original work. Fugaku stated, "This is a different time now. Obito needs the ability to protect himself more than his health." Obito gritted his teeth and shouted in defiance, "I can protect myself." Yukina pulled Obito's hand, lowered his eyes and looked at the information on the letter. After a long time, he hummed softly. He understood what Uchiha Fugaku meant. Fugaku wanted Obito to open his eyes early. After Fugaku and the other two had dinner at the clan leader's residence, Obito and Yukina returned home. Obito, who was so excited and walked so fast when he came, became unusually silent on his way home. Yukina stayed by Obito's side and was a little worried about his obvious abnormality. Even after he got into bed at night, Obito was still silent. He only said good night and buried his head in the quilt. He arched his back in the quilt and curled up with his back to Yukina. It's so small, looks so pitiful, and seems very insecure. Yukina sighed, opened his own quilt, stood up and walked to Obito's side, bent down and pulled up the corner of Obito's quilt, stepped on Obito's back and pushed him forward, letting him sleep a little. Obito shifted his body, propped up his upper body with his elbows, and looked back in surprise. Yukina, why are you here? Shueming naturally lay down in Obito's bed, and pulled the quilt on Obito's side a little to cover himself, and replied, I want to sleep here. Obito paused for a moment and asked, where are you going to sleep? Shueming glanced at him, too lazy to answer, and just used ice chakra to condense a large arrow in the air, pointing directly at Obito's quilt. Obito felt that the arrow was about to pierce his heart. Obito turned around and lay sideways facing Yukina, their eyes locked. They had lived in the same room for nearly 5 years, but this was the first time they slept under the same blanket. It's a bit cold outside, and Obito's quilt is a single one. If the two of them don't sit close to each other, the cold wind will sneak into the quilt. And they will catch a cold. Obito moved closer to Yukina again. Shueming had no expression on his face before, but now there was a smile in his eyes. He asked, what are you thinking about? Obito replied, I was thinking, there are so many things that happened to you that I didn't know about. Once he started talking, Obito was no longer silent. He said, you said before that Danzo was a bad guy. I remember that, but I really can't imagine that he would dig out the Uchiha Sharingan and put it on himself. Aren't we all from Konoha? We all were the same forward protector. How could he attack his own people? Also, the teacher mentioned that struggle session with the guardian uncle during the day. What was that all about? Why did the teacher say you'd be in danger? What kind of danger would you be in? Shueming, why didn't you tell me what happened? Are you drifting further and further away from me? Yukina noticed that Obito's voice was a little shaky, so she touched Obito's forehead to test his body temperature, then reached out and hugged him, checking whether the quilt behind him was covered properly, whether there was any draft, and whether he was cold. After making sure that Obito's quilt was covered tightly, Yukina withdrew his hand, but Obito hugged him back. Yukina patted Obito's arm to comfort him. Originally, Yukina didn't want to tell Obito because she didn't want to involve the simple Obito in such a complicated and scheming incident. Besides, Obito can't help with these things. Instead of causing him unnecessary troubles, it's better to let him be a carefree little fool. But Konoha is now facing internal and external troubles, and the situation is not optimistic. Uchiha Fugaku was right. Obito was now a Chunin and would be used as a combat force on the battlefield during war. The Third World War is about to come, so there is no need to hide it from him anymore. It is time for Obito to know some cruel realities. Shueming's notebook was not with him, so he could only grope under the quilt to pull Obito's hand and write blindly on Obito's palm, don't think too much, I'm right here with you. I'll tell you the details tomorrow. Yukina glanced at Obito. Obito had no expression on his face now, his pupils were dark and he was staring at her. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Yukina held Obito's hand with his left hand, and with his right index finger, he slowly wrote on the palm of his hand, okay. Obito felt an itch in his palm. When the last out of Yukina's question mark fell, he clenched his palm into a fist, leaned over, pressed his forehead against Yukina's, and replied softly, okay, I just want you to be by my side. Shueming responded, I'm here. The air flowed calmly beside their ears, and the two of them leaned against each other for a while, neither of them know more words. Yukina closed his eyes and felt like he was about to fall asleep when Obito suddenly called him in a low voice, Yukina. Shueming responded softly. Obito called out again, Una, Una. Yukina opened his eyes and looked at Obito. I called you 3 times, Obito said. Shueming suddenly felt that Obito was so cute despite his awkwardness. He smiled and leaned over, nuzzled Obito's nose with his nose, then turned over, facing away from Obito and said, close your eyes. Obito closed his eyes, still emphasizing, I'm thinking of you. Shueming ignored him. What was he thinking about? Wasn't he right beside him? He could get him just by reaching out. Why would he even think about it? But he couldn't suppress the curve of his lips. Obito asked again, what time will you get up tomorrow morning? Shueming replied, 7 o'clock. Obito said, then I have to get up at 7 too, remember to call me. Shueming asked, why? Obito was just promoted to Chunin today, so he only needs to go to the Hokage building to register within this week. He doesn't have anything to do tomorrow morning, so there's no need to get up so early. Isn't he the one who loves to sleep in? Obito said, no reason, I just want you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes tomorrow. Shueming smiled, oh. Obito added softly, I also want you to see me as soon as you open your eyes. Shueming said, go to sleep. What a little fool. Regardless of whether Obito got up or not, he was sleeping here. Who else could I see when I opened my eyes? it would definitely be Obito. Obito felt that he must be dreaming, otherwise how could there be someone exactly like himself standing in front of him? To be precise, that should be him when he grew up. The Uchiha Obito standing opposite him looked exactly like him, but was estimated to be around 24 or 25 years old. He was wearing a black robe, his hair was messy and a little long, it looked like it hadn't been cut in a while, and a black and orange tiger skin mask was tilted on his head. He gave Obito a malicious smile and said, "Welcome to my world, Obito." Obito glanced around vigilantly. This was a pitch-black space, with light coming from a place like an exit behind the opposite Uchiha Obito. Although he didn't know where this place was, if he wanted to get out, it seemed he could only leave from behind Uchiha Obito. Obito asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Me, I am you." Uchiha Obito had a nonchalant expression on his face, his smile full of mockery. "You are so weak and incompetent that I feel ashamed, Obito." "You said you were me." Obito frowned. "Yes, I am your true inner thoughts." Uchiha Obito looked up and down at Obito across from him, his eyes filled with disdain. "You have always only shown your innocent and kind side. Is it because you think Yukina likes you this way? You dare not reveal your true thoughts. Are you afraid of scaring him, or afraid of scaring yourself?" Obito's gaze turned cold. Uchiha Obito chuckled playfully, turned around and waved his hand at Obito. "You don't dare to do anything, coward. That you don't even dare to think about it. Just watch here and see how I do it." As he spoke, he took a step and walked out from the exit behind him. "Wait a minute." Obito rushed forward, but was bounced back as if blocked by something. He was startled and used his hands to support the position blocking him. There seemed to be a layer of barrier membrane there, locking him in this space and unable to get out. Obito punched the barrier hard, but it remained unmoved. He grabbed the barrier and roared at Uchiha Obito, "Outside, what do you want to do? You and I are completely different. Xuanming will be able to tell at a glance that you are not me. Yes, you have dreams, are positive and cheerful, and are willing to help others. I am paranoid and extreme, proud and conceited, and my head is full of dark thoughts. We are indeed different." Uchiha Obito pulled down the tiger skin mask on his head, glanced at Obito before covering his face, and said, "But in fact, you really hope that Yukina can accept me like this, right?" Obito froze for a moment. Uchiha Obito put on his mask and added, "I dare to say what you dare not say, and I dare to do what you dare not do. Of course, we are different. Hey, come back. Where are you going?" Obito punched the barrier again. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Obito chuckled and snapped his fingers. "Just watch from there." Obito felt as if the barrier floated up lightly, floating above and behind Uchiha Obito, following his movements as if from a god's perspective. People outside the barrier cannot see him or hear his voice, but he can see and hear what is happening outside the barrier. So when Uchiha Obito shouted Snow Name to the person in front of him with a smile, Obito stared at him. That Xuanming turned around and faced this side, as if looking at him. Xuanming now looks about 24 or 25 years old. She is a little taller than she is now and her hair has grown longer. He had a blank expression on his face, but the moment he saw Uchiha Obito, he smiled and said, "Obito. Yukina, that's not me." Obito was so angry that he smashed the barrier hard, but the barrier membrane only created a few ripples like water. Uchiha Obito's movements were natural and intimate. He handed a bouquet of roses to Yukina from nowhere and said, "This is for you." Xuanming looked a little surprised and reached out to take the bouquet of flowers. Uchiha Obito caressed Yukina's cheek. Xuanming was stunned for a moment, took a step back, and looked up at him. Uchiha Obito said, "Snow Name, I like." Xuanming suddenly reached out and pushed up Uchiha Obito's tiger skin mask, revealing a face underneath the mask that looked exactly like Obito's. Uchiha Obito smiled, gently grasped Yukina's fingers, and asked softly, "What's wrong? I have something important to say." "You." Xuanming frowned and pulled his hand back. Obito yelled from within the barrier, "Yukina must have seen through it. I knew Yukina would be able to see through an imposter like you right away." Uchiha Obito's voice, which had been gentle just now, suddenly dropped. His gaze fell on Yukina's face. "Have you seen through it?" Yukina took another step back and said firmly, "You're not Obito." "Why?" Uchiha Obito tilted his head, very confused. "Don't I look exactly like him? What is it about him that you like? Can't you accept me as I am?" Yukina pulled out the mini white fang from behind and pointed it at Uchiha Obito, asking him, "Where's Obito?" Uchiha Obito replied, "He's right here." After a pause, he continued, "He is me, and I am him. Why don't you just treat me as him?" "You are totally different," Xuanming said in a firm tone. "Yukina." Obito was inside the barrier, feeling both warm and sad in his heart. Uchiha Obito is right. He is enthusiastic and cheerful. Although he has been alone since childhood, he is a little son. He is always optimistic and positive and will take the initiative to help others. When he receives praise from others, he will feel particularly happy and feel that everyone around him likes him. He had already gotten used to this kind of life. But suddenly there one day, Xuanming appeared. Xuanming is not only alone in this world like him, but also knows nothing and remembers nothing. Ming has no ability to protect himself, no clothes to wear, no place to live, and can't even speak casually that he can't even communicate with others in the most basic way. Obito's compassion and helpful spirit came to the fore, and he took Yukina home with a sense of responsibility. There are so many people and so many ties in the world. Originally, he and Ming were just two strangers who didn't know each other. But from that day on, they gradually began to need each other. Ever since he first fell into those lavender eyes, the night sky was purple, the sunset was purple, and even his favorite color turned purple. The longer he spent with Yukina, the more Obito could feel some changes taking place within himself. Ming is very beautiful, gentle, and outstanding. Although her expression is usually cold and indifferent, she always gives him a special smile. Ming said that he was the most important and that she liked him, but Obito always felt, is this true? It's obvious that his grades are average and his strength is very poor. That he always loses when competing with Kakashi, and he cries at the slightest provocation. That it's really too bad. How could anyone accept all his flaws and truly like him? If only he could be a little better, if only he could graduate early with Ming, if only he could be a little stronger. I wish he could be taller, more handsome, more mature, and not be so crybaby. He really thinks Ming is important, really likes Ming, wants to be better, and wants to show the best of himself to Ming. But even now when he had nothing, Obito still wanted Yukina to always look at him. Only at him. At the beginning, Obito only treated Yukina as an ordinary friend. At most, Yukina looked thin and small, couldn't speak, and looked a little pitiful, so he would pay more attention to him. Later. It seemed like there was something more than just friends. It's hard to tell whether it's friendship, family affection, or a little more admiration. But Ming gradually began to have secrets, guardians, and other friends. Ming's world is no longer like it was at the beginning, where he is the only one there. Obito watched as Yukina became more and more outstanding, with more and more people around him, but they didn't even tell him what happened, as if they were getting further and further away from him. Strange thoughts slowly emerged in his mind. He always thought about Ming and wanted to stick to him. He wanted to control him, wanted to know his news at any time, wanted to limit his friends, didn't want Ming to have contact with other people, even if it was just eye contact, wanted him to belong to him alone. But Obito kept it to himself and didn't dare to say anything. He could only try not to think about anything and play the role of the little son. How dare he think? How could he know which of his thoughts or actions would be discovered by Ming first? Uchiha Obito is right. He is Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Obito is him. Uchiha Obito is his true inner thoughts. Paranoid and extreme, proud and conceited. Wow, I was just joking. That you didn't really believe it, did you, Yukina? Uchiha Obito suddenly smiled brightly and exaggeratedly leaned his body back to the side, moving away from the small white fang in Yukina's hand, with a playful look on his face. Ming's expression remained unmoved as he asked, "Who are you?" Uchiha Obito replied in a relaxed tone, "I am Uchiha Obito." Ming frowned. Obito became anxious again within the barrier. He took out a kunao and stabbed it hard into the barrier membrane. There was a slight crack sound from the barrier membrane, and a small crack appeared in the middle of the barrier. Obito was shocked and took 2 steps back. That he shook his arm, which was hurt by the shock, and rushed forward again. He used the inertia of his body to drive the force and stabbed the kunao again at the place where the crack had just appeared. Crack dash the crack just now expanded a little bit. Yukina don't believe him, that's not me at all, Obito shouted loudly while digging through the crack. Yukina's expression was startled, as if he heard Obito's voice. He looked around, and finally raised his head, fixing his gaze on the position above and behind Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito stepped forward, reached out, and firmly grasped Yukina's chin, his face full of gloom, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Suna turned her head away but did not struggle. Instead, Uchiha Obito pinched her even harder, leaving a fingerprint on Suna's pale chin. "In your eyes, the only one who sees me is the childish me, right?" Uchiha Obito's voice was low, and the joking tone just now was completely gone. He ran his thumb lovingly over Ming's chin, rubbing the red mark he had made. "You turned a blind eye to me standing right in front of you. Why? Because you can't accept that I've become like this. You think I'm too despicable, right?" Obito paused in his movement of piercing the barrier membrane with his kunao. Uchiha Obito lowered his head and slowly approached Yukina, but Yukina dodged backwards and made way. "Why did you reject me? Didn't you say I was the most important? Didn't you say you like me? If that's the case, then you should always like me. You should always like me no matter what I become." Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly turned red. "Don't leave me, Ming. Didn't you promise to stay with me forever?" Ming, it's dangerous." Ming seemed to be completely defenseless and was grabbed by the neck by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito showed no mercy and pinched her so hard that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. Ming tilted his neck back in pain. He opened his mouth, but it was strangled so tightly that he couldn't make any sound. He could only hold Uchiha Obito's wrist tightly with both hands. Uchiha Obito was almost a head taller than Yukina. With a single exertion of force, he lifted Yukina up and said in a frantic, tearful voice, "As long as you don't leave me, I can do anything for you. Why are you avoiding me? do you hate the real me so much? No, no, you are not me at all. Obito smashed the barrier membrane like crazy, threw away the kunao, attached chakra to the surface of his fist and smashed it directly with his hand. He didn't stop even when his hand was covered in blood. He himself couldn't see that his eyes were also blood red. He shouted loudly, "You are not me. There is absolutely no way I would hurt Xueming. Even if Xueming doesn't want me, I won't hurt him." He cried out over and over again, "You are fake. You are fake. You are fake." Crack clatter as the barrier membrane was completely shattered. Obito fell forward, instinctively kicked his feet, and suddenly opened his eyes. It was already time, and Yukina just wanted to call Obito to get up, but he couldn't wake him up no matter what he did. He thought Obito had his old illness again. He was about to force Obito to get up, but Obito suddenly sat up by himself and was looking at the moment he saw her. Her eyes turned red and filled with tears, and her Sharingan looked crystal clear. Has Obito opened his eyes? Yukina was completely defenseless, and it was the first time he looked directly into the Sharingan at such a close distance. Those eyes were really beautiful. The slowly rotating double Megatama were soaked with tears, deep and deep, as if they could speak. Uchiha Fugaku had just expressed his desire to have Obito open his eyes early the day before, but Yukina had never expected that he was such a practical man that he would actually take action that very day. When did he cast the illusion on Obito? He didn't even notice it. Let Obito open his eyes in his sleep, and when he wakes up he will have double Megatama. This sounds like a very gentle way to open his eyes, and Obito successfully opened his eyes. It seemed like something worth celebrating, but Xueming still felt distressed. Obito is quiet now, his eyes filled with sadness and grief. He is such a lively person. I wonder what he experienced in the dream to become like this. Whenever Obito was wronged or unhappy, when he saw Yukina, he would come over and ask for a hug, or complain loudly. But now, he just sat quietly not far from Xueming, abnormally quiet. He first looked straight at Xueming, with the corners of his mouth slightly turned down, as if he had a lot to say. But then he timidly glanced away, and finally even closed his eyes. He did not dare to stretch out his hands to Xueming from beginning to end. Yukina guessed that the dream that opened Obito's eyes was probably related to himself. Moreover, the setting of Uchiha opening his eyes is a tragedy. It is estimated that the result in Obito's dream should not be very good. Otherwise, no matter how much potential Obito has, he would not have opened the double Megatama directly without such a great stimulation. Obito. Yukina took the initiative to hold Obito in his arms, patted his back, and comforted him softly. "Cry if you want to." Obito blinked, tears rolling down his cheeks. He couldn't control himself at once, and didn't want Xueming to see him crying like a coward, so he could only hug Xueming tightly, so tightly that his fists turned white. He buried his head in Xueming's neck, his shoulders shaking constantly, and his voice choked up. "I swear. This is the last time, I will never cry again." Xueming planned to get up early today and originally wanted to find Nagato and the others to ask about the current situation. After all, it was he who brought them to Konoha, but after they arrived, he was always busy with this and that and didn't have time to care about them. After hearing from Heitake Sakumo that Nagato was recently learning the Uzumaki clan's special sealing technique from Kushina, he became even more curious and wanted to go over and watch. But now that Obito has suddenly opened his eyes, all other things have to be put on the back burner. Yukina held Obito and comforted him, patting his back rhythmically like he was putting a child to sleep. At first he felt Obito trembling in his arms, and wondered if it was because he had just opened his eyes and was still a little excited. But Xueming soon discovered something was wrong. It was still a bit cold outside. Obito was only wearing a thin pair of pajamas and sitting in bed with his upper body directly exposed to the cold air. The only source of heat he could touch was his body. It would be strange if Obito didn't shiver. Yukina picked up Obito's coat and felt it was cold, so he took off his own coat and put it on Obito, and then put on Obito's clothes himself. Anyway, they had been wearing mixed clothes since they were young, so there was no need to be so particular. After changing his clothes, Xueming subconsciously touched his coat pocket, trying to take out a notebook to write, but found nothing. Obito took out Yukina's notebook and pen from the pocket of his coat and handed them to him. Yukina looked at him seriously, uncapped the pen and wrote, "Why didn't you say you felt cold? Do you want to get sick?" Obito shook his head while shivering. "I don't feel cold." Xueming frowned, raised his hand and touched Obito's forehead. Good. It turns out that Obito's face is red now, and it's not because he cried too hard just now. Is he having a fever now? Does opening your eyes cause a fever? I've never heard of this side effect. Why didn't the original novel explain it more clearly? Xueming thought about it and decided to let Obito have breakfast first, and then coax him to continue sleeping. He could take some time to go to Uchiha Fugaku and tell him that Obito had successfully opened his eyes, and consult about the relevant precautions of Uchiha's eyes opening. Just as Yukina was about to get up, Obito suddenly grabbed his hand, his voice a little nervous. "Yukina, can you hug me again?" How pitiful and aggrieved. Xueming's heart melted in an instant. He hugged Obito again, then picked up the notebook and wrote an explanation. "You didn't get enough rest last night. Now sleep a little longer. I'll go downstairs to make breakfast." After writing for a while, Xueming put a bracket after breakfast and wrote, "fried eggs," then continued writing, "I'll bring it up for you when it's ready." It's actually not appropriate for the patient to eat fried eggs, but he can't cook anything else, so just make do with it. After writing, Xueming gave the notebook to Obito to read, then touched Obito's head to comfort him, pushed him back onto the bed and let him lie down, then turned and left the room. Obito lay in bed, listening to Yukina's footsteps, which became farther and farther away and lighter from the moment he closed the door. Obito couldn't help it. He threw back the quilt and quickly put on all his clothes. Afraid that swimming would feel cold, he simply shook the quilt and put it on, then tiptoed out of the room and walked downstairs carefully. But he didn't dare to go to the first floor because Xueming had just asked him to sleep a little longer. He could only sit at the intersection of the stairs between the first and second floors. It didn't matter if he couldn't see. As long as he could hear what Xueming was doing, he would feel at ease. Obito felt a little dizzy, so he closed his eyes, leaned his head against the wall, and listened quietly to the sounds of pots and pans downstairs. Then something hit me lightly on the forehead. He opened his eyes and saw a small ball of paper. He opened the paper ball and found Xueming's handwriting on it, which read, "Go back to your room and sleep. I'll be right there." Obito hesitated for a moment. He didn't really want to go back to his room to be alone, and he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, so he might as well just sit here and lean on it. Seeing that Obito was not moving, Yukina walked to the stairs unhappily. With an omelette spatula in her hand, she waved it at Obito and pointed upstairs, signaling him to go back. Obito stood up reluctantly, looking at Yukina and said, "I want to stay here with you." Xueming shook his head to indicate that it was not necessary and said, "Go back to the room." Obito involuntarily turned around and went upstairs, but he tried to walk as slowly as possible and raised his voice to say, "Yukina, please be careful when cooking. Is there a strange burnt smell over there on the stove? Is something burnt?" After Obito said this, Yukina suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed to the stove and, with a few clangs, shoveled a fried egg that was black on one side and soft on the other into the plate. Xueming looked at the fried eggs and fell into deep thought. This is impossible. He obviously knows how to make fried eggs. How can he fail to make something he has already learned? This must be Obito's fault. It was because Obito refused to leave that distracted him. He didn't pay attention to the heat and was only focused on watching Obito. He even left the stove and didn't have time to flip the omelet, ruining it. Obito entered the room, and the moment he finished the spell, he threw away the quilt and ran out. He saw Xueming's face was speechless and dark, staring at the plate of fried eggs. He couldn't help laughing, hugged Xueming from behind and said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Xueming is unhappy. He stuffed the fried egg and the spatula into Obito's hands and turned to leave. He actually wants the patient to cook for himself. This is so embarrassing, so humiliating that I really can't stay here anymore. He and the kitchen are really not compatible. I should go upstairs and help Obito tidy up the bedding. Obito held a spatula in one hand and an omelet in the other, and he no longer had a free hand to grab Yukina. He stood there, like a big, aggrieved puppy with separation anxiety, his ears and tail drooping, but he still asked cautiously, "Can you please stay here with me?" Xueming stopped and agreed with a hum. Obito was unusually clingy today. Their house was so small, but he had to be with Yukina no matter what he did. He would follow Yukina wherever he went. Later, Yukina simply stayed with him to sleep. Hearing his breathing become longer, he guessed that he must have fallen asleep. He moved more gently, and just as he sat up, Obito grabbed his wrist and asked, "Where are you going?" Yukina reasonably suspected that this was one of the after effects of opening the Sharingan. As for the Sharingan. In the original work, Shisui committed suicide in front of Itaka to show his determination, and Itaka then opened his Mangekyo. Itaka set up a trap to let Suzuki's 3 Megatama defeat his Mangekyo, and after hating his brother for half his life, Suzuki had to spend the rest of his life loving him again. Uchiha's love is not limited to family, friendship, or romance. The common feature is that the emotions are very strong, and they are prone to extremes after losing their loved ones. Obito now only has an ordinary Megatama Sharingan, not a Mangekyo, so it should be better. And he didn't really lose himself, it was just a dream. Maybe he's still a little affected by the dream, and since Obito is sick with a fever and feels confused, he feels even more insecure. It doesn't matter, just stay with him for a few more days, and he should be fine. Yukina stayed by Obito's side with great tolerance and understanding, patting him and trying to coax him back to sleep. I originally wanted to add go to sleep, but I was afraid that Obito might have some psychological trauma about sleeping, so Yukina said nothing, just lay on the same pillow with Obito and closed his eyes first. Obito was still running a fever, and the quilt was warmed by his body temperature, which was slightly higher than Yukina's normal body temperature. It was really comfortable to sleep in it in this cold weather. So when Obito was still asleep, Yukina fell asleep first. Obito whispered softly, "Yukina." Xueming didn't react. Obito boldly turned sideways and stared at Yukina. The more he looked at her, the cuter she became. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently poke the curse mark on Yukina's lips. In fact, Xueming was not completely asleep, he could still vaguely feel something. He felt Obito poking his face with his finger, and felt a little speechless. Then he felt Obito propping himself up and reaching out to tuck the quilt behind him, and felt very warm. Finally, he seemed to feel that when Obito lay back down again, his movements were smooth and natural. He placed a kiss on his forehead and whispered, "Go to sleep." Xueming's eyelashes trembled, but she was still defeated by sleepiness. She couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream, so she didn't open her eyes. When they woke up again, they were awakened by a knock on the door. Obito sat up first. Yukina rubbed his eyes drowsily in the quilt. Obito put on his coat and said, "Someone seems to be knocking on the door downstairs. I'll go check it out." Xuanming said and sat up. He glanced at the sky outside the window. He estimated that it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. "This sleep was so comfortable that I slept through lunch. I didn't notice it when I was lying down, but now I feel a little hungry. What's for dinner?" It'd be best if he stayed away from the kitchen, but he couldn't let the patient cook again, could he? Or should he just pack 2 servings of ramen? The visitor solved Xuanming's problem. Obito scurried up the stairs, flung open the door, and said excitedly, "Yukina, Mr. Fugaku is here to see us." Uchiha Fugaku did not go out the whole morning and waited for Obito at home, thinking that if Obito successfully opened his eyes, he would definitely come to him, his teacher, to report the good news. As a result, he waited from 7 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., but Obito didn't come to see him. And according to the patrolling clan members, no one had entered or left Obito's house. Could it be that Obito failed to open his eyes? It's impossible. Obito's talent is still very good. How could he fail to open his eyes? And even if they failed, there should be some news to spread, right? Why has the door of Obito's house been closed since morning? Not only Obito, but even Setsuna hasn't left the house. Could something have happened? Uchiha Fugaku could no longer sit still. There was no adult at Obito's house. Although the 2 children were very independent and now at the level of Chinin, there shouldn't be any problem. But logic aside, as a teacher and an elder, it's only natural for him to be worried. He took one of his men with him and went to Obito's house. When he reached the door, he sensed 2 balls of chakra close together on the 2nd floor. The subordinate immediately went up to the 2nd floor, took a look at the window, and came back to report, "Master, it's okay, both of them are sleeping." Fugaku, he was so worried at home that he was thinking about all sorts of things. As the head of the clan and a teacher, he came here in person to see if something happened to Obito. After all, these 2 were actually sleeping here? Is it comfortable? "What are you sleeping for, Obito, that lousy kid? It's already past 2 in the afternoon and you're still sleeping here. Even if it's a nap, you should wake up." Uchiha Fugaku immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound was so loud that it woke up Obito and Yukina on the 2nd floor from their dreams. However, Fugaku was a bit arrogant at first, thinking that he was worried enough to come over to see the other person in person, but it turned out that the other person was just sleeping and was fine at all. It seemed like he was being too sentimental and felt a bit embarrassed. But when he heard that the 2 children had not even had lunch, he immediately instructed his men to go back to the patriarch's residence and get some food from the kitchen so that the 2 children could fill their stomachs first. Xuanming slept too much today, and the more he slept, the more sleepy he felt. He squinted his eyes, took a bite of the bun, chewed it, and swallowed it. When he took another bite, Obito had finished the whole bun in no time. He grabbed another one and took a bite of it. Xuanming put down the bun and took out a small notebook to write, "Eat slowly." Obito explained vaguely with a bun in his mouth, "I'm not I don't know, I just suddenly felt very hungry." It's normal to feel hungry after opening your eyes. Obito can be said to have started from scratch and was brought up personally by Uchiha Fugaku. Now Obito used an illusion to open the double Megatama without any damage. Uchiha Fugaku's previous tsunderness had long disappeared without a trace, and now his face was full of pride. He rubbed Obito's head and explained to them, "Opening the Sharingan is also a physical change. Just like you tend to get hungry when you grow taller, opening the Sharingan also requires energy. Obito, eat more during this period, eat better, eat something nutritious. If there is nothing to eat at home, come to me." Obito responded foolishly. Yukina wrote, "Obito has a fever. Is this normal?" Uchiha Fugaku touched Obito's forehead and said, "Oh, a little low fever, nothing serious, it's okay. Opening the eyes requires a period of self-adaptation. When Shisui opened his eyes, he also had a fever for 3 or 4 days. Obito is a little older, so I estimate that the fever will last for 3 days at most. Xuanming frowned and wrote, "It takes 3 days. Fugaku explained this is actually closely related to his physical condition. As for Obito, there were no adults at home, and he didn't know how to take care of himself when he was little, so he was lucky to be able to fill his stomach. But he's not that old now, so if he eats more nutritious food in the future, he'll be fine." Fugaku mentioned twice that he wanted to eat nutritious food, and Yukina started to think about it in his head. What does nutritious mean? It is to be able to promote recovery after physical injury, to meet the energy needs of the Sharingan, and to maintain the body's health. If you just look at it this way, then he actually knows that there is something that meets the requirements very well and is very nutritious. Well, after Obito calms down, it's time for him to go find Orochimaru. The sterilization plan has been going on for so long, and as one of the initiators of the plan, he wants to know the further research and development progress of Hashirama cells. After all, everyone who uses it says it's good, and it's definitely nutritious. If Orochimaru succeeds in his research, even he would want to give it a try. Hashirama's cells seem to function similarly to growth hormone, and maybe he'll grow taller with just one injection. Obito's mood was obviously much better on the 2nd day. By the 3rd day, even his fever had subsided and he seemed to have returned to normal. Yukina took him to the Hokage building. After the two of them registered for promotion to Chinin, Obito suddenly asked to go shopping alone. Xuanmingja Benben asked, "Don't you want me to accompany you?" Obito shook his head, "I want to buy it myself." But he remembered Heitake Sakumo's instructions and must not let Xuanming be alone during this period. "So I asked, Xuanming, where are you going next? I'll drop you off first and pick you up after I finish shopping." Xuanming looked at the sky and it was still early. "It's better to do it now than to wait for a better day, so let's go to Orochimaru's laboratory. I can also ask about the information about Hashirama's cells." He waved to Obito, who followed him, and the two walked side by side. Xuanming felt as if she couldn't take care of herself and couldn't accomplish anything on her own. Because Heitake Sakumo personally went around greeting people, he now has someone to accompany him wherever he goes. But he accepted the kindness. He was no longer the weak, helpless, and on guard when he first arrived in Konoha. That he was much stronger now, but was protected by many people. When they arrived in front of an ordinary house, Xuanming stood at the door and pointed at the house behind him, indicating that he had reached his destination. Obito looked around the house in confusion, then glanced at Yukina and asked, "So should I still pick you up here after I finish shopping?" Xuanming nodded. He watched Obito walk away after waving his hand, then turned and went into the house, heading towards the basement, Orochimaru's laboratory. The location of Orochimaru's laboratory is very interesting. It is like an underground maze with several entrances and a large space inside. Last time, the cave was one of the entrances, and this time, this inconspicuous house is also one of the entrances. He hadn't seen Orochimaru since the Chunin exams. On the way, Orochimaru asked Red Bean for White Zetsu once, and he agreed, but he didn't have the time to send White Zetsu to Orochimaru. His main purpose today was to deliver experimental materials to Orochimaru. After arriving at the laboratory, he finally understood why he didn't send White Zetsu away in time and why Orochimaru didn't rush him. Because Orochimaru was really too powerful that he had just obtained White Zetsu and studied it for only half a month, but he directly used White Zetsu as a container and tried to reincarnate without a corpse, and he succeeded. But Orochimaru is still in a weak state and can only lie down or lean on the bed. He can't even get out of bed. He looks very weak. "How do you feel?" Yukina showed the notebook to Orochimaru. "I feel wonderful now." Orochimaru's lips were pale without a trace of blood, but his whole mental state looked very crazy. "I've never felt so good before. Strength has filled my body, and I even have a feeling of fullness. Since I changed this body, the intervals between all my ninjutsu have shortened, and the effects have also increased. After my body fully recovers, I will go find Jiraiya to fight. I'm sure that I will be the winner." Xuanming nodded slowly. Yes, White Zetsu has many advantages. Because White Zetsu contains Hashirama's cells, it has a built-in blood recovery buff and a built-in skill CD shortening effect, which can increase the strength of ninjutsu. With Orochimaru's research spirit, he will be able to develop what release next, use White Zetsu for cloning, make prosthetic limbs, etc. After the Battle of the Valley of the End, the arm that Naruto lost was recreated by Orochimaru using White Zetsu. Moreover, if the user uses Hashirama's cells obtained through White Zetsu, Hashirama's face will not grow on his body. Orochimaru is not yet an Uchiha. If he were an Uchiha, he could do more research and use Hashirama's cells to delay the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With Orochimaru's scientific research capabilities, if he could get some of Madara's cells back, maybe he could even create some kind of artificial samsara eye. This seems quite interesting. If the streets are full of imitation samsara eyes, can Black Zetsu tell which one is Madara's? Can he figure out which pair of eyes can save his mother? Yukina touched his chin and decided to find a way to get some of Madara's cells back and give them to Orochimaru to study and see if he could artificially synthesize the Rinnegan. Once the research is completed, the trial version will be given to Danzo first. Danzo will definitely be happy to accept it. Anyway, Nagato lost the Rinnegan after he came to Konoha, so the Rinnegan appeared on Danzo. Isn't this plot development very reasonable? Xuanming couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. Orochimaru saw this and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xuanming came back to his senses and wrote, "I'm happy for you." Seeing Orochimaru's satisfied look, he wrote, "But I have a question." Orochimaru said, "Ask." Xuanming wrote, "Are you a man or a woman now?" Orochimaru originally wanted to say that he was neither male nor female now, but saying that felt like scolding himself, so he couldn't say that. It's mainly about White Zetsu. They are not divided by gender, and there is no organ in their body that can distinguish between men and women. To put it nicely, it is called having no desires or demands, but in fact it can be considered a kind of congenital disability. As a rigorous scientific worker, Orochimaru does not need this organ himself and is not very interested in it. Moreover, if he wants offspring in the future, he can also do so through obtained by scientific means. But if there is nothing, there is nothing. The facts are indisputable and cannot be embellished or modified. So he changed his statement, "It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, I am perfect now." Orochimaru said meaningfully, "You can no longer use gender to curse me." Orochimaru is now in a genderless state, but if he is cursed to change his gender, no one knows which direction he will change to. His gender has become random. But think about it, wouldn't cursing be more exciting this way? gender has become a blind box, how exciting. Xuanming quickly shook his head to get rid of the strange urge in his mind. No, Orochimaru is one of us now, we can't play with him like this. He wrote, I think you still have some regrets now. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked, what do I regret? Xuanming wrote with emotion, you will never be able to taste the world's delicacies again. Orochimaru asked in confusion, can I eat? Xuanming showed her notebook and enlarged the font in bold. Then how do you pull it? Xuanming touched the simple drawing after the word law with the tip of the pen. He drew a circle of poop with 2 flies flying around it, indicating to Orochimaru that the pull he was talking about was this. The painting skills are average, but very vivid. Orochimaru, seeing Orochimaru's face gradually turning blue, Yukina guessed that Orochimaru had not considered this aspect at all before changing his body. White Zetsu was locked in the torture chamber and could live without food or water. They didn't need to eat, nor did they have the urge to defecate. Now that Orochimaru had used White Zetsu's body and eaten, what would he do next? Is Orochimaru supposed to have been eating on time these days? Xuanming glanced suspiciously at the half-eaten bowl of porridge on Orochimaru's bedside. Is the feeling of fullness that Orochimaru mentioned at the beginning really a problem? He sighed, took back the notebook, and kindly wrote, if you need anything, please tell me, I should be able to help you. Orochimaru squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, thank you. Xuanming smiled, one of us. At the same time, Obito was wandering around the streets. He seldom comes to this area. He knows how to get there, but he doesn't know where the shops are located. Now he is looking for a shop everywhere like a headless fly. Little boy, are you encountering any difficulties? A slightly sophisticated voice sounded, and the tone sounded somewhat deliberately friendly. Obito looked and saw that it was a man about the same age as the third Hokage. He had a smile on his face and was wearing a black robe. The most noticeable thing was that there were several obvious surgical scars around his right eye. There was also a piece of gauze on his right eye. I don't know if he was injured. Obito had never met Danzo, and since Danzo had already been exposed, he simply removed all the iconic bandages on his head. Obito naturally had no idea that this was the Pot King who had come out to cause trouble after being locked up for 3 months. Seeing that it was just an old man who was injured, Obito felt sympathy and asked in a friendly tone, Uncle, do you know where to buy a pot nearby? Danzo. Pot. Well, pot. Obito's eyes were clear. A few days ago, Yukina fried an egg and the pan was burnt. Later, when Obito used the pan again, he found that the pan was leaking water. But he has been using this pan for many years, so it is normal for it to break. Besides, he and Yukina are not children now, and their appetites have increased. Such a small pot should have been replaced long ago. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Obito decided to buy a new pot without Yukina's knowledge. Danzo narrowed his eyes, trying to see whether Obito was truly innocent or just pretending to be stupid. He pointed in a direction and said, there's a grocery store over there. They might sell pot. Oh, thank you, uncle. Obito raised his leg and walked in that direction. Unexpectedly, Danzo followed him. Obito looked back at Danzo and asked in confusion, Uncle, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I just feel a sense of familiarity when I see you. Danzo's tone sounded very kind. I know a child about your age, with a pair of purple eyes, and on this spot on his cheek. Danzo gestured at his own face, there are 2 special curse marks. Uncle, do you know Yukina? Obito was surprised. Oh, so his name is Yukina. Danzo pretended to be ignorant. He did something great for me before, and I'm very grateful to him, so now I want to repay him. Are you close to him? Yeah. Obito responded hesitantly. Is that so? Does he really value you? If I repay you, he'll probably be very happy, right? Obito was puzzled. He did you a favor, why would you repay me? Hey. Well. Danzo smiled and avoided answering. We're here. Across the street is that grocery store I was talking about. Go in and see if there's anything you like. I'll pay for it for you, okay? No. Thank you for showing me the way, uncle. Although Obito was willing to help others, he was still basically wary of kindness from unknown sources. This person's words were illogical, and he suddenly mentioned Xuanming to him deliberately, which felt a bit strange that he didn't know this person, so it was better not to have too much contact with him. He politely waved goodbye to Danzo and ran towards the grocery store across the street. Danzo just stood there, with a gentle look on his face, watching Obito's departing back with a smile, a calculating glint in his eyes. Obito quickly picked out a suitable pot, went out to look at the sky, calculated the time, and planned to send the pot home first, and then go back to the place they had agreed on to pick up Yukina. He started walking home and passed by a flower shop. He took a casual glance at it first. It was the famous Yamanaka flower shop in the village, and then he walked straight over. After taking a few steps, his pace slowed down. Obito remembered the scene in his dream where Uchiha Obito gave Yukina a bouquet of flowers. How about he buy some flowers too? Although it was a bit strange to give flowers to a boy, Xuanming in the dream didn't refuse the flowers when he received them. He lingered there for a while, then turned and walked to the flower shop, but hesitated and didn't dare to go in. Oh. The lady boss of the flower shop, who was checking the accounts, accidentally saw Obito standing at the door. She smiled and took the initiative to walk over and open the door. asking, "Would you like to come in and take a look?" Obito followed him in and stood in the middle of the store, dazzled by the dazzling array of goods in the store. "Who do you want to buy flowers for?" the flower shop owner guided with a smile. "For a friend," Obito replied. "Oh," the proprietress responded with a smile. As experienced people, she saw through it at a glance. Obito now looked awkward and shy. It was more believable that he said it was a gift for a friend or his first love that had not yet succeeded. The proprietress pondered for a moment and asked, "How about red roses?" Obito immediately shook his head, "No." Uchiha Obito gave Yukina a bouquet of red roses, and he didn't want to be given the same flowers. "What about the pink ones?" The lady boss introduced a new flower. "It's hard to go wrong with pink as a gift for a girl. It's a boy," Obito said in a low voice. "Oh." The lady boss covered her mouth in surprise, then immediately put on a serious face and explained professionally, "Boys can also be given pink gifts. Then we won't give roses. Look at this kind of flower. It's also very beautiful. It's called freesia. The flower language of pink freesia is happiness." So, following the proprietress's introduction, Obito curiously looked over. On the flower stand were freesias of various colors. In addition to pink, Obito immediately saw purple. He asked, "What does the purple one mean?" "Purple represents mystery," the lady boss explained. "Yellow represents youthful vitality, and white represents innocence. Freesias are especially fragrant at night, filling the entire house with their rich scent that you can smell it wherever you go in the house. Therefore, they also symbolize strong love and represent a happy and beautiful relationship." Seeing that Obito's face was red, and he wanted to explain but didn't know what to say, the proprietress was very understanding and gave him a way out. "Of course, this kind of flower can also be given to friends. It represents the deep friendship between two people." Obito breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Finally, he left the flower shop with a bunch of colorful freesias. The bouquet was not big, but the colors were very nicely matched. The proprietress also gave some other decorations and tied it up with beautiful wrapping paper. As soon as Obito went out with the flowers in his arms, he felt as if everyone on the street was looking at him. The old man was looking at him, and the child was also looking at him. I couldn't tell if they were looking at him or at the flowers in his hand. He felt a little embarrassed and nervous when being stared at. He wanted to let Xue Ming see the bouquet of flowers as soon as possible. He wondered how Xue Ming would react. The lady boss of the flower shop saw Obito out and waved at him from the door, "Welcome to visit us next time." She looked at Obito, who was holding flowers in one hand and a pot in the other, and turned back to greet her, then turned around and hurriedly trotted away. She couldn't help but smile. At this age, being simple and sincere is so beautiful. Freesia, also known as freesia, usually blooms in early February. Obito specifically asked about this when he bought the flowers. The shopkeeper said that if he took the flowers home and took care of them, they would bloom to their fullest just in time for his and Yukina's birthdays. Obito returned home with the flowers, placed them neatly on the table, and even moved them around, wanting to choose the best-looking side facing outwards. After moving around a lot, he saw that it was getting late, so he stopped hesitating and hurried out to pick up Xue Ming and take him home. When he rushed all the way to the agreed location, he just saw Xue Ming going out. Xue Ming just had an academic exchange with Orochimaru, discussing the use of white zetsu and proposing a series of very profitable research directions, including but not limited to rapid blood recovery, health supplements, plastic surgery, and repair. Orochimaru is very interested in this. After all, scientific research also requires financial support. After the third generation knew that Orochimaru was cooperating with Danzo to transplant the Sharingan, he stopped his scientific research funding. He was currently overwhelmed with tasks and couldn't make ends meet. The money he earned from completing some of his usual tasks wasn't enough to support his scientific research. He also didn't want to do those boring tasks. He preferred to immerse himself in the laboratory. He doesn't even have enough time to do scientific research, so how can he have time to do such repetitive and boring tasks? Therefore, the money-making project proposed by Xue Ming is like a timely help to Orochimaru. Xue Ming is indeed different. With him around, not only are there endless sources of experimental materials and the success rate of the experiments has increased, but now even research funding is no longer a problem. It's simply amazing. Xue Ming was also very satisfied with the results of this conversation. Orochimaru agreed to first study the direction of white zetsu brand supplements. With Orochimaru's level, he will definitely be able to produce research results soon, and then he can give them to Obito. Moreover, Xue Ming also said that he would give him some cell samples in a while, and wanted him to study the fusion and interaction between the new cell samples and Hashirama's cells to see if there would be some interesting reactions. Orochimaru also agreed. The fake Samsara Eye is just around the corner. This meeting between the two can be considered a win-win result. Yukina looked very happy when he saw Obito, until he heard Obito talk about the person he had just met. There's just this weird old man. Obito gestured about this tall, wearing black, and his tone is very friendly. But I always feel like something's wrong. Xue Ming frowned and asked, "Where's the right eye?" "I can't see." Obito shook his head. His right eye is covered by a piece of gauze. But there are quite a few scars around his right eye. It looks like he was injured. Xue Ming's face darkened. "It's Danzo." Heitake Sakumo greeted everyone around, fearing that Danzo would take advantage of him if he was left alone. However, he didn't expect that after Danzo came out of confinement, the first target he approached was not him, but Obito, who was beside him. Could it be that she knew that he had a good relationship with Obito, so she wanted to take revenge on him by hurting Obito? It's not impossible based on Danzo's style of doing things. Yukina warned, "It's Danzo, you have to be careful." Obito's expression also turned serious, "So that's Danzo, he's the one who bullied you." Xuanming corrected himself and wrote, "He never bullied me." Although Danzo once wanted to bring him into the route, he didn't do anything special against him. Instead, he used Danzo as a shield to save Heitake Sakumo. Obito said in an unhappy tone, "But he dug out the Uchiha Sharingan and put it on himself. I don't think he is a good person, he seems very hypocritical." Xuanming nodded. Obito said, "Don't worry, I will pay attention. I saw his appearance today, if I see him again in the future." Xuanming said, "Stay away from him." In the original work, even Shisui, who opened the Mangekyo, was blinded by Danzo. Now it's better to stay away from Obito, who has two Megatama. Obito said, "Oh," reluctantly. Xuanming reached out and touched his head to comfort him, but he was still thinking about it. It's not enough to just stay away from Danzo. Obito is now a Chunin and needs to take missions out of the village. If Danzo does something to Obito during his mission, there is no need for him to show up in person, and Obito can be sacrificed directly. Minato Namikaze has too many things to take care of and is often not around. Kakashi is still the strongest member of Obito's team. I should go say hello to Kakashi later. If I notice anything is wrong, I will immediately send the ninja dog to inform him. But I can't be so passive when doing things. Aren't I being led by Danzo by the nose? Just defending won't do. I always feel unhappy. I want to think of some way to seize the initiative. Yu Ming. Obito suddenly called him. Xuanming came back to his senses. Let me tell you first, when you get home later, if you find that there is something different in your home than usual, don't be too surprised. Obito said casually as if he didn't care. Yukina didn't understand what Obito meant at first, but as soon as he entered the house, he saw the conspicuous bouquet of freesias on the dining table. "This is for you." Seeing that Yukina didn't seem disgusted, Obito walked over, picked up the flowers, and handed them to Yukina. Xuanming took the flowers, still a little stunned. "Mine." As a boy, this was the first time in his 2 lives that he had received such a formal greeting. Bouquet of flowers. "Yes." Obito explained, "Look at the purple color of this flower. Isn't it very similar to the color of your eyes? I think you will like it. Do you like it?" Xuanming held the flowers, freed his hands, took out a notebook and wrote something, and asked, "Did you choose the color specially?" But today isn't a special day. Isn't our birthday not here yet? Even if it's not a special day, I still want to give you flowers." Obito paused and added, "And I asked the boss lady, and she said that this bouquet of flowers can last until our second 10th birthday. Oh. It's my second 10th birthday. How come it's 2's 10th birthday? I hope you grow up quickly." Yukina stared at the bouquet in her hand for a few seconds, then looked at Obito and said, "Obito, 18 years old. I know. I remember you said you'd wait until you're 18. Obito muttered a little dissatisfiedly. "You just don't believe me. It's okay. I'll send you flowers often in the future, every year, until you're 18. After a pause, he amended his tone, "No, I will continue to send you flowers after you turn 18. Xuanming couldn't help but smile, nodded and said, "The flowers are beautiful." Holding the flowers, he walked forward and hugged Obito with one hand, then turned his head and placed a light kiss on Obito's ear, whispering, "I like it." Obito hummed, and his ears quickly turned visibly red. Xuanming couldn't help but turn his head away, trying to control himself from laughing too obviously. Oh my, how could a 10-year-old Obito be so innocent? She would give him flowers for no reason, and his ears would turn red if you teased him. He is so sweet and cute. What Yukina predicted was correct. After Obito and Korin became Chunin, the first mission that Minato's team received was to explore the Hidden Mist Village. At Danzo's suggestion, the third Hokage felt that it was very appropriate for Minato's team to carry out this mission. The overall comprehensive quality of the Shumon class is very high. There is no need to say much about Minato's own strength. Kakashi is already going through the process of being promoted to Jonin, and I believe that with the experience of this S-level mission, he will be able to successfully be promoted to Jonin when he returns. The other 2 children also have the strength of Chunin, and it is a good thing that they can add icing on the cake to their resumes and obtain S-level experience as soon as they become Chunin. Moreover, this is just an exploration mission, and there is no requirement to complete the mission. That you just need to try to bring back useful information. It can be said that this S-level honor is within your reach. The third generation had a good idea, but all this could only be achieved if the Hidden Mist Village was a normal place. According to the information obtained by Danzo, the Hidden Mist Village, especially the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village, has been very abnormal in recent times and has led a series of cruel and harsh reforms. The Land of Water has been in constant war, and on top of that, the Hidden Mist Village has taken the lead in reforming the ninja promotion system, requiring students to kill their classmates when they graduate from the ninja school before they are allowed to obtain ninja qualifications. They claim that only such a system can select stronger ninjas. The philosophy of the Hidden Mist Village is that ninjas must be able to kill their companions in order to complete their missions, and they can also erase their own feelings in order to complete their missions. This is something that Danzo appreciates very much, and he can predict that the Hidden Mist Village must be in chaos and very cruel now. So he proposed that Minato's team go to explore the Hidden Mist Village. When Obito brought the mission scroll home to show Yukina, Yukina immediately became restless. Can you just go to the Hidden Mist Village? It's now called the Blood Mist Village, a place controlled by Uchiha Madara. And what useful information can you find there? A normal person wouldn't be able to return alive after going there. Danzo was quite calculating. This mission killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Bringing Obito and Kakashi over there would not only be revenge on him and Heitake Sakumo, but also maybe be able to keep Minato. Even if Minato could use Flying Thunder God to escape, and the entire team he led was wiped out, with only Minato returning alive, that would definitely be a serious offense. It would be hard to say whether the 4th Hokage was still a sure thing. Wouldn't that bring Danzo one step closer to becoming Hokage? Xuanming opened his mouth and said, I'm going too. Obito covered Yukina's mouth and said, you don't have the permission to leave the village. How can you go? If you leave the village without permission, you will become a traitor. Yukina took a deep breath and patted Obito's hand, signaling him to let go. He should stay calm. There was no point in him following Obito. He was just going to add another dish. If you want to solve a problem, you can't just follow them, you have to go in advance. He comforted Obito and went to find Heitake Sakumo to explain the information to him. Heitake Sakumo didn't know where Xuanming got the information from, but this was a matter of great importance and he had to take it seriously. However, since it was so dangerous, he didn't want Yukina to get involved. He said, I will follow them secretly and be responsible for protecting them. You just stay in the village for the time being. Maybe this is just Danzo's trick, and his ultimate target is still you. Obito is not at home, so you can go stay with Yahiko and the others next door for a while. Xuanming frowned, nodded, and said nothing. Heitake Sakumo stared at him. Speak, say you're not going. Xuanming pursed his lips and said nothing. Heitake Sakumo really couldn't do anything with him. The child had grown up, and was probably in his rebellious phase. Kakashi had been constantly disobeying him lately, and his father was completely exhausted. Xuanming refused to say anything and had no intention of going with him, which meant that he would definitely follow him secretly. Heitake Sakumo could only add Yukina's name to the list of UMBU members applying to leave the village. At least from a procedural point of view, there was no problem. After Minato Namikaze led the Minato squad on a mission, Heitake Sakumo also planned to follow secretly. However, he was very worried about Setsuna, so he left Gokuro, ninja dogs, behind and told Setsuna to let Gokuro pass on the message to him as soon as anything happened, and he would definitely arrive as soon as possible. As soon as Heitake Sakumo left, Yukina carried Gogoro to Yahiko and the others' residence next door. Wow, you're so busy, long time no see. Yahiko opened the door and saw that it was Yukina. He was a little arrogant at first. Since we arrived in Konoha, I haven't seen you come to visit us on your own initiative. Xuanming felt guilty, so he squatted down and put Wuhei down on the ground. Wuhei shook his body, looked around, and ran to Nagato as if he knew the way there, wagging his tail at him and barking softly. Nagato couldn't help but bend down, pull Wuhei into his arms and rub his head. Konan came out to smooth things over and said to Yahiko, Yukina has been very busy lately, with missions and exams. Don't you know that? And we came to Konoha to see Sensei Jiraiya, not to be taken care of by Yukina. Weren't you very happy when you saw the teacher a few days ago? Yahiko snorted, but still moved aside to let Yukina enter the house. As he poured Xuanming a cup of hot water, he casually asked, why are you free to come here today? Xuanming suddenly felt even more guilty, but he still took out his notebook and wrote, I want to ask you to do me a favor. He frankly told them the whole story and hoped that the 3 of them would accompany him to the Hidden Mist Village. He repeatedly confirmed with Nagato his progress in learning the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, and finally said, I will. It's a gift for you. Gift? Yes, a gift. In the original novel, wasn't Nagato always skinny? Besides the fact that the Rinnegan was constantly sucking his chakra, the jutsu activated by the Rinnegan also required a lot of chakra. Chakra is insufficient, so vitality is used to make up for it. That is why Nagato, who has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, has become so skinny that he seems like he will fall down in the wind. Since his own power is not enough, he will find him a power bank. Xuanming thinks that the 3-tailed Isabu looks very good. He is not talkative, but is easily influenced by words. He can adapt to being sealed in the body of an ordinary ninja, no Hararin, and he has no problem being sealed in the body of a Mizukage, Yakura. He is also one of the 2-tailed beasts that can be completely controlled by the Jinchuriki. He seems to be very adaptable and has a good personality. You will definitely become good friends with Nagato, who loves small animals. Yahiko and the other 2 were not registered as ninjas in Konoha, so they were not restricted from leaving the village. They took a shortcut and headed straight for the location of the Umbu in the Hidden Mist Village. With the help of Gakuroku to search for the enemy, they avoided a lot of unnecessary trouble along the way. After a week of travel, both by land and water, they finally arrived at the Hidden Mist Village in the evening of the 7th day. There is fog all year round in Kirigakure, and visibility is very low beyond about 5 meters. The Umbu is still some distance away from the headquarters of the ninja village. Nagato cannot accurately confirm the surrounding information based on his perception alone, so several people dispersed to explore in various directions. Soon, they gathered on the roof of the Umbu. I've checked, there's nothing wrong around here. Yahiko squatted down next to Yukina. Same here. Nagato appeared silently behind Xueming. Xueming hummed, raised his right hand, put his middle finger and index finger together, and whispered, "Born from darkness, darker than black, all filth and impurity will be purified." Thick black poured down from the sky, tightly sealing off the location of the Kirigakure village's Umbu. Once the tent is set up, ordinary people can neither enter nor leave. However, even if ordinary people cannot see the account, ninjas with outstanding perception will still notice something is wrong. They rushed out of the house with weapons and soon locked their sights on Xueming and his group of 4 standing on the roof. They shouted and asked who they were. In their impatience, they simply rushed towards them with weapons raised. Xueming reached out to Xiao Nan, and Xiao Nan handed Xueming a trumpet made of paper. Xueming put the trumpet to his lips, expressionless, and said to the Kirigakure Umbu below, "Kill each other." As Xueming finished speaking, a streak of blood fell from his lips, but he raised his hand to wipe off the blood and didn't care too much. After the Chunin exam, he experimented with his own account. In addition to the most basic function of preventing ordinary people from entering and leaving, the account also had 2 special effects. The first is that within the space of the tent, the backlash effect of the curse you receive is halved. Secondly, when the tent is closed, all objects in the tent without any chakra residue will return to the state they were in when the tent was opened. That is to say, suppose there is a complete house inside the tent when the tent is set up, and it is destroyed during the battle inside the tent. When Xueming takes back the tent, the house will return to its complete appearance when the tent was set up. It is really suitable for making trouble. No matter what is done in the tent, no trace will be left after the tent is closed. Even if Heibaiju comes, he will never be able to find out what is going on. In fact, Xueming initially thought, why not just blow up the Kanabi Bridge in advance? If the bridge is blown up in advance, it will be over once and for all. There won't be another stone that pops up and falls on Obito, right? But then I thought, there's no point in doing that. If Iwagakure wants to attack Konoha, the journey is long and they will definitely need to transport food and supplies. Since the Kanabi Bridge was blown up in advance, they could also take the Kanabi Bridge. In short, the task of blowing up the food supply route definitely exists. Moreover, this task must be carried out when the Iwagakure is transporting food to be effective. But he felt very aggrieved that Xueming, knowing the plot, had to do nothing but wait for the mission to start. After thinking about it, he still didn't know what to do. In the end, he was annoyed by Danzo and decided to simply cut off the source of the problem. Isn't Heiju idle all day long, investigating everywhere and deceiving people? Isn't he encouraging Madara to make the whole world live in a dream? The same goes for Madara. He is already old but still in his middle school years. On the one hand, he dreams of world peace, and on the other hand, he sets up a plan to manipulate Kirigakure, allowing Rin to become the Jinchuriki and die in front of Obito, breaking the heart of a junior. He uses double Megatama to open the Mangekyo. As an Uchiha elder, is this acceptable? Bring it to me, Sanwei. It can serve as a built-in battery for Nagato, who has a high demand for chakra. And without the 3 tails, how can Madara, who can't even get out of the door, bully Obito? Not to mention Danzo, it was he who directed the mission to explore Kirigakure. He sent people over and Kirigakure's 3 tails disappeared right after he sent them here. He has to find a way to explain it himself. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, who knows how to play it? You can, and so can I. Xueming felt some pain in his chest, so he squatted down on the roof, supporting himself with one hand and using his other hand to gently press the little slug that was constantly treating him with his fingers. The little slug twisted its body in dissatisfaction. A small voice sounded in Xueming's mind, "Xueming is messing around again." Xueming was stunned for a moment. He had never heard this voice before, and it seemed to be ringing directly in his mind. He asked, his voice a little hoarse, "Little slug." A thin voice hummed, and then fell silent again. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all have group attack skills. They are now standing on the roof, finishing off the Kirigakure Umbu members who were killing each other below. It wasn't dangerous at all, and it was even a bit boring. Yahiko asked Yukina, "How long are we going to fight like this?" Xueming smiled slightly. Now. In the distance, a huge gray unidentified object was rolling towards this side quickly like a wheel. Along the way, its huge size and weight crushed a lot of things, destroying trees, houses, and roads. It was heading straight for the building where Xueming and the others were. "Nagato!" Yukina called out hoarsely. Nagato formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Sealing technique, diamond seal." Several chakra chains extended from his back, tightly wrapping around the huge object that rolled towards them, preventing it from moving forward even a bit. This is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan. The more chakra, the stronger the diamond seal. When using this ninjutsu, these chakra chains can not only be used as powerful offensive weapons, but can also be used to create barriers and seal the tailed beasts. Nagato's chakra chains suppressed the 3-tailed Isabu tightly and were pulling it into his body little by little. A fat man with sharp teeth and long orange hair that fell to his waist suddenly jumped up with a roar and punched the long door on the roof. Swimming didn't recognize this man, but the weapon in his hand looked very familiar to Swimming. It was same hata. It is the big sword used by Kisame and the Akatsuki organization in the original work, which has the function of absorbing the enemy's chakra. Nagato's diamond seal relies on the amount of chakra. If same hata absorbs some of it, how can he seal the three tails? Xuanming pointed at the fat orange guy and said, 10,000 times gravity. The orange fat man groaned and immediately fell vertically downwards, hitting the ground with a bang and was instantly flattened into a pool of meat paste. Xuanming coughed twice and swallowed the fishy and sweet taste in his mouth. Although he didn't recognize this person, he should be quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been reduced to half in the tent, and he almost coughed up blood after killing someone. The climate of the Hidden Mist Village is very friendly to Yahiko, who has the water attribute, but Konan's paper will get wet if it touches water. The two of them stood beside Nagato, while Yukina stood at the highest point to control the situation. In a short while, the three tails was completely sealed into Nagato's body. Nagato was sweating profusely and kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. It seemed that he had exerted all his strength to do this. Konan asked worriedly, Nagato, how is it? Nagato looked up, and the Rinnegan, which had been sealed by Yukina before, reappeared due to the power of the tailed beast. His face was full of smiles, and he said, I feel full of strength. I may have to have a friendly chat with the three tails again. Upon hearing this, Yahiko shouted to Yukina, we've got the stuff. How about we retreat now? Xuanming shook his head. He still had one very important thing to do. And one very important thing he hadn't obtained. He clutched his throat and said to Nagato, Nagato, summon the outer path golem through psychic means. 15 minutes ago, in the underground cave of the mountain ranch, Uchiha Madara looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. Because recently the white Zetsu have been disappearing for unknown reasons. Every time, N of them are released, but only one comes back. When asked, the one who comes back always cries and can't explain clearly. So Madara used the power of yin-yang release to separate some of his own will and attached it to the crying white Zetsu. He let the white Zetsu act as a driver and carry his will out so that he could personally investigate what was going on with this damn white Zetsu serial disappearance case. The appearance of the white Zetsu changed to half black and half white. It retained the ability of the white Zetsu to be good at reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, and could also use its yin-yang escape and somewhat escape abilities. It also had a certain self-protection ability, so it should not disappear so easily anymore. Madara was checking the condition of black and white Zetsu with satisfaction and wanted to order it to sneak into Konoha again, but his expression changed before he could say anything. Something's wrong with Kirigakure, Sanbai Isabu isn't in the right state. Madara immediately changed his mind and said to black and white Zetsu, go to the Hidden Mist Village and see what's going on. Yes, Lord Madara. Hibaiju immediately responded, turned around and walked into the soil. Madara stood there, watching white Zetsu's gradually disappearing figure, and let out a long sigh. If he wasn't so old now, relying on the chakra provided by the outer path demon statue to survive, and having to live in this dark cave all day long, he would also want to see for himself what kind of person dared to fight the three tails in the Hidden Mist Village that he controlled. Madara's eyes gradually widened. The ground shook violently and he had a bad feeling. The outer path statue that he had originally buried deep in the cave suddenly trembled, and the tubes that had been quietly inserted into Madara's back popped out one after another. Madara threw himself forward, trying his best to support his body with the Grim Reaper's scythe, and turned his head in disbelief, looking at the huge hole that suddenly appeared on the ground. Someone summoned the outer path demon statue. Who was it? Only the Rinnegan can summon the outer path demon statue. Was it Nagato? But isn't Nagato's Rinnegan missing? Who on earth dared to pull out his tube? Madara opened his mouth wide, gasping for air. He tried his best to grab the death scythe to hold onto his body, but he was shaking so much that he couldn't hold on tightly. All the strength in his body was gone, and he slid to the ground. Nagato actually didn't know what the outer path demon statue was, but since Xuanming said so, he did it subconsciously, and as a result, a huge human-shaped unidentified object that looked like a rotten tree root was pulled up from the ground. The thing went into a berserk state as soon as it appeared. The first person it attacked was Nagato, who had summoned it. It inserted several black sticks directly into Nagato's back. Nagato instantly felt that all the chakra in his body was sucked away. To be precise, it was not his chakra that was sucked away, but the chakra of the three tails that had just taken up residence in his body and was now also in a runaway state. His body seemed to be just a channel connecting the outer path demon statue and the three tails. The three tails chakra was being continuously transported into the outer path demon statue through his body. Without following the specific order of the one tail to the nine tail and without using the sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 sealing technique, the outer path demon statue cannot successfully and completely absorb the tailed beast chakra. The outer path demon statue probably only drained more than half of the three tails chakra. But the three tails in Nagato's body became obedient, and the outer path demon statue was satisfied. Nagato looked back at the black sticks on his back and tried to pull one off. The outer statue didn't seem to object. This is the first time it has eaten so much in all these years. It is quite comfortable now and doesn't need those straws for the time being. I want that. Xuanming pointed at the several pipes hanging next to the outer path golem. There was something like blood and flesh stuck to the end of the tube. I knew it must be Madara's, so I quickly collected it and took it back to Orikimura to see if I could isolate and culture some of Madara's cells for research. The outer path demon statue has appeared here now, but Madara has not appeared here, and there are several 4 tubes hanging on the outer path demon statue. Considering Madara's physical condition, he is probably almost dead now, right? Spots are too dangerous. Even if they are age spots, Xuanming is not able to face them head on now. This was a method that Yukina came up with. It was a method that could deal with Madara with a high probability without having to make direct contact with him. Madara was currently relying on the outer path demon statue to supply him with chakra in order to survive. If he directly summoned the outer path demon statue, wouldn't Madara be forced to have the tube removed? And in this case, Madara is gone, so he naturally can't trick Obito into joining his dream-making team, nor can he send Black Zetsu to monitor Obito openly. Even the Three Tails is gone, so the plan of becoming the Three Tails Jinchuriki is also a failure. So in the original work, has the tragedy of Kanabi-Hashi been resolved? Although Madara's death is only temporary, there is still Black Zetsu. It is estimated that Madara will come back to life sooner or later. The biggest problem still lies with Black Zetsu, but these are not the current issues, we can talk about them later. Nagato broke off the tubes and handed them over. The outer statue didn't react much, as if it was tickled. Konan put them into the sealing scroll and handed it to Yukina. Yahiko stared at the 80-meter-tall outer path golem that suddenly appeared before him with his mouth open, muttering, "So handsome. I want one too." Zionin patted his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Nagato used the outer path demon statue to clear the battlefield. Konan and Yahiko were responsible for cleaning up to see if there were any left behind, and Yukina stood on the roof and watched. In fact, he is almost unable to hold on now. Such a high-intensity and high-quality curse attack made his body feel very uncomfortable even though he was inside the tent, and the backlash effect could be reduced by half. Not only did his throat hurt, but his entire chest and back also hurt. It hurt when he breathed a little harder, and it hurt when he opened his mouth to make a sound. His mouth was full of the taste of blood, and his throat was so hoarse that he could hardly speak. Swallowing felt like a knife cutting, but he was happy. He looked at Yahiko, and when Yahiko accidentally met his gaze, he pointed at Samehata, who had just fallen to the ground. Don't envy the outer gate golem at other people's homes. Aren't you a water attribute person? The weapon that exploded is suitable for you. Hurry up and pick up the equipment and take it away. After the three of them confirmed that no one was alive at the scene, Nagato returned the outer path statue, and Xuanming raised his hand to close the tent. As the tent gradually dissipated, all objects in the tent that did not contain chakra residue returned to the state they were in when the tent was first set up. The collapsed houses were rebuilt, the broken trees regained their vitality, and even the river that was dyed red with blood became clear. Apart from the bodies lying all over the scene, everything seemed so peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Let's go. Nagato and the other two checked one last time and confirmed that everything was fine. Then they came to Xuanming and signaled that they could leave. However, when Yukina saw Nagato's eyes, he was stunned and sighed with regret. I was too careless and closed the account too early. I forgot that Nagato's Rinnegan was repelled by the tailed beast's chakra and had to be sealed again. Otherwise, if Black Zetsu found out, it would be difficult to deal with what happened next. But Nagato is now the Three Tails Jinchuriki. He is so powerful that he can summon the outer path demon statue. Last time, when he was in his normal state, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood when he said close your eyes. Now that Nagato has become stronger, he is still in a damaged state. If he speaks arrogantly and asks Nagato to close his eyes again, he will not be directly crippled by the backlash. Xuanming sighed again, but still looked at Nagato. A hoarse close your eyes and a tiny scream of don't mess around rang out in his mind. Then he felt a fishy sweet taste in his throat, his eyes went black, and he knew nothing. When Xuanming woke up in a daze, he was already lying in the ward. The first thing he felt was someone grabbing his wrist. He tilted his head and saw that it was indeed Obito. Obito was currently sitting in the attendant chair, slumped over the edge of his bed, sleeping with his head resting on one of his arms. He stretched out his other hand, grabbed Xuanming's wrist from under his quilt, and held the 4 tube in his hand as well. He warmed the tube with his palm and manually heated up the cold liquid. From this perspective, Obito seems to have grown a little taller. He is hunched over in the chair, looking very awkward and must be very uncomfortable. Obito woke up as Yukina moved. He was surprised at first, then his expression immediately darkened. Yukina was lying on the bed, looking at Obito with an innocent face. Obito wanted to be angry and blame, but Yukina was a patient now, and he felt that it would be inappropriate to say anything now. After holding it in for a while, Obito decided to say these words after Yukina got better. He pulled his hand away, stood up, helped Xuanming arrange the pillows, and helped him sit up. He then poured a cup of hot water and handed some pills to Xuanming, saying calmly, the doctor said to take the medicine when you wake up. Yukina looked at the medicine Obito handed over, drew back, and shook his head. The pill was as big as an olive, and it was impossible to swallow it directly with water. Besides, his throat was still sore. What was the difference between taking such a big pill and committing suicide by swallowing gold? Obito explained to him, this medicine is very effective. If you take it today, your illness will be cured tomorrow. Xuanming thought, what kind of magic medicine is this? Is it just to appease children? He didn't believe it. Obito was anxious, picked up a pill, pressed it to Yukina's lips, and said, eat. Xuanming stepped back a little more and shook his head firmly. Obito knelt on one leg beside the bed, climbed onto it, chased after Yukina and fed him medicine, coaxing him, how can your body get better without taking medicine? Xuanming had no way to retreat and was forced to lie back on the bed. He had no choice but to put the medicine that Obito fed to his lips into his mouth. Obito narrowed his eyes doubtfully, did you eat it? Xuanming refused to open his mouth and didn't swallow it at all. Obito knelt down on Yukina, one hand pressing down the pillow, the other hand pinching Yukina's cheeks, and said, open your mouth, let me check it. Obito's expression was particularly serious. From Yukina's perspective, Obito was completely looming over him, with a shadow hanging over his face. He looked fierce, but also quite imposing. But Xuanming smiled, and with one hand he supported Obito's chest and pushed him away. At the same time, he raised his face and mouthed slowly and clearly, word by word, Obito, brother, brother. Obito's face turned red and he immediately let go of Suna and sat up. Xuanming also supported himself on the bed and sat up. He pursed his lips and mouthed, bitter. Obito took 3 steps back and stammered, bitter, bitter, well, then I'll go ask Mr. Orochimaru if he has any other medicine. After finishing his words quickly, Obito instantly rushed to the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, Yahiko outside screamed ouch and fell in. Why are you all eavesdropping here? Why did you open the door suddenly? Konan and Nagato took 2 steps back, both looking as if they hadn't heard anything. Yahiko got up, patted his butt, and muttered, what are you doing in there? You didn't even close the door properly, and you blame others for eavesdropping. Obito covered his mouth with his hand and glanced back. Xuanming just turned around and looked over. Obito immediately pushed Yahiko and the other 2 out like chickens, and closed the door behind him. Through the door, Yukina could hear Yahiko's earnest advice over there, Obito. I was just saying it casually, but you should at least wait until you are as old as I am. And Yukina is still a patient, it's not right for you to do this. Xuanming, Yahiko is young, but he has a lot of ideas. Obito was chattering with Yahiko, and his voice became quieter and quieter. It was probably because they were walking far away and could no longer be heard clearly. However, while Obito was out, Yukina quickly spat out the medicine in his mouth. This stuff is really bitter, he didn't lie to Obito. The pill was coated with a layer of sugar. After holding it in his mouth for a while, the sugar coating had melted. Xuanming felt that his mouth was full of the taste of medicine, and it was so bitter that his tongue was numb. Xuanming tried to open her mouth and uttered but she was able to manage a sound. Her throat still hurt, and her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, but it was much better than before she fell into a coma. He looked around and at first glance, this place looked like a hospital ward, but in reality, the furnishings were quite different from those in a hospital. If he had to say, this place was more like the room Orochimaru lived in during his weak period of reincarnation when he went to Orochimaru's laboratory last time. So this is not a hospital, but Orochimaru's laboratory? It is very likely. Didn't Obito just say that he was going to find Orochimaru to get medicine? The door was gently pushed open. Yukina looked over and saw Obito leaning his back against the door, carefully carrying a bowl of hot medicine in his hand. The smell was definitely bitter. Obito understood as soon as he saw Yukina's expression, but this time he had prepared himself mentally. He had just fled because he was not prepared. It was no use for Yukina to call him brother Obito this time. I've changed your medicine, Obito said with a serious expression. The pill just now was a little hard to swallow, so this time it's a decoction that you must drink it. Xuanming stared at the bowl of medicine. I don't want to eat bitter food, I want to eat sweet food. He did such a great thing and was injured. His body has not recovered yet. It would be fine if Obito didn't reward him, but why did he make him drink such bitter medicine? That won't work, he wants to take the reward himself. Xuanming put on an aggrieved expression, shrank back, and shook his head. Ha, Obito said fiercely. Yukina pointed at the medicine and then at Obito, indicating that Obito should taste it first to show him. Obito lowered his head and took a sip. His face was distorted by the bitterness, but he still said, it's really not bitter. Yukina suppressed a smile, nodded with a curious expression, and held out his hand to Obito. Obito handed over the medicine bowl in his hand. Xuanming took the medicine bowl naturally and put it on the bedside table next to him. Obito got anxious and said, you want a drink? Deleted. Obito froze instantly, at a loss, and all the unfinished words were stuck in his throat. Didn't he include this item in the mental preparation he just did? Why is Xuanming suddenly like this? My heart almost stopped just now, but now it's pounding so fast. Is that intentional? Even if I kiss him, I still have to take medicine, only after taking the medicine can my body recover. But Xuanming, deleted. Did they just bump into each other? Did they? Definitely, so Xuanming didn't kiss his face, it was. Obito Kaba took a step back, his entire body on fire. Yukina sat cross-legged on the bed, holding Obito with one hand and supporting her chin with the other, watching Obito's reaction with a smile. So innocent and cute. Bullying Obito feels really fulfilling. It's so nice to have a little fool who blushes at the slightest teasing. Hey, how come this little fool's height increased so quickly? I don't know how Orochimaru's research on the growth needle is going. Obito will be over 180 centimeters tall in the future, and he is already much taller than him now. This trend is not good. He still has to consider using the power of technology. After all. Right, he couldn't possibly be shorter than Obito in the future, could he? That would be so inconvenient. Xuan Ming felt that he was the older one. Obito is younger than him, weaker in ability, cries easily and likes to act like a spoiled child, has a lively and cute personality, is sincere and clingy, and is his spiritual pillar, but also depends on him and needs him. Obito has expressed to him more than once deleted, although he said that he doesn't believe in children's talk and has to wait until the age deemed appropriate by the reviewers to confirm his feelings. He is also very clear about how much Obito loves in the original work. He now somewhat considers Obito as his future significant other, so it's okay to delete it in advance, right? Anyway, this is the little boy he raised since childhood. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Obito quickly said, "I'll go open the door," and turned and ran. "How do you feel?" a hoarse voice came from the door. Xuan Ming looked over and saw that the person coming was indeed Orochimaru. Unlike his impression of Orochimaru, who couldn't even get out of bed, the current Orochimaru, although still with unsteady steps, can move freely. Xuan Ming frowned. So how much time had passed since he fainted in the Hidden Mist village? Had Orochimaru's weakened period from his reincarnation been over? Orochimaru knew that Yukina was not in a position to speak yet, so he was very considerate and explained the current situation to him. After Yukina fainted in the Kirigakure village, Yahiko and Nagato took turns taking him back, and they happened to meet Namikaze Minato and his 4 companions who came to Kirigakure to carry out a mission, as well as Heitake Sakumo who followed behind Minato's team. When Heitake Sakumo saw this situation, he roughly guessed what was going on and immediately decided to take Yukina, Yahiko and the other 2 with him and head towards Konoha village first. Minato Namikaze understood Obito's feelings and decided to act separately. He took Kakashi and Korin to continue to Kirigakure to complete the exploration mission, and let Obito go back to the village with Heitake Sakumo. When they were about to reach Konoha, they met Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed at a glance that something was wrong with Nagato's chakra. Nagato has not yet fully adapted to the 3 tails, and the 3 tails is gushing out a surge of chakra from his body, which Nagato cannot completely hide. Nagato was not registered as a ninja of Konoha. If he was allowed to enter Konoha village directly like this, let alone the Sealing Squad, even if he was not captured by the Umbu, he would definitely be noticed by Danzo. So Jiraiya led a few people directly from the entrance outside the village to Orochimaru's underground laboratory. Orochimaru was very excited when he first saw Nagato, thinking that Jiraiya was sending him materials for research. But after hearing that Nagato was Yukina's friend, he immediately drew a line in the sand, saying that his current research project had not been completed yet and he couldn't bite off more than he could chew. Since Nagato was Yukina's friend, he had an obligation to help take care of Yukina. Of course, it would be even better if Nagato could voluntarily draw a tube of blood for him. 10 days have passed since they arrived at his laboratory. Orochimaru just heard that Yukina had woken up, so he took the time to come and see him. Yukina opened his eyes wide and made a cross with his hands towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, "Yes, you've been with me for 10 days. Xuan Ming thought the distance from the Hidden Mist village to Konoha took them about a week to travel at full speed, and it must have taken them longer to come back. In addition, another 10 days passed before they arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. So he was unconscious for more than half a month? He didn't faint even after wiping out the entire Umbu of the Hidden Mist village, but he fainted for half a month after saying 2 words to Nagato. Nagato's current strength is really terrifying. Orochimaru glanced at the almost untouched decoction on the bedside table, took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Yukina. "Try this is sweet." Xuan Ming looked over and saw that it was a box of candy. The packaging looks a bit simple, it is packed in a paper box, and it looks like handmade candy. The outer packaging says, "Jouet Throat Candy. Snow name. What the hell is this? What does Jouet taste like? Just reading the name makes me feel disgusted, I don't even want to touch it." Orochimaru was very proud and puffed out his chest as he recommended, "This is something I developed specifically for you. It's slightly sweet and refreshing, and contains a variety of herbal ingredients. Most importantly, it has a special formula I developed exclusively. It's very effective for dry, itchy, sore throats, and frequent coughs. It can protect your throat and has a certain therapeutic effect. I highly recommend it." Snow name. What kind of exclusive special formula is this? Doesn't he know that it is white zetsu? Obito came closer and asked curiously, "Is it really effective?" Orochimaru turned and handed the throat lozenge to Obito and said, "Would you like to try it?" Obito took the box of candy. Yukina wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't speak, so he closed his mouth again. Obito opened the package and took a look. Inside were bright yellow triangular candies. The candies were not big, about the size of a fingernail, and they smelled herbal. They seemed quite reliable. He picked up a piece of candy, put it in his mouth, smacked his lips, and said, "It tastes pretty good, like a mint candy." Xuanming forced a smile. Ignorance is bliss. He turned his face away, not wanting to continue watching Obito eat the Jue throat lozenges, and instead took out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool bag on the bedside table and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it and saw that it was a sealing scroll. He immediately understood what Yukina meant, and his expression gradually became ecstatic. "Is this the other cell you mentioned that you suspected would react strangely with Hashirama's cells?" Xuanming nodded and gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, Mountain Ranch. Black Zetsu looked at Madara, who had been lying on the ground and had been played with for more than half a month. His face, which was already very dark, became even darker now. More than half a month ago, Madara let him parasitize a white Zetsu and assigned them to go to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate. Black Zetsu knew that Madara had already used the Sharingan to control the Hidden Mist Village. Although he never left the cave, he would immediately know about any unusual movements in the Hidden Mist Village. Now that he is asked to investigate, it means that something huge must have happened in the Hidden Mist Village, which is why Madara, who has always had complete control over the Hidden Mist Village, can't help but let him, disguised as Madara himself, go to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate in person. White Zetsu possesses the Mayfly technique, which allows him to merge his body with the Earth's vegetation to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. But on the way from the mountain pasture to the water country, there is a large sea. It took them a day to reach the seaside from the mountain ranch, but looking at the sea, Black Zetsu fell silent. White Zetsu's Mayfly technique can infiltrate organic networks such as underground water sources, but the ocean. This is still a bit too difficult. White Zetsu suggested, "Let's transform into spores. Once we become spores, we can float across the sea on the wind." Black Zetsu sounds unreliable, but apart from mind fusion, he can also do mind control, mind possession, or mind perception. It's pure mental consumption and is completely useless now. There were no people or ships around that he could possess, and he couldn't think of any other way. In order to save time, he could only listen to White Zetsu's instructions and transform into a ball of spores that could float on the wind, drifting away with the sea breeze. Then he regretted it. They were blown into a one shape by the sea breeze, and then into a person shape by the sea breeze. They were blown 3 meters towards the water kingdom. After a while, a wave came and the wind direction changed, and they retreated 5 meters. White Zetsu was extremely happy, like a little bird away from home, laughing and saying hello loudly to the fish in the sea. It's simply mentally retarded. In short, by the time they stumbled to the Hidden Mist Village, the corpses of the Hidden Mist Umbu had already been taken away. Today, the Hidden Mist Village is filled with birdsong and flowers, and the moon is full. Even the fog is much thinner than usual. Apart from the absence of the Three Tails, it looks truly peaceful. What the hell is this? Nothing can be found. Even Kirigakure itself doesn't know why its own Umbu disappeared all of a sudden, and the Three Tails is nowhere to be found. If they want to find someone to blame, they don't know where to go, let alone Black Zetsu. This was the first time in his life, thousands of years, that he felt so troubled. He thought hard, trying to figure out what was going on, but he hadn't figured out the cause and effect of Sanwei's disappearance yet. When he got home, he found that a huge crystal in his house was gone. Oh no, his tool Madara was gone. Who is it, who is so wicked as to attack an empty nest elderly person while he is not at home? A week later, the sky was clear and the weather was sunny. Under Orochimaru's care, Yukina, who has almost recovered, is basking in the sun on the rooftop of a residential building. This house is one of the exits of Orochimaru's underground research base. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary home. It is only 1 story high and the roof is divided into 2 parts. One part is used as a small greenhouse for cultivating research plants, and the other half is placed with a table and 2 benches. At this moment, Yukina was sitting on one side of the table, and Kakashi was sitting on the other. "How are you feeling?" Kakashi asked. Xuanming nodded, indicating that he felt fine, spread out the notebook on the table, wrote and asked, "How is your mission?" Kakashi frowned and said, "Minato-sensei has already submitted the mission, and this matter has attracted a lot of attention from above. When we arrived, we only saw corpses scattered on the ground. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village were suddenly wiped out overnight. To avoid being implicated, we took a rough look, but we didn't find any clues." Xuanming nodded seriously and began to shift the blame, writing, "It is said that the Umbu of Kirigakure are very good at silent killing. Could this be an internal conflict among them?" Kakashi shook his head. The Hidden Mist silent killing technique involves releasing chakra to conceal oneself beneath a thick mist, thereby obstructing the opponent's vision and even clouding the judgment of sensory ninjas. But killing is killing, and it's impossible to leave no trace at all. Xuanming's face suddenly became enlightened, and he asked, "Do you have any guesses about the murderer?" Kakashi looked at Yukina, stared at his face for a few seconds, and replied, "Actually, at that time and place, you guys are the most suspicious." Yukina looked at Kakashi with an innocent look on his face. Kakashi shook his head himself before saying, "But you can't do it." Xuanming breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi still looked thoughtful. If it was Heitake Sakumo, he would definitely not let Yukina get away with it, but the 10-year-old Kakashi had too little information. He didn't know about the tailed beasts, the accounts, or the outer path demon statue, and he couldn't understand why Yukina would bring Yahiko and the other two all the way from Konoha to the land of water just to kill the Umbu of Kirigakure. So Kakashi first eliminated the correct answer in front of him. Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted by a rustling and whispering sound downstairs. He stood up, walked to the edge of the roof, and looked down while holding the handrail. Downstairs is a small garden at the back of the house, where Obito and Yahiko are having a friendly exchange of experiences between brothers. Obito came up and zoomed into Yahiko. I feel like you like Konan, right? Then why don't you pursue her? Yahiko opened his eyes wide. Yahiko panicked. No, you called me out so that I could be your military advisor, didn't you? Why are you attacking me? Obito looked disgusted. If you can't even handle yourself, why would I let you be my military advisor? No. Yahiko clamped his elbow on Obito's neck. Brother, why are you like this? I'm on your side. Don't worry about me for now. Tell me what's going on with you. Obito thought for a moment and replied, it's just that I have a friend. Yahiko, oh. Obito emphasized, he's really my friend. Yahiko nodded. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, you continue. Obito said, I confessed to that friend of mine before, but he didn't accept it, saying that I was too young and that I should wait until I reached the appropriate age as determined by the reviewer, but recently he took the initiative to delete me. Yahiko exclaimed, wow, and asked, where did you delete? The ones that deleted the face and forehead don't count. Obito said proudly, what do you think? Kissing the cheek and forehead are only done by children, and if you want to kiss, of course you should kiss the key points. Yahiko said, isn't that great? And then what? Are you two together now? Obito sighed, I just don't understand. And then there's nothing else. Shue, my friend, he didn't say anything afterwards, and I don't know what the situation is now. Brother, come and help me analyze it. Ha, doesn't that mean you're not responsible even though I kissed you? Yahiko gasped, I never thought Yukina was such a scumbag. Obito immediately denied it, I didn't say it was Yukina. Oh, it's your friend. Yahiko repeated what Obito said, your friend is such a scumbag. No, not really. Obito said, he's a very nice guy, he's handsome and gentle, and many people like him. Yeah, Yahiko nodded, it sounds even worse. Yahiko used his elbow to nip Obito's neck again. Brother, listen to my advice, don't be too love-brained. Obito squinted at him and said, what about you? You've been secretly in love with Konan for so long but you didn't dare to tell her. Yahiko immediately retorted, don't bother me, this is true love. After hearing the conversation between the two people downstairs, Kakashi forgot what he was thinking just now. Aren't Obito and Yahiko the same? He turned his dead eyes and gestured towards Shueming downstairs, asking, what do you like about him? Shueming laughed but didn't answer. Obito is so cute. The conversation downstairs continues. I'm telling you, Obito. Yahiko said seriously, let's make a battle plan. That you can't be led around like this. You have to take the initiative. What's the active method? That's right, next time you see Shue. Your friend, first of all, stop giggling and stay serious. Obito was embarrassed, then I'll try my best. Yahiko nodded in understanding that it was hard to be serious in front of someone he liked. He wanted to laugh as soon as he saw them. That he was the same. Obito asked, and then you can just chat about something else, like hobbies or something, to distract him. And then you take advantage of him when he's not paying attention. This time, you take the initiative. Yahiko gestured, get it, once the facts are confirmed, you can press the issue and strike while the iron is hot, asking to confirm the relationship. You're really good at this, Yahiko, Obito said, looking very impressed. I just have one question. Yahiko raised his chin and said, ask. So why don't you dare to chase Zionin? Yahiko. Kakashi upstairs. He walked back and sat down opposite Shueming, shook his head, and muttered quietly, two idiots. What about the battle plan? How did Obito become a Chunin with his level? He exposed the whole plan to the enemy. But when Kakashi saw Shueming lying on his arm and laughing, his shoulders shaking with laughter, he was speechless again. This enemy also looked stupid. I guess when Obito is executing that completely exposed battle plan, the enemy will still be happy to cooperate, right? Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were in the room on the first floor, also heard Yahiko and Obito's battle plan. Jiraiya sighed, what a beautiful youth. Orochimaru glanced at him and snorted. Jiraiya had just said that he was about to start collecting material for a romance novel that captured the psychology of men, tentatively titled Love Paradise. Unbeknownst to everyone, the author of this romance novel was still single in his 30s and had never been in a relationship. When are you planning to leave this time? Orochimaru asked him with his arms folded. Jiraiya sighed, and slowly walked back from the window. He walked to Orochimaru, reached out and picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. I will leave after the birth ceremony of the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader is over. Orochimaru was puzzled. When did you become so close to the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya himself was also confused. Actually, I don't know why Uchiha Fugaku would invite me. But since he invited me, and I have nothing to do, I might as well go. Orochimaru nodded and continued to ask, are you planning to take Nagato and the others with you this time? Jiraiya nodded. Jiraiya and Orochimaru now know that Nagato has become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Jiraiya had never told the village that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, and he naturally wouldn't tell anyone about the tailed beasts. Orochimaru didn't care about any of that at all, he only valued science. Jiraiya sighed and explained to Orochimaru, my main purpose for leaving this time is actually to send Nagato and the others back to the land of rain. From all indications, the current situation is not peaceful. Firstly, Nagato and the other two have always wanted to save their country since they were young. I can't let them become weapons of the land of fire. Secondly, if war breaks out, I can't continue to wander abroad. I must come back and contribute to Konoha. So this time, I will be back soon. Orochimaru twitched the corner of his lip. Once the war begins, Tsunade should also return to the village. Ah, yes. Jiraiya nodded, a look of nostalgia on his face. I haven't seen her in a long time either. Orochimaru looked at him, said nothing, and turned his gaze back. What about you? How do you feel? Jiraiya changed the subject and asked Orochimaru, this technique of yours. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. When he brought Nagato, Yukina and the others directly from outside the village to Orochimaru's laboratory, Orochimaru was so weak that he couldn't even get out of bed. When he saw Xueming unconscious, he didn't even care about his own body, and almost fell off the bed as if his faith had collapsed. Fortunately, Xueming just fainted from exhaustion. Later, Jiraiya asked Orochimaru, and Orochimaru told him about the reincarnation of the dead. Jiraiya disagreed, you're just the same as always. Your technique may seem to grant you immortality, but every time you change bodies, your soul is damaged. Without a complete soul, you can no longer possess an immortal body, nor can you learn immortal techniques. Orochimaru said, I want to have the body of an immortal and learn immortal arts, but only to gain a longer life and be able to devote my infinite life to the great cause of science. Science is my belief. Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru was rather stubborn and difficult to persuade, but out of friendship, he still tried to persuade him. The soul is very important to a person. Legend has it that only those with intact souls can enter the Pure Land after death. Orochimaru said disdainfully, I can achieve immortality through the reincarnation of the corpseless. I won't die, and I don't need to enter the Pure Land. Jiraiya shook his head, sighed, and stopped persuading him. Outside the window, under Yahiko's guidance, Obito confidently decided to go find Yukina. He went to Yukina's room and walked around but found no one there, so he continued looking around and finally saw Yukina sitting at a table on the rooftop basking in the sun. Kakashi had noticed it when Obito went upstairs, and he consciously left and made way for her. Yukina, so you are here. Obito walked over. He first sat down opposite Xueming, thought for a while, then stood up and sat next to Xueming. Yukina watched Obito walk around the table with a serious face. He wanted to laugh but held it back and just said Obito cleared his throat and asked, Yukina, what number do you like? Yukina lowered his head and coughed lightly. Just now, Yahiko taught Obito and asked him to talk about his preferences first. Did Obito start planning so directly? Obito heard Yukina coughing and thought his throat hadn't fully recovered yet, so without waiting for Yukina to answer, he took the initiative to say, I think I like 5, because we met when we were 25, and we've been living together for 5 years. Xueming nodded and said, oh. We'll be together for many more 5 years. Xueming said again, seeming a little cold. Obito was a little nervous. He was talking about his hobbies, but Yukina didn't respond. It was so embarrassing for him to be the only one performing this one-man show. Yahiko didn't tell him what to do in this situation. Xueming took the initiative to find a topic for him and pointed at the mask on his waist. It was Yukina's Umbu mask, but for some reason, Obito had it hanging around his waist. Oh, this. Obito took off his mask and said, the guardian uncle said that after you recover, you should not enter the village until you are well. Then he went back to the Umbu from outside the village. So I asked him to go home and get your mask and your Umbu uniform, which I also put in the room. Yukina nodded in understanding and held out his hand to Obito. Obito handed the mask to Yukina, feeling a mixture of anxiety. Yahiko's plan just now was very good, but when it came time to do it, Obito felt a little timid. In fact, he knew that Yukina would definitely not push him away, nor would she be angry with him, nor would she ignore him. But for some reason, he was very nervous. Obito suddenly hesitantly said, Yukina, can you put on your mask and show it to me? I haven't seen you properly wearing a mask yet. Yukina looked at him and decided to fulfill Obito's little wish. He lowered his head and put on the Umbu mask. Just as he raised his face, Obito suddenly leaned over and kissed Yukina's mask. In fact, this is not a real kiss. There is a mask between the two people's lips. But Obito was still careful and clumsy. He turned sideways, holding Yukina's shoulder with one hand and supporting himself on the bench with the other. Shy and timid, clumsy and cute. It was the gentle sunshine on a sunny spring day, it was the hair that was blown and fell by the wind, it was Obito's eyelashes that kept trembling with his eyes closed, it was his lips that only touched the mask but he held his breath, it was the sweet fragrance coming from Obito that Yukina could smell through the mask. After a few seconds of light contact, Obito stepped back a little dazed, his eyes fixed, his head dizzy, and he swallowed nervously, completely forgetting what Yahiko had just said, about confirming the relationship and the like. He just kissed the mask. However, Obito's eyes were evasive, and he didn't even dare to look at Yukina. Yukina pushed the mask up his head, revealing his face, and called out, "Obito." Yeah. Obito responded with his eyes wandering, but finally turned his attention back to Yukina. Because Xueming can't speak often, he has to constantly follow Xueming with his eyes. He has to keep looking at Xueming, otherwise he won't be able to understand what Xueming wants to express. Xueming showed her notebook. "Did you eat the red bean cake? You smell sweet." Obito explained, "It's not red bean cake. Just now, Yahiko asked me to eat a mint candy before coming up." Yukina said, "Oh. Yahiko really knows a lot and has a lot of theoretical knowledge." Obito said, "But I couldn't find any mints, so I took a throat lozenge." Xueming froze for a moment. Xueming had a bad feeling. He asked, "Throat lozenges?" Obito nodded, "Yes, it's the delicious throat lozenges that Orochimaru-san gave me. I think they're quite delicious." Snow name. As soon as I thought about the raw materials of the Jue throat lozenges, the ambiguous atmosphere just now was gone. Fortunately, there was a mask between us. In order to obtain research and development funds, Orochimaru plans to turn Jue into an industrial chain between medicine and supplements. In addition to the Jue throat lozenges that can treat throat problems, he has also developed a new product called Jue Oral Liquid Solution in recent days. According to Orochimaru, this Jue Oral Liquid Solution can treat malnutrition, anorexia, oral ulcers, and delayed growth and development in children. It was specially tailored for Obito according to Yukina's requirements, so he captured Obito and used him as a guinea pig, making him drink it once in the morning and once in the evening. Obito had no idea what Jue stood for. He just thought that the oral liquid was delicious, sweet, and refreshing. After drinking it, he felt very energetic in the past few days and felt full of strength. Even his mind was much clearer when he was studying, and he could see more clearly when he was practicing the Sharingan. Orochimaru also recommended that Suina try it, saying that it can promote height growth. Suina really wanted to grow taller, but when he thought of the raw materials of this oral liquid, he really couldn't bring himself to drink it. Xueming sighed deeply. Obito's previous embarrassment seemed to have passed, and now he enthusiastically explained to Yukina, "Mr. Orochimaru's scientific research achievements are really amazing. Before you woke up, I brought Kabuto to see you one day. The first time Kabuto saw Mr. Orochimaru, he admired him very much. Mr. Orochimaru also said that Kabuto was very smart and talented, and said that when Kabuto grew up, he wanted him to be his scientific research assistant." I don't know why Obito has a silly dad expression on his face, as if his son has been praised. Xueming turned his head away silently. What kind of research assistant is Kabuto to Orochimaru? The kind that robs graves and steals corpses. Oh, by the way, speaking of Kabuto. Obito suddenly remembered something and said, "Yukina, did I tell you that Mikato-sensei gave birth to a baby? Fugaku-sensei's child is already born, a boy, and they named him Uchiha Itaki." Oh. Xueming turned around with interest. Was Itaki Uchiha born? The legend says that he is the first genius of the Uchiha clan, who had the thinking of a Hokage at the age of 27, and is a double agent of Konoha and Uchiha. He loves his younger brother so much that he controls the direction of his younger brother's life. He also has superb acting skills. He made Suzuki believe that he can defeat his Mangekyo with 3 Megatama, and designed his death on his younger brother, etc. He is a big shot that is really worth watching. Obito said, Fugaku-sensei invited some people he knew well to hold a birthday ceremony for Itaki on his 100th date. He asked me to take Kabuto with me to write a thank you letter in advance. It just so happens that you're almost well now, Yukina. Why don't we go together? Yukina nodded, agreeing to Obito's suggestion. The Uchiha family is a large family with many rules, especially the patriarch. As a role model, his every move represents the face of the Uchiha family. Although the overall environment is not very good now and the situation of Uchiha in Konoha village is a bit embarrassing, the rules cannot be abandoned no matter what. Even if it is not a large banquet, a small gathering of 3 or 5 family and friends should still have the necessary ceremony. For example, the birth ceremony of the patriarch's eldest son. Uchiha Fugaku didn't invite many people, just some blood relatives, close friends, and some people he hoped to make friends with, such as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Logically speaking, the thank you note placed among the gifts for the eldest son's birthday should be handwritten by him personally. However, as the patriarch, he was very busy with official duties, his wife had to take care of the children and had no time to write, he could only ask his 2 disciples to write for him. By the way, although he didn't say it, Obito was very conscientious and pulled Yukina and Kabuto to write the post together. In order to express sincere and respectful gratitude, the writer needs to wash his hands, burn incense, change into formal clothes, kneel in front of a low table, and write each thank you note stroke by stroke with undivided attention. It doesn't matter if your handwriting is ugly, as long as your heart is sincere, but there must be no typos. Obito wrote with great concentration, but after writing just 2 words, he dropped his pen and began to scratch his head. I can write casually without making mistakes. Why is it that the more I concentrate, the more mistakes I make? Zayada sat opposite Obito and sighed like a little adult. Brother Obito, I have already written 8 posts, and you have written one post 8 times. It's not written correctly. Are you efficient? Obito gritted his teeth at Kabuto, call me daddy. A cross appeared on Zayadu's forehead that he turned the brush over and clenched his fist, looking like he was trying to endure it. When we were little, you tricked me into calling you that, but you're still saying it now. Shisui knelt beside Zayadu, laughing as he wrote. His words were shaking with laughter. As a result, he ruined one page and turned his lip to write on a blank sheet of paper again. Only Yukina, who was standing next to Obito, remained unmoved and continued writing furiously. Each person was given about 10 thank you notes, and there were quite a lot of words in each note. However, he was used to writing, so he had an advantage now that he wrote well and quickly, and had already written more than 10 notes. He only had 2 more to complete his task. He turned his head and saw Obito and Kabuto rolling on the ground, pulling each other's faces. Obito is such an adult, but he was playing with a child and was quite proud of having the upper hand. He held down Kodo and drew on his face with a brush. Kodo got anxious and also drew a few random lines on Obito's face with the brush. Before the two of them finished writing the post, their faces were already covered with black spots. Yukina moved most of the white paper in front of Obito to himself. Forget it, if Obito were to write, he wouldn't know how long it would take him to finish. He might as well write a few more sheets. It wouldn't be a big deal anyway. When Obito saw Yukina's actions, he immediately straightened his attitude, picked up Kabuto and said seriously, let's write first, and then we'll decide the winner after we're done. Snow name. Xueming completed the task at hand, then looked at the other 3 people with relief. Shisui has almost finished writing, Kabuto doesn't have much left, and Obito. He has already helped with most of Obito's writing, so Obito can write the rest by himself. Obito and Kabuto are indeed father and son. Now they both have ink-stained faces and are lying on the table writing. Even their writing movements are the same. There is an ink circle on the left side of Zayadu's cheek and an ink cross on the right side of his cheek, which looks quite balanced. Unlike Obito, the left side of Obito's face is clean, but the right side of his face is a mess drawn by Kabuto. At first glance, it looks a bit like Obito's disfigured face in the original work. Xueming squinted his eyes and looked at it, feeling a little uncomfortable. He stood up, with a soft cloth and handed it to Obito, saying, wipe your face. Obito obediently took the cloth and wiped it, blurring out the ink marks. His face was rubbed black and white, and he looked like a cowcat. Yukina picked up the smallest brush, dotted it with ink, and called out, Obito. Obito, still holding the black soft cloth in his hand, looked at Yukina blankly. Yukina held Obito's chin with his left hand to hold it in place, and with his right hand he found a clean spot on Obito's face and started writing and drawing. Obito just raised his face, didn't struggle, and quietly cooperated with Yukina, staring at Yukina openly. Xueming usually lets her hair down and doesn't care what she wears. Her daily clothes are basically just a casual Obito t-shirt. Moreover, Obito was much taller than him, and the size fit him perfectly, but Yukina's size was too loose for him. Especially the winter coats, they are a bit big for Obito, and when Yukina wears them, the sleeves are so long that only the fingertips are exposed, which looks very unpresentable. But today, in order to make it easier to write, Xueming tied her hair up into a high ponytail, revealing her beautiful neck, and wore a well-fitting Uchiha dress. The formal dress is a double-layered robe with a wide collar and large sleeves. The outer layer of the robe is ultramarine, and the inner layer is platycodon purple. There is also a conspicuous round fan family emblem on the back. Usually, Yukina wears Obito's clothes, which also have the family crest of a round fan on them, but Obito doesn't think there is anything wrong with Yukina wearing his family crest. But seeing Yukina dressed like this today, Obito always felt weird. It must be because the style of the dress looked too formal. Yukina had a focused expression as he drew a small snowflake on Obito's right cheek as a mark. Then he looked around with satisfaction, and the moment he pulled his hand back, his hand was grabbed by Obito. Obito asked, "What do your hands smell like, Yukina? They smell so good." Xueming pointed to the incense in the corner of the room, that one. Obito glanced at the incense and asked in confusion, "That's not right, I also used that incense before writing. Why don't my hands smell like this?" He raised his hand, put it to his nose and sniffed the back of his hand, then pulled Xueming's hand over, held it in his hand, and lowered his head close to his palm. Yukina felt Obito's fine and moist breath spraying on the palm of his hand, not only the touch of his nose, but also his soft lips unconsciously rubbed across his palm, and then all the way to his wrist. He couldn't help but gently close his 5 fingers together, as if he was deliberately stroking Obito's cheek with his fingers. Obito still looked up with an innocent expression and concluded, "It really tastes different." Kabuto and Shisui stopped writing. They both held their faces in their hands and stared at each other with wide eyes and curiosity. Xueming glanced at the 2 younger ones opposite him, hummed softly, and withdrew his hand. He pinched his palm with his fingers and said calmly, "Just keep writing." Then he stood up and walked to the incense, wanting to use the cold water in the basin to wash away the itchy feeling in the palms of his hands. Kabuto followed and came up to Yukina to complain, "Yukina-san, look at Obito-san, he's not writing properly at all." Yukina glanced back and saw that Shisui and Kabuto had both successfully finished the thank you notes, and now only Obito still had a few to finish. He was sitting at the table writing, but not seriously. He glanced at himself from time to time. As a result, he accidentally ruined a page and had to start over. Xuanming found it a little funny. Obito's personality has changed since he opened his eyes. Whenever I'm with him, I always want to be close to him. They have to walk side by side and hold hands when sleeping. Even when the person can't follow and like now, his eyes must follow and. Has Obito become a clingy person? So cute. Yukina didn't even wash his hands. He simply walked back to Obito and sat down cross-legged. He rested his chin on the table with one hand, leaned over to stare at Obito's face, and said again, right well. After a pause, he added, I'll accompany you. This time, Obito said withdrew his gaze, and wrote carefully. Yukina stayed beside Obito, her gaze shifting from Obito's face to his hands, which had been writing non-stop. Because he had lived alone since childhood and had to do all the housework himself, Obito's hands were a bit rough and his joints were large. And because he was thin, the veins on the back of his hand were very obvious when he held a pen to write. But it looks like the bones are very clear, and the fingers are very long. Well, in the original story, Obito probably even painted his nails after joining Akatsuki. All the members of Akatsuki have nail polish on their fingernails, and each one has a different color. Not only their fingernails, but also their toenails have colors on them. What color did Obito paint? He only remembered that Ju was wearing a dead Barbie pink. Yukina kept staring at Obito's hands in a trance. Obito glanced at him again and again, and the words on his hand wrote slower and slower. Kabuto walked over to Obito, crossed his arms, and took a look at the invitation Obito had written. He immediately pointed at the invitation and shouted, Brother Obito, you made a mistake again. Obito immediately came back to his senses, picked up the thank you note, brought it close to his eyes, frowned, and read it carefully. Thinking there was no problem, Obito asked fiercely, what's wrong? I've been very careful this time, and I didn't make a single mistake. The recipient is wrong. Kabuto laughed at him. You wrote Yukina Nii as the recipient, stupid Obito. Obito's face turned red when he saw that he had written the two words Yukina in the recipient section unconsciously because he had always cared about Yukina. He quickly crumpled the paper into a ball, covered his head and shouted, so annoying, so annoying. How could I have made a mistake again? I have to write a whole new paper. Because the ceremony was to begin early the next morning, Uchiha Fugaku simply kept Obito and Yukina and let them stay at his home for one night. He only sent someone to send back Kabuto, who needed to go back to the orphanage according to the curfew, and Shisui, who had to go home to take care of his grandmother. Mikato carried Itaki over and took them to the guest room building behind the residential building. She thanked Obito and Yukina in a gentle tone. Thank you for coming. You're a great help. Mikato is several years younger than Fugaku, and the tear troughs on Fugaku's face are more obvious, making him look a little old. Mikado looked very young. Obito wanted to call her master's wife, but when he thought of Mr. Fugaku's face, he couldn't bring himself to call her that. He could only say, Mikato's sister, you are too polite. I am also Itaka's brother. I am glad to be able to help. Yukina nodded towards Mikato and cast a curious look at Itaki. Itaki, who was just over 3 months old, was small and soft, with his fists clenched beside his face. He was sleeping soundly in Mikato's arms. Her skin is fair and her face is rosy. Her little mouth is slightly open, her brows are relaxed, and she hums from time to time. I wonder what sweet dreams she is having. Mikato looked at Itaki with a loving look on her face, then raised her hand and touched Obito's little head, saying, Come on, Obito, the future of Uchiha depends on you. Xuanming looked at her silently. You really know how to entrust things. In the original novel, these two people joined forces to wipe out the Uchiha clan, and how could the Uchiha clan have any future in their hands? After Mikato left, Obito hung their dresses on the hanger at the door and smoothed out the wrinkles. They would have to wear them for tomorrow's ceremony, and it would be bad if they were wrinkled. When he turned around, Xuanming had already sat down at the small table by the window. He casually poured himself a glass of water, raised it to his mouth and took a sip, then his whole body froze. Obito came over and asked, What's wrong? Xuanming put down the cup, pointed to the pot, and said, Wine. This guest room will be used for the guests attending the ceremony to rest tomorrow, so fruit wine was prepared and placed in the room in advance. The wine of this era is not very concentrated and does not have a strong taste. Xuanming didn't pay much attention to it. When he saw that the color was wrong, his first reaction was that it was tea, so he drank it directly. It was only after he put it into his mouth that he realized something was wrong. Hey, is this wine? I've never had wine before. What does wine taste like? Obito was curious and wanted to pour himself a glass to try, but Yukina grabbed the wine jug. What kind of wine would a child drink? Even if the wine tastes mild, it's still spicy. Obito can't handle spicy food at all. If he drinks a sip of wine, he'll be in tears. Obito was very dissatisfied. Why can you drink but I can't? Xuanming was unreasonable. You are not allowed to go to bed if you are drunk. Obito, how can I get drunk with just one glass of wine? Obito felt that he was being looked down upon. I'll just give it a try. Yukina let go, poured out a cup, and pushed it to Obito. Satisfied, Obito picked up the wine glass and drank it all. He first stuck out his tongue, then smacked his lips, and smacked his lips again, commenting, Isn't this just juice? It tastes a bit strange, but it's quite delicious. Xuanming raised an eyebrow. Oh, Obito is doing well now. He burst into tears when the side dishes were spicy while he was eating ramen before. How come he doesn't even react to drinking alcohol now? Yukina pushed the entire wine jug to Obito, who poured himself another glass but still had no reaction after drinking it. The wine brewed by the Uchiha clan has a higher sugar content. When you first drink the wine, it is sweet and has a stronger fruity flavor. But after all, it's still wine. Obito was inexperienced and drank the wine like juice, drinking it quickly and fiercely. At first, Xueming thought he was born with a huge capacity. As a result, as soon as he drank the fourth cup, Obito's face suddenly became hot and red like a pomegranate. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xueming immediately confiscated the wine jug, shook it in his hand, and drank almost the entire jug of wine. Hey, I want more. Obito stretched out his hand towards Yukina. Xueming said, no more drinking. Obito rushed over and tried to grab the wine jug. Xueming was caught off guard and was knocked backward. He had to reach out to steady himself. Hiss. He turned his head, raised his hand to cover his neck, and looked at Obito's hand. Obito somehow got a chip on his right fingernail, but he had just rushed into it recklessly and scratched a bloody mark on Yukina's neck. Obito himself was startled and half-sober. Yukina. Xueming took his hand away and didn't see any blood, so he guessed that it wasn't a big problem. But Obito's nails can't just be left alone. He stood up and returned with a pair of scissors, handing them to Obito and saying, cut your nails. Obito sat cross-legged on the floor, said oh, and took the scissors. But the broken nail was on his right hand, and it was inconvenient to hold the scissors with his left hand. Moreover, he had just drunk some wine, and now his vision was a little blurry. He squinted his eyes, and his vision could not focus at all. Yukina sighed and held out his hands to Obito. Let me do it. No, I can do it myself. Obito quickly put his hands behind his back. Obito still remembered that the last time Yukina picked up a pair of scissors, his hairstyle was completely ruined. It took him more than half a month to restore it, and that was because he had short hair. This time, give the scissors to Xueming. I hope Xueming doesn't cut off all his fingers, otherwise they won't grow back. I'd better do it myself. If he gets closer, he can see the location clearly. Xueming raised an eyebrow. He had never cut nails for humans, but he had a dog before and had cut his own dog's nails. Dogs are very resistant to having their nails trimmed, and he has a lot of experience in this regard. Yukina walked over, turned around, leaned her back against Obito, and sat in his arms. Yukina suddenly threw herself into Obito's arms, and he was completely stunned. Yukina pressed his back against Obito's body, bringing only his right arm to the front and clamping it with his arm to prevent him from pulling it away. He grabbed Obito's hand with his left hand, and with the scissors in his right hand, he quickly cut Obito's nails with 2 clicks. Obito was dragged so that his whole body was pressed against Yukina's back, still muttering, I'll do it myself, Yukina, I'll do it myself. Don't make noise. Xueming said. Obito has stopped his activities. He simply put his other arm around Xueming's waist and rested his forehead against the back of Xueming's neck. Obito didn't look, but he could feel it. The sense of touch from my hands was very clear. He could feel his fingers being squeezed by Yukina and his hand being lifted up. With a click sound, a strange sensation came from the fingertips, but it was not painful. After cutting the nails, Xueming would gently stroke them with his own fingers and then blow on his fingertips. Obito's fingers curled up unconsciously, but were stretched out again by Yukina. Are you not feeling well yet? Obito asked in a low voice. His voice was a little unclear, probably because he had just drunk some wine. Yeah, Xueming replied, pinching his little finger to indicate that this was left. Oh, Obito's face flushed and his eyes were a little dazed. He thought about himself and realized that his speech was a little unclear and his walking seemed unsteady. Was he drunk? But Xueming just said that you are not allowed to go to bed if you are drunk. No way, he must have been just talking, they have always slept together. Okay. Yukina let go of Obito's hand and prepared to get up. However, Obito held Yukina's waist with both hands to prevent him from getting up, and pressed his lips against the back of his neck. Xuena smiled, put his hand behind his back and rubbed Obito's head accurately, then patted Obito's hand to let go, then stood up and walked to the bed. Obito followed closely behind him. Xueming picked up the quilt on the bed and threw it on the ground. Obito's eyes widened. You really want to sleep in a separate bed from me? Xueming glanced at him and repeated, no getting in bed if you're drunk. He also asked him if it was true or not. When had he ever lied to Obito? I'm not drunk, Obito retorted loudly. Yukina stared at Obito, raised his hand and tapped the cheek where he had just been kissed, tilted his head and tapped the back of his neck where he had just been kissed, and asked, are you not drunk? Obito, how should Obito respond? He was in a dilemma. He said he wouldn't let me go to bed if I was drunk, and he said he was just pretending to be drunk if he wasn't drunk. He blushed even more from holding it in, but when he saw Xueming turning around and continuing to separate the beds, he got anxious again and shouted, then you don't want to sleep on the bed either, we'll sleep on the floor together today. Yukina gave Obito an amused look. I guess Obito was really drunk and didn't think before he spoke. He has a bed, why would he sleep on the floor? Yukina threw a pillow at Obito, then sat down on the edge of the bed, raised his foot, and tapped the pillow and quilt on the ground with his toes, indicating to Obito that you will sleep there today. However, Obito grabbed Yukina's ankle and dragged him towards him. Ming was caught off guard and was pulled, losing his balance and falling directly onto the bed. Obito let go of his hand as if he had done something wrong. Yukina propped himself up and clenched his fist towards Obito, indicating that he would beat him if he made any more trouble. Obito swallowed and said, "Why are your ankles so thin?" Snow name. Yukina kicked him, turned around, threw back the quilt, and slept back on the bed with his back to Obito, closing his eyes. The next day, Obito seemed depressed. Uchiha Fugaku saw this during a break in entertaining guests that he wanted to show some concern for his disciple, so he came over and asked, "Obito, why do you seem unhappy? What happened?" Obito hadn't slept well the entire night, and upon hearing this, he immediately confided in his master, "Yukina won't let me get into bed." Uchiha Fugaku, huh? What did Obito say? He didn't hear clearly. Was it "I won't give it" or "I won't follow"? He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After a pause, he felt like a dirty adult again. Obito was only 2 years old, so what he said was definitely not what he meant. That it was probably just that the two children had a conflict and quarreled, and he was simply not allowed to go to bed in the literal sense. He coughed and said, "Then I'll go and persuade Ming for you." He walked to the other side of the room. Yukina was listening to Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku spoke and called out, "Yukina, I just heard Obito say." Ming turned his head, and the bloody scratch on his neck caused by his fingernails was very eye-catching on his snow-white skin. Uchiha Fugaku paused, raised his hand, and tremblingly pointed at Yukina's neck and asked softly, "Who hurt your neck?" Yukina replied, "Obito." Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku first lowered his head and rubbed his forehead with his fingers, closed his eyes and thought for a while, and felt his mind go blank. He raised his head again and wanted to say a few words to Ming, but when he saw Ming's cold expression, his mind was already blank just now, and now there was nothing at all. He could only nod, say "oh" mechanically, and say "remember to apply some medicine later," then quickly left the room. He can't understand modern young people. What kind of game can one person scratch his neck while the other refuses to have sex? He can't even do that with his legal wife. He's old and can't keep up with the times. If there are any problems, they should solve them themselves. He shouldn't get involved. Obito was originally quite looking forward to it, thinking that his master could be worth 2 men at once. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku went to Ming and said a few words, then turned around and left. A question mark slowly appeared on Obito's little head. At the same time, at the root of Konoha, Danzo-sama, a little kid with loose hair and wearing a root mask, was kneeling on one knee in front of Danzo. "It's very lively here in Uchiha today?" Danzo said in a calm tone. "Yes," the child said, "today is the birth ceremony of the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Many people in the village are attending." "Have all the top leaders of Konoha been invited?" "Yes. According to the Root Intelligence Network, the top leaders all received invitations, but not all of them went. Neither the third generation nor the advisory group went." "Really?" Danzo said with a smile, "The top management has received the invitation, but I haven't received it yet." The child didn't dare say a word. Danzo continued, "I heard that Jiraiya and Orochimaru went there too?" "Yes." "Very good." Danzo paced a few steps, walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and squinted his eyes. Yukina openly cut off his path to transplanting the Sharingan, and now he has pulled his ally Orochimaru to his side. Orochimaru is a fence-sitter. I don't know what kind of love potion Ming gave him. Now he has completely drawn a line between himself and me, and I am determined not to cooperate with him anymore. In fact, he asked Orochimaru to transplant the Sharingan, and they just wanted what they needed. He needed the power of the Sharingan, while Orochimaru wanted a subject to conduct human organ transplant experiments and used him as a guinea pig. It's a win-win deal. Now Orochimaru is unwilling to continue with this experiment. This won't do. He can get the Sharingan, but he has his own specialization. He couldn't do this. It seems that it is necessary to talk to Orochimaru again. That's it. Yukina nodded slowly and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. His expression was calm, and his mind, like Fugaku's, was blank. Ever since her recovery, Yukina has not been to Orochimaru's laboratory. Having just met Orochimaru at Itaka's birth ceremony, he went over to learn about the progress of the experiment on the fusion of Madara's cells and Hashirama's cells, and to see the progress of the creation of the artificial Rinnegan. Orochimaru happily told Yukina that he would take time off from the laboratory today and come to Uchiha to attend some birth ceremony because he was studying Madara's cells. Because he had handled so many Sharingan experimental reports, including the recent physical reports of Obito and Shisui, he was able to analyze and conclude that the experimental sample given to him by Yukina should be from the Uchiha clan in terms of bloodline. But the strange thing is that, for some unknown reason, Uchiha's cells can produce a miraculous reaction with Senju Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru cloned the sample provided by Yukina and named it Madara cell according to Yukina's suggestion. By extracting genes from Madara cells and Hashirama cells respectively and fusing them together to cultivate them, a new embryo was produced. According to experimental data, if this embryo is successfully cultivated and survives, it will naturally have the attribute of wood. I've experimented before, transplanting Hashirama cells into many people in an effort to successfully develop the wood attribute. However, adults' bodies reject them. Children's bodies reject them less, but Hashirama cells are too powerful, and children's bodies will be attacked and unable to withstand them. Why didn't I think of directly fusing them from the cell level? Yukina, it has to be you. Snow name. Xueming was stunned. Is this what he meant? He wanted Orochimaru to develop a fake Rinnegan to trick Danzo and Black Zetsu. He didn't want Orochimaru to artificially create a child for Hashirama and Madara, did he? Exceeded expectations. Xueming felt a little dizzy and blurry, so he raised his hand to rub his eyes. It's really hard to evaluate Naruto's technology tree. There are no mobile phones, no cars, no planes, no cannons, but there are robots. The ninjas walked by jumping between trees and communicated mostly through walkie-talkies. The only computer in the entire Konoha village was in Orochimaru's laboratory. Even the Hokage's office didn't have a computer, and no one knew where Orochimaru got it from. But the Fire Nation doesn't have broadband or anything like that, so the computer is just a standalone machine that can only help Orochimaru with experimental calculation formulas, and it runs very slowly, so there's not much difference between having one and not having one. How is it possible to achieve such outstanding research results in the field of biology? Oh, and I've made some progress on that project you mentioned before. Seeing Yukina rubbing his eyes, Orochimaru thought he was hinting at something, so he immediately got back to the point and introduced, using two types of cells as a basis, we've specially researched and cultivated cloned human organs, artificial samsara eyes. We've successfully cultivated them. Now we just have to wait for the cultivation period to pass so that the eyes can naturally grow into shape. As he spoke, Orochimaru pulled out a few photos from his pocket and handed them to Yukina. This is the photo he put in his experimental record, recording every stage of the progress of the team battle plan. Before going out today, he specially took out the photos from his notebook just to show them to Xueming. Xueming flipped through these photos. They were taken at different times and from the same angle of the same breeding chamber. The thing in the incubator, from an unidentified object with no discernible shape, slowly took shape photo by photo. In the last photo, it could almost be seen as an eyeball. It still looks a little gross. But it's good stuff. Looking at the circles on the surface of the eyeball, Xueming couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. He pulled out a notebook, wrote, and asked, "How long will it take for this experiment to be completely completed?" Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, "A conservative estimate would be 3 months." After a pause, he added, "But there's actually no need to continue this experiment." Xueming tilted his head in confusion. Orochimaru explained, "So far, this experiment can be declared a failure. Based on the experimental data, I have speculated that this Rinnegan is not as strong as the ordinary Megatama Sharingan, and its skills can only be used once or twice. Once the energy from the fusion of its own cells is used up, it will disappear." Xueming understood. What Orochimaru meant was that the artificial Rinnegan is like a disposable battery. It is fully charged when it leaves the factory, but once the power is used up, the battery is useless, right? He gave Orochimaru another thumbs up sincerely. How can this be called a failure? This experiment couldn't have been more successful. This is exactly the effect he wants. I'm really looking forward to equipping Danzo with this one-time samsara eye in 3 months. Let him think about how to inform Black Zetsu about this matter without making a fuss. How about picking a white Zetsu out of the torture chamber, letting him escape on purpose, and having him deliver a message to Black Zetsu? That way, Black Zetsu would definitely be tempted to come to Konoha to investigate. The information you find out yourself is always more credible than what others tell you. In this way, Black Zetsu will be able to discover the Rinnegan transplanted in Danzo's body, and then let Black Zetsu and Danzo fight each other. After the ceremony, it was already late, so Obito and Yukina went home together. Yukina took a shower first, then returned to the room and asked Obito to wash up as well. He was not idle either. He went to the window to collect the clothes that Obito had hung out to dry the day before, folded them into categories, and put them in the closet. He brought out 2 more quilts and had just made one of them when he looked up inadvertently and saw that the door of the room was pushed open a little. Obito was squatting outside the door, peeking inside through the crack. "Snow name. What are you doing sneaking around in your own home?" Xueming said, "Come in." Obito awkwardly opened the door, glanced at the 2 quilts Xueming brought out, and said meaningfully, "I'm not drunk today, so this is still going on." Yukina wanted to laugh but held it back to amuse Obito. He said and didn't care about the unmade quilt on the bed. He lifted the made bed and lay down in it. Obito didn't understand what was going on, so he walked around Yukina who was lying down. He wanted to get into the bed with her, but he didn't dare. He squatted down in front of Xueming, without saying a word, just staring at Xueming. Yukina could feel Obito's gaze even with her eyes closed. He pulled the quilt up to cover the lower half of his face so that Obito wouldn't see that he was laughing. Only a pair of eyes were revealed, and his gaze remained calm as he looked into Obito's eyes. Obito held his breath and asked, "Where should I sleep tonight?" The smile in Xue Ming's eyes could no longer be hidden. He looked away, reached out his hand from under the quilt and pointed at the unrolled quilt next to him. Obito looked reluctant and didn't move. Xue Ming said, "Bring it here." Obito stood up immediately. "Oh, it seems to be quite cold today. Is one quilt not enough? Well, it seems that we need 2 quilts. As he said that, he brought the quilt over and covered Xue Ming with it, and then he wanted to get into the bed himself. As a result, as soon as the quilt was lifted, Xue Ming's smiling face was exposed. Obito reacted and protested seriously, "Yukina, did you do this on purpose?" Xue Ming smiled and looked at Obito, who opened his arms to him. Hug. Obito's seriousness didn't last more than 3 seconds before he hugged her tightly. The 2 people just took a shower using the same soap and the same bottle of shampoo. But when Obito hugged Yukina, he felt that the smell on his body was different from his own. It was fragrant and smelled good. When you like someone, your body will be so honest that it's scary. No matter what Yukina was doing, Obito couldn't help but follow her. When he sees someone, he wants to get closer. When he gets closer, he bumps into them, and then he can't help but want to hug them. When he hugs them, he gets too close and can kiss them just by tilting his head. Obito himself finds this annoying. But Xue Ming didn't think so. Yukina just thought Obito was cute like this, and it was comfortable and natural to be with him. They are just young now, so there is no inconvenience. In a few years, if Obito still likes to kiss and rub like this, it might be a little troublesome. Well, but let's talk about that later. 2 people sleep together and have a good night's sleep. The next morning, when Xue Ming went out, he met an unexpected person. It was a girl with short black hair, who looked about the same age as him, and she was holding a pink pig in her arms. "You are Yukina, right?" The newcomer introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Shizun. It's our first meeting, but we should have heard of each other. Tsunade-sama was right, I recognized you at first sight." Xue Ming, you. It's silent. She is the niece of Tsunade's lover, Kato Dan. Tsunade had previously left Konoha due to the deaths of her brother and lover, making it difficult for her to face the war. Shizun left Konoha with her at that time and has been protecting Tsunade ever since. So Shizun's appearance here now, does it mean that Tsunade has returned to the village now? Shizun's next words answered Xue Ming's question. "For some reason, Lady Tsunade needs to return to Konoha. The 3 son are currently in a conversation, and it will probably be over soon. Lady Tsunade sent me here to ask you out in advance, saying that she hasn't seen you for a long time and wants to check on the results of her teaching." Xue Ming nodded, turned around and closed the door. Obito went out early in the morning. He received a notice that Minato's team was required to assemble temporarily. He didn't know what had happened. Xue Ming originally went out because he wanted to go to the orphanage to see Xiao Do, and there was no urgent matter. Now, hearing that Tsunade, who had not been seen for several years, had returned to the village, Yukina was a little surprised. Although they had not formally become each other's disciples, Tsunade had indeed taught him many things, and those things Tsunade taught him, whether it was the precise manipulation of chakra or the summoning slug, were all very practical to him. He was very grateful to Tsunade, but besides being surprised, he also felt a little heavy in his heart. Tsunade can no longer pick up a scalpel due to her hemophobia. She had been wandering around with Jingian, spending her time drinking and gambling, and her whole life was in a daze. Apart from the war, Yukina couldn't think of any reason why Tsunade would suddenly return to the village unless she anticipated that Konoha was about to suffer a heavy blow. Shizun explained a little to Yukina as she was taking him to see Tsunade. Tsunade-sama always loses every time she gambles. She only wins when something bad happens. The last time she gambled, she won 7 times in a row. She didn't look very happy at the time, and the next day, she decided to return to Konoha. As expected. Not only Jiraiya, but Tsunade is back now too. It seems that the Third World War is really about to begin. Xue Ming sighed softly. Shizun brought him to Tsunade's resting place. When Yukina entered, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already left, and only Tsunade was drinking in the room. Seeing Yukina, Tsunade laughed out loud and said, "Little guy, nice to see you again. You've grown a lot taller." "Yeah." Xue Ming smiled. "Come on, come here, let me take a look." After not seeing each other for a few years, Tsunade didn't feel strange at all and waved to Xue Ming very familiarly. After Xue Ming passed by, she pinched her arms and raised her face to check her body. Finally, when she saw the small slug on Xue Ming's neck, she hesitated. The shape of this slug was so bizarre that she was deeply impressed. It was when Xue Ming summoned the spirit in front of her before she left. So many years have passed, why is it still the same now? Could it be that Xue Ming's strength hasn't improved at all in the past few years? That's unlikely. Tsunade asked, "This little slug. Hasn't it ever gone back?" Xue Ming shook his head and took out a notebook to write. "I went back once, but for some reason, the next time I summoned it through spiritualism, it was still this thing." Tsunade touched her chin in confusion. Logically speaking, as one's strength increases, the amount of chakra increases, and the skills are mastered, the strength of the summoned beast will increase. Why does Xue Ming always summon the same summoned beast? Moreover, psychic techniques are theoretically time-limited. The time limit varies depending on the effect of the technique. Even forbidden summoning techniques like impure world reincarnation have a time limit in the strict sense, but the time limit is infinite, so it can be regarded as permanent summoning. This spiritual beast has stayed with Xuanming for such a long time. Is there anything special about it? Tsunade pinched Yukina's chin, lifting his face up to get a closer look at the little slug on his neck. The little slug felt uncomfortable being stared at, and moved uncomfortably, humming softly twice in Xuanming's mind. Tsunade looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special. Finally, she let go of his hand, walked back to the table, gestured to the seat on the other side, and said, "Sit down first." Xuanming sat over. Tsunade poured a glass of wine and wanted to hand it to Xuanming, but after pouring it, she realized something was wrong and called Shizun to help her get a cup of tea. Shizun responded and went out. Tsunade watched Shizun close the door, took a sip of her drink, and casually asked, "How have you been while I've been away?" Xuanming opened the notebook and wrote, "Everything is good." Tsunade nodded and asked again, "Is there anything you don't understand about the practical application of what I taught you?" Xuanming first shook his head and thought about it. There are some pressures that he shouldn't bear alone. So he wrote in the notebook, "I have no problem with ninjutsu, but I have a question about something else and would like to ask you for advice." Tsunade raised her chin, "Ask." Xuanming started writing a short composition. Suppose a person, all her relatives are dead, and now someone suddenly appears out of nowhere. Xuanming paused, sorted out the blood relationship, and hesitantly wrote, "Uncle." Tsunade. Tsunade asked, "How did my uncle come to be when all his relatives are dead?" Xuanming wrote, "Technological means." Tsunade was about to retort, but after thinking about Orochimaru, she shut up again and waved her hand, "Go on." Xuanming continued, "This little uncle is this person's half-grandfather. My question is, in this situation, the little uncle is this person's only blood relative in the world. Does this person have any obligation to support the little uncle?" Tsunade asked, "What kind of messed up relationship is this? Can you explain first what does it mean to have the same grandfather but different mothers?" Xuanming thought, then he was not wrong, right? Aren't there people with the same father but different mothers? If they have a blood relationship with their grandfather but not with their grandmother, then they have the same grandfather but different mothers, right? It seems not very accurate. The main thing is, what is the relationship between Hashirama and Madara? It's hard to say who is the father and who is the mother. But he couldn't tell Tsunade, your grandfather might soon become someone else's mother, right? Wouldn't that further strain the relationship? Tsunade was dizzy and waved her hands, "I don't understand, don't ask me, it has nothing to do with me anyway." Xuanming shook his head. Tsunade is still too naive. When Orochimaru really develops the androids, this matter will not only be related to you, but you will be the person involved in the whole incident. But, Yukina guessed that Tsunade knew that the village was researching Hashirama's cells. Even if she knew that she had an artificial little uncle, the most she would do was to knock Orochimaru away, and she probably wouldn't have any extreme reaction. After all, when she was young, both the first and second generation Hokage had the surname Senju. After the third generation ascended the throne, within just a few years, the surname Senju disappeared from the village, and the Sarutobi Corps appeared in the later period of Naruto. In this situation, the third Hokage, on the grounds of the village's future, gently asked his apprentice to study Hashirama's cells. How could Tsunade refuse? She could only turn a blind eye. She chose to leave the village, not only because of the deaths of her brother and lover, but more or less, she also wanted to escape and didn't want to face everything that happened now, right? After catching up with Tsunade, Yukina looked at the sky and felt that there was still time, so he decided to go to the orphanage. But halfway through the journey, he saw someone he didn't want to see, Danzo. Danzo walked towards him with a smile, and Yukina kept walking forward at a steady speed with an expressionless face. When the two passed each other, Danzo seemed to nod to him actively, looking very cultured. However, the grudge between the two was huge, and being too polite at this time would seem very hypocritical. Xuanming walked to the end of the road and couldn't help but look back. Danzo looked very high-spirited, and his joy, which came from the heart, did not seem to be fake. What's going on? What could possibly make him so happy right now? Snow name. Hearing someone calling him, Xuanming turned around. Orochimaru was standing on the other side of the road, smiling at him. Yukina walked over and pointed in the direction Danzo had just gone. Orochimaru understood, "Danzo, I just met him." Xuanming pulled out the notebook and asked, "He seems very happy?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "Of course, because I just told him that although we were discovered by the third Hokage, the Sharingan transplantation project can no longer continue and has to be stopped. But I have a better research project on hand, the Rinnegan." Oh? Xuanming became interested. Seeing Yukina's interest, Orochimaru became more enthusiastic in his introduction. Danzo is very interested in this. To be honest, everyone in Konoha's upper echelons has heard of the Rinnegan. Even if they haven't actually seen it, they've heard of its immense power. Yeah, Yukina nodded, signaling Orochimaru to continue. Orochimaru snorted, "So, when you heard that I have the Rinnegan project on hand, do you think Danzo wouldn't be happy?" After a pause, Orochimaru continued, "But he is still very cautious. He is unwilling to transplant the Samsara eye directly into his right eye. After all, his right eye is now a functioning 3 Magatama Sharingan, so there is no need to replace it." Then, Xuanming asked, Danzo asked me to transplant the Rinnegan onto his right arm, and I told him that it would be possible to transplant it onto the right arm, but there were no optic nerves there. Although the eye would survive, it wouldn't be able to see. He said it didn't matter, so we've already decided that as soon as the Rinnegan is ready for use, we'll transplant it onto him. Snow name. I don't know what the previous supply channels of the Sharingan were, how Orochimaru deceived Danzo, and Danzo didn't even question the origin of the Rinnegan. Danzo was a cunning man. It was normal for him to ask for an eye transplant on his arm. In the original novel, he had a row of Sharingan transplanted on his right arm. Now that the true Sharingan has been replaced with the false Samsara eye, if Danzo had a row of Samsara eyes on his right hand, and he removed the bandages on his hand and Black Zetsu saw it, wouldn't Black Zetsu be so happy? How many times could he read the moonlight indefinitely? But when Black Zetsu collected so many Rinnegan and made all the preparations to start rescuing his mother, he found that the combined power of so many eyes could not be read for a month. How interesting that would be. Satisfy him. Xuanming wrote. I thought so too. Orochimaru smiled. After being interrupted like this, it was really too late to go to the orphanage. Xuanming looked at the sun, which was almost setting in the sky, and decided to give up today. He would have no chance to go to the orphanage today, and it would be the same if he went tomorrow. So he turned and walked towards home. Judging from the time, the Third World War is about to begin. He and Obito are now both officially ninjas. Ninjas will be used as weapons and sent into battle. During the war, they would definitely be on missions frequently, often away from home, and unable to take good care of their children. Although Zayadu is very independent now, it would be better for him to stay in the orphanage for a few more years than to let him go home with them now. In the original novel, the Third World War lasted for 3 years. Or 4 years? I don't remember the details. But after the 3 wars, they were about 24 or 25 years old. When the time comes, they will take Zayadu home from the orphanage and they will have time to take good care of him. Let's send Kabuto to ninja school first. Didn't Obito say before that Orochimaru was quite optimistic about Kabuto, then after Kabuto graduates, he can go work for Orochimaru or something. Oh, being a father is really worrying. Before the child even starts school, he already starts worrying about his future career. Yukina was lost in thought as he walked, not noticing when Obito appeared beside him. Obito gently tapped Yukina's left shoulder. Yukina subconsciously looked to the left, but Obito stood to his right and laughed. Xuanming reacted and glanced at him speechlessly. What an old trick, he's still playing this here. But he couldn't help laughing himself. I'm back. Obito looked very happy. Xuanming was curious, so he took out a notebook and wrote something and asked, did anything good happen today? Obito thought for a moment and replied, early this morning, Minato-sensei received a notice to send his team to deliver a secret letter to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This is the first time I've seen such a big house. Obito gestured exaggeratedly with his hands, and Xuanming responded with a smile. Voice. Obito continued, the garden of the daimyo's mansion is about the same size as the playground of the ninja school. When Minato-sensei was received by the daimyo alone, Xiaolin, Kakashi, and I were arranged to wait in the guest room. There was also an older sister who kept us company the whole time. Xuanming, oh? Obito thought Yukina was interested, so he focused on talking about that older sister. She should be a maid in the daimyo's mansion, right? Her clothes are similar to the other maids, except that she has a gauze-like coat on the outside. I don't know what material the coat is made of, but it flutters when she walks, making it look light and airy. Xuanming asked softly, does it look good? Obito nodded honestly, it looks good. That dress is pretty, and it's lavender in color. It would look even better on Xuanming. Xuanming said took out a notebook and started writing. I also met someone today. Come to think of it, it's an old classmate of ours, from the class next door, but we've never met before. Obito asked, who is it? Xuanming wrote, my name is Shizun, do you remember? Obito shook his head. Xuanming began to introduce him, she's a girl with short hair. She's very pretty and cute, with a quiet and gentle personality. She knows powerful medical ninjutsu. And she's also very loving. She has a pet pig named Tuntun. Obito watched Yukina write. He suddenly stopped where he was and asked Yukina, cute? Yukina didn't leave either. He turned around to look at Obito, nodded, and said Obito looked unhappy. Yukina raised her hand, pinched Obito's face, and said, the little pig is cute. Oh, you mean the piglets are cute? Obito's expression relaxed. Yukina pinched Obito's face again, pig. What piggy? Obito reacted and put his arms around Yukina's neck to protest, you are the piggy. Xuanming smiled and bent down to avoid it. Obito grabbed the collar of Yukina's clothes and said, wait a minute, I feel it's very cold today, why are you still wearing your coat? As he spoke, he began to button up Xuanming's coat. Xuanming thought, you feel cold, but I don't feel cold, why are you buttoning my clothes? But he still stood up and let Obito help him button his clothes. Yukina raised her chin and looked at Obito's serious expression. Starting from the bottom button, she helped him button up one by one until she buttoned everything to the top. After Obito finished deducting, he opened the notebook and came to the sentence he had written the day before, are you free tomorrow? Obito was stunned for a moment before answering, I didn't receive any notice today about gathering tomorrow, so I should be free. Xuanming nodded and turned the page. Let's go to the orphanage to see Xiao Kabuto together. Obito said, okay. As a result, the next day, Obito broke the appointment again. Because they hadn't gotten up yet early in the morning, Kakashi knocked on the window and called Obito, saying that he had received another urgent mission and had to set off immediately. Obito was very responsible and got up. Thinking that Yukina was still sleeping, he made a hush sound with his index finger to Kakashi, pointed at Yukina, and then tiptoed downstairs with his clothes in his arms. In fact, Yukina woke up as soon as Obito moved. After Obito closed the door, he opened his eyes and looked into the eyes of Kakashi, who had not had time to leave the window. Xuanming sat up. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head, feeling that he had disturbed the two people's sweet dreams. He turned around and blurted out, "But I'm sorry. Xuanming, you suddenly received an urgent task, and it's not your fault, so why are you apologizing?" After Obito and Kakashi left, Yukina also got up. He washed up, ate the breakfast left by Obito, and went out. First, he went to the snack shop to buy some snacks, amused little Shisui, and then went alone to the orphanage that he had planned to visit the day before. But he didn't see Zayadu. The children in the orphanage ate the snacks provided by Xuanming. They were all very active and reported to Xuanming in a flurry. "Brother Zayadu is going out. He goes out often." Yes, and many times he didn't come back to sleep until late at night. He seems to be very busy. He always looks tired when he comes back. But Brother Zayadu will also buy us delicious snacks. Xuanming listened to the children chattering and felt that something was wrong. The management of the orphanage is actually very strict, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is similar to military management. The 3 meals a day, morning, noon, and evening, were all at the same time, as were the waking and bedtimes. Students studied and trained at the same time, but were required to ask for leave if they needed to go out. Staying out overnight was generally not permitted. What was Zayada doing that made him go out so often and not come back all night? He always looked very tired when he came back. Also, where did he get the spare money to buy snacks? Xuanming wanted to find the dean to find out what happened. After going around in circles, he didn't find the dean, pharmacist Nono, but he found Xiaolin's mother. After reading Xuanming's question, Xiaolin's mother was also a little confused. She explained, "I usually only come to the orphanage to help out during the day and go home at night. Well, but I have heard some things about the orphanage's current situation." She sighed and said, "Actually, the orphanage's financial situation has never been very good. We used to rely on grants from the village to barely support ourselves. But in recent months, well, it seems like something unusual has happened in the village. They say the funds that should have been allocated to the orphanage have been used to purchase supplies, so they haven't been released yet. As a commoner, I don't really understand the specific situation or policies from above. I only know that the older children in the orphanage are now looking for things to do outside, trying to earn some money to supplement their family income." Snow name. Xuanming thought about it. Konoha has recently started purchasing supplies, probably in preparation for the upcoming war. But no matter what, the orphanage should not be pushed to this point. Judging from the original plot, Danzo was definitely involved in the withholding of funds from the orphanage. The orphanage's director, Yakushi Nono, was originally an elite member of the Root. Her abilities were so exceptional that she was known as the Walking Shrine Maiden. So much so that even after she insisted on withdrawing from the Root, Danzo still couldn't let her go. He used Nono Yakushi and Kabuto Yakushi as bargaining chips to force the two to join the Root together. Because he didn't trust her enough, he made the two kill each other, and Nono Yakushi died at the hands of Kabuto Yakushi. Until her death, Yakushi Nono did not recognize that the person who killed her was Yakushi Kabuto, whom she had been missing for a long time. She even asked Kabuto twice in a row, "Who are you?" It was in this cycle of questioning that Kabuto Yakushi lost the meaning of his life. So now, is Yakushi Nono forced to return to the Root by Danzo threatening her with the orphanage funds? And what about Kabuto? Did Kabuto also enter the Root for the orphanage without their knowledge, just like in the original novel? Xuanming closed his eyes in annoyance. He brought Zayada back with his own hands, but failed to take good care of him. If Zayada really joined Root, that's his fault. After saying goodbye to Xylan's mother, Swimming immediately returned home, changed into the Umbu uniform, put on a mask, and turned around to go to the Umbu. Although the Root is Danzo's Root, it is nominally a branch of the Umbu. He wanted to find out with Heitake Sakumo whether there was a child whose real name was Kabuto Yakushi joining the Root. But when he saw Heitake Sakumo, before he could say anything, Heitake Sakumo took the initiative to speak. "I was just about to look for you." He sighed and handed a document to Xuanming. "Take a look at this." Xuanming took the document. It was a special approval from the Hokage, an appointment letter to promote Xuanming from Chunin to Special Jonin. Xuanming asked, "You? It's not me." Heitake Sakumo's expression wasn't very good either. He frowned and said, "There's no need for me to apply. Your specialness was seen by the entire Konoha upper echelons during the last meeting. This is the direct appointment letter from the third Hokage." Not only Xuanming, but also Kakashi's Jonin appointment letter was issued at the same time as Xuanming's special Jonin appointment letter. Heitake Sakumo always had a bad feeling about this. It would be a happy event to tell others that his two children were promoted by Konoha's top leader at the same time. But in times of war, the higher the title, the greater the responsibility. Whether it is a jonin or a special jonin, they all need to lead their own team on missions. It's better for Kakashi because he has Minato Namikaze protecting him. Xueming has now become a special jonin, and the UMBU has adjusted its personnel deployment. From now on, Xueming needs to lead the team on missions alone as the captain. Is this really okay? Then it is. Heitake Sakumo hesitated for a moment, but still handed the remaining document in his hand to Suena. As Yukina reached out to take the document, Heitake Sakumo introduced, "This is the first member transferred to your team. This person that you should be familiar with him." This person, Xueming, is indeed not unfamiliar. Looking at the photo of Zayadu in the file and the code name White Snake, Xueming's anger suddenly rose. Seeing that Yukina looked unhappy, Heitake Sakumo coughed dryly in understanding. He has a deep understanding of the feeling of his own children doing things without telling the adults. Heitake Sakumo said, "Well, although you two know each other, let's go through the procedure again." He raised his voice and shouted, "White Snake." Zayadu carefully opened the door, glanced at Xueming, and as if he had done something wrong, he lowered his head and whispered, "Brother Xueming." Xueming stared at Xiao Dou in silence. Heitake Sakumo was very tactful and said, "It seems like you all have a lot to say. How about this? I'll leave the office to you for now. I just happen to have other things to do, so I'll be out for a while and won't be back in half an hour." After saying that, he immediately ran away, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Zayadu stood there with his shoulders hunched, not saying a word. Xueming walked slowly to him and said, "Lift your head." Kabuto raised his head. Yukina said, "Open your mouth and stick out your tongue." Zayadu followed every instruction. As expected, Xueming saw the seal to eradicate tongue trouble at the root of Zayadu's tongue. This is the seal technique that Danzo used on the root members. It is a binding seal, similar to a sealing technique. Danzo not only requires the root members to eliminate their emotions, but also requires them to keep their mouths shut about his information, so he uses this curse to control them so that they cannot reveal any information about him, otherwise they will die. In other words, now that Xueming has seen the existence of this curse, he doesn't need Xiao Dou to tell him in person. He already understands that Xiao Dou has indeed joined the root. Xueming was really angry. He felt like Danzo had stolen his home. He confronted Danzo head-on, without hiding or being scared, and was mentally prepared for Danzo's revenge at any time. Unexpectedly, after being released from prison, Danzo didn't confront him head-on, but played dirty tricks all the time. Danzo didn't cause trouble for him. Instead, he wanted to move on Obito first, but was intercepted by him and failed. Now he is moving on Kabuto. Isn't it annoying? If you have the guts, just come at him head-on. Why move on to everyone around him? Is this fun? This kind of passiveness is really annoying. There are so many people around him, and no one knows who Danzo's next target will be, and who will be hurt because of him. Yesterday it was Obito, today it's Kabuto, tomorrow will it be Kakashi or Rin? When Zayadu saw the curse seal on Xueming's tongue, he inferred that Xueming already knew what had happened to him. Seeing that Xueming's face was not right, he immediately advised, "Brother Xueming, don't be impulsive. That person. With your current strength, you can't touch that person. Let's discuss it slowly." Xueming interrupted, "Who said that?" Zayadu stuttered, I mean. Xueming said, "Follow me." He first took Kabuto to find Kushina. Kushina is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, who are very good at various sealing techniques. Although this seal of the tongue to eliminate trouble is a type of curse seal, it has something in common with sealing techniques. Yukina wants to ask Kushina if there is any way to remove this curse seal on Kabuto. Kushina took a closer look, then carefully flipped through some more information before concluding, "It can be broken. It shouldn't be difficult, but the moment the curse is broken, the person who cast it will know about it. Are you sure you want to break it now?" Kabuto looked towards Yukina. Xueming closed his eyes and thought for a moment. In fact, as long as Kabuto does not take the initiative to reveal information about Danzo to others, the curse seal will temporarily remain on Kabuto and will not cause any harm to him. Although it's a bit unpleasant to look at, there's no need to rush for now. We can't alert the enemy. When you kill a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part, and kill it with one blow. Otherwise, the snake's tail is so long that if you fail to kill it, it may turn around and bite you, and that would be a waste of effort. Yukina went to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru was puzzled by Yukina's request. "Weren't you planning to install a row of disposable Rinnegan on his arms before? Why are you suddenly moving up the plan now?" Xueming wrote in reply, "I can't wait." Orochimaru was even more confused. Can't wait for what? Yukina stared at Orochimaru without saying a word. Orochimaru felt uneasy being stared at, and he pressed his hand towards Yukina. Okay, I don't care anyway." He gestured to Xueming to look at the cultivation chamber where the samsara eye was being cultivated. But cultivating the samsara eye also requires a process. The time is not right yet. No finished product has been cultivated yet, and there is nothing to transplant. Even if you can't wait, you have to wait a little longer. Xueming stared at the breeding chamber and frowned. He walked to the cultivation chamber and looked at the half-finished Rinnegan for a while. The things in the incubator already have the basic shape of an eyeball, and special circles can be seen on the surface, but it is obvious that they are not fully developed and still look shriveled. Xuan Ming cursed, "It explodes if you use it twice." The premise for using it twice to explode is to first can be used. So the eyeball swelled up quickly like it was being inflated, and in just a few seconds it reached the appearance of a normal eyeball. Orochimaru was stunned. Yukina walked up to Orochimaru with a calm expression, and as they passed by, he said, "Notify Danzo." Orochimaru turned around and walked out. As he walked, his body began to tremble with excitement. The expression on his face gradually changed from surprise to excitement, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. He knew it, he knew Xuan Ming was the best. Even the experiment time can be shortened instantly. Xuan Ming is really great. While Orochimaru went to notify Danzo to come for an eye transplant, Yukina was not idle either. He used Orochimaru's counterfeit Rinnegan as the center and set up a tent in the shape of a sphere from the ground to the underground, which included the Rinnegan laboratory and the laboratory next to it. Ordinary people cannot see the existence of this tent, and it does not restrict the entry and exit of ordinary people. The only person whose entry and exit is restricted is White Zetsu. After Xuan Ming set up the tent, he took out a White Zetsu from the torture room and locked it up next to the Rinnegan laboratory. He pretended to go out casually, leaving only the White Zetsu in the room. Zetsu first pretended to be stupid in the room and stayed there cautiously for a while. Seeing that Xuan Ming had not come back for a long time, it wandered around the empty laboratory in confusion and started knocking on the wall. There is no way out in other directions, only through the next door. It curiously passed through the wall, poked its head out of the laboratory and looked at the next door. Then it saw the Rinnegan in the breeding chamber at a glance. "Isn't that Madara-sama's Rinnegan?" White Zetsu was extremely surprised. "No, that's not right. Madara-sama's Rinnegan is no longer on him. It should be said that this is Nagato's Rinnegan." No wonder Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly disappeared after he arrived in Konoha. Lord Madara continued to send Ze to investigate, but after investigating here and there, they found nothing except that their numbers were decreasing. It turns out that the Samsara Eye has reached here. White Zetsu's expression was as if he had discovered a new world. He looked around carefully to make sure there was no one around, then slipped out from the wall, walked to the cultivation chamber where the Rinnegan was being cultivated, and observed it carefully. "That's right, this is the Rinnegan that belongs to Lord Madara. The color, the appearance, even the lines on it are exactly the same as Madara-sama's eyes. He will definitely not make a mistake." Just as Zetsu was about to pick up the Rinnegan, the sound of more than one person's footsteps was heard outside the door. White Zetsu was shocked and immediately activated the mayfly technique, cutting off his own breath so that others could not detect his existence. Orochimaru pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "We're here." Danzo followed Orochimaru into the house. Even his fake serious expression couldn't hide the anxiety in his eyes. "Are you serious? Is there any problem?" "Yeah, we've worked together so many times, you still don't trust me?" Orochimaru grinned, took Danzo to the side of the Samsara Eye, and said, "If you don't believe it, just look for yourself." White Zetsu was observing from the shadows. When he saw Danzo, he narrowed his eyes in understanding. He knew this person. He had seen this man do things before, such as deliberately harming Uchiha and transplanting Uchiha's Sharingan into his own eyes. It is not surprising that he has now set his eyes on Nagato's Rinnegan and wants to transplant it to himself. Just as White Zetsu had imagined, he saw with his own eyes that Orochimaru took out the Rinnegan from the incubation chamber and transplanted it to Danzo's right hand. In order to prevent the power of the Rinnegan from becoming too strong and Danzo unable to control it, Orochimaru especially injected some White Zetsu extract into Danzo's right arm to ensure normal blood circulation and avoid rejection reaction. Finally, in order to prevent the matter from being exposed too quickly, Orochimaru personally wrapped bandages around Danzo's right arm. Orochimaru finished the transplant and said with a smile as he packed up the surgical instruments, "My mission is accomplished." Danzo's face was a little pale due to blood loss, but it also revealed a blush of excitement that he clenched his right hand slightly, feeling the extra strength in his right arm, and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. And all of this was seen by Baiju. He quietly left the room and moved at full speed towards the mountain ranch. Baizetsu didn't care that the barrier that had trapped him just now had disappeared. He just thought that the barrier was used to protect the Rinnegan. Now that the Rinnegan has been transplanted to Danzo's right arm, it is normal for the barrier in the room to disappear. His whole mind was now focused on telling Lord Madara about this matter as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Lord Madara is now dead. It would be the same to tell Black Zetsu, since Black Zetsu is the embodiment of Madara-sama's will anyway. After listening to White Zetsu's statement, Black Zetsu was a little surprised, but then he felt that the development of this incident was reasonable and logical. The more unexpected something is, the more likely it is to be true. However, it is not enough to just listen to what Baizetsu says. Baizetsu's IQ is questionable and cannot be fully trusted. Black Zetsu asked in a serious tone, "You only saw one Rinnegan?" White Zetsu answered seriously, "Yes, I saw Orochimaru transplant an eye into that man's arm." Black Zetsu asked, "What about the other eye?" Baizetsu looked innocent, "I don't know." Black Zetsu choked. "What's the use of you Black Zetsu decided that he had to go to Konoha village in person. What he saw with his own eyes must be true. At the same time, Yukina and Obito were educating Kabuto together. Why don't you ask me and Obito for help when you have difficulties? Yukina showed the notebook seriously. Zayada replied timidly, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Yukina stared at Kabuto seriously. Kabuto pursed his lips and told the truth, I overheard their conversation. He plans to choose a child from the orphanage to replace his lost subordinates. Zayada couldn't say the name, but it was self-evident who this he was. Xueming raised his chin in motion for Xiao Kabuto to continue. Mother Nono is very kind to us, and the children in the orphanage are as close as brothers. From an age perspective, from an ability perspective, I'm the most suitable person to go there. I didn't want to embarrass Mother Nono, nor did I want the orphanage to lose its source of funding, so I took the initiative to look for her. Zayadu paused, mumbling something that couldn't be said because of the curse, and then said with a pout, I asked to join. I volunteered. I wanted to do this, and no one forced me. What can I ask for help from you? Yukina frowned and was about to speak, but Obito stopped him with his hand and took the initiative to say, Kabuto is very kind. Yukina looked at Obito. Obito continued, to be willing to sacrifice yourself for an important companion. Well, that's like a true ninja. Zayada retorted softly, you don't even want to be a ninja, but you're already a ninja now, and you've joined the Umbu. Obito simply sat cross-legged in front of Kabuto, looking him in the eye. Do you know that Yukina also officially joined the Umbu at the age of 28? How old are you, Kabuto? You're even more talented than Yukina. Kabuto's eyes widened in interest. Really? Really? Obito nodded and began to tell Kabuto about the past of Yukina. Yukina leaned against the doorframe with his arms folded, watching Obito fooling the kids. Xueming guessed that Obito wanted to use his experience to educate Kabuto, so that Kabuto would not try to handle things alone when encountering problems, but learn to seek help from others. But he was living in peacetime, started training at the age of 25, and joined the Umbu at the age of 28, which was unprecedented and unique. And don't just talk about age. Why didn't Obito mention that he only started using chakra at the age of 25? Why are you still praising one and criticizing the other? Obito probably heard Yukina's dissatisfied hum, and he put his hands behind his back while talking to Kabuto. He spread out one hand, and with the index and middle fingers of the other hand, he made a kneeling gesture towards Xueming with his open palm, and knelt twice in a row to indicate that he did not mean to say bad things about Xueming. Xueming saw it and couldn't help laughing. But now he was educating his child and needed to be serious, so he tried hard to control his expression, frowning and looking sullen, which made him look even more unhappy. Obito had his back to Yukina and couldn't see, but Kabuto was facing Yukina. Seeing Yukina's expression was even darker than before, he secretly tugged at Obito's clothes and whispered, Brother Obito, you'd better stop talking. Huh, what? Obito glanced back at Kabuto's gesture, and when he saw Yukina's expression, he stopped talking immediately. So what I'm saying is, if you encounter anything you can't handle in the future, remember to come to me right away, okay? I know, Little Do nodded like a chick pecking at rice. When Obito was educating Kabuto, Yukina was holding a notebook in his hand and writing and drawing. After Obito finished his teaching, Yukina opened the notebook and showed what he had just written to Kabuto. In fact, it is also beneficial for Kabuto not to remove the seal of the tongue eradication. He can stay at the root temporarily and help Yukina observe Danzo's situation. Xueming cursed the Rinnegan to explode after 2 uses instead of 1 use because he guessed that Danzo was a sinister, suspicious, and ruthless person. Even if the Rinnegan had been transplanted to his arm, he would definitely test it after returning and would not use it directly without confidence. Then we must make sure that the experiment is successful the first time, and make him believe that there is no problem with this Rinnegan. After his first experiment is successful, we can find a way to provoke him and make him use the Rinnegan again. Then, he will injure or cripple himself. It would be best if he could be killed directly. What does that have to do with Xueming? If Danzo has the guts, go and complain to the 3rd Hokage. He said that he did not transplant the Sharingan this time, but the Rinnegan. He said he was actually tricked by someone else, saying that he was the only one in Konoha who could trick others, so how could others trick him? 3rd generation, you have to make the decision for me. Let's see how the 3rd generation still has the nerve to continue protecting him. Zayadu is very talented in this area. He immediately understood what Xueming meant and expressed his absolute cooperation. He went to the root and took the initiative to meet Danzo, and even deliberately fanned the flames, saying that Yukina and Orochimaru had such a good relationship. Why would Orochimaru be so kind to transplant the Rinnegan for you? There shouldn't be any problems with this Rinnegan. Danzo, you can't trust Orochimaru completely, you still have to test it yourself, blah blah, with an attitude of wholehearted loyalty to Danzo. Danzo is suspicious of others, but very confident in himself. He has the confidence to stab Susanoo with a kunao, so he was very confident in the spell he cast. When Yukina pried open his ally Orochimaru, he pried Kabuto, who was beside Yukina, to the root. Although Zayada was close to Xueming in the past, he now carries the curse mark he put on him. Others will not be able to see the curse mark on the root of his tongue, and even if they see it, they will not recognize it. Zayadu is young and suddenly isolated and helpless that he cannot tell anyone about the root. In the end, he can only devote himself to the root and work for him. This kid is quite smart that he must have figured out his situation now and started to be nice to him. Danzo was very satisfied and took Kabuto to the combat training ground at the root, then released a skill called Tenai Genseng at the target. A meteorite the size of a watermelon fell from the sky and smashed right through the bull's eye. Zayada raised his face exaggeratedly, his face full of amazement and yearning. Danzo smiled, then shook his head calmly. "This strength is just average," but he was actually satisfied in his heart. Thinking back to when he first had the Sharingan installed on his right eye, he couldn't adapt at first. His eyes could see but his body couldn't keep up, and he felt like he couldn't fully master the Sharingan. After all, his body is not that of an Uchiha, and it takes time to fully master the Sharingan. Isn't he mastering it very well now? I guess the same is true for the Rinnegan. He felt pretty good about being able to unleash a killer skill of this strength for the first time, and the rest depended on getting used to it slowly in the future. The recent situation is very bad. The war has not officially started yet, but small wars have broken out one after another around the world. Obito has been busy with missions during this period, but fortunately he can basically complete them on the same day. Yukina's missions were much longer, as he had just taken over as captain of the Umbu, and Kabuto was the only member of the team. Heidake Sakumo assigned him tasks like reconnaissance and tracking, which were relatively safe but took a long time. 2 days ago, Shuiming just came back from a week-long mission and stayed at home for only 1 day. The next day, he was notified of a new mission, and this mission was expected to take longer, at least 10 days. Obito was reluctant and kept humming in Yukina's ear the night before leaving. Sometimes he asked Yukina if he wanted to drink water, and sometimes he asked if we were going to sleep. After really lying in bed, Obito refused to sleep again and said pitifully, "You will be gone when I wake up. I can't bear to go to bed so early." Shuiming was really at a loss for words, as she held Obito's head and pressed his face into the pillow. Obito lay on the pillow, looking at Shuiming with one eye. "What time are you leaving tomorrow morning?" Shuiming made a 5 gesture. Obito said, "Oh. Then I should get up early too." Yukina lay on the pillow, facing Obito, and said, Obito explained, "I'll get up and make breakfast. Well, then I'll take you to the village entrance." Yukina pinched Obito's face and shook his head. 5 o'clock is too early, there is no need to make Obito go through so much trouble. Seeing that Obito looked like he wanted to say something, Yukina said, "Come pick me up when I get back." Seeing that Obito was still unhappy, Yukina hugged him and said, "I'll be back as soon as possible." Obito grunted reluctantly and rolled over, facing away from Yukina. For a long time afterwards, Obito regretted it. Why on this day, at this moment, didn't he hug Shuiming back tightly? 10 days later. I'm sure I saw him activate a skill with my own eyes. Snow named Zayadu and I shuttled through the woods, one in front and one behind. They had completed the mission assigned by the Umbu and were on their way back, speeding towards Konoha. Zayadu was jumping between the trees while gesturing towards Shuiming. With a wave of his hand, a meteorite this big appeared and smashed down directly, creating a deep crater in the ground. Shuiming glanced at the size that Xiao Do was gesturing and thought to himself, the only meteorite that can be related to Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan is the skill Tina Genseng, but Madara's Tenei Zhansheng star is a real star. In the original work, Madara summoned 2 Tenei Zhansheng stars on the battlefield of the Fourth War, each one bigger than the other, almost turning the entire battlefield of several kilometers on the ground into ruins. It's nothing like what Zayadu is showing now. It's probably only a little bigger than a basketball at most. How can this be called a heavenly shock star? Let the sky shake a small stone. I guess this is because the power of the fake Samsara Eye has been reduced. Danzo has not discovered that there is anything wrong with the Rinnegan yet. Once he discovers something wrong, he will be on high alert, and it will be difficult to plot against him next time. The timing was perfect, and since he was nominally on a mission, he had complete freedom of movement, and Danzo wouldn't be on guard in advance. Why not just activate his Samsara Eye right now? Designing Danzo was easier than you might think. He thought that Kabuto was his now, so he sent Kabuto into the Umbu and sent him to be an undercover spy beside Shuiming. Kabuto lived up to expectations and often brought back some news about Shuiming to Danzo. The news brought back in the past were rather trivial, but this time, Kabuto sent a message back saying that Yukina was injured in a mission sent by the Umbu, and the injury was very serious that he could not wait to return to Konoha for treatment, and was forced to stay not far from Konoha village to rest temporarily. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, "That's perfect. Since his injuries are so severe, he shouldn't come back. I will choose a suitable memorial tablet for him." When Danzo appeared in front of Yukina, Yukina was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. This is a forest not far from Konoha village, close to the former site of the Uchiha clan, and next to the Nanga River. It is usually sparsely populated and is very suitable for private revenge and fights. Danzo came up and put on airs, trying to save face by saying, "This time, as the head of Konoha's route, I have come here specifically to investigate you and Orochimaru for allegedly conducting illegal experiments." Snow name. This guy, if he wants to cause trouble, then he can cause trouble, but he has to find a legitimate reason for himself. Xuanming stood up and dusted himself off. Danzo was still grumbling, "Your research has exploited the lives of our fellow villagers. This is a serious incident that endangers the safety of the village, anything that threatens the village." Xuanming interrupted, "Cry." Danzo immediately shed tears, and before he could react, he continued with a choked voice, "This old man, this old man wants." Danzo closed his mouth while crying, cursed in his heart, and began to make seals with his hands. Xuanming was quick-witted and spoke quickly, "My finger is cramping." Danzo's fingers twitched, and his chakra dispersed, ruining the half-formed seal. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he clapped his hands together, "Heaven's abyss." Xuanming smiled and said, "Pon." The moment Yukina spoke, Danzo's right arm suddenly exploded, and half of his arm was blown off. Danzo covered his half-remaining right arm with his left hand and looked at Xuana with surprise. He also collected a lot of information about Xuanming. He knew that Xuanming's special ability had a backlash effect, and when facing someone stronger than him, this ability would be useless. Not only will the attack have little effect, the backlash will also drag down Xuanming himself. When facing people who are stronger than him, Xuanming can usually only say some meaningless words to assist in the attack. Although Danzo has not become Hokage yet, his strength has definitely reached the level of Kage. That's what he thinks. That he never thought that his arm being blown off was caused by the Rinnegan, and only thought it was caused by Yukina's special ability. And after Xuanming successfully broke the arm of a Kage-level being, there was no sign of backlash at all. Could it be that Xuanming's current strength is even higher than his? He cautiously took a half-step back, wiped the blood from the wound with his remaining left hand, formed a seal with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "Summoning." With a bang, the legendary dream-eating beast appeared between Danzo and Yukina. It is huge, like a hill, and looks very similar to an elephant, with a long nose, orange body, and tiger stripes on its legs. It has several bandages wrapped around its head, and its appearance looks similar to that of Danzo before. It has the same attributes as Danzo, both of which are wind attributes. It can use air suction to suck in enemies in front and devour them. The Dream Eater flicked its trunk, opened its mouth wide and began to inhale towards Xuanming. Sand and rocks flew everywhere around. Xuanming raised his arms to shield his face, looked at it and shouted, "Hold it back." After he finished speaking, he coughed, tilted his body, knelt on one knee on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's no big deal to make Danzo cry, but it's a bit too much for Yukina to make such a huge dream-eating beast hold back its attack. The little slug yelled in Xuanming's mind, "You're doing it again, you're doing it again." Xuanming rubbed the little slug that had been treating him from the beginning with his bloody fingers, panting, and looked at the dream-eating beast that had not yet finished its breath and was passively holding its breath, swallowing all of his attacks back into its stomach. The dream-eating beast's face turned purple from holding its breath, and it couldn't breathe even with its mouth wide open. Finally, it disappeared from the spot with a bang. Xuanming coughed a few times and swallowed a mouthful of blood, then looked at Danzo. In fact, Xuanming's throat felt like it was burning, his chest ached with every breath, and blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. But Danzo was 10 times more miserable than him at this moment. Half of his right arm was broken, and the entire right half of his body was stained with blood. His Rinnegan was gone, and he had summoned his summoning beast. Basically, he had tried all the means he could use. But he did not get angry but laughed instead, saying hatefully, "Ignorance, do you think I will be defeated like this?" Xuanming stared at him and panted. Danzo pulled the bandage off his right eye and asked, "Do you know Izanagi?" Xuanming's face changed and he immediately raised his hand to pay the bill. The bill had no other effect except isolating Zayaka, who had been hiding in the corner. Xiaodo was pushed back by the tent and felt that when he looked up again, he found that Danzo seemed to have reset time. He didn't know what happened, but he had recovered to his peak state at the beginning of the battle, while Xuanming was still in the same shaky state as before. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately turned around and ran towards Konoha. He remembered that Obito once told him that if he encountered any problems, he should ask him for help. Brother Yukina, hold on a little longer, I will bring people back to rescue you right away. Xuanming knew that he was too arrogant. Izanagi is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Through the Sharingan, it allows the caster to transform the real factors that are unfavorable to him into nothingness, leaving only the real factors that are favorable to him. However, if Izanagi is successfully performed, the caster will lose an eye. He remembered that Danzo in the original work activated Izanagi using the row of Sharingan transplanted on his right arm. He only thought that Danzo had lost his right arm, and even if he had one, there was no Sharingan on it. But he forgot that Danzo's right eye now had a 3 Magatama, which could be used as a resurrection coin. Danzo started with Wind Style, and Xuanming also belongs to the Wind Style. By looking at the order of his hand seals, you can guess what technique he is going to use. Wind Escape has powerful lethality and penetration, and Danzo can also use Wind Escape to achieve short-term aerial flight displacement. With Xuanming's current strength, it is indeed a bit difficult for him to confront Danzo head-on. He is the type who either takes down the enemy in one wave, or puts himself in danger if he can't, not to mention that he is still in a state of combat damage. Danzo used Wind Jutsu to attack from a distance. Yukina barely stood up and moved out of the way, but because he failed to dodge in time, he was hit by the wind blade and fell backwards. He fell directly from the cliff of Nanhe River. I won't die here today, will I? Xuanming thought to himself as he fell. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, his eyes were a little dizzy. When he looked up, he seemed to hallucinate that Obito also jumped down with him. But how did Obito appear here? Xuanming closed his eyes. The tiny slug voice in my head screamed, "I won't let you die." After saying that, it disappeared from Xuanming's neck with a bang. Xuanming subconsciously raised his hand and touched his neck. The place where the little slug had been was now empty. The little slug had released its own spiritual power and disappeared from his neck. Simultaneously with the sound of splashing water when he fell into the water, with a bang, Xuanming disappeared from under the water. From a distance, Obito saw Yukina's shaky appearance. He was extremely anxious and chased after her, but when he finally reached out his hand, he was unable to catch the corner of Xuanming's clothes that had fallen. Without a second thought, Obito followed Yukina into the Minamiga River. The water in this area is fast-flowing and the water is averagely deep, but there are many hidden reefs. It would be more accurate to say that their bodies hit the rocks at the bottom of the river rather than falling into the river after falling off the cliff. Obito has been hunting rabbits and fishing in this area since he was a child, so he is very familiar with this area. He prepared himself mentally to jump into the water, but when he fell into the water, his hand accidentally slipped and he hit his elbow. What about Xuanming? Xuanming fell into the water with his back to the Nanga River. He was covered in blood when he fell into the water. Obito also saw that he closed his eyes. He didn't know if he had fainted. Xuanming didn't make any preparations and fell directly into the river full of reefs. In February, the river water is extremely cold, freezing my heart. Obito stayed in the cold water, starting from where he fell into the water and searching downstream. He felt a sense of oppression in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that even breathing had become difficult, and he felt like he was suffocating. He couldn't imagine what might happen. He only told himself to find Xuanming. The water was so cold that Xuanming would get frostbite if she stayed any longer. Before Xuanming left, he said that he hoped he could come to pick him up after the mission was completed. He did not agree to Xuanming at that time. Why didn't he agree at that time? He was wrong. Obito's lips were frozen purple, and a pair of 3 megatama were slowly turning in his eyes. His eyes were stiff, and his breathing was shaking. I was wrong, it's my fault. I shouldn't have ignored you. I was wrong. Obito stood in the middle of the river, all wet, like an abandoned puppy. Yukina, I'm here to pick you up. Where are you? Why can't I find you? He stood in the middle of the river, looking around blankly. Don't go. Don't go, I was wrong, don't leave me alone. The intense fear and panic were unbearable for him. Obito slowly squatted down, and the 3 megatama in his eyes gradually integrated and deformed while rotating, and finally turned into a sickle-like shape. He lowered his head and murmured, "I won't let you die." Obito, dripping wet, returned to his home and found Uchiha Fugaku, begging him and asking him, "Teacher, Xuanming is missing, can you help me find Xuanming?" Fugaku was shocked when he saw Obito's Mangekyo Sharinan, and from Kabuto's intermittent narration while crying, he pieced together the whole story. He called a few tribesmen who were good at finding people, and they followed the Nanhe River, starting from the point where Xuanming fell, and found the downstream. No trace. Obito followed and watched silently. He had already searched for this route just now. The water was flowing so fast that Xuanming fell into the water just before him. He immediately jumped into the river to look for her, but he found nothing, let alone now after such a long time. Uchiha Fugaku knew that the two children had a good relationship. Looking at the Mangekyo in Obito's eyes, Fugaku was also very clear that although Obito looked calm on the surface, he must be very excited inside. Fugaku comforted Obito, "Yukina will be fine. He has water attributes. How could he get into trouble in the water? He will be back soon." He repeatedly reminded Obito, warning him not to reveal his Mangekyo Sharinan easily. Obito believed in Fugaku, and he also hoped that Yukina would come back soon. But soon, it was not Xuanming who returned, but the official outbreak of the Third World War. Every time before going out on a mission, Obito would tell himself to come back safely and early. When he came back, Xuanming might already be waiting for him at home. But every time he came back and opened the door, the house was still quiet, just like when he left. Obito didn't think about anything, didn't ponder, didn't recall, and lived every day mechanically, as if nothing had happened. He tidied the house and washed, dried, and put away the clothes that Xuanming left behind when he left. It was as if Xuanming was not missing, but just went out to do a mission and would be back home in a few days. Shortly after his and Yukina's birthday, the weather began to warm up, but Obito still covered himself with 2 quilts every day, just like the night before Yukina left home for the last time. He suffers from insomnia every day and cannot sleep all night long. "I can't sleep, and it's boring to just lie there and stare at the ceiling." Obito simply got up and sat down at the desk. A few days ago, he stacked up the books that Xuanming left at home. He had not thrown away any of the books from the past 5 years. Now the pile was so high that it was half a person's height. Obito flipped through the books one by one, starting from the first one that Yukina used when she was 25 years old, and read through the pages one by one, quietly, from dusk to dawn. Realizing that it was getting late, Obito decided to go downstairs to make breakfast and fill his stomach. What to make for breakfast? Make an omelette. Obito skillfully made 2 fried eggs, divided them into 2 bowls, placed one in front of himself and the other in front of Yukina's seat. He said, "I'm going to start." The house was quiet. Obito picked up the fried egg and took a bite, commenting, "I fried the egg very well today. It's crispy, a little burnt on the outside, but runny inside. I still don't understand why you like fried eggs with soy sauce. Fried eggs with sugar are obviously the best." He took another bite and said, "I've never tried it before. Today is my first time eating your favorite soy sauce fried egg. It actually tastes pretty good. Then why don't you try my flavor next time? Try adding sugar." After a pause, he slowly put down his chopsticks, raised his hands and covered his eyes. His voice gradually choked up as he said, "Come back and try it. It tastes really, really good this way. You'll definitely like it. Why haven't you come back yet? Don't you want me anymore?" He slowly fell forward on the table, sobbing softly, and gradually couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. But he still had to wipe away his tears with his hands again and again, telling himself not to cry, because he had promised Xueming that he would never cry again. Outside the house, Xiaolin was standing with her back to the door. Hearing Obito's sad crying in the house, tears also streamed down her cheeks. Obito's voice sounded so sad, the sorrow seemed to be leaking through the crack of the door. She couldn't help but squat down, hugged her knees with her hands, and buried her head in her arms. She had heard the whole story from Kabuto before. Objectively speaking, Yukina was indeed in great danger. Obito himself was probably well aware of this. As a friend, she should have knocked on the door, gone into the room to comfort Obito, told him not to be sad, and told him to look forward. But she didn't dare. In a true farewell, there is no time to say goodbye or to say take care of each other. Just on a morning like any other, some people stayed in yesterday. When Xueming opened his eyes again, he didn't know where he was for a moment. Because the scene in front of me looked so wrong. He remembered that he had clearly fallen into the water from a cliff and lost consciousness the moment he hit the water. The water flow in this section of Nanhe River was extremely fast, and he had no idea where he would be washed to. Even if he could wake up, he would probably be in the wilderness. But where is this now? He was lying in an octagonal pavilion that was open on all sides. The sky around him was a little dark. A rectangular lantern was lit on each of the 8 corners of the pavilion, emitting a faint green light. Several strips of lavender gauze hung from the top of the pavilion, acting as curtains for shielding against the elements, and they fluttered in the breeze. Xueming tilted his head and looked outside the pavilion through the gauze. It was open air outside, with deep pink clouds in the distant sky and shadows on the ground. If I was not mistaken, those were deep purple bamboo forests. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, and it looked like the weird color scheme of some dark fairy tale. There was also the sound of rushing water not far away. With Xueming's perception, he could conclude that there must be some water source nearby. Water source. Is he somewhere downstream in the Nanhe River now? Was he rescued by someone? Xueming wanted to sit up and observe his surroundings again. Just as he raised his hand to lift the silk cloth covering his body, something tapped the back of his hand. "You're still moving, you're still moving. Are you trying to kill yourself?" A thin and soft voice sounded from the other end. Xueming hadn't sensed the presence of anyone around him just now. He was startled when he heard the voice so close to him, but then he recognized this familiar voice. He turned around, but didn't see the familiar little slug. Instead, he saw a little girl with a Neza hairstyle, who was standing with her hands on her hips, staring at him angrily, and holding a small bamboo stick in her right hand. The little girl looked only about 24 or 25 years old. She was wearing a training suit that was divided into 2 parts, with a small waist as plump as a lotus root exposed in the middle. She wore a white vest with puff sleeves on the upper body, 9-point blue bell-bottom pants on the lower body, and a pair of cloth shoes on her feet. The little girl pointed at Xueming with a small bamboo stick and said, "I finally managed to save you. Do you know how badly you're injured?" Xueming wanted to ask, "Is it a little slug? But it seems unlikely. Where in Naruto is there a summoning beast that can transform into a human form?" "Humph, it's me." The little girl looked extremely proud. "I don't want to transform into a human form. The fact that you see me in human form now is just an illusion within the barrier. What's so good about being human? I have so many arms and legs, I don't even know which one to use when walking. It's so annoying." Snow name. Xueming thought in his heart, "Can you hear what I am thinking?" The little girl nodded, as if it was a matter of course. "Yes, I can hear it all the time." Snow name. Wouldn't that mean all the mental storms he had before were exposed to the little slug? The little girl covered her face in embarrassment. "No, you have so many thoughts in your mind every day. I'm not that gossipy. I won't listen to everything. The most I want to hear is what you think of your Uchiha." "Stop, I get it." Xueming interrupted immediately. He rubbed his fingers, his mind blank. He wanted to have some ideas, but he didn't dare to think too much. He could only try his best to keep his mind blank, change the subject in his mind, and ask, "Do you have a name? How should I call you?" The little girl held her head high and put her hands on her hips. "Call me Queen." Snow name. What Empress, XX harem story? Why is every sentence of Little Slug full of complaints? What harem? Where is the harem? The little slug blinked his eyes. This is not a harem, this is the sacred Wet-Bone Forest. Wet-Bone Forest? The Wet-Bone Forest is a place of heritage in Naruto, as famous as Ryokai Cave and Mount Mayaboku. It is inhabited only by the Slug Sage and its numerous clones. The little slug is most likely one of the Slug Sage's clones. The Wet-Bone Forest is not given much attention in the original Naruto novels. Compared to Ryokai Cave and Mayaboku Mountain, the Wet-Bone Forest seems very mysterious. Even Yukina, who has read the original Naruto novels, does not know what is going on in the Wet-Bone Forest. Xuanming's mind raced, and he looked at the little slug and asked, "Did you send me here through reverse telepathy?" The little slug's tone weakened for some reason. Right. Then I had no other choice. You were in such danger, and I couldn't save you." "Yeah." Xuanming sat up with difficulty, holding on to the couch. The little slug considerately turned the pillow upright for him to lean on. Xuanming touched the little slug's Neza head and said, "Thank you." The little slug didn't say a word, his eyes were evasive, and he didn't dare to look Xuanming in the eye. Xuanming felt that the little slug's attitude was a little strange, and frowned suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't dare look at me. Is there something you haven't told me?" After a pause, he stood up and asked, "I saw Obito jump down last. Is that true? Did something happen to Obito?" No. The little slug denied it immediately. Xuanming asked, "Then why are you being so secretive when you speak?" "That's it, now that you've come to the Wet-Bone Forest, you can't go back for a while," a female voice lazily replied from the side. Xuanmingjini began to doubt his perception at how come one or two people were so close to him, but he didn't notice them. He had to wait for them to make a sound before he knew someone was coming. He turned to look at the person who came. "You. I can hear your thoughts too, you don't have to speak out loud." The newcomer waved the pipe in his hand, leaned against the pavilion pillar like a boneless person, tilted his head and smiled. "Hello, Xiao Swimming, we have known each other for a long time. Since this is our first meeting, you can call me Slug Immortal." The person who came looked to be about the same age as Tsunade. She was wearing a blue cheongsam, which made her look tall and slender, with her skin exposed being snow white. She had a lazy temperament, a smile on her lips, and spoke in a very gentle tone. But Xuanming felt that she was dangerous for no reason. She said she was a slug fairy. So she must be very powerful. Seeing Xuanming looking nervous, the Slug Immortal smiled, walked slowly to Xuanming's couch in high heels and sat down, casually crossing her legs and revealing her snow-white thighs. She put one hand on the edge of the bed, raised her pipe with the other hand, took a sip, and slowly blew out a puff of smoke without saying a word, as if she was waiting for Xuanming to speak first. Xuanming couldn't help but politely asked in his heart, "Hello, Slug Immortal, that you just said that I can't go back for the time being. What did you mean?" "Oh, I thought you could keep it to yourself." The Slug Immortal tapped his pipe lightly, squinted his eyes and smiled, and replied in a relaxed tone, "Because there is a barrier in my Wet-Bone Forest. It's easy to get in, but difficult to get out." The Slug Sage told Xuanming that the Wet-Bone Forest was different from Ryokai Cave and Mayaboku Mountain. In the entire Wet-Bone Forest, there was actually only one slug, and that was her, the Slug Sage. Her body is extremely huge, so huge that it is unimaginable. In the original work, Tsunade and Sakura worked together to summon spirits, but they could only summon her to 1/10 the size of her original body. All the slugs that can be channeled out are split bodies from her body. I don't know what the slug fairy was thinking. She set up a barrier in the Wet-Bone Forest that is easy to enter but difficult to exit. She used it to restrain herself and prevent her strength and form from becoming too powerful and destroying the balance of power in the world. Xuanming asked, "The barrier restricts everyone's entry and exit?" The Slug Sage replied, "Yes, from ancient times to the present, the only person who has been to the Wet-Bone Forest and returned is Hashirama. It is precisely because he has been to the Wet-Bone Forest that he was able to take away my summoning contract and give it to Tsunade-chan to contract with you to become a summoning slug." Xuanming was puzzled. "Hasn't Tsunade ever been to the Wet-Bone Forest?" The Slug Sage shook his head. "She hasn't been here. Hashirama must have warned her not to come to me. Tsunade-chan is not qualified to come to the Wet-Bone Forest, and if she comes, she can't go back." Then she laughed and said, "Do you want to go back?" She looked Xuanming up and down, rubbing her chin with her fingers. "Oh, you have a bloodline limit, so you are qualified to learn." Xuanming looked at the Slug Immortal silently. The Slug Immortal didn't seem to have any ill will towards him, but he couldn't say he had any good feelings towards him either. "It feels like not only her body is split, but her mind is also split, right?" The little slug was obviously very good to him and had been by his side for so many years. At the critical moment, he even used reverse telepathy to save him. Why does the Slug Immortal have the feeling of being a funny person, as if he is just treating him as an interesting thing and is just watching the fun? Xuanming thought, "I want to go back as soon as possible. It's easy to get in here, but hard to get out, which means it's not impossible to get out. How did the first generation get out?" The Slug Sage rested his chin on one hand, crossed his legs, and replied in a relaxed tone, "Hashirama has learned my Sage Mode. Only with a Sage Mode can you ignore the barrier and leave the Wet-Bone Forest. If you want to go back, you must first learn the Wet-Bone Forest Sage Mode. Sage Mode is to improve one's attack and defense power by absorbing natural energy, and to increase the range of physical attack and perception by using natural energy. After entering the Sage Mode, all of your data will experience a qualitative leap. Mayaboku Mountain, Ryakai Cave and Wet Bone Forest, the three holy places all have their own sage mode with different tendencies. Although the original work did not explicitly mention the sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest, but from the tone of the slug sage just now, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, did learn the sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest. Xuanming thought about the original work. The various states of Hashirama Senju could be related to the slug that was good at healing. That was the abnormal and extremely fast recovery ability he had when fighting with Madara, right? After all, it was only at that time that he had eyeshadow on his face. Oh no, it was a facial mask, which was the sign that the sage mode was successfully activated. However, learning the sage mode is not something that can be achieved overnight. The first problem that Xuanming has to face is that his own chakra is insufficient. If the practitioner himself does not have a large amount of chakra, he will easily be swallowed up by natural forces. Like Kabuto Yakushi and Jiraiya in the original work, both of them are slightly lacking in chakra, so after turning on the sage mode, one looks a bit like a snake and the other looks a bit like a toad. These are all people that Xuanming remembers. But they don't exist in the original work. They are the Wet Bone Forest sage mode with insufficient chakra. What would a slug-like sage mode look like? 4 wriggling tentacles sprouting from their heads, the eyes vanished, leaving only the mouth. Xuanming imagined it and his expression became painful. This scene was simply unbearable to watch. Ha 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 ha, not really, not really. The slug immortal probably heard Xuanming's thoughts and couldn't help laughing out loud. She waved her hand and said, 4 snakes and toads, it's easy to get started but difficult to practice. But here, it depends on talent. You have a bloodline limit, which qualifies you to learn my sage mode. Don't worry, it's not as scary as you think. The slug immortal turned his gaze towards Xuanming and said, Nan, take little Xuanming to see the barrier of our Wet Bone Forest, and he will understand. It's not Nanan, it's Niang. The little slug who had been standing there obediently, put his hands on his hips for the 3rd time today. The slug immortal teased her with his pipe, it's Nanan. The little slug puffed out his cheeks, no, I'm the queen, Snow name. How should I put it, this is also a different kind of self-entertainment, right? He splits himself into 2 parts, and then argues with himself. Well, you can see his mental state after being locked in the barrier for a long time. It's so terrible, he still has to get out quickly. Obito must be very anxious. While Yukina recovered and took the time to start training, Obito was also trying hard to live alone. He lives alone, buys groceries by himself, cooks by himself, and doesn't want to waste too much food, so he eats the leftovers slowly by himself. He sleeps alone. The quilt was for a single person and was not very big to begin with. He always slept on his left side, leaving the right side empty. Every night he would say goodnight to the quiet air before closing his eyes. At first, Obito was completely confused. Although Xuanming disappeared before his eyes, he still refused to believe it. He always felt that Xuanming would come back soon, but people around him were comforting him. So at a certain moment, he suddenly realized, oh, Xuanming is really gone. He began to fall into deep self-blame. He would always think back to the last night he spent with Xuanming. Xuanming took the initiative to approach and hug him, but he turned his back to Xuanming and ignored her. What would Xuanming's expression be like then? Would she be disappointed? Would those beautiful purple eyes dim because of his rejection? He had clearly made up his mind that no matter whether swimming needed it or not, he would get up early the next day. Even if he couldn't see swimming off, in such cold weather in early February, he would at least let swimming eat something warm before going out. How come he overslept? He didn't even see Xuanming for the last time. Obito began to suffer from insomnia. He was afraid that he would miss something important if he fell asleep, so he didn't dare to sleep. When he couldn't sleep, Obito had nothing to do, so he used to flip through the book left by Xuanming. Every page of the book had Xuanming's handwriting on it. Looking at those words, Obito seemed to be able to recall the scene when Yukina wrote the sentence. Tonight is no exception, but tonight seemed a little different. Obito was startled out of his memories when he heard a faint knock on the door downstairs. He went downstairs curiously and opened the door. The person who appeared at the door was someone he didn't expect. Mr. Orikimura. Why are you coming to my house at this hour? Orikimura was wearing a pair of rimless glasses on his nose. He probably just came out of the laboratory and didn't have time to change out of his white coat. His expression was calm as he handed a row of small bottles to Obito. Today is the day you should pick up your medicine. Why didn't you come to me during the day to pick it up? Didn't you drink the Jouet oral solution on time? Obito, he indeed didn't drink anymore. After Xuanming disappeared, how could he have the heart to drink that? Orikimura frowned. I'm in a difficult position if you do this. There will be problems with the experimental data. Obito lowered his gaze. Wasn't this experiment what Yukina originally requested? Yes. He's gone now. Orikimura immediately interrupted. Who said he's gone? Obito's eyes widened, and he looked up suddenly, staring at Orikimura. What do you mean? What? Did you think Xuanming was dead? Orikimura narrowed his eyes, took off his glasses, and while wiping the lenses, he said slowly and firmly, how is this possible? He is definitely not dead. Obito's throat moved and he stared at Orikimura. Everyone was comforting him, everyone was telling him not to be sad. He saw with his own eyes that Yukina fell off the cliff and disappeared. Why was Orochimaru's tone so firm? Orochimaru said, "In my laboratory, all the projects that Yukina is involved in are still running normally. How could he be in trouble? He will be fine." Obito's expression was calm, and it was unclear whether he was refuting Orochimaru or himself. What Yukina said before has no direct connection to whether he is still here or not. Perhaps even if he is gone, it will not affect what he said before, so your experiment can continue to operate normally. Orochimaru chuckled, "Oh, then let me tell you something good. You probably don't know that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, once developed an S-rank forbidden technique called Immortal Reincarnation. This technique can summon the souls of dead ninjas back to the human world and revive them in physical form." Obito's fingers trembled slightly. He clenched his fists, suppressed his fingers, and asked in a calm tone, "Can you use this forbidden technique, Mr. Orochimaru?" Orochimaru put his glasses back on his nose after polishing them and said in a relaxed tone, "I can, and I tried it the first time, but unfortunately, I couldn't summon Yukina's soul. Do you know what this means, Obito? Does this mean Xuanming is not dead, he is still alive?" "Yes, I said it from the beginning, he is definitely not dead. Only if he is still alive, the impure world reincarnation will not be able to summon his soul." Orochimaru didn't say anything else. He just watched Obito drink a bottle of Jouei oral liquid in front of him. He left the oral liquid for the next experimental cycle to Obito, and after instructing him to keep good experimental records, he turned around and left with satisfaction. Obito said thank you and goodbye to Orochimaru, closed the door, and then rested his forehead against the door panel with his eyes open blankly, looking a little dazed. He was almost about to admit that Xuanming's absence was a fact, but Orochimaru suddenly came today and brought such news. And it was well-founded. According to legend, after the death of a ninja, his soul will return to the Pure Land. If Yukina is gone, his soul will definitely go to the Pure Land. Then, Orochimaru should be able to summon Yukina's soul back and resurrect him by using the impure world reincarnation. Since Orochimaru can't summon Yukina's soul now, it means Yukina is not dead at all. But he is not dead. Where is he? Why doesn't he go home? Under the guidance of the little slug, Xuanming came to the place where the seal of the wet bone forest was said to be the weakest. Looking out from here, you can see a pink barrier with a jelly-like texture. Xuanming stretched out his hand and poked it. The barrier felt very springy to the touch and would shake a few times when poked, but it was very flexible and elastic. Not only could it not be penetrated by fingers, but even a kunai could not penetrate it. Xuanming initially wanted to find another way. He thought that during the Chunin exam, his account had covered other people's barrier techniques and directly replaced the barrier that Hyaga Iroha was proud of. Perhaps the tent could ignore the barrier's strength and directly replace it. That way, he wouldn't have to spend the effort and time to learn Wet Bone Forest Sage Mode. Even Naruto, who had the Nine Tails energy pack and could use the Shadow Clone technique to stack experience packs, took several months to learn the Sage Mode. Jiraiya started learning it when he was a child, but he was not able to use it until he was nearly 30 years old. Even when he fought against pain later in life, he still had not fully mastered it. If Xuanming wants to learn, he must first start with the most basic physical training, increase his mental strength, and improve his chakra volume. Wait until the amount of chakra in your own body increases, then feel the natural energy, absorb and integrate it. By this way, when will you be able to learn the Sage Mode and pass through the barrier to go home? Obito must be going crazy. Xuanming rubbed the rose ring on her hand with her thumb. This ring is made of his ice attribute chakra. To put it bluntly, it is actually in the state of ice, but it doesn't feel that cold to the touch, but it will melt over time. Yukina is often with Obito, and she would charge their rings from time to time, so the rings can always maintain the same shape without changing. But how much time has passed now? Xuanming didn't know how long he was unconscious after falling into Nanhe River before he woke up. There was no distinction between day and night in the Wet Bone Forest, and the sky was always dark. There is no time in the mountains, and he had no idea how much time had passed since the day he fell off the cliff. Judging from the condition of the rose ring, the rose petals have begun to melt a little, and the ring is not as delicate as it originally looked, but it still looks like a rose. Conservatively speaking, at least 3 months have passed. Obito usually loves to stick to him, and he suddenly disappears like this. What should Obito do? He has been missing for 3 months, and if he has to spend an unknown amount of time to learn the Sage Mode. What should Obito do? He wanted to go home quickly. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Xuanming first released all the remaining reserve chakra in the rose ring, trying to attack the weakest point of the barrier. The barrier only shook slightly twice and then returned to its original state. He then tried to use the tent to cover the barrier. Thick black mud dripped onto the pink barrier cover, making a sizzling sound, and several streams of strange black gas emerged. It was as if it had evaporated out of thin air, and the black mud disappeared. Useless. Xuanming tried every possible method he could think of and try. It seems that there is really no other way except to learn the Sage Mode of the Wet Bone Forest, as the slug sage said. Did I do something wrong? The little slug stayed beside Xuanming, watching him try to take shortcuts and break the barrier using different methods again and again. but failed again and again. She finally said a little frustratedly, if I hadn't reverse channeled you to the wet bone forest, you wouldn't be stuck in the forest now. Xuan Ming shook his head. If you hadn't channeled me back to the past, I wouldn't be where I am now. I'm afraid I would have died in Nanhe River. The little slug immediately said, Pa, I won't let you die. Xuan Ming asked, I can't leave this barrier, but you can be channeled out. If you were channeled out, can you channel me again from outside the barrier and take me out? The little slug thought for a moment and replied, theoretically, yes. But who can channel me? You can. Tsunade. The little slug looked innocent, but she has so much chakra, and the slugs she summons are so big, she won't be able to summon me. Snow name. What you mean is that I have too little chakra, so I can only summon you, right? Xuan Ming admitted it and asked, is there any way to quickly increase chakra? If there is no shortcut, is it possible to find a way to shorten the practice time? The little slug thought hard, and a light bulb suddenly lit up above his head. Yes, wait for me. Then he turned around and ran away. Xuan Ming admitted that he was a little looking forward to it at first. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the little slug came back excitedly and dragged him to a big tree stump. There were several pots and bowls placed on the tree stump, filled with various vegetables. You can. Us slugs usually increase our chakra by eating. The little slug spread out his hands and introduced Xuan Ming. Look, I especially recommend you try this mushroom soup. Even though it looks like a poisonous mushroom. Oh, it does seem a bit poisonous, but you did anti-poison training when you were a child, so it's okay. After you finish eating the mushroom, go practice immediately. This thing is very effective in increasing chakra. Snow name. The bowl of mushroom soup looked like poison made by a witch. It was purple at first glance, but it was also emitting green smoke. The soup was thick, with a layer of bubbles bubbling on the surface. It felt like just one drop could leave no grass growing for a 10-mile area. Was it really okay for him to eat it? The little slug heard what Xuan Ming was thinking, raised his hand to scratch the little chirp on his head, and then looked at the table again with a troubled look. He pointed to another bowl and said, then we can have that one too. That one is seaweed mixed with bananas, which is also very delicious. There's nothing else in it, just a little acid to season it. Snow name. What is it? What is it mixed with? What seasoning is it? Can you tell me again? The little slug explained sincerely, there's something called red algae in the ocean. It's a beautiful rose-red color. This dish is made by mixing the red algae with mashed bananas. Well, bananas are a little too sweet for slugs, so we usually add a little acid to taste. It's sour and sweet, and the texture is soft and fluffy. It's really delicious. Snow name. The little slug was afraid that Xuan Ming didn't know, so he asked kindly, do you know what acid is? It's that acid that we slugs can spit out of our mouths. It's very corrosive. Xuan Ming immediately raised his hand and made a pause gesture. I know. Stop talking, or I'll start to imagine it. Spit acid from your mouth, use it to crush a banana, mix it with seaweed, and then eat it all again. Well, Xuan Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt that he was still too naive. The point of the problem now is not when he can go home. The problem is, if all the food in the wet bone forest is of this type, then he will starve to death here before he can even go home. After Orikimura left, Obito sat there for a while, then took a cold shower to calm down. He closed his eyes, letting the cold water rush down his head, and kept thinking about why Xuan Ming didn't go home. He first thought that Xuan Ming might have been injured, seriously injured, and was recuperating somewhere, so he couldn't come back. But then I also felt that with Xuan Ming's style of doing things, he would at least pass on a message or something, and it would be impossible for him to be worried all the time. He also wondered if Xuan Ming hadn't sent any news back because he was seriously injured and had been unconscious for the past few months, or if he had hit his head when he fell off the Nanhe River and lost his memory or something. It's not impossible, is it? When he picked up Xuan Ming at the age of 25, didn't Xuan Ming have amnesia and remember nothing? Obito had been showering with cold water with his eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes. He turned off the shower head, grabbed a dry towel to wipe his head, put on a t-shirt at random, and put on a long coat on top. Without even going through the door, he pulled up his hood and jumped out of the window. No matter what, Xuan Ming is definitely not dead. Then why set up a memorial tablet for Xuan Ming? Obito quickly rushed towards the memorial stone, thinking along the way about how to deal with the tombstone. The stele has Xuan Ming's name engraved on it, so it seems inappropriate to just smash it down. But we can't just leave Xuan Ming's stele like this, as Xuan Ming is obviously fine. This would be too unlucky. When Obito arrived at the cemetery, it was already dawn. In front of the monument to Xuan Ming, stood a person that Obito was very familiar with. Kakashi. Obito was stunned for a moment when he saw Kakashi's attire, then slowly walked over. Kakashi was wearing an umbu uniform. This set of clothes looked very familiar to Obito, as he still had two sets hanging in his closet at home. When did Kakashi join the umbu? Didn't he go on a mission with me a few days ago? At this time, I asked Kakashi just getting off work from the umbu and heading home. Xuan Ming used to be like this too. Go home at 12 o'clock. Obito. Kakashi saw that it was Obito who came. He first nodded to Obito, then bent down in front of Yukina's grave and put down the lily in his hand. There was already a bunch of free sayas placed in front of the grave, which was proof that Obito had been there the day before. Obito now looked at the 2 bouquets of flowers with great displeasure, and he said, Yukina doesn't need this. Obito. Kakashi thought that Obito still couldn't accept the reality of Yukina's death, and wanted to persuade him, but he also felt that he could understand Obito's current mood, so he just called him. Obito grabbed the 2 bouquets of flowers and threw them aside as if to vent his anger. Kakashi sighed and just looked at Obito quietly. However, when Obito wanted to destroy Yukina's tombstone, Kakashi couldn't bear it anymore. Obito, calm down. Kakashi stopped Obito. Yukina, Obito wanted to say that Yukina was still alive, and Yukina didn't need a memorial tablet, nor did he need others to send flowers and pay tribute to him. But he was afraid that the other side of the wall might have ears, so he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only repeatedly emphasize, Shuiming doesn't need this thing. Kakashi felt that Obito was too sad that he held Obito's arm to prevent him from destroying Yukina's tombstone and advised Obito, wait a minute, listen to me, I have something to give you. It's about Yukina. Obito stopped struggling, looked at Kakashi and asked, what is it? Kakashi pulled out a notebook from the ninja tool bag on his waist and handed it to Obito, explaining, actually, my father asked me to give this to you. He said that this is Yukina's training log when he was in the Umbu. The famous scene of throwing flowers in front of the grave. Obito pinched his palm hard and reached out to take the notebook handed to him by Kakashi. The notebook is not very thick, but because it is used frequently, it looks a bit old and the corners of the edges are curled. Obito took a look at the cover. It was written in Yukina's handwriting, with the words training log written on it, and his signature in the lower right corner. He calmed himself down and opened the training log. In fact, Obito could guess that since Yukina's strength improved so quickly, his training in the Umbu must have been very hard. Obito felt that he had made sufficient mental preparation, and started from the first page and turned the pages one by one. This notebook records all of Shuiming's training records from the age of 25 to 28. After 3 years, this thin notebook has been enough for him, because most of the time, Shuiming was doing basic mechanical training, and the training content was the same day after day. Each day's training plan only took up a blank line, which read training content is the same as last time, only the recorded date increases day by day. But even though the training content recorded every day was similar, Obito still slowly turned the pages one by one, until he turned to the last page with writing on it Yukina, no relatives, entered the Umbu for training in the 43rd year of Konoha, age 25, and officially joined the Umbu in the 45th year of Konoha, age 28. In Konoha's 48th year, he died of public service at the age of 11. His body is missing and his personal file has been frozen. Obito's hand, which was turning the page, froze. Kakashi explained to him in a low voice, this training record of Shuiming is actually one of his files. It should be frozen and archived together. But this is my father's personal training log, so he asked me to give it to you privately. Obito hummed, and said softly, I understand. Please thank my guardian for me. After saying that, Obito no longer cared about the tombstone, turned around slowly, and seemed to want to leave immediately. Obito. Kakashi noticed that Obito was in a bad condition and couldn't help but call out softly, Kakashi. Obito stopped without looking back. But Kakashi could hear that his voice was trembling. Obito asked, do you think the world is normal now? Kakashi didn't answer. 25 years old, Yukina joined the Umbu at 25. And what about me? When I was 25, I was still playing kick the can with you guys. I had no idea that while I was still wandering around like a fool, Yukina had been forced to fight against adults and forced to take poison again and again. He was only 25 years old at the time. He didn't remember anything, and he couldn't speak. How desperate must he have been? Obito turned around, and Kakashi saw his red eyes. Obito gestured at his chest and said, he was only this tall back then. Yukina always resented me, saying that I was taller than him. Of course, while he was training painfully all night long, I slept so soundly, so deeply, so soundly that over the years, I had no idea what he was going through. Am I a fool? Am I a fool? It's not your fault, Obito. Kakashi stepped forward, trying to comfort him. He never told you about Shuiming. No, he said that, he told me many times. Obito reached out and wiped his eyes, wiping away the tears that were falling. He told me that he was sleepy, he said he wanted to sleep. He always looked listless, he didn't like to laugh, but he said that as long as he saw me and I kept smiling, it would be fine. Obito spoke incoherently. One time, I got up but he didn't get up yet, so I went to call him. I found that his breathing was very weak and his lips were pale. I couldn't wake him up no matter how hard I tried, and he didn't respond when I pushed him. I was scared. Obito raised his hand again and fiercely wiped the tears from his face. Then I woke Shuiming up. His face was pale and he looked very tired, but he tried to comfort me in a gentle voice, asking me not to cry. Kakashi, do you think I am really stupid and useless? No, Obito, you were very young at the time, so it's normal that you didn't expect it. Kakashi was sad and anxious, but he was not good at comforting people. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, are you okay? I'm fine, what's wrong with me? Obito's tone was calm, but he couldn't hide his inner excitement. His Sharingan was forced out, and the 3 Megatama in his eyes were slowly rotating. Another time, I made meat porridge for breakfast, but Xueming vomited after taking a bite that he vomited miserably. I still remember his look that I just read the training log and found out that he must have just been exposed to torture at that time. But I thought he just caught a cold and was vomiting because he was feeling unwell, that he wasn't comfortable talking, so why didn't I ask him more? Why didn't I show more concern for him? If I had asked, he would definitely have told me. Xueming would never lie to me. Obito. Kakashi couldn't help but wipe his face that he didn't know what to say at this moment. His eloquence seemed to be useless now, he could only be a listener. I have always said that I like him, I pestered him, I bought him flowers, and I also secretly blamed him in my heart. Why, he also said that he liked me, but he never agreed to be with me, and had to wait until we were adults. That I thought it was just his perfunctory attitude. My excuse. Thinking about it now, of course I knew nothing, I didn't understand him at all. That I didn't know how painful his life was, how tiring it was. He's always protected me so well, and I've always been moved by myself. No wonder he always said I was still a child and didn't believe in children's love. If I were him, I wouldn't believe this kind of love that's only expressed with words. Obito's eyes were blank as he murmured, "Tell me, what is there about me that makes him like me? I keep saying that I like him, but I've never done anything for him. This world is so bad for Xueming. No wonder he doesn't want to come back now. I should do something for him." Obito and Kakashi were immersed in sadness, and they did not notice that in the grass not far away, a black head appeared on the ground, quietly watching them. Ever since the battle between Yukina and Danzo, Black Zetsu has been watching everything that happened around the Rinnegan. Of course, he also witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Obito opening the Mangekyo Sharinan by the Minamiga River. He was surprised and delighted. Although Uchiha Madara died suddenly for no apparent reason, and Nagato's Rinnegan also disappeared inexplicably, but now, he has found the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. And look, isn't the successor of Uchiha Madara found? Uchiha Madara regarded Black Zetsu as the embodiment of his will and thought he held the initiative, so he was not on guard against Black Zetsu and would discuss any ideas and plans with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had heard him talk about it before. Birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable, no matter how powerful Uchiha Madara is. He was old, and even though he had opened the Rinnegan in his later years, his physical functions were getting worse day by day, and he could no longer realize his original dream with his own abilities. But Madara was unwilling to die without doing anything. So, under the guidance of Black Zetsu, he planned to find a suitable person and transplant his Rinnegan to him, letting Black Zetsu seduce or control that person and let that person capture the tailed beast. When the time is right, let that person use the Rinnegan to perform the reincarnation technique to resurrect him. That way, after he comes back to life, he can directly activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and let everyone live in a quiet and peaceful new world. They found a perfect candidate for this plan, Nagato. Madara found the right moment and transplanted his Rinnegan. Black Zetsu gave many instructions and sent White Zetsu to keep a close eye on Nagato and make sure they didn't lose him. But I didn't expect that the group of useless White Zetsu would just let me down. That every time Black Zetsu asked about it, they said they were keeping a close eye on it and that the person was there and not lost. In the end, the person was not lost, but the eyes were lost. What is more important, people or eyes? Black Zetsu was so angry that he decided to investigate the situation himself. But before he could make a move, something happened to the three-tailed fox. The three-tailed fox incident hadn't been sorted out yet, and Madara suddenly disappeared for no apparent reason. Black Zetsu was caught off guard and overwhelmed by the unexpected. Nothing goes well, Black Zetsu feels so tired. But, the brave little Heezy is never afraid of difficulties. Black Zetsu has been planning to save his mother for thousands of years, but he has no fighting skills. Starting from the two sons of the Six Paths Sage, he can only keep talking, and he has been defeated time and time again, but he keeps fighting. His plans had failed so many times, but he still had to pick himself up and face reality again and again, and make new plans from scratch. It's the same this time. He learned from the White Zetsu's report that the whereabouts of the Rinnegan was on the body of Danzo, the root leader of Konoha, so he quickly moved towards Konoha with several White Zetsu. He divided his troops into 3 groups. On the one hand, he sent a White Zetsu to find Danzo to observe the situation of the Rinnegan. On the other hand, he sent another White Zetsu to Orochimaru's laboratory for investigation. In the end, he himself was observing everywhere in Konoha. And then he witnessed with his own eyes the whole process of Obito's Mangekyo Sharinan opening. This is such a pleasant surprise. He began to collect information about Obito in Konoha village. Everyone says that Obito is a very kind child. He is helpful, good at taking care of others, and cares about the village and his companions. Especially the child named Yukina who lived with him since childhood. Obito was very dependent on him and had a deep affection for him. The two of them always went in and out together and were inseparable. Black Zetsu witnessed with his own eyes how Yukina was killed by Danzo and fell into the Nanga River. He knew that a kind Uchiha like Obito would burst into even stronger hatred after experiencing the pain of losing his loved ones. Only someone like him can better understand and yearn for the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, described by Madara. Black Zetsu chose a well-behaved and quiet White Zetsu to possess, and let White Zetsu disguise himself as Uchiha Madara, sneak into the Uchiha clan's territory, and sneak into Obito's house before he arrived home. White Zetsu's transformation technique is flawless and is the most powerful among all ninjas. Obito just returned home, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a hedgehog-headed Sherinon sitting in his living room with a sword in his hand. A scythe of death? Who are you? Obito looked around cautiously, confirming that there was no one else at home, and frowned and asked, "Why are you in my house?" "My name is Uchiha Madara." Black Zetsu smiled and put on the arrogant expression that Madara often did. "I'm here to save you." Black Zetsu tricked Obito and told him that he had a great project called Infinite Tsukuyomi. You can create and control everything by projecting your own will. As long as you have enough chakra, you can use something called Outer Path Demon Statue to do anything. He said that he could understand Obito's current pain because he also had a younger brother whom he loved very much, named Uchiha Izuna, but Izuna died in the war. So he hopes to create a perfect ideal world through the Infinite Tsukuyomi that he can cast illusions on all of humanity and pull everyone into the Infinite Tsukuyomi world, so that world peace can be achieved. This is his Moon Eye project. Obito, Black Zetsu said, "How about it? In that peaceful world, Yukina will always be by your side. He will be with you forever, and you won't have to suffer like you do now." Obito nodded slowly. Obito knew that Yukina was not dead at all, so he could still remain calm and think about the problem. This Uchiha Madara has a very powerful aura and is unforgettable, but he has never seen this person in Konoha. This person was able to sneak into Konoha village, sneak into the Uchiha clan territory, and then sneak into his home without being noticed. That he must be very powerful, and he should not be able to defeat him. And this person seems he was also very familiar with Uchiha, and also with his affairs with Xueming. That he spoke with a strong purpose, and kept persuading him to join the Moon Eye project. But, "You're right, but I have a question," Obito said. "You ask." Black Zetsu smiled. "I do want a world with Xueming, but Xueming is mine alone. I only want our world for the two of us. Why should I drag others into our world?" Black Zetsu, "A world for two? I never expected that the brain circuit of a love brain would be like this." Black Zetsu hurriedly tried to make amends, but apart from Infinite Tsukuyomi, there's no such thing as a permanent illusion. Even if you cast an illusion on yourself and create a world for the two of you, it's only temporary. Once you break free from the illusion, you'll be even more miserable facing the harsh reality without Yukina. "No," Obito said doubtfully, "aren't you an Uchiha? Don't you know Izanami?" Black Zetsu Izanami, like the Izanagi used by Danzo before, is also one of the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, and it will also cause blindness after use. Izanami can mark the time points of two events that occur one after another. The opponent who is hit by Izanami will be trapped in an infinite loop between these two time points. If you want to break the illusion of Izanami, you must sincerely accept reality. In other words, even if you know it is an illusion, as long as you are unwilling to accept reality, you will be trapped in the illusion forever and will never be able to break free. Black Zetsu was left speechless by Obito's questions. Didn't the intelligence say that this Uchiha Obito used to be a laggard in school, with poor grades and not very smart? Shouldn't he be very kind and easy to fool, and willing to do anything with just a few words and a little guidance? Why does this feel so difficult? Seeing Black Zetsu's ugly face, Obito narrowed his eyes, took a half step back, and prepared to escape at any time. This was in the Uchiha clan territory. If he felt something was wrong, he would immediately turn around and leave, as all the people outside the door were his clansmen. Uchiha Madara came quietly, and he certainly didn't want to expose himself or make things worse. That he didn't believe that Uchiha Madara could do anything to him in front of so many people. Obito asked in a serious tone, "You suddenly came to my house and talked about the Moon Eye project. What is your purpose? What do you want me to do?" Black Zetsu also took a half step back vigilantly, ready to have White Zetsu use the Mayfly technique and escape immediately if the situation turned out not to be right. But on the surface, he still had to put on an Uchiha Madara style of arrogance, laughed heartily twice, and said, "You are not bad, you are very vigilant. I really didn't misjudge you. I won't force you to, I just think you'd be a like-minded companion." Black Zetsu put on an expression that showed he had everything under control and asked Obito, "You really want to see him, right?" "Obito," Black Zetsu said, "I just went to your room upstairs and saw that you had carefully hung all of his photos on the wall. The photo of the two of you in the middle is so well taken. You're smiling so happily. You must have lived happily together before, right?" Obito frowned, but still said nothing. Black Zetsu saw Obito's inner turmoil and continued, "Don't you want to avenge him? I guess you do. But the people who killed him were high-ranking officials in Konoha village, and they protected him at every level. Now his death has been classified as a sacrifice in the line of duty. You don't have the ability to avenge him, and you have no reason to avenge him. Are you willing to let this go?" Obito could tell that Uchiha Madara was trying to mislead him, but every word that man said really touched his heart. He wanted revenge for Xueming. But he wasn't stupid. With his current strength, seeking revenge on Danzo would be like hitting a rock with an egg. He is not strong enough to kill Danzo, and he has no legitimate reason to avenge Setsuna. Apart from sacrificing himself, it is useless. If Xueming is gone, then it would be okay for him to fight to the death. But Orochimaru proved that Yukina is still alive. Then he must protect himself and live well. Nothing can happen to him, otherwise Xueming will be very sad when he comes back and finds out. Obito said in a deep voice, "Just say what you want to say." "Okay." Black Zetsu laughed again, "Then let's work together." Black Zetsu changed his mind. Uchiha Obito is smarter than he thought. It seems that getting something for nothing is not going to work, so he should not try to recruit Obito into the group for the time being. He proposed to have an equal and win-win cooperation with Uchiha Obito. I heard the news brought back by the White Zetsu before. For some reason, there was an extra barrier outside Orochimaru's laboratory. The warriors didn't dare to go in easily for fear of being noticed by Orochimaru, so they didn't know what the situation was in the laboratory. But the Zetsu have confirmed that there is indeed a Rinnegan on Danzo's right arm. Black Zetsu had also witnessed the Rinnegan on Danzo's right arm before. It exploded once during the battle with Yukina at the beginning, but was later corrected by Danzo using his Inagi. Everything else can be put aside for now, the Rinnegan must be retrieved first. So Black Zetsu said that he would help Obito improve his strength and assist him in killing Danzo for revenge, hoping that Obito could help him get the Rinnegan from Danzo. In this way, the goals of both parties can be achieved. Black Zetsu knew that haste makes waste. After he had laid out the bait and drawn the pie, he left Obito's house, saying that he would not force Obito and asked him to think it over carefully. Obito sat at the table and thought quietly. He always felt that Black Zetsu was setting a trap for him, and this cooperation seemed like a trap, but when he carefully thought about what Black Zetsu said over and over again, he couldn't see where the trap was. It would be great if Xueming was by his side. Xueming is so smart that he would definitely be able to tell what is wrong immediately. Xueming is so smart, but there are some things that he can't do without. He reluctantly picked out a few things he could eat from the various foods provided by the little slug. With the guidance of the little slug, they found the salt rock that slugs hate. Vegetables, fruits, salt, we have them all now. Slugs don't eat meat, but there are fish in the river, birds in the trees, and eggs in the bird nests. Swimming can easily hunt and eat them himself. Even though the taste is terrible, Obito is not with him now. It is already very good that he can cook the food, sprinkle some salt on it, and make it edible. He can't be so particular about it now. At least he won't starve to death in the wet bone forest. But every day, he would go hunting as soon as he opened his eyes, and after hunting, he would have to cook. Not long after eating, he would have to continue hunting to prepare for the next meal. If he continued like this, he would barely be able to survive, so how could he have time to practice? Xueming wants to find the slug immortal to ask if there is any shortcut to cultivation. Actually, it can't be said to be a shortcut. Xueming just wanted to ask, for example, in terms of chakra, there are yin seals similar to Tsunade, and his own rose ring, which can be accumulated in normal times and burst out all at once when needed, which is like a shortcut. One's own chakra can be stored in the ring, but what about the natural energy required for Sage Mode? If natural energy can also be stored, then he can store both chakra and natural energy first, and then activate the Sage Mode with a one-time burst and get out of the wet bone forest barrier first. It's not too late to practice slowly after you get out. Cultivation requires calmness of mind. It is a gradual process that takes time. He couldn't calm down at all. How much time had passed since he fell into the water? Was the Obito he saw last an illusion or a real person? If it was really Obito, then didn't Obito just watch him fall into the water with his own eyes and was a step too late to save him? How is this different from the original story where Obito watched Rin die in front of him? It's so cruel. How desperate must Obito be? The problem is, he's not dead at all. It's all his fault. Everything has been going so smoothly for him. He got whatever he wanted and succeeded in tricking Nagato back, making Orochimaru his ally, and as expected, he also killed Madara. He was too confident and didn't expect to capsize in the gutter of Danzo. Xueming turned around in frustration, and finally couldn't help but kick the barrier. The barrier just shook slightly and quickly returned to its original state. The barrier of the wet bone forest is so completely sealed that not only can people not get out, but even the ring can't send any messages out. He hasn't sent any message back for such a long time, and Obito can't find him. Will he think that he is gone? Moreover, a person like Danzo will definitely act in a high-sounding manner after returning to Konoha, and he will probably be even accused of something. Didn't Danzo tell him when he came to see him that he and Orochimaru were conducting forbidden experiments? Now that he is missing and cannot defend himself, Danzo goes back and publicizes this reason, and Yukina becomes a saboteur who harms Konoha, while Danzo becomes a righteous man who maintains the harmony of Konoha. Obito, that little fool, please don't jump out to defend him at this time. Xueming was a little upset and couldn't concentrate on practicing at all. He sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to enter the state of practice, but every time he closed his eyes, his mind was full of images of Obito being targeted by Danzo in various ways. He was worried about Obito. I hope Orochimaru can take care of Obito for his sake. Heitake Sakumo will probably help too. There are also Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. As Obito's teachers, they will not ignore Obito. With so many people watching and protecting him, Obito should be fine. No problem. He just kind of misses Obito. Xueming went to find the slug sage, expressed his request to her, and asked if there was a shortcut to activate the sage mode. He wanted to go back quickly. The slug immortal thought for a moment and said, "The method you mentioned is not impossible. However, it is a very dangerous method and may leave serious sequelae. I think it is better to practice slowly. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my wet bone forest?" Yukina pondered for a moment. "The wet bone forest is great, and I've learned a lot here. I just thought Obito must be worried about me, so I want to go back quickly and report my safety." The slug immortal laughed and said, "It's okay. Just let your boyfriend wait a little longer. After you succeed in your cultivation, you can give him a big surprise when you go out." "What little boyfriend?" Xueming immediately looked at the little slug standing next to the slug immortal. "You must be talking nonsense." "I'm not wrong." The little slug puffed out his chest and said confidently, "Didn't you agree to get married when you turn 18? If he's not your boyfriend now, then what is he?" "When did we agree to get married? The agreement at 18 was just." Xueming was speechless, but how could he explain this to a non-human who looked only 24 or 25 years old? The slug sage covered his mouth and laughed, sighing, "Hey, your boyfriend is an Uchiha, right? I heard from Hashirama that Uchiha's eyes will be damaged if they use them too much. He's so lucky to have met you." Xueming hesitated. "What do you mean?" Xueming felt that the slug immortal's teasing attitude seemed to have hidden meanings. The slug immortal asked, "You know, we slugs are very good at healing. Then do you know how slugs heal themselves?" Xueming thought about it. Through the mucus? When Obito was injured as a child, he even applied slug slime to Obito's wound. The slug immortal shook his head. "To be precise, it's the mucous membrane. Slugs heal others through mucous membrane contact. Snow name. The slug sage continued, "Let me tell you, the sage modes corresponding to the three sacred places, Mayaboku Mountain, Ryakai Cave, and our wet bone forest, will each possess their own unique characteristics after successful cultivation. For example, the sage modes of the snakes might have scales on their bodies, and the toads might have small bumps and the like. Naturally, our slug sage modes will also have some corresponding slug characteristics." Xueming. What characteristics? Xueming probably guessed what the slug immortal wanted to say. The slug immortal narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You can't tell from the outside what a slug is. When you give your boyfriend contact therapy, you can experience it for yourself. And with you here, he doesn't have to worry about his eyes getting damaged. Don't you think he's lucky?" Snow name. It is certainly good news that Obito's eyes will not be damaged, but how can it be applied through mucous membranes? What kind of treatment is this? It sounds so weird. The slug immortal heard what Xueming was thinking and kindly gave him some scientific advice. "Don't you know how humans come into contact through mucous membranes? Normally, there are two ways. One is through the oral mucosa, and the other is through." "I understand." Xueming interrupted immediately, looking at the slug immortal with a sincere face, with "Please stop talking" written all over his face. The slug immortal smiled and didn't say anything else. Xueming asked, "Please tell me about the shortcut to activate sage mode." The slug immortal took a sip of his pipe, looked Xueming up and down, and asked, "Do you still want to take a shortcut?" "I don't mind, but you might be in danger." The slug sage told Xueming that she had a huge amount of senjutsu chakra in her body. Senjutsu chakra is a mixture of chakra and natural energy in proportion, and it is the energy that can be directly used to activate the sage mode. The so-called shortcut is that she can forcefully inject these fairy chakras directly into Xueming's body through infusion. But whether Xueming can bear this kind of cramming method depends on himself. If he could hold on and successfully absorb the senjutsu chakra, then he would have taken a shortcut and would not have to waste time practicing. He could directly use the senjutsu chakra to activate the sage mode and naturally get out of the wet bone forest. But if he can't hold on, his body can't withstand this energy, then he will be completely transformed into a slug, unable to maintain even his human form, losing his self-awareness, becoming a part of the slug immortal, and being left in the wet bone forest forever. The little slug looked worried. Xueming thought for a moment and asked, "If I practice on my own, how long do you think it will take me to succeed?" The slug sage looked Xueming up and down again and shook his head. "You are not like Hashirama, who was born with extraordinary chakra and strong vitality. Your physical fitness is averaged. I don't think it will take too long. At least, you and your boyfriend's promise to each other by the age of 18 should not be fulfilled in time." Snow name. So what the slug immortal was saying was that even if he practiced diligently, he wouldn't necessarily be able to leave the barrier until he turned 18, but he was only 11, how could it take that long? "But if you force it, someone might die." Xueming turned his eyes and saw the worried expression of the little slug beside the slug immortal. Xueming remembered that the little slug Ive said it many times that "I won't let him die." The little slug and the slug immortal are one and the same, so the slug immortal wouldn't just watch him die like that, right? "Take a gamble." Xueming said, "Please help me." This sentence is said to both the slug immortal and the little slug. This time he was not very confident and planned to go for a walk again. He knew there was a tiger in the mountain but still went there. 18 years old, I can't wait. When he turns 18, who knows what the world will be like? He found 18 days very difficult to endure. The slug immortal had advised him once, and after hearing that, he said no more. He turned the pipe in his hand and tapped it lightly on Xueming's head. Xueming only felt a huge and pure energy pouring down from the place where the pipe hit, and immediately hit his body, making his ears buzz. He suddenly stood still, his expression stiff, his eyes blank, and time seemed to have stopped for him. The little slug clenched her hands nervously, her two small fists unconsciously pressing against her chest. She stared at Xue Ming and kept asking, Shengren, Xue Ming will be okay, right? The slug fairy didn't say anything. In fact, she felt that Xue Ming would most likely not succeed. Judging from the current situation, although Xue Ming's appearance seems to have not changed much, the energy collisions in his body are actually very intense. It won't be long before he can no longer hold on and begins to transform into a slug. But seeing the little slug's worried look, the slug immortal became curious again. Am I so worried about him? She returned her gaze to Swana. Xue Ming's face was pale with an abnormal blush, and her hair began to grow longer, reaching waist length in just a few minutes. When Xue Ming's body seemed to be gradually deforming and as if starting to liquefy, the slug sage turned the pipe in his hand again. The pipe shrank rapidly in her hand and turned into a purple bamboo branch the size of a hairpin. She raised her hand, and a strange sealing formation appeared along her forearm to her palm. The words of the formation flowed along his skin and spread all the way to the bamboo branch. The slug immortal used the purple bamboo branch to hook Xue Ming's hair, twisting and picking it up, passing it through his hair, while whispering, seal. Xue Ming's body stiffened and he fell forward as if the power had been cut off. The little slug was quick to reach out and try to catch him, but because it was too small, it fell to the ground with a cry of ouch, and became a scapegoat. The slug immortal couldn't help but smile. The little slug touched his head and saw that Xue Ming's eyes were closed. He turned to ask the slug immortal, why did Xue Ming fall asleep suddenly? When will he wake up? The slug sage replied, he couldn't withstand my senjutsu chakra, so I sealed it up, but not completely. As his strength increases, some will leak out to allow his body to adapt. As for when he will wake up, it depends on when he can fully master it. Ah, is that so? The little slug looked very regretful. I was thinking about seeing him return home and get married when he turns 18. He won't stay awake until he turns 18, will he? That's not the case. Forced infusion like this will definitely be faster than his self-cultivation. The slug immortal stroked his chin and observed the collision of energy within Xue Ming's body. I think it will take at least 3 years, at most 5 years. After all, he should be able to catch up with his 18-year-old engagement. At the same time, Minato Namikaze was having a heart-to-heart talk with Obito. Minato Namikaze has been very tired recently. When the Third World War broke out, as the leader of the younger generation of Konoha and the next Hokage successor favored by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he had to have military achievements and something to show for it in order to convince everyone to become the next Hokage leader. Everyone was staring at him. Not only are there foreign ninjas who are enemies, but there are also daimyos from the Land of Fire, competitors who are eyeing the position of the fourth Hokage, and people like Danzo who are lurking in the dark and making small moves. Minato Namikaze knew that Setsuna was assassinated by Danzo. Although Danzo Shimura is suspicious and petty, he is a person who puts his own interests above all else. On the surface, it seems that Danzo took revenge on Setsuna because Setsuna had embarrassed Danzo in public in order to protect Heitake Sakumo and had revealed the huge secret of his right Sharingan. But it doesn't make sense to say that Danzo didn't get any benefit and just wanted to avenge what happened before, so he repeatedly caused trouble for Setsuna and wanted to kill her. Danzo Shimura is not so naive that he doesn't need this kind of face. What he wants is practical benefits. So think about it more deeply. If Yukina is gone, what practical benefits can Danzo get? Setsuna is completely on the side of Minato Namikaze. Setsuna's ability and strength are obvious to all, and it will be a great help to Minato Namikaze in his competition for Hokage. Think about it, if during the Hokage election, Yukina held a loudspeaker and said, vote for Minato Namikaze, who would not vote? So if Yukina is gone, it would be like Minato Namikaze has lost an arm, which would make it easier for Danzo to compete for the position of Hokage. Minato Namikaze originally wanted to take some time to talk to Obito. Regardless of whether he was responsible for Yukina's death, Obito was still his student, and he should give Obito some guidance. But Minato Namikaze has been really busy recently. In the previous battle, he had just finished soloing the brothers in Uniying village and assisted his comrades in retreat. Before he retreated to the designated location, he immediately received the next order, asking him to quickly go to the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure to provide support. He immediately used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the Iwagakure battlefield and killed more than 10 elite Jonin on the opposite side by himself. Because Minato Namikaze can use Flying Thunder God and has strong mobility, he has to go back and forth to provide support on Konoha's 3 main battlefields. Many times he had to go alone because Kakashi and the others could not keep up with his speed. Minato's squad would often split into 2 groups, he was one team alone, and Kakashi, with Obito and Korin, was another team, and both sides carried out missions at the same time. Although it was difficult and tiring, his reputation was established through these repeated support efforts. Konoha's Yellow Flash is now known not only to the Fire Nation, but also to the entire ninja world. His fame is so great that Iwagakure even ordered people to run away if they saw him. Minato Namikaze was so busy that he had no time, so the matter of enlightening Obito was put off again and again until he met Heitake Sakumo on the battlefield. Yellow Flash fought alongside Konoha White Fang, and they were invincible. No enemy dared to fight them head-on. This also gave Minato Namikaze and Sakumo Hatake some breathing time. It was at this time that Hatake Sakumo mentioned Obito to Minato Namikaze. Suwana was his disciple, and he was very clear about Suwana's abilities. Moreover, Danzo played a big role in Suwana being quickly declared dead, so he was even more reluctant to believe that Suwana was really dead. Yukina attaches great importance to Obito. Now Yukina is missing and no one knows when he will come back. During this period of time, he has the obligation to help Yukina take care of Obito. Some time ago, Hatake Sakumo asked Kakashi to send Yukina's previous training log to Obito, but when Kakashi came back, his eyes were red, as if he had been crying. One knows his own child well, and Kakashi is not a crybaby. Hatake Sakumo asked a few more questions, and Kakashi told the whole process. He said that he felt that Obito's mental state was very bad. With his name missing, Obito was tormented every day and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Hatake Sakumo was a little worried, but he had no direct relationship with Obito and was not qualified to come forward. He mentioned this matter to Minato Namikaze at this time because he hoped that Minato Namikaze, as Obito's teacher, could take the time to pay more attention to Obito's condition. Even an outsider couldn't bear to watch and reminded him like this. Even if Minato Namikaze was too busy, he had to take this matter seriously. So when he was leading the team to battle this time, during a break on the road, he called Obito aside and wanted to have a chat with him. Minato counseled Obito and did not hide anything from him. He told him about the battle, the situation, and the future. Minato said to him, "You need to cheer up and learn to take care of yourself." Obito, you used to be cheerful and lively, but you haven't smiled